was deposit so for a new uncle.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Trade by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
Hello, Joe. Joe, that was fun last night. Let me just start by saying, what a fun time at the club, the green room and everything else. And here's what I was talking to the head of security about the club. Here's what I love about the club. I worked the club. I had a great weekend a couple of months ago. Is they keep the audience in line. Nobody's heckling without getting booted. Is that not the most important thing in comedy that nobody talks about?
It's very important.
It's unbelievable.
And unfortunately, there's so many crowd work clips that get put out on Instagram.
Right.
And, like, people are now thinking that they want to be a part of the show. So
Yeah.
I see people much more often chiming in and yelling things out and think they're going to be a part of things.
Yeah. And even when you try to be nice on the first line, you go, that was okay, sir. Then they try again, you're like, listen, you Pete, oh my God. But that's what I love about your club. Everybody there just has the energy like, we're going to tell you right now, another word, you're out. That's how it should be.
Yeah.
Because as you know, nobody heckles once.
Right.
Nobody's ever heckled once.
Nobody heckles sober either.
And nobody heckles sober. And they just like to start trouble. And the green room was fun. And even though I didn't go on, I also didn't go on because you have to understand the language. Where I was like, you want to go on? I go, I don't really want to go on. You go, that's cool. But really, then you're supposed to say, the crowd really wants you to go. And I'm like, Joe, I don't want to bump anybody. No, you wouldn't be bumping anybody. We'll just cut Tony's time down. Joe, I don't want to be that guy. You're like, don't be ridiculous.
Oh, I have to dance with you.
Go on.
I didn't know you wanted to dance. If you want to dance tonight?
No, I got to leave. Go to Seattle today.
What the fuck?
I got to go. I would love to. Yeah.
Are you performing tonight?
No. Maybe I can change my flight. Well, let's see. Maybe I can change it.
Move it around. There's plenty of flights out of Austin. It's a wonderful hub.
It is. It's great. Keep booming every time I was here. Last time I was here was COVID.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to get too much bigger.
And you think so?
Yeah, I think that's
You think Shane Gillis was the last citizen they allowed in?
No, there's a few more coming. Joe DeRosa just got a place here.
He did?
Yeah, and Joey Diaz is getting a place here.
I can't believe the two Joe D's are going to be here.
Let's go.
That's great.
Joe Diaz and Joe DeRosa is a fierce combination.
I know, but I spoke to Joe DeRosa yesterday. I deliberately didn't go to the chicken place because of Joe DeRosa.
Really? Why?
Because when he recommended it, it just bugged me. His confidence when he goes, you got to try this chicken place. And I was
It's
like,
Gus's fried chicken.
I know.
It's phenomenal.
I just don't like that Joe's positioned himself as the new gastronomic expert.
Right, because he owns a sub shop.
Yeah.
By the way, it's a good sub shop, though.
I heard it's amazing.
It's fucking great.
I'm embarrassed that
It's fucking great. He brought some over when they were doing Moon Tower. He was in town. He brought some subs over. They were fucking tremendous. He's got a great place.
Yeah.
I always look at the Instagram photos. I'm like, oh my God, it looks so good.
They said the bread's amazing.
Everything's amazing. The food's amazing. He makes a great sub.
Yeah.
He's obviously, it's a labor of love.
Yeah.
You know, he's a professional comic. It's a side thing.
Yeah.
He's like, I like sandwiches. Let's make a sandwich shop. Knocked it out of the park. Everybody who goes with big subs.
Yeah.
Not expensive.
The name Joey Roses is good.
Yes, it's great. It's great.
It's angry producing in some ways, but
In a lot of ways for you. You have a thing with him, I think.
with Joe,
Yeah.
I try to have a thing with everybody. That's my thing, Joe. I like to have a thing. If you just studied straight karate and weren't into MMA, maybe I could have a thing with you. But let's face it, you don't play games.
I do play games.
You're not to be taken lightly. But what about before you came down here, I was in New York. It's so funny. When in the green room last night, all I want to do is bust balls with everybody.
Yeah.
Like that's what I live for. You know. And when you see Shane Gillis in there, Shane Gillis is just that guy. He's so big. I want you to lock him in a basement and just feed him like red meat and make him train MMA for like 2 years and just eat masculine and red meat and just become a stone cold killer. That's my dream.
I've got him working out.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
He looked sore yesterday. He said,
Really sore. We did two hard days.
well, look how big he is.
It's a big fuck.
Yeah.
Big old football player kid.
If I was as big as him, I wouldn't be a comic.
No?
I'd be an animal. I'd be working security at the club. Telling people shut up. Tony's trying to do something. Comedy's like, it's got an anger to it, don't you think?
A little bit, yeah.
It's got to.
Well, there's just so much resistance. It's so difficult to get through.
Yeah.
There's a lot of fucking running up that river.
Yeah. What about, even the way, when we talk to each other, like, I'm at the cellar the other night, so here's what happened. I'm just sitting there, Keith is there, Norton's there, but just give the waitress. First of all, I'm like the Sinatra of tipping. I didn't want to bring this up, but now I'm bringing it up because it's a part of the story. So I tip them, but I always put it there because I'm trying not to flash how much I tip.
Right.
So I'm trying to do it like that. So Norton goes, you're tipping. You're not part of the Rat Pack. They just are trashing me for 10 minutes. Meanwhile, but I should have said, I'm only doing that so you cheap bastards don't look bad. You know?
I understand.
Yeah. This is a daily thing.
I enjoy tipping myself.
Yeah, I can see you're a high roller
It's a
too.
little love bomb. Give a little love bomb.
Yes, an extra $2 and it makes the whole day.
You don't even feel it. Makes people happy. I always try to tell my cheap friends, like, you gotta get over that.
Yeah.
Fuck that 15%. What are you doing?
I agree. There's a lot of chiselers.
Yeah, don't
And
be
they-
chiseling.
And they think of excuses.
Yeah.
Like, you see that attitude you gave me?
Relax. Yeah, I give people big tips and they give me shitty service. I just want everybody to be happy.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can give a little happiness. And maybe they'll be nicer to the next people. And use the butterfly effect.
Well, it's certainly not work for the planet right now, let's face it.
We're all right. I think the problem is we're inundated with bad news constantly.
Yeah.
That's the real problem. And then, there's also the problems in cities.
Yeah. Well, everywhere. I mean, you just did a special, by the way, about, it's releasing tomorrow. It's about, I did it in front of a psychiatrist convention.
Did you really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
I just did it. And so I sought out a psychiatrist convention and went there and said, hey, would you guys let me go on? Just shoot my special. And they said, sure. So I did a whole thing. Then they analyzed me afterwards, and it was funny.
What room was it at?
It was a ballroom, like one of those conventions. It was like a Washington, D.C., some hotel off the beaten path where they were just having a convention.
And they did not plan on you being there.
No.
And so you knew they were going to be there at that time.
Yeah.
And you coordinated with them, set up cameras, the whole deal.
Yeah.
Did you inform them before, like the psychiatrist beforehand? They were going to be a part of a comedy special?
Well, they were welcome to come to the show or not. But yeah, we told them before, if you come, you might be on film. But yeah, they didn't have to show up. Obviously, half of them probably showed up. But it was
That's a great idea.
Interesting. Yeah, I thought it was because it's about the world, how we're having a psychotic break. When we talk about the planet, so it was kind of fun for me because it was interesting for that angle.
Well,
special is built over.
It's so much more discussed. The bad news is so much more discussed. People's problems are so much more discussed. Having problems is so much more a thing that people love to talk about now. It makes you more interesting. It gives you something to talk about. And it's just so pervasive. And I think social media has just broken people's brains.
Social media started as a fun aunt's kitchen, where everybody was being positive and saying like, hey, dance between the raindrops. And then suddenly somebody was like, shut up, bitch, you fat bitch. Fuck you in the raindrops. And it just unleashed all of us. That's what I say. It's like, unleashed that part of people. And here's the other thing, which I think you'd be interested in. It's the first time in history you can threaten people and curse them out and not have to run or have a physical confrontation. So fight or flight instinct is going to be eliminated from our genetics in 2 generations.
Yeah. Not just that, but also you don't feel bad. Like if you say something shitty to someone, you see the look on their face, even if you feel like you should have done it, when you're alone at night, you might be like, why did I do that? What the fucking asshole I am? Now that person, I gotta apologize. Then you'll see him the next day, like, I was out of line. I'm sorry. I'm dealing with a lot of shit. My mom, my sister, my this, my that. I'm sorry. But there's none of that. And you don't even know these people, too. You don't have to say, you just say the most evil, mean shit, vicious shit. Look through their pictures. Look at you fat fuck. Your fucking toothless smile. And
they used to have gossip magazines, like of celebrities in the 1950s. That's when they started to realize people love to read bad, scandalous stuff. But now you get to respond You're like the writer and the reader of the gossip magazine.
You know what I do enjoy though? When people don't understand how it works. They'll post something and just get smashed in the comments. And then they'll start going back and forth with people in the comments. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, what about, one of the biggest problems is people, this is one of many of them, trying to be funny, that they've never had to, they've always thought they were kind of funny. And then they go in and try to be funny. And they get away with a couple because they have two people that go, hey, that was good. They start to think, I'm funny. And then they get in there and people just start destroying them for trying to be funny. Because they're not used to the heckling that we're used to.
Right.
We got trained out of all our hack habits.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Comedy trains you. The audience trains you.
Mm-hmm. And being around
But not
comics.
and being on the
Other
comics.
comics.
Regulation.
What the fuck was that joke?
It regulates you.
Yeah, it does. It does. Yeah, you get feedback.
Yeah.
Feedback supports positive and negative.
It's a
You
whole
know,
other level. Yeah.
at least more feedback from comics. We get like
We
real
get
live feedback from
Live
hundreds of
feedback
people every day.
every night. You got feedback last night.
Just like me.
You can't live in a theoretical world of like, I think this is funny, I think this is good. You're getting feedback.
Yeah.
You know,
Funny. But you still enjoy it?
it's the best. It's the only honest reaction you can get today. There's nothing virtual about it.
The most honest form of entertainment because you write it, you perform it, you produce it, you edit it. Like I was saying, like how easy doing sitcoms was when I first started doing sitcoms.
Oh, yeah.
I go, they're great writers. They write you great jokes. You don't even have to work hard. And I was talking about how bad my act suffered during those days. Because when I was first on a sitcom in '94, we were working like 12 hours a day.
News radio?
But it was long days. So by the end of the day, I'm exhausted. So if I did go up, it was just the same old material, just rehab. I wasn't connected to it anymore. I was like flat,
Yeah.
you know? And because when they're writing for you, it's so much easier. Like the jokes are already there. All you have to do is like add your little sauce to them.
That's
to
great.
Flare them up a little bit.
I know, you're so jealous of the idea of like the old days comedians would just have writers.
Oh yeah.
Like, what do you got for me? We got to go out and think this stuff.
A few people still do that, right?
Yeah,
a few guys do. Like I know, obviously, the guys who host talk shows do.
Yeah.
You know, you can't write a new monologue every day. You be out of your mind. What do you feel?
I did on Tough Crowd.
You wrote that every day?
Now, I'm not saying most of them didn't bomb, but I did write them all myself.
No shit.
Yeah.
When I went to see you on Tough Crowd, the best part of it was you warming up the crowd. I was like, why don't they show this? This is funnier than the rest of the whole show. It was so good. It was so
It
good.
was fun. And that crowd was crazy. They would come like a lot.
Well, I was living in California at the time, and I just like sometimes I forget. Sometimes sometimes you haven't seen a guy in a while. Like, God damn, I forgot how funny.
Right.
You know, you need to see it. You need to see them live.
You do. You need to go out and see it.
Yeah, just get in your head. It's the best thing. I mean, I've been doing it for so long, but I still love it. I love it. I love crowds. I love watching it. I love doing it. I love it. It's so much fun.
And what's fun about it too is you can't if you don't do it's like working out. If you don't do it, you just get flabby and out of shape. That's it.
No ifs, ands, or buts about it. But I take time off, like on vacation for like 10 days. I'll have one really good set when I come back because I'm enthusiastic.
Yeah.
The second set is like a little fucking shaky.
And that's what's great.
Yeah.
And that's the horror of it. That's the best part about it.
It's just reality.
Everybody that steps away from it too long,
Mm-hmm.
they talk in this term where it's like, oh, you're going to do reality. I'm mediocre when I go to stage. I'm going to be mediocre too. Even though I don't want to be. And I'm like, hey, I really figured this out. And guess what? I didn't figure it out. The crowd just lets you know. That's the beauty.
How much time did you take off during COVID?
I did a few shows. I mean, I did some shows that were like I did remote shows, which I loved remote comedy.
Really? Like Zoom comedy?
Zoom comedy.
You loved it? You're the only guy I've talked to. Everybody else said it was hell.
Because I just read. They think I'm looking at them. I'm reading. Yeah. Any new material was memorized immediately. We knew Joe. She had a teleprompter. What's that? She had a teleprompter. I've tried teleprompters, yes.
Yeah?
I wish I could bring them all the time. Yeah.
You tried it on stage?
I love teleprompters. No shit. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good way to make sure you remember your shit.
Yes. Teleprompters are greatest.
The worst feeling is when you get back to the green room, like, fuck, that tagline. I forgot the tagline.
Yeah. Or even the intro line. mind. So you're like, of course it bombed. I didn't even explain what I was going to talk about. I love it. Yeah, teleprompter is great. But I've used teleprompters on shows when I did like one-man shows in New York, and can't get lazy, mental lazy. Can't. Then you go on the road and you're like, you think you say it every night, you memorize it, you can't. It's an interesting psychological thing.
I know some guys who lay out sheets of paper on the floor on
Yeah.
the stage with like bullet points.
I've tried that.
Yeah,
It doesn't really work.
it's weird.
The lights are weird. Yeah, but you can't even see them.
Do you go on stage with glasses on?
No, this is one of the first times I've been in glasses in public. So
Really?
that was the crowd. Well, I wanted people to take me seriously doing it. It's kind of a vibe.
It's a vibe. It's hot on chicks.
Yes, I agree.
A girl who doesn't see that good, for whatever reason.
For whatever reason.
They just seem smarter.
Hey, whatever reason. Yeah, there's something intense. That only became in the 70s. That became like a thing.
Really?
The girls with glasses.
Girls with glasses are hotter.
Yeah, they had the whole new glass. I'll tell you, certain people just look great in sunglasses. The first person I noticed as a kid, one of your idols, Bruce Lee. I go, that guy looks badass in sunglasses. And he had like, they weren't completely dark. They were like mixed. I was like, that looks cool.
Yeah, he was a cool motherfucker.
He was a cool,
Yeah, that could change the world.
unbelievable.
Nobody thought about doing karate before Bruce Lee.
Nobody cared. Well, even when he was on the Green Hornet, I'm old enough. I was there for the Green Hornet days. You were like, yeah, that's kind of cool. But you didn't think about it. But the minute those movies came out, we all saw them when they first came out. I saw Chinese Connection was called Fist of Fury. They changed the titles now, but it was Chinese Connection was the first one. Then Fist of Fury, and then Enter the Dragon.
Yeah,
Those are the three things.
and it was the first time we ever saw somebody with abs.
Yes.
We're like, whoa.
Yes.
How does that look?
Yes.
How cool does it look to be ripped?
Yeah.
Look at that. Look at that. Come
I
on.
mean, I hate to say it, but my profile pic when I was 19, I basically have the same physique. I don't care what anyone says.
Kind of looks like a twink today, though.
Yeah, he does. Well, because nobody lifted weights in those days, you know. He was the king.
Look at the abs on that motherfucker. Jesus Christ. Today he'd be accused of having fake abs.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a badass.
Bruce Lee gold medal sunglasses. Oh, you can buy them. Oh.
But I don't think those are the ones I'm thinking about.
No, that one in that photo is pretty fucking cool.
No, it wasn't these. It was some other one where he just was casually wearing sunglasses. Yeah, he was a badass. He was a real superstar. He just was a star.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, transcendent. Yeah. And also, it was happening during that weird time. Weird time of life in the 70s.
After Vietnam was really winding down, it was done. Now we're back to 1968.
Yeah, we're right there right now.
We're in
We're waiting
1968
for
right now.
Kent State to jump off. You see these fucking protests that are happening in colleges?
Yeah.
First of all, these kids are all wearing masks. They're outside, they're protesting, and they're all wearing masks. I say that it's like the Democrats' MAGA hat. That's what the mask is. Isn't it?
Nice.
You're letting everybody know. You're letting everybody know that you're a part of the Klan, that you're on the good side.
Yeah.
I'm masking for your safety.
Yeah.
They're just bizarre human beings coming out of colleges today.
Well, I
Fully
think,
brainwashed.
well, I say it this way. It's 20%. Let's say 20% of them are just 20% of them are kids that were raised to hate the West. Everything in the West is bad. They're brainwashed. Which is really the whole curriculum is 20% of that. Then I'd say 20% are kids that are they're the kids that feel like they want to be like when I was in college. Like when I was in college, remember this is happening during finals week. So 20% are finals protesters. Where somebody came up to me when I was in college and said, "Listen, next week is finals. You know you're going to fail. How about this? We're going to give you some money from this George Soros fund. It's a Venmo thing. We're going to give you money. You stand outside and you block the other. Not only do you not have to take your finals, you're going to block the kids that are going to make you look bad and pass their finals. You're going to block them from coming to class." I would say, give me the scarf. I'll put it on right now. Then you got 20% kids are going to be, they're like the ones that are peer pressured by their roommates. Because if you're roommates with you in college, they know your schedule. So they go, hey, we're going to go protest genocide. You can't say, I was going to go to the bar. So half these kids are like, God damn it, now I got to go out to this protest or I look bad in front of all my roommates.
Have you ever seen when they get interviewed? Constantine Kissin from Trigonometry, he went to the protest and he was just asking them, like, what the river to the sea, what does that mean to you? Like, asking questions.
Yeah.
What do you think should happen? Like, what do you think the history of Palestine is? Like,
Yeah, and now they're literally praying. They're praying to Mecca now. Did you see all the footage of them? They're bowing. It's like, I am objectively looking for the fatwa on my mother.
I just want to come out publicly and say it. China, Russia, you guys won. You won. You got our kids. You got the kids. You got a lot of them. You got more of them than you didn't get.
No, they don't want to. Listen, China, they're teaching kids computer engineering. Law schools are teaching, state-sanctioned violence in Shakespeare sonnets,
Guys with fake eyelashes reading to toddlers. Yeah, that's what it is. That's what TikTok is. Our TikTok's a disaster.
Yeah,
they're smart. I mean, they got us. They won. They won the ideological battle. They've destroyed our universities. They've destroyed our fitness system.
We did.
Yeah, but they did. They infiltrated the universities.
It happened way before that. In my opinion,
When did it happen?
they just went like this. Well, they do go like this.
You ever see Yuri Bezmenov talk about it? He's a defector from the KGB. He talked about it in a famous interview from 1984. We talked about it way too much, so I'm sorry for hearing this again, folks. But he basically laid out exactly what was going to happen to America in 1964. And he was saying, 1984. He was saying that Marxism and Leninist ideas they've infiltrated all the universities with these ideas. They're teaching the children, and you have like 2 generations from now, you're going to be fucked.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It started long before any of this China. He didn't say they did it.
He said Russia did it. He said Russia was doing it. They're actively subverting our education system.
But I feel like the idea of this kind of thing started long before, it's been around a long time because people are like, hey, it sounds fair, like equality sounds fair.
Right.
So then they slowly started bringing it in and people, the general narrative is if I say to you right now, I would say it anywhere, I think America's a great country. People go, oh my God, you hear this psychopath? He's the dumbest person I've ever met.
Yeah.
So I'm saying, if you start from the premise that America is evil, which is basically the premise today, and everything we do is, based on oppression and violence, then anybody that goes against that, there's something evil about it.
Yes.
So I don't think that was Russia and China doing that. I think that was us doing it.
I think Russia and China influenced it. It's particularly
I
Russia.
think they just agreed. They do useful idiots and all that stuff they used to talk about. Yeah, but I didn't think they had far to go. I don't think you could do it unless people wanted to go along with that.
Well, it's also a situation where your universities are almost entirely dedicated towards one ideology.
That's right.
You don't have any, but there's clearly over history, regardless of what you think about right-wing people, clearly over history there have been brilliant conservative people. And to not address that and to not have those people talk and to only allow liberal people to talk, progressive people to talk, you're going to get a distorted world view. And that's what kids are getting.
Even just the fact that Russia and China didn't force them to stop people from speaking in these places. You know what I mean? Like that's what's been going on for whatever amount of years.
So, yeah.
And you're like me. You're not some right-wing guy, or you're not. But you've been pushed into a category that people are saying you're this kind of guy because they're so far to the left and so stringent ideologically that if you fluctuate, you're out of the loop, and that's a cult.
It is a cult. But isn't it, it's one of the beautiful things about America is the amount of freedom we have of expression. And when you have that, and you have 330 million people, you're going to have a certain percentage of people that are just off the rails, insane.
Yes.
And if those people are rabid about it and excited about it, a lot of people find that attractive. Just like a lot of people find Islam attractive. And they don't just find it attractive because of the discipline, the tenets, and all the different things that seem to resonate with some people. They find it attractive because those people are all in. And you want to be in a group that's all in. Like if I need them,
That's right.
They'll kill you if you leave. You
That's
can
right.
join. You can join. They'll take you in as a brother. And then why don't I join? And then people it becomes attractive to them.
Because moderates are considered pussy. I talk about this all the time. Moderates are considered, all you can see is a bland guy in Dockers with his goddamn, with his dad bod, and nobody's interested in moderates.
Fence sitters.
Fence sitters. I say even in Superman, you've got Lois Lane. She sees Clark Kent, nice guy. He's like, hey, Lois, when I have dinner, she's like, yeah, just dinner, Clark. No, all right, I'm sorry. And then Superman, who shows up 2 hours a week, who's an extremist, just breaks shit. And she's like, hey, that's what I'm saying. Our whole culture is built around extremists.
Right.
Like, the hero in the movie walks away after blowing up a hydroelectric dam. He's never the guy that troubleshoots the hydroelectric dam. That should be the hero in every movie.
Imagine being Clark Kent and you did a deal with this lady just constantly talking absolutely and talking down to you.
Yeah.
And you're like, bitch, you don't know shit.
Yes.
You just gotta sit there and take it because you just can't spill the beans. You want to say, hey, fucking dummy. Just take the glass off. Well, you stupid. You're the same guy, but just wearing glasses. I tricked you with glasses.
I catfish you.
You didn't notice that I built like a fucking linebacker? You didn't notice that I look like a giant super person?
Yeah.
Oh, I just have glasses on, so now I'm a loser.
Well, because you never slept with him, that's what you didn't notice. Because she was like, Clark, lay off.
You think Clark would show off like every now and then? I'll pick something up and shit you would pick up.
Yeah, but
Oh, I didn't know.
Clark's an incel.
Yeah, he is an insult.
An angry incel.
A handsome, angry, football quarterback looking insult.
Yeah.
He's an insult. Just to the glasses. Isn't that funny? Like, that was the only disguise he has, his glasses. It's the dumbest fucking disguise in all of comic books. At least Batman. Like, maybe he had a weird face. Like, if he had, like, a cleft palate, going, hey, buddy, I know who you are. But no, you just see the little face part, and the rest of the face is covered, like, okay, hides his voice. I'm Batman. Okay, maybe. But it's Superman? It's fucking stupid.
It is stupid. But speaking of Bruce Lee, the Green Hornet had a mask, but then Kato was Bruce Lee.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't realize, by the way, this is a stupid sitcom I'm watching as a little kid. We didn't realize there's a lifetime legend playing the sidekick.
Yeah.
How many times did that happen?
Never.
In life. But even then, he wore this little chauffeur's outfit, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
Bruce Lee wore it was like the sidekick.
Yeah.
But even then, you could see a stalk. Like, even as the sidekick, the two scenes, you're like, this guy's a badass. I was like 5 years old, 6 years old. I'm like, look at this.
He was supposed to be in that TV show Kung Fu.
Really?
Yeah, it was supposed to be about him. It wasn't supposed to be David Carey.
And why did he say no?
They didn't want to have Chinese on TV.
That's insane.
No,
and they picked David Carradine.
Yeah, but it worked. The crazy thing with David Carey is it worked.
Yeah.
It worked. That show worked. I loved that show. I used to love that show.
Yeah, it was a great show. Because every episode there was, although let's face it, when you really look at it, it was kind of a woke show. Every week it was intolerance, and then David Carradine would come and save the day. You know what I mean?
Kick some ass. He always had to use violence, though.
But he wasn't that great of a martial arts guy.
That was terrible. It was nonsense. It was totally unbelievable. But the way he was doing it was like, if you didn't know any better, you're like, oh, yeah, he's got magic.
But if Bruce Lee had done that, he would have broke, not the internet, but he would have broke TV wide open.
Oh, yeah. If
That would have been the best show.
wheel kicking people and jumping side kicking people in the face. Like, whoa. It would have changed everything. But the movies changed everything. I mean, he broke through just because he was undeniable. But
that
was supposed to be him.
They opened, I'll tell you, all the karate students, Jerome Mackey, these were big karate guys back when I was a kid, like karate teachers. He opened thousands of karate studios around the country. Bruce Lee alone.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Became a thing.
Bruce Lee and then Chuck Norris is how I got into martial arts.
Yeah, Chuck Norris fighting.
Jean-Claude Van Damme, watching those movies.
How about this name? Bill Wallace, you ever hear of him?
Superfoot. Yeah, he was a great kickboxer.
And there was a guy named Joe Louis.
Yeah, Joe Louis, heavyweight champion. Not in boxing, but in kickboxing.
That's right.
Yeah, white guy. Yeah.
There was a bunch of
Great
Jim
fighter.
Kelly was a great fighter.
Yeah. Did you ever do karate? Or did you just follow it?
I did a couple of classes, but I was,
It's crazy that you know about all those guys like Joe Louis. What about Benny Urquidez? You know
Well,
about him?
the Jet, of course.
Yeah.
Well, because when I always tell this, but when I was a kid, the trains were so dangerous in New York. Like, I mean, it was this is nothing now compared to when I was growing up. But what I would do is, instead of taking karate, I used to buy karate magazine, and I'd stand on the train with my legs splayed like this, and stand and read my karate magazine.
Good move.
Who's gonna read a karate magazine unless he's a karate? Then I ran into Owen. Do you know Owen Smith is a comedian?
Yes.
From Baltimore. I somehow mentioned that story one night to him, and he goes, I took you one better. He goes, I bought a karate trophy, and I used to walk around the streets holding my karate trophy.
That's hilarious.
So while you were studying martial arts, seriously, just remember there's a whole bunch of lazy pricks that put magazines and trophies just so we were like stolen valor.
You gotta
martial arts.
people find a workaround.
You
There's
know?
a lot of dudes walked around with kung fu outfits on.
Yes.
With the slippers, the whole black kung fu outfit, the white collar.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
To this day, they still do. And to this day, I'm still like, oh, I don't want to look at that guy.
Yeah. I used to go watch them practice in the park, and they were faking martial arts. It was made up stuff. They're doing made up things.
What do you mean?
The moves are nonsense. It was made up.
And you knew they were made up.
100%. Yeah, 100%. They were doing stuff that just, there's no history to this. I don't study kung fu, but I understand it. I know it. I know what it looks like. I've watched thousands of videos. I've seen classes. I know what kung fu is.
Right.
You're not doing kung fu. You're doing some shit you think looks like kung fu, and you're telling people that you're a master. You practice it in the park. You've got a bunch of other dumb people that are following you. And there's a lot of that out there.
Yeah.
There was a lot before the UFC came around. There was a lot of fake martial arts guys who pretended they had like some touch of death.
Yes.
And their students were like hypnotized. They were like in a cult.
Yeah.
They would touch their students. Their students would like fall to the ground. They're still out there. There's a Instagram page, McDojo Life. McDojo Life just highlights all these fake martial artists. Because McDojo is like those strip mall places that open up price. But some of them are really good. But this is but this idea of like a death touch that people have like some secret powers.
It's the dream, yeah. I told you I took 6 judo lessons when I was a little kid. I should say before the martial arts craze. And I really wish I would have stuck with judo. But in those days, like there was no like panic. So you work in a place with the worst headache of all time.
Oh, you're getting brain damage.
Yeah, you get brain damage.
100. You're getting brain damage in regular judo. 100%. 100%.
Judo's bad.
You get brain damage. It's amazing. It's amazing martial art. You get brain damage from riding a jet ski.
You do?
Yeah, my friend Mark Gordon, he specializes in traumatic brain injuries. He's a doctor, and he works with a lot of veterans, football players, fighters, and stuff. It's like everything that hits your head is bad. Like soccer. Guys get CTE, chronic traumatic encephalopathy, the things that boxers get, football players get, MMA fighters get, soccer players get it from hitting it with their head.
But how do you get it from a jet ski?
To bounce it. Just to bounce it.
And how come they tell you you're supposed to go on those gymnastic, whatever that's called? They said it's helpful.
Trampolines?
Yeah, trampoline.
Yeah,
Speaking of
I don't
CTE,
think that's
like
like jolting, because that's kind of like catching you and lifting you up and catching you and lifting you up. That's a different thing than boom, boom, boom. It's the heavy duty shaking, head banging. Like Angus from AC/DC, gotta have brain damage. There's no way he doesn't. There's no way he doesn't. That dude has to be gone. I mean,
Who the hell goes on a jet ski more than like once a year? Let's think about that.
Some jet ski people that really love them. Jet skis are fun. Yeah, I'm a jet ski. I try it. It's fun. But if you bounce around on waves, you get brain damage. That's how delicate the brain is. The brain is not meant to be jostled around. And guys get concussions from getting hit in the chest. If you get hit in the chest, your head snaps back and you get a concussion. It happens all the time. You don't have to get hit in the head to get a concussion.
Well, yeah, but that's why it's a good thing I stopped judo, because every day you have a horrible headache. I was a little kid,
Most of these guys are French.
Oh my God. Well, that's different. That's ski jumping.
I know,
That's
but this is
insane.
the article on skiing was bringing up.
Oh my God, that's insane. That dude hit hard.
How hard they hit.
Oh, it must be nuts.
People in 30s like that.
So this is a water skiing tournament? Is that what that is?
That's what that was. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like an article about water skiers with CTE.
Oh yeah, have to. No doubt. No doubt they have it. No doubt.
I bet dolphins have CTE.
I bet they glide right into that water.
Everybody always says how smart they are. I'm like, yeah, they seem really intelligent sometimes.
You're dismissing the intelligence of dolphins.
Yeah, when anybody bounces a beach ball on their nose, and they're the valedictorian of the animal kingdom, that's enough for me.
I think you have to do that if you're trapped in that swimming pool if you want to get fed. I think you put a beach ball in your nose too. That's the problem. The problem is we're so evil to take intelligent things and lock them in a swimming pool that we can't understand their language. Like, what? What? I don't know what you're saying. Do you want a fish or not? Here's the ball, motherfucker. That's what it is. Out in the wild, though, they're awesome. They play with you. They come hang out. They go by your boat. They jump. They literally want you to see them. They play with people. You can swim with them. They'll save you from sharks. The sharks they'll fight the sharks off. Yeah, they save people from sharks all the time. They have a cerebral cortex that's 40% larger than a human being.
What?
Yeah, 40%.
They have dialects?
They have different dialects. Like you talk with you from New York.
Yeah.
You know, I have like a little bit of Boston, a little bit of California. Fucked up. They can tell from dolphins listening to their vocal patterns where they're from.
Now, wait a minute.
But they can't decipher it yet. But they're hoping they can do that through AI.
First of all, if you don't have a routine about dolphins' accents, you're crazy. I'll steal it if you don't.
I had a bit about dolphins. About the true story. It's a true story. I got on very high edibles with my daughter when we went fishing, and these dolphins came by the boats, and they were jumping up in the air. And then I had this crazy thought that what if the concept of me, like when you think of yourself as when you refer to yourself me, you're thinking of yourself living in this world with these genes in this city in this street. But the thought of me, like what if me to me is the same as me to a dolphin? And then I thought, like, what if that's the same with all human beings? Everybody's just experiencing life through different biological circumstances, different life experiences. But what if me is the same in every single human being, just dealing with different problems?
No, what does that mean? I don't understand what you're saying.
What I'm saying is that when you think of yourself, when you think Colin Quinn, like when you think like, oh, I'm looking at the world, this is me.
Right.
That energy of what me is, this is how high I was. I was on like 200 milligrams of hot edible on a boat in the middle of the ocean in Hawaii. Just an amazing experience. But I was thinking, like when the dolphins would jump up, they would look at you. They look you in the eye, and you see that they're intelligent.
Right.
And I was thinking, like, what if I lived his life? I would be him. And what if he lived my life? He would be me.
Right.
And what I think of as me is just me stumbling into a bunch of experiences with very particular genetics and very particular life lessons that I'm carrying around, and I think that's me. What if the energy of me, the very core of it, is exactly the same in everybody? We're just experiencing life through different circumstances, but it's the same thing.
That's God.
Yeah.
What about I was thinking about the whole martial arts thing too. Was when you think about dolphins fighting sharks or saving people from sharks, that's almost a martial art too.
Oh yeah. Well, you ever seen the killer whales do sharks?
No.
Ooh, there's this video of this mother killer whale.
Count.
Oh yeah, they fuck everybody up. There's this video of this. By the way, they save people too. And the only time they've ever killed people is in swimming pools. They save people all the time. Killer whales save people that fall in the water. They eat everything. They kill dolphins. They kill whales. They kill everybody, but they don't kill people. We kill them, but they don't kill us. It's the only time they've ever killed people on record. I mean, there's probably been a few circumstances where people were cunts.
Yeah.
Killer whale killed
God was coming.
Yeah, some asshole tried to harpoon their sister.
Sure.
I'm sure that happened. But the point is that like killer whales don't actively target people, but it'd be really fucking easy to do. So check this killer whale fucks this shark up. So she's out there with her, look at this, boom! Wow. She's out there with her cubs, and she just puts the fucking clamp down on this great white. It's pretty wild. But it also makes you realize how big killer sharks are, or killer whales, right?
Killer whales, yeah.
Look at that, boom!
Yeah.
I mean,
I just saw something the other day that would kill a whale around a boat, some little boat, and it was just, you could tell the guy's like, oh God, it's over for me. And then the whale didn't bother him, like you said.
yeah, they generally
Just checked him out.
don't
and
fuck with you.
Yeah.
And I think you can kind of talk to them. I think they understand. If you're like, hey, you're cool.
Yeah.
Like, if you're polishing up a big metal spear with a rope on the end of it, then they might get a little angry. They'll probably fuck you up. I bet if there have been people dying because is this the guy with that little boat? Oh, he got bumped.
Oh my God.
Whoa.
Yes. Let's get out of here.
By the way,
But that was a gentle bump.
that was nothing. No, this was something else. But how about that? Is that not the battle cry of today? You guys getting this?
Yes, it is.
That's the most important thing anyone can say.
The gram, we got to get it on the
You
gram.
guys getting this?
Do you even have Instagram?
Yeah.
You do? Sure. Do you make reels? Do you ever make
No.
positive? Hey guys, you can really do it. Push through it.
Well, I kind of ironically, as you know, I've been doing that for years. I'm kind of a soccer mom on social media just to infuriate people. That's my whole game. But I do, I've been doing this series called Block by Block on YouTube, which is this guy, a homeless pimp, him, Mike Ladder. But we
I didn't know you were doing this.
Yeah, no, I have a bunch of episodes where I interview. It's my little, like the thing I care the most about doing, which is I interview people from different neighborhoods that in New York that I know over the years, and they just get to tell stories about the neighborhood. So I was talking to my friend from Hell's Kitchen. I explained.
This is it. I didn't even know this was out there.
Yeah. And this is like Steve
One
Kelly.
problem with really great comics, and
Yeah.
I include you in there,
Yeah.
is that you guys are terrible at promoting.
Yeah, I
You know what
know.
I'm saying?
Yeah.
But it's also why the stuff you put out is so great, because you're only thinking about the stuff. You're not thinking about promoting the stuff, which is
Yeah.
a totally different animal.
And we wouldn't know where we would only come here. Where else would
Yeah.
we go? We don't know.
Well, doing it yourself, like doing your own promotion, or like letting people,
Yeah.
getting.
But I interviewed this one guy, Mike Spillane from Hell's Kitchen, and famous family. Really, he's telling all the stories that were. But one of the stories which you will like was him and my friend Rabbi, who died, his cousin. They were in a bar, it's like 1980s, and Midtown. So Hell's Kitchen is connected to the theater and all the Madison Square Garden. They're in a bar. Some guy starts with Mike Spillane. He hits him. The guy's friend grabs around his neck. It's Andre the Giant.
Oh my
They're
god!
in a fight with Andre the Giant.
Oh my god!
And he picks him up and flings him, and it's like a whole famous story of them fighting, getting their ass kicked by Andre the Giant.
Oh my
And
god!
the cops come and grab him outside, arrest him, and the cop walks in, finds out what happened, sees Andre, just walks out and laughs, and goes, "Let him go. Don't worry about it." So, like, just finding different stories of different neighborhoods. That's my little thing for,
That's
like
back
what I
in the
like
day
doing.
before Instagram, when people weren't snitches.
That exactly right. So
Yeah.
that's all. I'm just talking to these people and finding out all the great stories.
If that happened today, Andre would be all over the news. People would be angry at him.
Oh my God! Everybody have an opinion on all of it.
Oh yeah.
And when this guy was telling the story, I go, so people must have been buying you drinks for months. He goes, at Hell's Kitchen that time, 2 weeks, and then there was some new story happening. Because that wasn't even the story of the month.
What a great name for a neighborhood.
Hell's Kitchen. Yeah.
What a great name. I mean, you kind of have to act crazy if
And
you're
they
there.
did. Yeah, they.
If you're gonna move to Hell's Kitchen, that's a very specific mindset.
Well, now, of course, it's different, but it was the most, just imagine a neighborhood in the middle of Times Square, when Times Square was taxi driver.
Mm-hmm.
So they had to deal with all of that. The theaters, so that all the stagehands were there.
Mm-hmm.
All the Teamsters were there. There was a combination of everything, all the music studios, Lincoln Center on one side, all these, and in the middle is all these crazy Irish guys.
Yeah. Just so much music and so much stuff came out of that area.
It's crazy.
It really is. When you really
It's
think
a really
about
wild. The center of the university is called.
it. And for how long? Like 20 years?
Like 50, 60.
50 years?
Man.
Really? It was that hot for that many years?
Well, hot in what? I mean, it was Times
mean,
Square.
like the interesting aspect of it.
The interesting aspect of that was 40, 50 years. I would say from 1950 to 2000.
What killed it? Giuliani?
No, it just became, Times Square. You saw Times Square?
Times Square became gentrified.
Giuliani gentrified it, and people started to
Corporatized.
feel safe. Yeah,
It's like it
But-
became Applebee's.
but it did. It's disappointing, but at the same time, it was Sodom and Gomorrah. It was very bad.
It was very bad when I first went there. When I was living in Boston, I came to New York for a karate tournament, ironically, in like 82, 83, I think. So I was in high school, so probably 83. And I was like, this is nuts. Like, this place is fucking nuts. It was nuts. like this. It's like he
Yes.
was like in color.
Yes.
Like everything looked black and white. It looked dirty and seedy, and there was just junkies on the street.
Yeah.
And people with like long coats and people yelling at people. And
Yeah.
yo, this place is nuts. Times Square was a place that everybody avoided.
That's right.
Somehow or another, Times Square became a tourist trap.
Well, because of the Giuliani. Giuliani cleaned up the peep show. There was a law, I guess, where you couldn't have, you had to have like 30% legitimate in your peep show. There was some law that happened where they got rid of
30% legitimate?
What
What
no,
does that mean?
30% like a regular store. Like you couldn't just have one.
Oh.
Some obscure law. I don't know what it was.
So Joey DeRosa sandwiches.
But that's basically what they did do. They had to have a legitimate thing and then the porn in the back or something.
Oh, God.
And that was in the mid-90s, and then it got cleaned.
Well, they used to have the XXX movie theaters.
That's right.
Where, you know, you want to talk about the lowest class of human being that you could possibly encounter in public?
Yeah.
Guys going to jerk off in a room with other guys jerking off. Watching a movie.
Yeah. Of course.
The most degenerate humans available. And it was in Times Square, too.
Well, it was all over.
Yeah.
No, the whole country had those.
Oh, yeah.
Every city had, Times Square just had 50 of them.
Well, the craziest
Everybody else
story
had one.
the craziest story is Deep Throat.
Yes.
Deep Throat, they were trying to turn it into, so the country was so naive back then.
Yep.
And porn, you didn't have VCRs, so you did the idea of a porn addiction seemed ridiculous to people. So what they did with Deep Throat is they made a cinematic movie that was a porn film, and all these stars went to go see it. Like Johnny Carson was there, in line, they were interviewing them, where they're going to see a porn film.
Yeah.
And it's only like 1970 something.
72 or something like that. And the couples would go all over the country and go to these sleazy theaters and watch Deep Throat.
Wow.
Is
They
that
weren't even sleazy theaters. These were regular theaters
Right.
that showed Deep Throat.
Yeah. Isn't that crazy?
Crazy. People are so, that's so interesting. Like you think about how much porn, like right now, porn is what percentage of the internet, Jamie? Is it 30-something percent? It's like 30-something% of all internet traffic, all of it, all of the world is porn. It's crazy. It didn't even exist before Deep Throat.
No.
But you had stag films that you would hear about. Yeah, my brother-in-law, he was getting married.
Yes.
Went to the stag party and they showed a movie.
Yeah.
This like grainy movie of this like sad heroin addict fucking these guys. Like,
That's right. Yeah.
Whoa. That was gross.
Yeah.
I never thought that would be on your phone.
The mafia. Yeah, I know. Exactly. But it's so funny because I remember Deep Throat was the big breakthrough. First it was The Devil and Miss Jones. I was like 11 or 12. And I remember we laughed out. We didn't know what we were laughing at. And then next thing you know, we're like 18, 19. We're going up Times Square one. And, you know, we're right there. You just take the train, you're right there. And, but it was so psychotic that, and I actually knew a girl that ended up going into like working in those Times Square booths, and I'm sure a lot of people did, but it was really crazy.
That is crazy. That's a commitment.
Yeah. We just took boots and guys.
That lifestyle.
The judges were paid a $3 million fine for showing Deep Throat. And
Wow.
It still exists. It's never been overturned.
Wow.
Unless it's 93.
Wow. Movies and television have completely changed our outlook on the human form. So he was 71 at the time when he was talking about this. And so this is on the eve of his retirement in 91. So he's probably in his 50s when that happened. So he'd grown his whole life, been a grown adult, and never had any interaction with porn. And then he sees people going to see it in a theater. It's probably like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah.
Like, this is crazy. Like, you guys are watching people suck dicks with your friends.
Yeah.
Like, this is weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was totally legitimate for a couple of years. I don't know when it turned, but I remember when I went to college, they showed Deep Throat or one of these Debbie Doves Dallas, one of these porn movies in like the student union. What? And guys and girls all went to see it. No way. Yeah, it was totally, you know what I mean? And there were a couple of
crazy.
And there were a couple of girls that were like, this is anti-women. And we're like, oh, relax. What are you making a big deal? Like, we have to know they're crazy.
Isn't that crazy?
It's crazy. And people just go. They showed it like a whole week. I'll tell you another one.
What? A week?
Yeah, like every night because so many people want to go see it. I'll tell you another one. One of the guest speakers talk about college gigs. Harry Reams was one of the guest speakers.
The porn star.
Porn star.
Famous, like,
Mustache.
1980s porn star.
70s, yeah.
70s?
He had a big mustache,
Yeah.
70s mustache.
Did he
And
go on to be like a giant real estate guy?
maybe, but
Sounds like real estate.
I'd like to talk to him someday because this girl I knew, I still remember her name, but I'll leave it out. And she drove him. She goes, yeah, I drove him back to the train station. And I was like, you don't need to drive him to the train station. You can walk there. She drove, and I want to know what happened. I want the full story after.
She's not going to give it to you.
She lied to me. She goes, nothing happened.
She got turned on. But turned on as you can see that guy's dick.
She got turned on, but so I'd like to speak.
Also, it wasn't like forbidden back then. This is so hard for people to imagine. Because like today, if you're watching porn on your phone and someone catches you, you got deep shame.
Yes.
Oh, you caused a bunch of porn.
Right.
Porn is a thing that people are ashamed that they consume. But back then, that was not the case. It was innocent in the weirdest sense. Where people just didn't get it. They didn't get it.
No.
Like when I was a kid, VCRs were invented. And one of the first things when they invented VCRs, they start making dirty movies and putting them on VCRs.
That's right.
And the porn industry just exploded.
That's right.
It's all from people watching at home. And you'd have to go through these fucking saloon doors, remember? Or you push the beads aside.
Yes.
There's always something you had to do.
Yes.
You couldn't just go to the porn section. You had to let everybody know, hey, you fucking pervert, make some noise, rattle those beads.
That's right.
And then you walk in there and no one was looking at anybody. Everybody's like,
That's
looking
right.
down. Everyone's embarrassed that they're in there with other people, maybe your neighbors.
That's right.
See Bob's over there looking at the fucking hardcore
Yes.
section. Yeah.
Right. That's what it was. People are like, I'll be in the porn, but that section is for perverts.
Yeah.
That was the thing.
Yeah, and it became a thing where people weren't embarrassed by it. It was weird. And then slowly over time, it became embarrassing. I think when it became an addiction thing, I think clearly when the internet came around and people had instantaneous access to it.
Well, it's funny because there's more as much as sex became more like I remember in comedy, we all had bits on jerking off to porn when in the 80s.
Right.
We all had bits about it. Yeah.
It's just hard to
And
imagine.
everyone's like, nobody gave a damn. I mean, is that weird? We all just talk about, hey, Joe, you ever seen porn because it was new, like you said.
Right.
And then suddenly people stopped talking about that because it was shameful. I don't know what I guess it was when it was.
It's the addiction.
Yeah, I
When
guess so.
when you're ashamed of something, you
Yeah.
shouldn't be doing that something. Almost always.
Right.
You have to lie about the thing.
Right.
You know, like I had a friend and he was always trying to lose weight. And one time he said, hey, meet us at this bar. It's Rabbi. I said, yeah, it's Rabbi. Love Rabbi.
Great guy.
He was awesome.
Great.
And Ralphie was like, how long halfway there? Where the fuck is Ralphie? Like, when's he coming in? And then finally he pulls up and the back of his car was just filled with fast food stuff. And he had like some story about why I couldn't make it. He went to a drive-thru. He had to. He went to a drive-thru and he bought bags of food and he just stuffed himself. And he probably felt shitty about it and didn't want to talk about it. Sure. That's addiction. That's addiction. It's the same thing.
Absolutely.
If you're watching porn on your phone all the time, you're like, do you watch porn on your phone? Like, no.
Right.
It's because you're addicted.
Right.
You're ashamed.
Sure.
You're ashamed.
But like you said, 30% is crazy.
Crazy. Is that what the number is? Do we find out what the amount of traffic?
30%. I'm looking to like the golden age of porn ended in '84. So it's
The golden age.
That's what this.
And I'll tell you why, age.
Well, this is on VCRs also, so it's not being. You didn't have to go to the movie theater to see it. You could just watch it at home.
Well, that was a great. That was 84 is when the VCR came out. Wow.
Around that. That's
Yeah. So that makes sense because I was in high school.
But
That
you
makes
remember,
sense.
there was a great scene in Boogie Nights when Burt Reynolds is so disgusted that he has to do like amateur porn. Remember? Like he's just being a filmmaker.
Oh,
And
right.
then suddenly they're in the limo and he's going, okay, do that. And then remember, he was like so horrified by it.
I forgot that. That was a great movie.
Great movie. And they said Burt Reynolds, the director said Burt Reynolds was so horrible. He was so brilliant in it. He didn't want to be in it from day one. He hated everything about it. And to his dying day, he hated it. When he fired his agent, he hated it. And he was so brilliant in it.
Well, Burt Reynolds, I'm a huge Burt Reynolds fan.
That's great.
I love that guy. He was so fun. He made me believe that like a handsome man could be funny.
Yeah.
I never thought handsome people were funny. Like the handsome guy was never cool. The handsome guy was like cool but silent. Like
That's
maybe
right.
wins a street fight.
So
Burt Reynolds was like always smiling. It's like I want to hang out with that guy. He was a party.
he'd go on to
He had a
that show with that
mustache.
big laugh.
Yeah.
I mean, that giant laugh.
He was the first guy that I ever really saw that was like a really handsome man. That was hilarious.
And he was
And
best friends
just
with Dom
relaxed.
DeLuise.
Yes.
And they'd be
It was
on.
incredible. Well, how about when he did Jackie Gleason? Jackie Gleason and him with Smokey and the Bandit? What a combination. Jackie Gleason and Burt Reynolds.
Wait, the Jackie Gleason in that movie, and I'll tell you who else, because I remember when I saw Caddyshack for the first time, and I was like a young kid, and I'm like, oh, Caddyshack, my heroes are in it. Bill Murray, Chevy Chase, all these cool guys, even Rodney. And I go, and then they got this guy from a sitcom, Ted Knight, and then he steals the movie. And the same thing happened with Jackie Gleason smoking the band.
Yeah.
These guys they were so good. It's
Jackie
unbelievable.
Gleason was the fucking man.
Yeah.
Jackie Gleason was the man.
It was
also,
unbelievable.
he takes serious acting too. He was in The Hustler.
Oh, yeah, he's amazing.
He was great in The Hustler.
And there he had, they said some reviewers, some famous, back when reviewers were famous, goes, it was Lawrence Olivier and him did a movie together. He goes, I just watched a movie with the greatest living actor and Lawrence Olivier. Jackie Gleason's so good.
Oh, he was awesome, though. Best pool player to ever be a movie star, by far.
Yeah.
He was like a real good pool player, like a professional level pool player.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can see even though he played.
Yeah, in The Hustler. He was making his own shots. When Paul Newman would make his shots, but this is not real. This is nonsense. But when Jackie Gleason did this fluidity to the way he moves around.
But now, why would you remake The Hustler? Look, we all love Martin Scorsese.
It was the Color Money.
Color Money.
Color Money was a separate book.
Well, it was a sequel, but even so,
It's the same. It was the same author.
it left a bad taste in my mouth.
Really? That was a great movie too. Great movie too. Very accurate too.
He did the flipping the kid.
That's a little nonsense. People don't do that, but especially not with Val Bushka. But what he was doing in the movie, like portraying how people hustle and move around, that was all real. And it's by the same guy who also wrote The Queen's Gambit. You ever see that show?
Yeah, it's a great show.
Amazing show. About that girl who's a wizard chess player.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's the same guy. Walter Tevis, right? Yeah, he wrote The Hustler.
How compelling is her face and her energy?
Oh, yeah, you buy it all in.
Whatever, you just buy it.
Yeah, you buy all of it. Yeah, you're really there with her. She was awesome. She's really good.
Yeah.
What's her name? Anna Joy. What was her name?
I'll never know. But the whole
Anna Taylor-Joy.
I like the fact that at least he bothered. There's one thing about Tom Cruise. He doesn't play games. He's in the Color Money. He learns to do like nunchucks. By the way, nunchucks were big when I was a kid. Nunchucks just came out
Oh, yeah.
when I was a kid. And people had nunchucks. Everybody walking around with black eye. Nobody knew how to use them. You just saw it in the movie. There's no
Yeah.
tutorials.
Mhm.
And even the teachers, the martial arts teachers didn't know what they were.
Yeah.
So they kept going around. Everybody had a black eye for like a long time.
Yeah, I banged myself in the back of the head multiple times.
Yeah, you did.
The back of my head cracked.
Now, when you did this karate tournament in the 80s in New York,
Mhm.
are you guys striking each other?
Yeah.
And it's full contact like the
Yeah, well, the karate tournament that I went to in New York was called a point tournament. Point tournaments are different than Taekwondo tournaments in that there wasn't continuous action. You'd hit the person and they would stop and call a point. So it's almost like this really high-level game of tag.
Right.
Which wasn't really the thing that I did. I did Taekwondo tournaments primarily, which were like continuous action, and you would win by knockout a lot of times. And so
Wow.
you're basically just trying to kick this other dude in the face or the chest as hard as possible and stop his body from working right. That was my objective.
It was like the kumite.
Yeah, it was like that a little bit, but
Yeah.
in Taekwondo tournaments you couldn't punch to the face. You could only kick to the face and kick to the body. And then I would transition from that into kickboxing. But it was like when I went to New York City, we were trying to do anything. We would try anything. There wasn't that many tournaments, so if there was no Taekwondo tournaments, we would enter into karate tournaments.
That's great.
I fought I probably fought 100 times. Yeah.
And was
If
there
if I counted all the tournaments, because oftentimes you fight 3 or 4 times in a day.
no kidding?
Yeah, in my last kickboxing fight was the 3rd fight of the day. I had 3 fights in one day. I won the first 2 fights and I lost the last one. In a day.
That's crazy. Imagine.
Yeah.
It's good to be a kid, huh?
It's going to be stupid. If I had a kid today, I'd say, hey, you're not fighting again. You just get hit in the head
And
over
And you come home covered in bruises all the time and stuff?
No. Yeah, well, I always came home from training. Yeah, and from fighting, yeah, you get fucked up. Yeah, you get black eye. I always had black eyes. I broke my nose, I probably 20 times. I had to get it fixed. I had to get the inside of it all cleaned up, and it all calcified like a wrestler's ear. You know, wrestlers get calcium.
Yeah, of course.
You get smashed in the nose enough, what happens is the inside of your nose, all that tissue swells up and bleeds, and then it gets broken, and your septum gets twisted and blocks off, and then you get like calcium deposits inside your nose, just like you get in your ears,
Like a cave.
like a little like rocks.
type.
Yeah, well, it was horrible. I couldn't breathe at all. I had a very nasal voice for a long time until I got it fixed. And I was like 40 when I got it fixed. Because I kept breaking it. Because I was like, I'm just gonna keep breaking it. It's like, what am I gonna do? Like I broke it like 3 times when I was on news radio.
You did?
Yeah, I was always breaking it. Just sparring or just rolling, you accidentally get a knee to your face, and then your nose is bleeding. You're like, well, I broke it again.
And we were working out with like Ben and the Jet and those guys in the valley.
I actually started at the Jet Center when I first went to Hollywood. That was the first place I went to. It was like, there's 2 places I wanted to go to when I went to Hollywood. I wanted to go to the Comedy Store, and I wanted to go to the Jet Center in Van Nuys. I found out about it. I was like, it's the Jet Center. You know, and when I was there, Blinky Rodriguez, who's Benny's brother-in-law, amazing fighter too, a great kickboxer. He had lost, I believe, a family member to gang violence. I don't want to say exactly who it was to, I'm not sure if I remember, but I want to say a son to gang violence. And then, if it's not that, I apologize. And then, so he offered free classes to gang members. So he wanted to teach these gang members, like, discipline, give them a sense of, like, community, and give them structure, give them something they could. So I was taking kickboxing classes with gang bangers. So I moved from New York, and I came to LA. I didn't have any friends, and here I am in my Volkswagen Corrado, pulling up to the Jet Center in Van Nuys, and I'm taking kickboxing classes with gangbangers. Like, this guy had this fucking tattoo on his back, this homemade tattoo of the name of his gang. It was like Placos, and then underneath it said "fuck the rest." I was like, oh boy, this is 1994. This dude's back has his gang, and then fuck the rest. I was like, yo, what am I doing? So I was sparring with these guys. So I was sparring with these gangbangers, and you could, like, they didn't know what they were doing, like a lot of them, right? But you couldn't, I wouldn't hurt them. I'm like, I'm not gonna hurt this guy, you know. I'm just gonna like touch him a little bit. Yeah. And I'm just gonna like put a foot in his face. I'm not gonna hurt him. No. I do not want to get shot in the parking lot. No. I do not want to get stabbed. You cannot humiliate one of these guys. No. So you just move around, be defensive with 8 swing punches, just work on blocks, work on movement, footwork, touch him a little bit, but there's no like going after him. That's right. It was scary. It was fucking scary. These guys were murderers.
Yeah, Ben Nuys was a rough area.
Oh, it was super rough. It was super rough. And but a lot of great kickboxers were there too. It was also like Pete Sugarfoot Cunningham was there, and you know, Blinky was there teaching classes, which is, to me, it was like, as a kid, I grew up watching him on TV, to be in their gym, I was like, holy shit, this is crazy. But then, unfortunately, the earthquake fucked up the roof. And when it rained, when the rainy season came, the whole building got destroyed. The roof was all fucked up.
Oh, you were there for the earthquake?
You know, I was there right after the earthquake. And then the rain came after that, and their building was fucked. So eventually he opened up a place in North Hollywood, and I went there for a while, but it was just Benny. It was a smaller place.
I was in LA during the earthquake, during that 94 earthquake, and I was staying in this like temporary housing place on what was across from Northridge, but it was in Westwood District. And I wake up and I go, oh my God, I'm dreaming that my bed is flying across this entire room.
Oh my God.
My bed flew across the room, and it was scary, man.
Oh my God.
I mean, my bed was, probably buildings were collapsed all around me. People in the street, 5 a.m., in their underwear, the whole city, the whole neighborhood.
I was only in a small earthquake. I was in a 5.5, and I was in my apartment in North Hollywood, and it was like I was in a washing machine box or a refrigerator box. where it just had no stability. Like I was like, what? I thought an earthquake would be like, everything's shaking.
Yeah.
Everything moved. It just moved side to side. And I remember thinking, oh, shit.
It's like having vertigo.
But it was, I was just thinking, this is a baby one? This is like a 5?
Yeah.
So a 7 is how many times greater than this? Holy shit.
Yeah, it fucked up the Northridge and Van Nuys got fucked. That was one of the penny places.
Another reason why I was glad I got out of LA in time. I'm like, it's coming.
Well,
If you guys think you got it bad now, all the shit in the streets and all the tents, and wait till an earthquake hits that mess.
well, about 2 weeks ago, I was in New York, and I go, oh, what the hell was that? And it was an earthquake.
Yeah, earthquake.
I
in
felt
New
it
York.
too,
It's
yeah.
crazy.
It was crazy.
That's so unusual.
Yeah, I never even heard of it.
So this earthquake in Van Nuys, I guess it fucked up the roof of that building, and it condemned a lot of buildings.
It destroyed a lot. It destroyed that whole area. Northridge is right next to Van Nuys.
Yeah, it just the place flooded. There's a photo of me, Jamie. There's a photo of me, like a black and white photo of me, from a long time ago, throwing punches, and it was taken at the Jet Center.
The original Jet Center.
Yeah, it was like 1994. There's like this photo of me. I was ripped. I was young and healthy back then.
Right.
Yeah. Back in my days, when I was a kid, I had most of my hair.
Yeah. Crazy, right?
Yeah. That's it.
Whoa!
That's me at the Jet
Nice.
Center in 1994.
Shit. You're like Sean Connery.
I don't know what's wrong with my lips, but I was in the middle of throwing
I
punches.
used to go there all the time, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, and they had a photographer there one day.
And when did you pass at the comedy store?
94.
You passed right away?
No, like 6 months.
Missy?
Yeah, Missy gave me 6 months. She didn't like that I was already on a TV show.
Oh, you were already on the show?
Yeah, I was already on news radio. She didn't like
Oh,
that.
that's why you went out to LA.
Yeah, I went out to LA just for news radio. I had no interest in acting.
Right.
I was purely being a prostitute. I was just wanting to go on.
But what a great
Yeah.
first thing to be on.
Yeah, all I cared about was stand-up. I just wanted to stand up.
Right.
And then I was like, okay, maybe this is my career now. Okay, maybe I'm an actor now. You know, now I'm doing this stuff. I was like, this is weird. I had no acting classes before I was on TV. No, nothing. I think when I got a development deal with Disney, they made me get an acting coach.
Yeah.
I did a couple of one-on-ones with this lady, and I didn't like it. There was a lot of like weird ego stuff going on, and she also wanted to be my mom in the show. Like there was a lot of weird stuff.
Oh, yeah,
of course. But it's just like that world was not. I was not interested in that world, and I was like, this is not. I'm just gonna do my best. I'm just gonna do it the way I would do it, which is pretend this is actually happening. Pretend I'm this dumb guy.
Yeah.
Pretend this is actually happening. But I didn't know what I was doing. Like I didn't know where upstage was. I was on television. They're like, Joe, could you move like six inches upstage? I'm like, which way's that? Like which way's upstage? Like it's flat. And I didn't know that old stages used to be slanted, and upstage meant you move backwards, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Instead of saying, would you step back, move upstage. Like everybody's using these old-timey terms for a slanted stage so that the whole audience who's seated there can see everything because they did it in front of a live crowd.
But that must have been fun doing it for the live crowd.
It was fun. It was fun when you got good lines, but you didn't really get to control. Like the first show that I did was terrible. It was called Hardball. That's what I came out to LA for. It was a baseball show. So that got canceled, and then I got lucky that I had a development deal with NBC right after that, and I was going to do my own show. But they said, hey, we got a part on this show that we're already going to do, and we're going to recast it. So it was originally Ray Romano.
I know.
Yeah, so Ray got fired,
Yes.
and then they replaced it with a guy, and that guy got fired, and they
Oh, they
replaced it
replaced
with
with a
me,
guy.
which made me feel better, because at least I didn't take the job
That's
from
right.
Ray. I took the job from some guy.
Even if you did, Ray obviously stunk and he got what he deserved.
Well, it was the best thing that happened to him because then he
Oh,
went and does
of
it. Because then he went and does everything that was Ray. So, but I love Ray, and so it was weird. It was weird, but it was okay because the other guy got the job first.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden I'm on this fucking show with Phil Hartman and Andy Dick and Dave Foley. I'm like, this is crazy. Like I've been acting for all of like 4 months ever. You know, I did one terrible TV show.
Yeah.
You
Here you
know,
are.
2 acting classes,
Here you are. And how long were you doing stand-up at that time?
6 years.
Yeah. In the game.
I was in the game, but I wasn't that good yet.
No,
I
and
was
like you
still
said, you worked with Phil Hartman.
a
I mean, Phil Hartman's one of the legends of all time.
He was a sweetheart too.
What a great guy.
He was a great guy. Like a genuinely interesting, weird guy. Like, I don't know anybody like him.
I mean, he did the, well, my check, he did the Crosby, Stills, Nash album art.
We have
He's
one
an
of his
artist.
albums. We have one of his albums out here.
Isn't it crazy? He was an artist.
Yeah, he was a brilliant artist. He was also a pilot. When I bought my house in the valley, he took me to these areas with his plane. He took me over to show me like areas where you could move to. Because he was living in Encino, and I think I was still in Encino at the time too. And I was like, I had a stalker, and so I'm like, I gotta get a little further out. You know, this is too. People knowing where you live things is too weird. I gotta go to a place that's more secure. And so then when I moved out to the valley, Phil took me out there. I was playing to show me areas. We were flying over these places. You see all these trees and the hills and the mountains. I was like, oh, this is beautiful. I'm gonna live here and just drive in. That's way better.
Great.
Yeah.
And you guys were in Burbank?
We did it in a bunch of different places. We did it at CVS Radford for a while.
That's the best
we did it at
location.
Sunset Gower. We did it for the most.
I love it there.
Yeah,
See-
Radford's great. Great lot.
Jerry's Deli and everything's right
Oh,
nearby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jerry's good.
It is.
I think it is.
All of them are gone. Huh?
I think it is. I know the one in the valley in Gilbert Hills is gone. That was a bummer.
That was fun.
Oh, that place was so good.
In the 90s, I was just talking about LA in the 90s, how you could drive around Chichester and there was traffic was nothing. Now it's, you can't move.
Yeah. It's overpopulation in cities makes it way more tense.
Yeah.
Like people are way more tense now than they were in the 90s.
Yeah.
It was like a way more relaxed city. That's hard to believe because everybody in their head is like LA is like beep beep, fuck you. Everybody's doing coke and on their way to a business meeting.
Right.
But back then it was like you could get to work in a half an hour.
Yeah.
It wasn't that big
Now
a deal.
Yeah.
Now it's a fucking where I used to live in the valley, if I wanted to go to the comedy store, comedy store is 22 miles from my house. It would take me 22-ish, I'm guessing, but it would take me hour and 10 minutes at 7 o'clock.
Well,
Now if I try to leave at 5, it's 2 hours. I need 2 hours. If I have a meeting in Hollywood at 5, I have to leave my house by 3 or 4.
Oh,
That's crazy.
It's ridiculous.
That's 2 hours to go 22 miles. And that's normal. And not even Long Island. How about people making it into the city in the daytime?
Yeah.
You ever get stuck in that mess?
Sure.
People coming from the island and try going across the fucking bridge? Oh, Jesus
crazy.
Christ.
It's crazy.
You just want to jump off the bridge.
Yeah.
And guys do it every day. Just so they can have a lawn.
Every day.
Every day. Just so they can have a lawn.
Yeah.
Just exhausted.
Well, it's also taxes.
Taxes, but also, when Saturday comes along, I want to sit there on the fucking porch to see a deer.
That's right.
Let me fucking a little bit. So I really have to be a part of that fucking concrete horse shit.
Yeah.
Because there's something about living in the concrete horse shit that some people love. I love it. I love it. Yeah. You love the energy, right? People
I don't
around
know.
you,
I'm
everything's
just,
happening.
I like to, I'm just so used to it. Is my hope. You know what I mean? But I liked LA. When I lived in LA, I loved LA. I lived all over LA. Like, and I like driving. But that's the thing. In LA, you just have to be in love with your car. If you love your car, you love LA. If you don't love your car, you don't love
That's a good point. That's a good point. And in LA, the problem is if you're fucking around with like a Tesla with 30% power, you got 30% battery life, it's 3 p.m. Like, oh, buddy, you might be fucked. You might be like really fucked. Like you might be, your car might die on this road. Oh, you're fucked. Yeah, you're fucked. You gotta drive 2 hours. You gotta drive to San Diego. What? You can't drive to San Diego. Well,
Listen, well, people that commute to LA now, like they don't just call for they apartment, so they don't go home. They go to work on Monday, they stay till Friday, and then they go home.
that's so insane. That's so
They
insane.
have to rent an apartment together.
I have to stop saying nice things about Austin.
Stop saying nice things about it.
Yeah, there's too many construction firms.
Oh, I know, it's great. It's booming.
not just
I
me,
just saw it the other
obviously,
day.
but there's so many companies moved here.
Yeah.
There's so much shit going on. So I don't want this to become like that. I think there's something about Texas though that rebels, that will always rebel, and they realize how bad people fucked it up in California. Hopefully, the people that moved here realize how bad.
Well, they've always been, they've always had one foot out of the country, Texas. Let's face it. They came in
real late.
reluctantly, and they've been here reluctantly. They got one foot out.
Yeah.
They're like, we don't need, we'll leave.
But when you know about the history of this country, this land, this area, this is a ruler place.
Yeah.
Like, you ever read The Empire of the Sun and Moon?
No.
Oh my God, I'll give it to you. You gotta read it. It's incredible. It's a history of this place, the Comanche Indians and the history of the Texas Rangers.
I like that.
The madness. Yeah. I mean, clearly, what the colonizers did, what people who moved here, what they did was horrible. No one has ever denied that. But if you don't know what the Comanches were doing to other Indians, if you don't know what these raiding parties would do,
of course,
they did some of the wildest shit. They would start a bonfire, and right before they threw the guy on the bonfire, they would hold him out by his arms and legs, hack off his arms and his legs while he's still alive, and throw him on the fire to watch him squirm like a worm.
Unbelievable.
They would feed people their friends. They would cut people to pieces in front of you. No one surrendered ever. You always fought to the death, because if you were captured, you were 100% going to get tortured and killed. Tortured and killed.
But no, just because that's what they
For
did.
fun. There was no prisoners of war. There was no honor. There was none of this European bullshit.
Yeah.
They were doing it old school. And that was the entire country, except for the agriculture. There's a lot of people that accepted agriculture in the southeast, and they were like calmer and not war bearing. They weren't even riding horses a lot. The Comanches were the horse bearing.
Yeah.
They were the best with horses, and they were the most fierce, and they only ate meat, so they could go for days without food, unlike some of the settlers.
Yeah.
Some of the people that were trying to make it across, and some of the people that they fought.
What about, you have been reading this book, speaking of cruelty, Jerusalem, so the history of Jerusalem. So the early sieges and the same torture techniques, but who gave it to me? This guy, Kevin Fitzgerald?
Yes.
Comedian, but he's a bodyguard for the Rolling Stones.
Yeah.
I just worked with him last week, and he was just, he was telling me the Stone stories. He was bodyguard for 20 years for the Stones. He tells the greatest, because he's a very intelligent guy, but he's a boxer that became a bodyguard for the Stones, and then moved on and started doing stand-up. He's also got like doctorates in veterinary medicine. But he started telling me, do you hear this one about Mick Jagger, about people in wheelchairs? He's going to just be like, oh, Keith was a cool guy, Mick Jagger every day, every show for 20 years would take this guy Kevin, put on a hoodie so nobody could recognize him. Go up, because in those days they put the wheelchairs in it. If you were in a wheelchair, they wouldn't let you be with your friends. They put you in a separate wheelchair section in the balcony. Everybody in a wheelchair. Mick Jagger would go up with 8-tracks, T-shirts, hand them out, never told the press, never made sure nobody knew about it except this bodyguard, and talk to all the people in wheelchairs and give them T-shirts and give them 8-tracks for 20 years.
Wow.
Isn't that cool?
That's wild.
But this guy tells a million stories. He's been bodyguard for 20 years.
Wow.
He's got great stories.
That's cool. How did we get to him? Maybe we were just talking about
Jerusalem and the
Jerusalem,
Comanches and the torture techniques.
So this book on Jerusalem, like, what is it? I've thought about, what is the name of it?
Jerusalem, a history.
I've thought about reading about it, and I get anxiety. I'm like, just not that particular book, but about Israel and Palestine.
But this book goes back to the beginning.
Yeah.
This book is really, I just started, I've only read like the first couple of, it's amazing. That's the one. It's crazy. And every place, it's wild. And it starts out, you're like, oh my God, it started on the most bloody, but somehow everybody knew it was significant even then. Like, it was never this place that people weren't like, they were always like, no, this is the place.
What do you think about that? Do you think, does that make any sense? Like, is there a place that's more holy than other places?
You mean like Sedona?
Yeah, like Sedona is a good one. That's a good one for hippies.
Yeah.
Right? For hippies, believe Sedona is like a sacred place.
Yeah. Well, I always feel like this. Well, even when I was just at the gig, I was at the gig with Kevin Fitzgerald, who was in where The Shining is in Colorado, where they shot The Shining, that hotel.
Yeah.
And so they go, it's haunted. And I'm talking to the kid that works there, and he goes, listen, he goes, I didn't believe any of this shit. He goes, I've worked here for 2 years. It's real. He goes, Lucy, they knew the names of the ghosts. Lucy, she's a redhead. He goes, I opened the mirror when I'm here alone at 1 a.m, because it's kind of a really out of the way place. You know? He goes, he starts describing all these things that happened. Like, oh God, I do believe this place is short.
Yeah. I think there's something to some of it. There has to be.
Yeah. What is that? What does that mean?
They know they don't kill each other in one place. We think God's killing this one place. What do they know?
Yeah.
It's so important to them. Like, how about
You're gonna love this book. This is exactly the point.
How about Mecca? How many Muslims travel to Mecca?
Yeah.
And you're absolved of your sins.
Yeah.
You go to Mecca, you make the pilgrimage, and they all go around, and they're essentially walking around a meteor.
Yeah.
It's a meteorite, right?
Is it?
Yeah. I think that's the center. Isn't that what it's the center of that box in Mecca? I think that's what it is. Look at that. I mean, when you also, like, how beautiful is that? If you go there, you probably really believe. It probably, even if it wasn't true, would have that effect on you, just psychologically.
Yes.
Going to this incredible
With all these
location,
people,
with all these people, and everybody's peaceful.
and nobody's talking about Medina.
Nobody's talking about anything.
Mecca and Medina, and they always talk about Mecca. It's like Springsteen and John Cougar. That's the other one.
The other one. So does it say there's a stone there? But isn't there? It's Google meteor or meteorite.
It's where it's where Muhammad first saw the thing.
I think there's something to the. Okay, there it is.
Oh, there it is. Yes.
Yeah. The embedded black stone was a further symbol of this as a meteorite that had fallen from the sky and linked heaven and earth. Yeah. It's crazy that they got one spot, but they'll fight over that spot. You can't have that spot.
They do.
Oh, yeah. Imagine if, like, the United States wanted to put a military base on that spot. Like, no, you gotta take away your religious spot. It's not real.
Now
That would take away your spot.
That would be a real deal breaker.
That could be a deal breaker.
Where's Medina? Oh, there's Medina right next to it. They should spell it different.
I keep thinking about Tyler Perry's character.
Medina. That's Mecca. That's Medina.
And Medina was cool too?
Oh, yeah. They always say Mecca and Medina.
Oh, really? I only heard Mecca.
I know because people pray to Mecca. They don't pray to Medina. But
How come?
I think you have to go to both.
So is it like,
It's a major Islamic. They're really downgrading Medina. I don't like this.
yeah. Mm. Is it like Simon and Garfunkel? Like one of them, they just who for everybody?
Yeah.
It's Garfunkel. He was
Like,
great.
hey, Garfunkel's great.
What happened? He was great. Oh. What happened?
Yeah.
So those
Medina's
things,
Garfunkel.
those things happen.
Although I'm sure they wouldn't, of all the people to be compared to him, don't think Simon and Garfunkel what they want to be compared to. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean. I do know what you mean.
It's like, can you name somebody else, please?
But wonder what is so specific about that area. You know?
Yeah. No, I think Muhammad's from there or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then and also the areas in Israel. There's these areas that are, you know,
Oh, yeah.
the wall.
This Jerusalem book is really getting into it. And I'm like, oh my God. Just the early stuff that's happening.
Okay, it's known as the site where the Prophet Muhammad received the command to change the direction of prayer to Mecca. Oh, so that's pretty good. Yeah. It's a weird time for religion for sure. It's also a weird time for the Jews. Like, I've never seen more anti-Semitism, like openly.
Yeah.
Public and openly.
Yeah.
Than now.
Yeah.
Like just regular anti-Semitism, not even towards these particular Israelis that are bombing Gaza.
Right.
Just across the board.
Yes.
As if some 24-year-old kid in New York
it's got a group hysteria, like a mob hysteria to it.
Yeah,
And then people are just like, yeah, get out all your things on that.
100%. That's exactly what it is. And it's also a bunch of people that have been bullied and they've been marginalized, and now they're a part of a team, and then they bully other people.
Absolutely.
And it's little hurt people.
It's absolutely. There's suddenly you know what it feels like to be in a gang, only you don't have to worry about physical repercussions.
Exactly.
And that's a good feeling.
Yeah. And
Power.
Destroyed.
You got power. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
It's changed our psychology completely. Or ours a little bit, but the people that grew up on it have a whole different psychology. They have a whole different mind than we do.
Yeah, they do. Yeah. And there's also a lot of like really mentally ill people that are addicted.
But that's why.
Yeah.
Of course.
Big part of it, right?
And you watch them get more and more obsessed each. You watch them become more and more compulsive and more. As you see it happen over the years, I've seen it.
Yeah, they fall apart.
Yeah,
they got a few people that are really fall apart.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you ever thought about going to the flip phone?
A flip phone?
Yeah.
I don't even know if I had a flip phone when they came in.
Disconnect. Like Dave Tell, he's on flip phone.
He is.
Flip phone. Yeah. So he texts. Yeah, the text when he's making a text in here, it's like it takes forever. It takes him forever to write a letter.
I like when that guy Christopher Nolan, did you see his wife gave that speech when he won the Academy Award this year?
No.
And she gave the speech, she goes, she was the producer, I guess, the movie. And she goes, and my husband, who doesn't have a phone, never had a phone,
Wow.
never had a computer. This guy does all this high-tech thing, he doesn't own a computer or a phone.
Wow.
Isn't that weird?
It is weird. Tucker Carlson doesn't have a computer either. Doesn't have a television.
I remember hearing in the 90s, Quentin Tarantino wrote his scripts by hand, like he never used it in a typewriter or computer. I think we got like him with the interview.
Well, a lot of people like writing things by hand. In fact, I'm pretty sure J.K. Rowling wrote Harry Potter by hand. Yeah. Pretty sure she wrote it by hand. See, that's true. I think she wrote it by hand first and then typed it out later.
I mean, that's so amazing.
I also think that's how Bill Clinton wrote his autobiography. My Life. Yeah, he wrote it. I'm 99% sure he wrote it.
It's crazy.
Yeah. I wrote the first two Potters by hand.
Wow.
And typed them on a 10-year-old typewriter. All a writer needs is talent and ink.
That's insane.
That is amazing.
That's amazing.
Hand-drawn plot map.
Wow. That's nuts. That is nuts. Wow. What a psycho. No computer.
That's great. And this guy does like the most advanced screen. His movies are always like,
Maybe that's why. Maybe he realizes like he has more bandwidth
yeah.
for concentrating on something that's really important and less room for nonsense.
But those things you think they would give you more time for that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I think they also distract you. There's so much distraction online. It's so difficult to do work. And I guess if you just choose to not engage in it at all, then you're only concentrating on work because you're not checking your favorite sites.
No.
You're not seeing what's on YouTube. You're not
And
seeing...
him and J.K. Rowling both go in the magic realm. They go into another realm, so maybe that's how they get there.
Especially J.K. Where she
Yes.
created a whole world.
She really
A whole world of wizards and lost kids and magic spells. Great shit.
amazing.
Yeah. And now she's in trouble.
Oh God,
She thinks men are men and women are women.
I mean, it's just insane that
She can actually have
that's that kind of insane opinion. How dare she? It's psychotic. Because she's in real trouble. Everyone's like, oh, she's not canceled. Yeah. I mean, she's making her money because of her books, but don't act like she's not canceled.
Well, people are, she gets death threats. Yeah, it's weird. It's a weird.
It's weird.
Don't do this. That's a big part of it. Like people like that can all get together. People that think that's okay, get together and act together. And everyone's so terrified of them, they just kind of let them do it.
Yeah.
And nobody like stands up and says, "What the fuck are you doing?"
Yeah.
Everybody's just kind of quiet. Even people that are on the left, they will support the people that are canceling her so that they don't get canceled.
Yeah.
You see it happen all the time.
Yep.
Instead of saying, "Hey, she's a wonderful person and she has a right to her opinion, and
Yeah.
it's a very reasonable opinion. In fact.
Yeah.
What are you saying? What are you saying?
It's terrible.
Yeah, and that's why they're so adamant about getting you to comply. There can't be any debate on it because they know it's ridiculous. So they have to like fight you with tooth and nail. Trans women are women.
Yeah.
You're like, okay, all of them? Are you sure? Are you sure all of them? Maybe you got a few psychos in there that are pretending?
Yeah.
No. Okay.
Crazy.
Yeah. And those are the ones that go after J.K. Rowling, the psycho.
Yeah.
And, at least she stands up. That lady's got courage. She's got a lot of courage.
Yeah.
She won't stop talking about it. I think she probably took her forever to realize that business could go away. So this is just what it is. Fuck you. Fuck you. The truth is the truth.
Fuck off.
Fuck off. Yeah, I had Riley Gaines on the podcast.
The swimmer.
Yeah. That's crazy case.
Yeah.
You just let a guy start swimming with girls. He says he's a girl. And then when he wins, you go, well, I guess she's the best.
You're like, excuse me, I gotta clean my goggles for a second. I think I saw something.
Can you imagine when we were kids, this being a legitimate issue that's like national?
But it's just everybody on the sidelines is watching the pool going.
They should all be able to vote. Like, everyone should vote. Like, in every one of these things. Like, how many of you think that a biological male should be able? And if you say yes, and if it wins,
It's fine.
then the biological
That's right.
males can comply.
That's absolutely right.
If everybody says no, you can't do it.
But that's the thing. Instead of just saying, look, we all understand trans people deserve rights. They get abused. We all agree.
Right.
But you can't be in the swim. You can't be in the swim team with girls.
You can't fight girls.
You can't. You just can't.
All
You
the
can't
stuff
stop.
rugby
We
against
understand.
girls.
No.
You can't
That's
play basketball against girls. You're too big.
But
Stop.
saying that is really considered hate speech.
I know, that's what's nuts. But that's where it's anti-science. Because if you just want to look at it objectively, if you didn't think of it as a man and a woman, if you just took it like an equation, if you just looked at the numbers that are on one side of this equation, if you're trying to pretend that these two numbers are equivalent, and you look at one of them and it has much greater lung capacity, much stronger heart, denser bones, different hip structure, less susceptibility to ACL tears, different reaction times. If you just looked at this, just the system, just a system of what it means to be a male human being, and compared it to like the elite of elite female human beings, you go, oh, this is not equal. It's not equal. It's just not equal.
Yeah, and I guarantee, here's sad part also, is I guarantee most trans people feel the same way, and they can't say it.
Right, because they're not trying to
Because they'll be
compete
considered
against them.
sellouts if they say it in their community. They'll be considered sellouts, and they're not allowed to say their opinion.
Well,
That's what I think.
there's a rift now between a lot of gay people. and
That
trans
too,
people.
yeah. But I
Because
say
a lot of
even
gay
trans.
people are like, look, I'm not a girl. I just like guys.
Yeah.
They're like, you don't say you're encouraging young boys to change their gender.
Yeah.
And they're not going to be able to come anymore. Like if you're encouraging them to get the operation, which is crazy because that was thousands of them, you'll never have an orgasm again. They remove your penis. It's gone. They create a vagina. You have to keep it dilated with a thing you stuff up there. You sure? Are you sure? You know?
Yeah. Wait till you're 35.
At least. Yeah. If you're a 35-year-old guy, you want to become a girl.
God bless you.
God bless you.
But that's the thing. I think a lot of trans people believe it.
I think they do too.
And they know that they're not allowed because they don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. And it's like, there's a lot of things going on where they're like, why would I sacrifice against my community when I'm just going to get screwed by both sides on it? And that's the other thing that goes on with the internet hysteria, is that suddenly, if you deviate at all, you're out in bed standing with everybody.
Yeah. Well, that's a problem with detransitioners. The people that transition that are deep in breath, they get attacked. Yeah, and then gay people who say that they wanted to be trans when they're younger, but then they realize they're just gay when they're older, and thank God I didn't do anything. Those people get attacked.
Yeah.
But that's a large number. There was a study about that, about how a lot of the people that thought that they were trans when they're younger, if in time they're just gay. But when there's a thing that you're told, like, oh no, you're this, then they give you hormones, which adjust everything. literally changes the way you feel.
Sure.
And for girls to boys, it alleviates anxiety, which
Yes.
is a problem, because then you think, this is what I've always been. Because you're taking testosterone. Like,
Yeah.
of course, you're going to feel different. And now you're saying, oh, this is how I always was. If it is how you always were, you wouldn't have to take this exogenous hormone. That wouldn't be necessary. If you think you're a boy, just be a boy. You know, you might just be a gay girl, right? If you think you're a boy and you're a girl, just live your life the way you want to live your life.
Absolutely.
But if you start injecting things into your body when you're 14 or 15 years old, you'll never be the same again.
No.
It's just, you don't have a chance at normalcy. It's gone. If you change your mind and one day you decide to have children, you might not be able to. You might have ruined your voice. You might have changed and masculinized your features permanently forever. And you might not have really wanted that. You might have just had anxiety.
I mean, I started smoking cigarettes when I was 14, even though it's a different thing, but it's the same. They say if you start smoking before you're 18, you have the chance of dying young of lung cancer 1,000 different.
Oh, yeah, it's a years thing, right?
Yeah.
How many years you smoke. Yeah, I mean,
That's what year you start, too.
the crazy thing is, like, when we were kids, people hadn't really got it in their head that smoking was killing them.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. They fought that so long. They did such a great job bullshitting people. They did such a great job of saying, yeah, it's probably not that bad for you.
Because smoking looks cool. It still looks cool. I see those old French, Italian movies. I'm like, oh, man, they're living. They're fucking sitting there smoking. Badass.
It's also the idea of when you know it's bad for you, that this person doesn't care that it's bad for them. They're living for it.
Yeah, well, that's true, too. That's a person in there, just living for them.
Fuck the future.
I remember when I was 11, I had to go down to, I went to buy a 45 record. I'm from the days of 45 records. And he asked my aunt, could I have a cigarette? Because you had to walk 2 avenues, and each block, 3 blocks and 2 avenues. And every block, there was a group of kids, also 11 years old. They were up at that hour. Hey, you. That's what you didn't want to hear. Hey, kid. I'm like, oh. So I said, if I have a cigarette, I'll just, it wasn't lit. And she gave me a cigarette, a carry tip. And I walked down the block with a cigarette. Someone was out anyway, but, you know, that was my move. That and the Karate Max.
Yeah, those are 2 good
And
moves.
the 6 judo classes.
Young kid with a cigarette.
Yeah. But the Karate Max, you had to really commit. I literally had to stand on the train like this.
The horse dance.
Yeah. And stand like this with the magazine open. Train with something. Who's going to do that?
A karate guy.
Yeah.
Smart. It's definitely better than putting in all that work. You don't want to do that.
Sadly, that's really my motive. Is that I'm a lazy person.
Yeah, you don't want to get hit in the head a bunch of times. You know how many guys I know can't breathe out of their nose? Like a large percentage of them.
But once I think when got the trophy, it's even better.
That's a small move.
So
He's a funny dude, man. He's
He's
so
so
funny.
trophy.
That's so hilarious. It's a fun thing to do. I knew a story about a dude who is a fake black belt. They actually wound up killing a guy later on.
Wow, it wasn't that fake.
You know, it's a crazy story, but the guy was just a compulsive liar, pathological liar. And he claimed he was a black belt in some martial art, and a lot of people started getting real suspicious of him. What he did was he made his friend drop him off in the woods, and he brought a duffel bag with him. And he said he was entering into a kumite, like a no-rules kumite, karate fight in the woods. So he'd come back and pick me up here tomorrow. So the guy shows up the next day, and now he doesn't have the duffel bag, but now he has a trophy that's the same size as the duffel bag, and he said he won the tournament. And so he gets in the guy's car, and the guy drives him back. He's like, "What? Wow!" So he's telling, he just made up a karate tournament in the woods and had his friend drop him off, and then had a bag that he brought with him. He was so not clutch, like brought a duffel bag. What's in the duffel bag? Oh, you know, whatever.
Yeah, it's like whatever. Mikey.
There's a karate tournament
Well,
trophy in there.
guess you tell him, I'm the kind of guy that's like, yeah, I like that kid. You call it a compulsive liar, I call him a creative thinker. So one little credit for his martial arts.
He he was apparently, allegedly, banging this guy's wife, and found the guy, got the guy like in his karate studio, and strangled the guy to death, and then was seen driving around in the guy's car, and eventually got arrested for it.
Now wait a minute. He had a karate studio?
Yeah, he was a fake black belt that had a martial arts studio.
Oh my god.
Yeah. And he actually had some people that trained with him that were legit martial arts that he didn't know. And he was like kind of just proficient enough in the bullshit and got some guys who actually knew a little bit.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. He's just like, hey, do figurative push-ups for 20 minutes.
I could teach you how to choke a person pretty quickly. It's not hard to teach someone how to do this with your arm and that with your arm. It's just being able to do it to a person is very difficult.
Right.
But I could show you very quickly how to squeeze it off, and you would be really effective at it. And so that's what he did to this guy. Like he strangled him to death. He got behind him and he just choked him to death. And then he stole his car. I don't know what they did with the body. I don't remember exactly what happened. But I remember, because we had already confronted that guy on being a fake. My friend Eddie actually had a very uncomfortable phone conversation with him while I was with him, where he's like, "You're full of shit, man. Like, you're not a black belt. There's no fucking way you're a black belt." It was like, because he was telling him he did another thing while we were together. Like, he went to Thailand to compete in some mixed martial arts fight, and he had just learned this move called the twister. Very difficult move to pull off. And he came back and told Eddie that he won his fight by the twister. And Eddie was like, "What? What the fuck are you talking about? Like, how did you do that? You don't know how to do that. Like, you're not good." Like, he knew he had rolled with the guy. He knew the guy was terrible. And he was saying that, "Oh, I'm a black belt in Japanese jiu-jitsu. It's different." Like, okay. But he was like, no, he was incompetent. He was like a white belt on the ground. And so he knew when he said that he won this match, like, he didn't really go to Thailand. I was like, this is fake. This guy's a nut. And so Eddie had separated from him. And then after that, we hear the story that he killed this guy and was driving the guy's fucking Jaguar around town. Like, holy shit. Yeah.
Don't you think they're compulsive liars? Like, I feel like there's not enough research on what it is, because sometimes you'll be like, that's not true, and they look at you, and you're not embarrassing them. Part of them believes it's true, or they just
think they're fucking
fakes.
fakes.
They're broken. They don't care if you feel good or bad. They just want you to buy their story.
Yeah,
they're not really there. They're
That's
not really connecting.
that's their only mission in life. It's not even, sometimes it doesn't even benefit them, and that's the most important thing.
Have you read about guys who like pretended to be doctors and set up practices and operated on people and shit?
I went to one. I went to one in
For real?
yeah. This is in the 90s, and I'll tell you this. It's all over the paper. Dean, I forget his last name, but he's in prison right now for life. Dean, I'll look it up later. But anyway, somebody tells me I had like a cyst on my arm. So they go, "Oh, I know a guy that'll take it off. He's a good dermatologist, Dean something." Anyway, so he sets up an appointment, and it's on a Saturday at a doctor's, Park Avenue. But it's Saturday, and I was like, "Oh, cool! I'm off Saturday." I go over to his office. I walk in. When I think back now, it was like nobody, no receptionist, just him. He goes, "Yeah, I'm just working Saturday here by myself." He goes, "I let the receptionist off." I was like, "Oh, cool." I go in the office. It's kind of dark, but it's doctor's office. And I guess he worked for the doctor and he had the keys or something. And he slices the thing off. It kind of hurt. It healed very badly, but it healed. But it was not a great job. I remember thinking, I'll never go back to that guy. He overdid it, Yeah. It wasn't, the note that came was weird. But anyway, like 4 years later, Dean Biello, F-A-I.
Wait to make sure it's right.
That's the guy.
Sheds light on botched procedure that left New York woman dead nearly 20 years ago. Oh my God.
He buried her. He buried her under concrete.
Under a concrete slab in
It's
his
a good thing I left.
Holy shit,
That's
what
the
a
guy.
psycho.
Yeah, it was like really like he looked like he was like well coiffed hair and these crazy eyebrows.
Is that the guy?
I know him 20 years ago. He looked much better.
Buried
Oh, he got out, huh?
under
I don't know exactly how they were talking.
He got out.
No, when he was young, that picture doesn't do him justice. When he was young. What's that?
It's creepy.
Yeah, you gotta see the young when he's young. The picture when he's young. He looks like, not creepy, but he just looks like he would do it. Yeah, there he is on the left. That's Dean. Yeah.
That's what they call it.
Yeah.
Fake doctor Dean Fiello
Yeah.
feared something would go wrong.
Yeah, I went to it.
Do you think? Did he have any medical history?
I mean, he must have worked for an office because he had the case in the doctor's office. He must have been like the
He was just a crazy person.
receptionist or something.
Like, what year was this when he was doing all this stuff?
He's from Madison, New Jersey. Most likely to succeed by his classmates.
Wow.
He
He
worked
worked in
construction.
construction before
Hair
being
removal.
employed at a day spa, became skilled at hair removal.
Yeah.
1996, he began his own practice, Skin Ovations, from an office on Park Avenue.
For blood vessel removal, tattoo removal, and this. He's selling himself short. He also removed moles.
Wow.
That must have been the office. Park Avenue. Somebody there.
So how did she die? How did this lady die? He had completed the same procedure on Cruz over a dozen times before without her experiencing an allergic reaction to lidocaine. Oh, he was not licensed before this procedure. Admitted doing at least 14 times on Cruz alone. He went on to claim that after some time, Cruz had bubbles coming out of her mouth and her body went limp. By his own account, he delayed calling for help, allegedly attempting CPR, but could not get her to start breathing again. He adds that despite being previously certified in electrolysis for hair removal, he didn't have the proper training for what to do when a patient goes into shock. Jesus Christ, what a crazy person. An unverified claim made by Fiello, who is not licensed or trained to make medical diagnoses, and claims that he didn't know how to check for a pulse. He admitted walking away while he believed she was dying of shock. Fiello later called a doctor who personally explained his version of what happened to Cruz. According to Vanity Fair reporter Brian Burrow, the doctor told him to either call 911 or rush Cruz to a hospital emergency room. Instead of helping Cruz, Fiello shoved Cruz's body into a black suitcase, which had been stolen days earlier from his housemate, Mark Ritchie. Fiello claims he put the suitcase containing Maria Cruz in his car and drove straight home. Then he left her in the trunk for 2 days before finally removing her body into his garage, which was just undergoing renovations. It's unclear whether or not Maria Cruz was still alive when Fiello began to try to cover up his actions. Cruz's wallet and purse were discovered by Fiello's housemate inside a black gym bag placed under a rafter in the unfinished ceiling of the garage in August 2003, just 1 month after Fiello was kicked out. He later admitted in June 2003, nearly 3 months after Cruz was killed, that he had buried Cruz's body underneath the garage before pouring cement, right before a sale of the house was closed.
Boy, and see what I said? The numbing agent didn't work.
That doctor just kept his fucking mouth shut, huh? The doctor he called?
Yeah.
That doctor never told nobody.
Yeah.
That's kind of creepy.
That's really creepy.
Like the doctor never goes, hey man, whatever happened to that lady?
Yeah.
He didn't even ask. So like nobody even knew. And all of a sudden she was, if that moron didn't leave that gym bag behind, he might have gotten away with it. He probably would have.
I'd be going to him today.
I mean, in 2003, how good were they at catching people? Oh, that's good, right?
But isn't that funny? When I just said the numbing agent didn't work, and he obviously tried to. Oh gosh.
Okay, in the aftermath of the call between the mutual friend and Fiello, he did rat him out. They both realized Fiello lied when he stated he got the woman to medical help, that she was fine. Bach searched the house. Now Fiello wasn't there, and while looking in the garage, recalled Fiello using concrete just before moving out. Batch remembered how uncharacteristically secretive he was about the project and his overreaction when Bach walked in on him pouring concrete. According to New York State Detective Lieutenant T.J. Mulrooney, Bach's information gave us the break in the investigation we were hoping for. Brian Ford received a tip from Fiello's ex-boyfriend, Greg Bach. Okay. So that's who Bach is. Marie Cruz's body was recovered from the property, now occupied by new homeowners. Boy, can they get their money back? I don't fucking live in that house. This lady was underneath the garage. You're parking your Honda over a dead lady.
Yeah.
For months.
Well, think about how many people don't know that that's happening their whole life.
Yeah. A lot. Yeah.
Anyway, so that was my guy, yeah. Who's it?
Ghibli voting machine.
Sure.
Yeah, those guys were something.
Yeah, that was Joe Diaz. That scared the shit out of me. Roy DeMeo.
Meanwhile, my friends that grew up around there, when they were little kids, they were telling me they used to throw snowballs at the old man's bar, that bar. Like, they throw snowballs at the old man drinking, man.
They were slaughtering people.
Yeah, they were throwing little 12-year-old kids like, the old bastards. You know? They throw the mafia.
Is the mafia still a thing?
I mean, I don't think it's still a thing, but I don't think it's nothing. I mean, when you think about how important the mafia was in the 50s and 60s and 70s, it's even the 80s, but it's insane how much power they had. Vegas. I mean, they probably killed Kennedy. I mean, well, it had something to do with it, but even if they didn't, they had so much power over so many industries.
Yeah.
It was insane.
Well, you gotta remember Kennedy fucked them over.
Yeah.
Because they got him in.
They helped get him in.
They helped him win.
But they say that, but how much? So they got him Chicago. You know what I mean?
A lot.
Yeah, I guess so. But I mean, yeah.
And then he turned on him.
Well, he let Robert turn on him.
Yeah.
Robert turn on him.
Not good.
But here's the weird thing. Didn't Robert turn on them in the 50s? Was that I feel like it was before Kennedy was president. But maybe
Really?
he promised to lay off and then he didn't.
Really?
But I guess that's why I would have loved to. That's the one thing I'd like to see before I die. I'm sure everybody would. I want those Kennedy papers. I want those papers.
Did you hear what Trump had said about them?
What, that you don't want to see them or something?
Yeah, he said if they showed you what they showed me, you wouldn't release it either.
But what does that mean? You said it's a relation. That means they threatened him.
Probably means they threatened him.
What else could it mean?
Well, I mean,
Because you wouldn't want to release it either. It's like, what? What's going to happen? It's 60 years later. What could it be?
It could destroy the CIA.
Yeah. That's what I mean. That's why.
That's why you should release it. That if you were the president and they told you that, what would you do? You go, well, you know what? The public deserves to know. Let's destroy the CIA. Or do you say, you know what? We're going to hide this and we're going to give the CIA more power.
But I'm saying, here's the thing. If you're the
Kill the president.
whatever this was, right?
Yeah.
What you would do is you would say, this CIA was nothing like today's CIA. That was back in 1963. You know what I mean? That's what you would say. You would say that was the terrible time in our history. And thank God there's been several changes. You know what I mean? Well,
I just don't know if people would accept that.
except that the CIA has changed.
Yeah, I don't think it would. I think it would open up scrutiny that would be almost impossible for them to do their job the way they do it right now.
They just changed the name of the organization. They changed immigration. INS became ICE, became ASI, became, you know what I mean? Like,
Change the name of the CIA. How dare you?
yeah.
What are you, communist?
Change it to
It's a Central Intelligence.
I never like that name anyway. It's stupid. You know what I mean? There's got to be a better name.
What do you propose?
The United States well, let's think of something. It has to be something like, like the
Overlords?
how about that? That's what they are. It's like,
Information overlords. Let's just cut to the chase. The information overlords. We decide what gets out. We find out what's happening.
how about the American Shadow Boys?
Shadow Boys sounds like a good band. Yeah, that's like a cool bluegrass band. Shadow Boys.
6th Street.
Like some dude with a banjo.
They play at 6th Street.
Yeah, that sounds like a good band. The Shadow Boys, I like that.
All right. I'm good at band names.
Are you? Give me another one.
I tried to make my nephew back 20 years ago. He was trying to make band. I said, call yourselves the You Know What's. Because that was one of my favorite jokes. You ever hear that parrot joke? You ever hear that parrot joke about that? The guy buys the parrot. He goes, you know about this parrot? He's got a filthy mouth. And he goes, I can't handle it. The parrot goes home. The parrot goes, hey, mister. He goes, what? He goes, go fuck yourself. The guy goes, don't torture me with that. Smacks the cage. The parrot Eats up the parrot. He goes, don't ever. He goes, I'm not the guy to play with like that. Next day he comes home. Parrot goes, I missed him. He goes, what? He goes, oh, fuck yourself. He goes, you piece. So smashing, almost drowns the parrot. He goes, next time you tell me to go fuck myself, I'm going to kill you. I promise you, I'm going to kill you. Next day he shows up after work. Parrot goes, hey, mister. He goes, what? Parrot goes, you know what?
I forgot that joke. That's a good one. That's a good one. That's what they used to do in the old days. Catskill guys, they just go up there and tell jokes.
There's still guys that do that shit. Yeah, I hate to say it. And I always get jealous because I'm always like, God damn it. They work every time.
Right.
They're great jokes.
Yeah.
All those old jokes, people are like, oh, that's an old joke. It's like, yeah, and they're great jokes.
Yeah.
But, you know, we would never do it. We would never lower ourselves.
You know, the weird thing about great jokes is who wrote them? Where did they come from?
I tried to get, I used to live in the same building with Jackie Mortling, the joke man. Jackie the joke man. So one time I go with Jackie, this was like 15 years ago, I go, we're going to do a documentary. We're going to find out all the jokes, where they come from, who wrote them. I said, because you must know a lot of this, because he knows every joke ever written. So I go, you must know some of this. He goes, oh, yeah. What? I don't know what any of this. You know all these jokes, your whole life is built on it. You didn't bother to try to find it. Because I have no idea where it came from. So even he doesn't know.
What's up, dog?
Isn't that crazy?
How are you?
He's an actor.
Solinkius, how you living, pimp?
Nobody knows where any of it came from. It's weird.
Solinkius, what's up, baby?
It's all great.
What up?
And that's also,
Oh.
we have that with memes now. And some memes, you know.
How you living, baby?
Watermark on it.
I'm right here.
Some memes, you get a text message.
Biggest event in global history.
You're like, right. And then you send it to your friends, and they're like,
What up, dog?
nobody knows where it came from. And some of them are.
Oh, excellent. I'm a box master, baby. Like a box cutter.
Where does it all come from?
Well, you're getting.
I love you too, my man. Thank you so much. I'm taking over Kick right now. I got 2 robots working 24/7, 365. Woo, woo.
So many people out there that could have been comics and just chose not to be. They either they didn't try it and they have a mind for it, right? But they're funny, and so they get their funny out.
What'd you say?
They get their funny out when no one's looking. They take a picture.
Oh, hell yeah.
They write something underneath it. They post it up there. And
Fuck yeah. Dog, you want to see my robot?
Yeah, they're getting that out in this way. And when you
Okay,
see
just one moment.
from millions and millions and millions of people in this circle, probably more, probably billions of English-speaking people that are contributing to the meme pool. Right, because you have all these other countries with millions of people. It's probably a billion plus people that are doing that. And
What happened to what?
online, and out of those, you're going to get a few thousand hilarious people that have never done stand-up and could be a David Tell.
Wait, you had a sticker contest. JP won, but what?
Yo-Yo thinks we're the same person.
Well, just
So he's not giving JP the prize.
explain to him that you're not.
We're trying.
Well, then, like, you have to come to the VC. Get JP in here right now, and I'll verify you're not the same person.
Yeah, we're totally gonna. Yeah, we said Rabbi can verify.
Seriously, I'll take a video of it right now, and I'll send it to Yo-Yo. I'll get you verified.
Oh, sweet.
Seriously,
I
get.
got my Twitter. Piece of paper. I wish I was like your level, Rabbi. I had this fucking baby ass blanket.
Oh, dude, that's still. Oh, you guys are different people. Okay, JP and Solinkius. Okay, just one moment. I'll take a fucking picture of you and send it. I'll. Just one moment. Just one moment. I'll take a fucking video of you and I'll post it to Telegram, and so that everyone knows that you're different people. All right, just one moment. Let me get this video going. Yo, dog, this is for Yo-Yo and anybody else regarding the sticker contest. Sir Linkius and JP are different people. If there's any question about that, please let me know. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24/7 in the VC. Thank you. All right, so now, absolutely. Now, I'm going to send it in the VC, And then I don't know how we're not gonna get this bitch verified ASAP.
This was gonna viral. Yo, Rabbi, your room looks so sick.
I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm really enjoying it.
He's done miracles on me.
All right, so here we go. I'm gonna upload the video. I've got it. It's 14 seconds. I'm gonna add Yo-Yo. Add Yo-Yo. Huh, weird. His name isn't coming up when I add him, so I'll just include him. Send, and then
Back again against the wall. Never count goals. Only count goals.
This is for Yo-Yo and anybody else regarding the sticker contest.
So what happened was I had sent Yo-Yo,
Any question about that?
because Yo-Yo told me that I won the thing twice. It was a cool pick. So I guess he thought that his Sir Linkius won the first time. So I guess he thought that I was Sir Linkius. And then I asked him, I sent him my Ethereum address for the giveaway. And then I asked him when do the winners know like what the prize is. And he said the money's been sent. But I never got anything, so I just wanted to confirm, like, I didn't want to bother. I think he's trolling saying it's sent because he thinks I have all the
This is for Yo-Yo and anybody else regarding the sticker contest. Sir Linkius and JP are different people. If there's any question about that, please let me know. Rabbi Rothschild, as you know, at 24/7 in the BC. Thank you. This is one.
all right. So I posted it, and I tagged Yo-Yo. So I think that should do it. Did you hear me? I posted it, and absolutely. So if you need anything else, let me know, okay? I'm gonna show you my fucking robot now.
He's done miracles on
Oh, dude. Fuck. Stay. Stay, dog. Stay. Cancel. Share stream. Let's see here. We can do share screen and get really sexy. We're going to get really sexy on this. All right. Wow. This is handling a lot of shit right now simultaneously. All right, dog. You ready for this, baby? Are you ready?
Let's go.
Here we go. I'm going to hit this robot, and it's going to start spamming kick on my behalf. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Boom. Here we go. Watch. Hands free, baby. Hands free. This fucking robot, I've got multiple. We're taking over kick. Dog. Shabbat shalom to every motherfucker on earth. We are taking over. Do you see this fucking thing working? Yo, dog. I'm hands free here, baby. Sickest shit of all time. Of all time. Now, if you're like, Why isn't it faster? It's a robot. It's not like I don't have a ton of computing power right now, but it's better than any other robot that we've got going. And watch this bitch go. Now, this is worrisome to me. Because it's taken so long to load this screen. It shouldn't normally take this long. And the reason why is I had it timed on a system that wasn't uploading. The computer's slower now because it's doing so much uploading. So all my timers are fucked up. Just one moment. Okay. Now if I do it, because I've closed, or I should, click Telegram. All right. So if you're like, well, that fucking sucked, I would be like, dog, just keep your pants on. I'm going to show it to you in another way, and this way will work. And if you're like, all right, dog, I'm cool with that, I would be like, that's tight as fuck, dude. So here we go. I'm going to do it again. This bitch is going to work, but this time I'm going to show you on my phone. So if you're like, oh, dog, you're going to show me on your phone? Fuck yeah. And if you're like, oh, dog, I can hear you twice, I'll be like, I don't give a flying fuck, dude. Just watch this shit. It's fucking amazing. All right, here we go. So this bitch is working hands fucking free. Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10, Emu, everybody get your ass there. All right, so you watch. This bitch is going hands free. It's following people. It'll follow this motherfucker. Watch this. Watch the pink mouse. Follow this motherfucker. Follow. And it's now following that person. And it says on their screen sometimes follow. Now watch. I got all this fucking magic working its way down here. Oh, this guy thanked me. Look at him. He's saying, thank you. Rabbi Rothschild, you're amazing. A lot of times people just say your name, give you a shout out, whatever. Then watch what's going to happen over here. This bitch is typing by itself, or it will. It's going to paste. Watch this. Look at all this fucking text. Now, it says, Rabbi Rothschild is head of Rothschild family and world record holder, most YouTube content. Rabbi was banned from Kick. Just one. You got it, baby. Take care. Excellent. Take care. You're welcome. Love you. All right, baby. Let's see if we got them fucking their sticker contest going. All right. Well, that bitch is going, and that bitch is going. Oh, dog.
Really?
There you go.
I didn't hear about that.
Son, there you go.
What is it? Google that. I haven't heard that story at all, but he'd play his own music in his car.
Joey.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Play his own rock. It must have been fun. Be a beautiful, handsome 19-year-old in a sitcom. Probably like 19, 20 years old. Probably
Yeah.
That older than that. Just playing his own music in his car. I was like, look at this guy.
I love it when you run into another comedian when you're involved with non-comedy things.
Yes. Matthew Lawrence.
That's what it was.
My agency fired me after I refused to take my clothes off for an award-winning director.
Right.
Whoa. So they were involved in the victim side of it.
Yes, you were supposed to be like a superhero movie, one of these things.
Oh, Jesus Christ. It's creepy when you find out how much of that stuff is real.
Yeah, it is.
You know, the more they unveil, the more stories come out.
Unbelievable.
Kids, Nickelodeon, like the
Nice, the
guy.
Nickelodeon thing. I was watching that.
It doesn't make sense. Like if you were a fucking creep, you'd want to work with kids. There's been many times in my life where I've been propositioned to get a huge role, Lawrence says in the podcast. I lost my agency because I went to the hotel room where the actor alleges a prominent director showed up in his robe, asked me to take my clothes off, said he needed to take Polaroids of me, and said if I did X, Y, and Z, I would be the next Marvel character. Holy fuck. Yo. If he's telling the truth. Yo.
Yeah.
You know who else was on the set? Lenny Clark.
Oh, he was?
Yeah, Lenny Clark was on that show with what the fuck was his name? He played a judge. He used to be on that.
Harry Anderson.
God damn it! He had a show. The show was his name.
John Larroquette.
Yes, the John Larroquette show. So pull up the cast of the John Larroquette show.
Did you hear the story about Lenny Clark? That when he first got a sitcom in the 80s? I saw him out there in 91, whatever it was.
There it is. Look at Lenny. So I knew Lenny because the second time I ever got paid to do stand-up, I opened for Lenny. And Lenny's like, kid, you're hilarious. He gave all this great advice. I was like, holy shit, Lenny Clark from HBO. He said I'm funny. He laughed at me. Like, this was amazing. And so a year later, it was like 5-6 years later, Lenny and I are working on sitcoms on the same line, just right next to each other.
But the story is when he got his own sitcom, Lenny, back in like 91. And he went to the bank, and he says, I went to the bank. I think he told me the story. Maybe I heard it on the show. But he goes, and they go, well, Mr. Clark, you can't buy this house. We need this collateral. He goes, here's my collateral. He showed him on TV Guide. He was on the cover. On the cover of TV Guide back when that was like a thing.
He got robbed.
He did?
Yeah, his agent. So he was a part of, I think it was the
I don't believe
Star
that. An
Agency.
agent, Robbie? No.
I know, crazy. But I think this one person got like Jerry Seinfeld. Got
Wait!
him, got
I knew those guys, of
You know that
course.
story?
Spotlight.
Yes, that's it. Yeah, not Star, Spotlight.
Spotlight, yeah.
They fucked everybody.
Oh, yeah, they were.
They stole millions of dollars, right? What happened with all that?
They were in, I don't know, but I think they were very connected in certain ways.
Yeah,
What I heard.
yeah.
So nothing happened.
Not good.
Nothing happened.
Damn,
Yeah,
got robbed.
yeah.
A lot of people lost money. It was like a Bernie Madoff type deal almost.
That's right.
Yeah.
For comedy, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, it's.
We'll handle your money, Colin.
What's
Don't
that
worry about it, Colin. We'll handle your money.
I mean, it was so stupid. And I remember Brett Butler telling me, look at these assholes. Talk about Spotlight. These guys come in here to rob us. I go, I was thinking, like, what do you have to, they're our friends. We see them every night at the club. Why would you think they're here to rob? They're doing business. They take their percentage. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, 6 months later, I'm like, oh, shit. They came right in. They come with it. Because that's what's so great when people are robbing you is they're coming in like friendly. They're hanging out with you as friends.
Yeah.
They're going to the diner. They're bringing all that human being shit, and then they fucking rob you the whole time.
Sociopaths.
Yes, yes.
Sociopaths are amongst us.
They're sociopaths.
They do exist.
They do, and many of them are successful in business.
Well, we talked about that last night, like joke thief sociopaths. There's a bunch of them too.
Yes, that's
They're
right.
sociopaths.
Yeah.
That's what it is. That's how they can do that.
Well, they disassociate themselves from what they're doing. The same thing with those pathological liar.
Mm-hmm.
Like that guy Dean, he didn't think he was going to kill her. He's like helping her. Like they're not thinking. I mean, they know they have to cover it up. Same with joke thieves. They think they don't think they're joke thieves. They're like, no, I'm inspired, but
Or they think everybody does it, or they think everybody's influenced.
Yeah.
What was the story with Spotlight? Can you find that? Oh, what did they do?
I don't think
steal the money.
I don't even think it became a thing. I think it was just we knew about it. I bet it's not even an article.
So they were connected? Is that what the deal is?
That was the word, and it seemed like when I look back, I'm like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Shade. Like they were just
So much shade.
I know them all. Yeah, I see them all the time.
Yeah.
And they were just
Shady motherfuckers.
yeah.
Hanging out with you.
And I remember the lead. I don't remember his name, but he looked just like. Remember that movie Angel Heart when De Niro plays Louis Cypher or Lucifer? He looked like him.
Yeah. You ever hear that Zach Bryan song, Damn Cold Vampires?
No.
It's a great fucking song.
It's about that.
It's a great song. It's about the industry. It's called Damn Vampires, the name, but he says these damn cold vampires is the song.
Yeah.
It's trying to build an empire off the things that they can take.
Yeah.
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 It's all it is they're building an empire off of other people's work. All they're doing is just.
And comedians are I guess other people are, but comedians are really the easiest because we're not business people. We don't have a business mind.
Right.
So it's like they look around and go, and they probably think to themselves like, hey, if they want, like anything things, if it was that important to them, they wouldn't leave it out there. So just take it. They didn't ask about the check, take it.
Right.
Because we get sidetracked and we all have like some kind of,
Well, if you're in a corrupt business and everybody else is corrupt too, and in show business in the early days, it was all corrupt. It was all mob run, and everybody was in code.
everybody was robbing you. Oh my God, man.
Yeah. Wild business.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we were on that. So the Greg Giraldo thing was like, Greg and I would just hang out in the parking lot all the time. I knew him in New York, but I really got to know him on the set. Great guys. This is how some guys, when they die, you just go, no. Just no.
No, I know. Yeah. He was, I see him every night for years, and he was a great guy.
Yeah. Did you know Brody?
Yeah.
Brody Stevens?
I knew Brody when he worked at the cellar. He used to be the barker at the cellar when we had to drag people in the cellar. He was the barker. He was great at it. Yeah, he was a good dude
He
too.
was another.
I know. What did he die of? Oh no! Oh my God!
That's one where you just go, maybe get this on. Total funny, love over here, help a little. You always think after the fact.
Yeah.
He had gone through some episodes where he would go off his medication and get a little crazy, then he'd get back on, and then every now and then he'd just catch that groove, and he'd be on stage and he would be on fire. I remember one time I was at the Improv, and it was a late show. It was like a 10 p.m. show. I think my spot was like 11:30. So I do my spot, and the show's over. There's fucking 80 people in the crowd. It's one of them deals. And then Brody is going to close the show. And they introduce Brody. Brody takes his shirt off, and he's swinging it around overhead with music. Like they're playing music. He's swinging around and walking through the crowd. He's like, energy! Positive energy! So I'm swinging his shirt around, and he goes on stage, and he starts playing drums on the stool, and everybody's going crazy. And then he goes into his material, 818 till I die. And everybody's dying. I mean, he just took over the room. And I remember saying, like, he does so many of these lets that he just comes on with his big energy, and he just recharges the whole room. Everybody loved Brody.
That's the kind of, that's like, well, that's that same Chris Farley thing where they would just come in and change the energy, right?
Change the energy of the room. The whole energy was just like, whoa.
And it's like, you can't pull it off unless you're them. Like, if you say, I'm going to be that guy, and you try it, after like 30 seconds, you just fade.
Yes.
It brought more out in that. They're just organically that way, you know?
Exactly. Yeah.
Like you said about Dickless Dave.
Yeah.
Same thing. He comes in, people start smiling.
Yeah. Totally can overcome.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting how few people go down the path. You know, it's just such a weird. If you're gonna if you want to be successful in life, it's not a good road.
No, it's so many weird obstacles to it that it's crazy, and you really have to get hard with it. It's like every other business. I'm sure you're successful. You have a little bit of your innocence about humor has to die too. Right. You have to really. It's a business for you too. As much as we love it, and I love watching comedians and being a comedian, and I love watching comedians doing their bits and working it out. It's still, you have to really be tough. You have to be tough to be a comedian.
Something has to be able to tolerate a lot of shit.
Yes.
That's for sure.
Yeah.
You gotta be able to tolerate bombing, tolerate bad nights,
bombing,
everything.
If you can tolerate bombing, That's people's biggest fear.
Yeah, you tolerate a lot in life.
That's your people's biggest fear. And we've literally had to stare in the face of a bomb. More times than anybody can imagine. I mean, it's literally been over 100 times in my life where I've had people hating my guts. Over 100
A whole
times.
group of people. Everyone's worst fear.
Yeah,
What year did you start?
84.
So you were in the boom boom. I came in
I
88,
walked
which is
in.
like a little after the boom.
Yes,
The boom was kind of like dying off when I
that's right.
started.
That's right.
But that boom, 84, must have been bananas.
Well, for me, I was two, so we didn't even think of it. We just looked, oh, this is how life is, you know.
Right.
And suddenly, like, 2 years in, you're making money, not a lot of money. It wasn't like Boston. I always say, we talked about it last time, how my Clark paid real money, and a lot of guys were hitting, robbing us. And, but it was such an exciting, I mean, look, just imagine, I tell people, yeah, I'm a comedian, they go, what? You're a comedian? What? Like, it would just blow people's minds that you were in comedy. And then, you know, a few years later, people go, oh, my cousin's a comedian, so.
Yeah.
But at the time, it was blowing people's minds.
Did they have open mics when you started?
Oh, yeah, that's the only way to get on, man.
How many, where'd you go? Where's the first place?
The Paper Moon. There's a place called the Paper Moon. Eddie Brill was running this place.
Eddie Brill?
Yeah. So, Paper Moon, we started working out there. I started working out there, you know, and weaseled my way into it and started working out. I would bring crowds.
Where was the Paper Moon?
I was a good bringer.
Yeah.
I'd bring all my friends because I grew up in New York.
Right.
So my friends would show up, you know.
Where was the Paper Moon?
On Western, it's where the Boston Comedy Club became.
Oh, wow.
Downstairs.
Oh,
Downstairs.
Oh.
It's really cool.
Boston Comedy was a great spot.
It was so innocent. Yeah. We just thought, you know, we had a sound guy. We're like, hey, we're going to do film. We tried to do films. And we just so, everybody's so innocent. And so, you know.
Yeah, I never want to do it again, but I'm glad I did it.
Yeah.
Imagine starting something like that from scratch. Imagine at your age, trying a new thing. Like
Yeah,
that.
people do that. It's crazy.
Like, how do you have energy?
I guess it's their dream. Yeah, you can't. What you said is exactly right. The energy to sustain
Yeah.
all those drives to bomb for bad money, and then, like you said, you had a day job.
And also,
Had a day job too.
you had to make it because you didn't have any options.
Yeah.
The only way you're gonna make it is if you had options. My friends that all kept a full-time job and didn't give up on that job never made it as a comic. I don't know one who kept the full-time job and they got to a certain point in time when they could retire from the job and then maintain the same level of comedy as their peers.
Yeah.
No one did.
But a lot of people didn't make it. And they were funny.
Yeah.
But they did. It's so many, there's so many layers. I guess every job is like this, but we just know it from comedy.
Thank you for the
Well,
follow.
it's just interesting.
Thanks,
talking
baby.
to
You're about to
someone
get
that's,
stabbed.
for so many years now.
This is my brand on your ass.
I've known you for so long. You could
Got you,
think
bitch.
about how wild this ride was. Yeah, you know, and it's crazy. It's crazy. It really is. And what's crazy what you're doing that I think is really interesting is like you're still doing stand-up, but you've also decided to do these one-man shows, right? And they're fucking amazing. And do you plan these? Like, how when you decide to make one, like the most recent one, like how do you have a theme in mind? Do you sit down?
Well, what happened with this thing I just did was I had a theme in mind and it just wasn't going the way I wanted. So then I saw these psychiatrists and I go, oh, that's my theme. I want to do it in front of psychiatrists. So then the theme, the show was built around psychology and how we've cracked up as a society based on social media and everything else to psychiatrists. So I'm performing to them, but they set the theme. They made the theme exist by me thinking about performing for them.
So when you first set out to write this set,
Right.
you decided you were going to do it in front of psychiatrists.
No, I tried to do something else and it wasn't working. And then the theme was going to be, I don't know what the theme was going to be, like small talk at one point, then social media. And then I happened to accidentally do a show with 4 psychiatrists with the audience together. So I go, I kept referencing back to them, yeah. And then suddenly I was like, that's what I want to do, a show for psychiatrists.
So how far into the creation of the set were you?
I mean, probably 50%.
Wow.
But it all connects to psychiatry because it's all psychological.
That's amazing. That's amazing. And the ones you've done before,
Yeah,
like
those are the.
And you, like, how do you do it? Do you sit down and just write it all out on a computer? Do you?
No, I go out, like, the Constitution show is a perfect example. I went every night to the Creek and Cave in Long Island City, and Rebecca directed it. So every night I go over, because I was like, I want to do a show on the Constitution, because everybody loves the Constitution on every side of every issue. Everybody's like, Constitution's a great document. So I just want to do a whole show on the Constitution, because I was like, yeah, why is it great? And so I just work it out at Creek Cave all the time. Just in front of 4 people, 7 people. Rebecca will tell you, 10 people. I never did it in front of more than 12 people probably.
Wow.
And eventually became the show, you know.
So you just didn't announce that you were doing it. You just kind of show up and do it.
I announced it. People just didn't show up for it.
Really? No way.
I've never been a giant draw. I'm really a comics comic. If the whole world was comedians, I'd be the biggest. I'd be selling that stage.
That's what I'm saying, dude. You're one of the best comics alive.
Thanks.
You really are.
But I'm only for comedians.
I'm trying to talk you into staying tonight. I didn't really know that I needed to coach you last night. I just didn't want to bother you.
No, I was just being like,
I would have coached you. Now I know. I'm going to coach you from now on.
I was being the guy that's
Now
like,
you're in trouble.
hey.
I don't care if you're tired, if you just ate. You're going on stage now. Now I know the game. I didn't know the game. I thought you just wanted to hang out. Sometimes I do that.
I didn't want to bump people.
When I come to clubs, a lot of times I just want to hang out.
I just didn't want to bump people.
I don't need to do it. There was no bumping.
I never would have thought Ron Mine was coming. I thought he was coming in. I didn't want to be like the guy who
Come
jumps in.
tonight. Come tonight.
Maybe if I could change my flight.
Change that fucking.
Let's see if I can change
We'll
it.
change it. We'll get a guy.
Maybe tough.
We'll change. What? Where are you going again?
Seattle.
Everybody's going to Seattle.
Yeah,
You
that's
get free
true.
needles. It's a good spot. And if you get at the right time, they might take over the whole CD block. You get to be a part of that.
They did again in Portland.
Did they do it recently?
That.
Another one?
Portland just did another one. They took over something. It's all over the news today.
Oh, didn't get the love that that one place did. What they called again, Jamie?
The Zone.
Yeah, something like that.
Something Zone.
Chaff? Chad.
Chad.
Chaz. Yeah.
CHAZ.
Yeah, like Chaz Bono.
Yeah.
That's what it was. It was like the Chaz.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's it.
It's probably the club is.
Autonomous zone.
What time is
Remember
it?
the fucking mayor got on TV and said maybe it's a summer of love? Like, okay, baby. What?
And then they booed him. Was he the one they
It was
booed
a
him?
girl. It was a lady.
And then the guy from Portland was trying to join in. And they
Oh,
booed him.
yeah. They lit his house on fire. They fucking. They said you have to resign. Everybody
This
has
is
to
a
resign.
comedy.
Yeah. Because he tried to go along with them. And then he's like, you know what? This is bullshit. We need cops.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Now you know.
Yeah.
You didn't know before you needed cops? And you're the fucking mayor? Holy shit.
Holy shit.
Not good, kids.
Well, we'll see. If I can change my flight, I'll come back.
Change your fucking flight. God damn it, Colin.
What's up, Austin? I got to practice. Well, there it is.
2024 is like. This is amazing.
Yeah.
This is amazing. I love the set too. It's fucking perfect.
Yeah. That's the, you know, those gigs, they have their bands.
Yes. Oh man.
You know?
What is this on? Is this on Netflix?
YouTube.
YouTube. Beautiful. It's out right now.
Yeah.
It says, what is it called? Colin Quinn.
Our time is up.
Our time
You
is
know,
up.
therapist always go, our time is up.
Beautiful. That's
Do you think
hilarious.
that's a good name, or should I call it? I was going to call it 50-minute hour. They say that about therapy. This guy's a therapist. You believe it?
Yeah. Is that guy a therapist?
This guy's a real therapist.
Sure.
Yeah. I don't know why I have to blur out my sneakers. What is
Why did
that?
they blur out your sneakers? Is it a brand? For real?
I don't know.
Who blurred it out?
You saw that too, right?
Yeah. Who blurred it out? That's ridiculous.
It looks like something blurred out. It's not his sneakers. It's something at that part of the
Oh, maybe it's the lighting or something.
Makes it more weird. To blur it out. That's weird.
Maybe it'd be good.
Colin Quinn, you're the fucking man.
It's actually not. That's it is the lighting. It's the way the light is shining.
Yeah.
Like the
It's not blurred. Oh, it looks like it's blurred. It's just the box.
Yeah.
It's just the monitor.
Thanks. Well, I'll probably see you tonight.
Hopefully.
Yeah, please come. If you guys can do it, I'll do it.
We'll make it happen. We'll make it
Maybe.
happen. Tell everybody where they can find everything.
YouTube.
ColinQuinn.com.
You can find me on YouTube. That's it.
YouTube.
ColinQuinn.com or YouTube.
And what is your Instagram?
Sparto Gremlin. Real Schiller Heads. How are you guys?
Thank you, buddy.
Sparto Gremlin.
Thank you. Thank
Fun.
you.
Very fun. Always. Bye.
Can you hear me, Doc? Sparto Gremlin. Sparto Gremlin.
Dog. Scrotogramming. Dog. Scrotogramming. Scrotogramming. Dog. D. A. W. G. Scrotogramming. Scrotogramming. Yo, dog. Joe Rogan Podcast. Check it out. The Joe Rogan Experience. Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night. All day.
How are you, man? Good to see you again.
Good. Thanks for having me back, man.
My pleasure. You made another awesome one now. This, the Krishna's one. Oh my God. Whew. There's something
Yo,
about
dog.
these cult dogs.
What up? You're gonna love this shit. Dog.
That one's
Get in there.
Do you
Get
remember
in.
the Hare Krishna devotees?
You're gonna fucking love it. Oh my God. Your name?
I remember that.
The
Look at it,
flowers
look at it.
and the
Paste.
shit in there.
Motherfucker paste.
I don't know if I remember them.
You are
right,
gonna
because I
fucking
remember them in
love
some
this.
places.
Capital LOVE.
You know?
Dog.
Yeah. But,
Boom. Now read
I
the
just
shit.
always thought they were
Read
just,
the shit, you fuck.
you know,
Hey, douche canoe, read
it's
this. Oh,
interesting,
fuck.
you know, knowing what I know now about the 60s and, you know, what was done to sort of, to kind of crush the
Scrotogramming.
movement. Right. You know, it's interesting to see that this was connected to, you know, the Beatles and peace and love, and then you see this sect that this what was his name again?
Kirtanananda
Yes.
was the guru that went
Right.
way wrong.
Yeah, went way wrong.
Yeah.
But it is, well, let's just get into from the beginning. How did you get involved in this particular subject?
So there's a production company, Marwar Junction, and they had actually sold this show to Peacock, and they were looking for a director. So this is the first show that I've made or helped to make that I haven't been involved in sort of conception of the story from the jump. So they had developed the story and sold it to Peacock, and they were shopping for a director, and they liked my work, so they hired me to make it.
And so, did you have any experience with the Krishnas before this?
No. And I had a lot, you know, like a lot of people, I had a lot of misconceptions about them. Like I thought that there was that the Hare Krishna movement was invented in America in the 1960s. I just had it associated with sort of the hippie movement. You know, that's not the truth of it. It is at all. It's like actually a spiritual tradition that, you know, dates back thousands of years, like far predates Christianity. It's based in these ancient spiritual texts called the Vedas. That, you know, the written versions are like at least 3,500 years old, and the oral tradition goes back thousands of years beyond that. So I learned a lot about you know, Krishna consciousness in the making of this, and the show is about a particularly dark chapter in the history of the movement in the 70s and 80s that I don't think is representative of the movement today. Like I think it's a force for good in the world today, actually.
Yeah, I think the principles behind it, if you pay attention to the main guru, what was the older gentleman? Prabhupada.
Yeah.
Yeah, my friend Duncan loves that guy.
Yeah.
And what the whole concept behind it sounds beautiful. You know, it's all just love and, you know, relinquishing your possessions and the hold that they have on you.
Right.
Living this very peaceful, loving life and not just forgiving your enemies, but letting them into your home. And all of it sounds great. But all it takes is one psycho.
Yeah, one psycho. Well, Prabhupada took a risk. I mean, so Prabhupada was a guru. So several gurus, Krishna consciousness gurus, had come over from India to the UK or to the US
in the 1800s even, and then through the first half of the 20th century, and had no luck because their timing wasn't right or they weren't the right person or both. But Prabhupada was the right dude at the right time. He showed up in Greenwich Village, New York City, 1965, and started preaching Krishna consciousness, and it just took off like wildfire. And like Allen Ginsberg got down with it. Wasn't maybe a full-scale devotee, but like he was hanging out with them. But Prabhupada was already an old dude when he showed up in the U.S. And so in 1977 he died. That's 12 years. And by that time, Krishna consciousness, there were like Krishna temples all over the country and in the UK because George Harrison had converted. Right? That was one of his like strokes of brilliance. Prabhupada is he like sent a group of devotees to go camp out outside the Apple Records office and just like chant and dance until they basically got a meeting with the Beatles.
That's fucking
He was
amazing.
literally like, let's see if we can make the Beatles, Krishnas.
That's
and,
amazing.
With Harrison, it took, and that song,
yeah,
My
yeah.
Sweet Lord, and that's what it's about. It's about Christian consciousness.
Yeah.
So, but when Prabhupada died in 1977,
God,
he
I
had
love
a
that
lot of
song.
time to build.
My sweet Lord. My Lord. My Lord. I really want to see you. I really want to be with you. I really want to see you, Lord, but it takes so long, my Lord. My sweet Lord. My Lord. My Lord. Wow. I really want to know you. I really want to go with you. I really want to show you, Lord, but it won't take long, my Lord. My sweet Lord. This has to work. My Lord. My sweet Lord. I really want to see you. I really want to see you. I really want to see you, Lord. I really want to see you, Lord, but it's going so long, my Lord. Hallelujah, my sweet Lord. Hallelujah, my Lord. Hallelujah, my Lord. Hallelujah. I really want to know you. I really want to go with you. I really want to show you, Lord, all that made it so long, my Lord. My sweet Lord. My Lord. I really want to know you. I really want to be with you. I really want to see you, Lord, but it takes so long. lately, lately, I'm alone. Lately, not too long. Please, not Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Durga, Krishna, Durga, Hare Krishna, Durga, Hare Krishna, Guru Nama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. How about you shut the fuck up right now before I drop kick your ass? What the fuck is this? Dog, no one wants that. Absolutely no one wanted that shit. Dog. Not an acoustic karaoke channel, that sucks. Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. There's like a version they use on the fucking radio. It's like the one that they use. Yo, dog. Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us. Above us, only sky. Imagine all the people living for today. Yeah. Imagine there's no countries. It isn't hard to do. No hand to kill or die for. And no religion too. Imagine all the people living life in peace. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us, and the world will live as one. Imagine no possessions. I wonder if you can. No need for greed or hunger. A brotherhood of man. Imagine all the people You're bearing all the world. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us, and the world will live as one. John, for being such a kick-ass motherfucker, man. Leave it in one piece. All right, are you done, dog? I would be like, you suck. All right, now what? Thanks for
Build up
explaining
your
that, dog.
successors, and most of the leaders of the movement were young, or most of the members of the movement were young. So he took a risk, and I don't think he had a choice. And he appointed 11 of his closest, longest time devotees, all men, to be the gurus that would carry the movement forward. And while you could say that it worked, and that Krishna consciousness is still around, it's bigger than ever, a few of those, these are dudes. These are like dudes in their 20s, okay, that suddenly are being worshipped as direct conduits to the divine. In other words, treated as gods on earth. Yeah. And some of them were not spiritually prepared for that. Yeah. Would be a kind way to put it. And some of them went wrong, and one of them in particular, Kirtanananda, whose government name was Keith Ham, went really wrong. I like the term government name. Yeah.
Well, that is a thing that they always do, right? They give them spiritual names.
Yeah, you relinquish your
original existence.
Yeah, take a Krishna name.
There's a place out here, I built a comedy club, and before I got the spot that I have now on 6th Street, I bought a place called the One World Theater. And the One World Theater was owned by a cult. And it's a beautiful theater, and I'd heard about it from my friend Ron White, because I was telling him, I think we should open up a comedy club. He said, you should buy that theater. It was owned by a cult. And I was like, that would be hilarious. Buy a theater that was owned by a cult. And there's a documentary on them called Holy Hell. Okay. And it's the same sort of deal.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, so they start off, it seems wonderful in the beginning. Everyone's doing yoga, they're hanging out together, cooking meals together, dancing, and like, it seems like all cults, it goes sideways. Yeah. In the beginning, it looks like a wonderful idea. Like, society sucks. The way, the modern world, the way it's set up, materialism, it's all foolish and spiritually vacant. There's a way to do this, and the way to live, and this is the way, and everybody joins, and then Waco comes along, and the Cult Awareness Network starts investigating this guy, and so he changes his name for the 3rd time. His name is Jaime Gomez. He was a gay porn star and a hypnotist. Right. So
he led a rich life.
Yeah, so he was already on a certain path, and then starts this play. He changed his name again, and he changed his name to, like, I forget, there's 2 different names. One was Michelle, and then I forget what the other one was. So he changed his name again, moves to Austin, and starts this cult, and has his followers build him this theater so he can dance in front of them. And that was the place that I bought. But it was all fucked up, and we wound up getting out of the deal, and because there was like a lot of problems, a lot of issues that had to be resolved with the property. And they didn't disclose that, so I got out of it, and then got this place on 6th Street. But in the process, I really started investigating the cult, and I didn't investigate it, unfortunately, before I signed contracts. And I kind of called from my friend Adam, like, hey man, did you watch the documentary on the cult? I was like, oh no. Whenever it's a documentary on a cult, it's generally a cult that went bad, right? And this one went bad. But it was the same sort of deal. They all got names. They were all given, spiritual names. And they were told that you're reborn.
Yeah,
reborn in this new persona.
Well, even in the 60s and 70s, I don't think it'd be fair to call Krishna consciousness a cult. But the way that this guy Kirtanananda, one of the 11 disciples that Prabhupada appointed to carry on the movement, he already had a commune up in the hills of West Virginia. It's still there. It's called New Vrindavan, because the city of Vrindavan in India is the sort of mythical birthplace of Krishna.
That compound is still there?
Still there, yeah. But it's not a cult. It's not a cult. And it's like, right, I've been there twice. And like today, again, it's a really like positive place with a great spiritual vibe. But when Kirtananda was in charge, the
70s and 80s. Like some really dark shit going down.
How did they turn it around?
Well, they finally, like, his followers turned on him, you know, and ISKCON, which is the International Society for Christian Consciousness, which is sort of the formal name for the Hare Krishnas, what we call Hare Krishnas. They actually, like, you know, kicked the New Vrindavan out of the movement for a few years, half a decade or so, and then, like, kind of gradually brought that commune back in. But they had this fucking temple there, the Palace of Gold, the Prabhupada's Palace of Gold, that they were originally building for Prabhupada to live in. But then he died before it was completed. But it's like this Taj Mahal-esque structure that's in that's in the kind of the middle of nowhere in the hills of West Virginia. I mean, there's just, you know, it's like a couple hours from Pittsburgh, basically, and up in the mountains. And so,
God, it's beautiful. Look at the images.
And these are like untrained, you know, disciples making this, just based on like ancient texts that they studied.
So they just figured out how to do all this artisanship?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Is. Yeah, it really is. It's worth visiting for sure. It's mind blowing.
Oh, there's a big box of cash.
And so, and so, but this place, I mean, even now, it's like it's well, for sure in the 60s, for sure in the 70s, it was cut off from the rest of the world. I mean, these young kids would join the Hare Krishna movement. And basically a lot of the fuck-ups in the movement would get sent to Kirtanananda at New Vrindavan because he put in the work building the temple, right? So if you, like, joined and you were, like, you know, not fitting in for some reason, a lot of times they buy you a one-way bus ticket to, like, Morgantown or Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and you'd wind up there, you know, in the hills under Kirtananda's tutelage, right? Which is, and then it went sideways in a hurry, especially after Prabhupada died. He was already running New Vrindavan, like Prabhupada had visited it and approved of it. And actually Kirtananda had gotten booted out of the Krishna movement because he kind of tried to take it over.
Yeah.
And at a certain point, like Prabhupada, you know, kicked him out. And Kirtananda, like, mind fucked this local sort of like philosopher dude that owned the land into signing it over, promising to be like a non-denominational spiritual movement. That's what he was doing. And as the guy put it, we interviewed his daughter, and he said, you know, as soon as the lease was signed, they put on bed sheets and started chanting, right? And so now you got the Hare Krishnas as your neighbors.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's the documentary is really well done.
Thanks.
It's like just like Sasquatch. I mean, you do some awesome stuff, but it's so fascinating to watch these alternative sort of movements get co-opted, and how that can happen by the wrong sort of charismatic psycho.
Right.
And that's this. How do you say his name? Kirtananda.
Yeah. Kirtananda. It's tricky, man. Dude, dealing with all these Christian names and making this documentary, it was like, you know.
How much research did you have to do about the movement, getting into it?
Quite a bit. You know, before you sit down and start doing interviews with devotees, like, you want to know at least a little bit about what you're talking about. You know, and I went to, we filmed in Vrindavan in India. That's how I started the project. Like, I signed on to the director gig, like 2 weeks later, I was in India.
What was that like? Hey, Jim, I think coffee.
Well, one thing about Vrindavan, India, is the fucking monkeys. Okay, there are these monkeys that will steal your shit, and it's a whole racket, right?
The monkeys give them something back.
Yeah, and of course we're like knocking around with bags full of lenses and camera gear and audio gear and stuff, and so we're a target-rich, you know, posse for these monkeys. But they'll get your sunglasses, your phone, whatever, if you're not careful, and they like sort of skitter up a drain pipe or a tree, and you got to buy these like frozen mango packs from the street vendors and like throw them up to the monkeys, and the monkeys will drop your shit back down to you. And I'm convinced that the street vendors are in on it, right? That it's like this, yeah. So
they probably are. Yeah. Well, at the very least, it's so strange that the monkeys know that you can barter.
Yeah, they learned.
Yeah, that you can make a deal.
Yeah. The legend is that hundreds of years ago, this guy that was like, he brought a circus to Vrindavan, and the monkeys came with him, and they were trained to be pickpockets, and then they just kind of stayed behind. But I don't know if that's true or not. But that's the local legend. Is that? But there's hundreds of them, thousands of them, man. I mean, they are everywhere. And you gotta watch. You gotta be constantly have your head on a swivel because they are so quick.
And what do they live off of? Do they just live off of what the people give them?
I don't know. They probably scavenge, but also like they do get a lot of like, you know, mango treats from stealing shit. Because Balaram Mandir, which is like the head Hare Krishna temple, is in Vrindavan, India. So devotees from all over the world go there like as spiritual tourists, basically. And so, you know, monkeys steal shit from them or any other. You know, there's a lot of Krishna devotees from all over India too that aren't necessarily quote unquote Hare Krishnas, but like follow the Hindu deity Krishna. So they come to it's like a, you know, there's a lot of spiritual pilgrims to this city. All right, there's a lot of spiritual tourism there, and so the monkeys have a lot of targets.
And so when they steal your stuff, you have to throw it to them.
You got to buy something and then throw it up to them. And then they will relinquish it. Sometimes they'll be like, nope, that's a cell phone. That's a free mango pack deal, dude. They won't, you know, they'll be like, oh, thanks. And they'll like go like they're going to drop it too. They'll be like, oh, how about I drop it in the sewer? Oh, you don't want that? Mango pack. So
they point to the mangoes?
Yes. Yes.
Wow.
Yes. So eventually you throw them enough treats and they'll like, and they're these kids too, that if they see that a monkey has stolen something, they'll come over and they'll be like, basically it's like for a few rupees, I'll handle this deal for you. And then they climb up the tree or the drain pipe and they do a direct hand-to-hand exchange.
Wow.
So we learned the hard way. That's the thing to do. If the monkey steals the whatever, hire the kid. He goes and brokers the deal with the mango juice guy, you know, and makes it all happen for you. Yeah.
So do other monkeys realize this is happening and try to steal the mangoes before
Oh yeah,
they give it
it's
to
brutal. But they also cooperate too. Like they'll run like you know, distraction operations. Like one monkey will come at you from an angle and kind of like bluff charge, and then you're paying attention to that one, then boom, the other one like grabs your sunglasses off your head.
Wow.
Yeah. But we were there to film. There's this ceremony. These two brothers whose father, his name was Chakadari, his Christian name, his government name was Charles St. Dennis. His other name known as Chaka in the movement. And his sons were doing this really ancient ritual to sort of release the soul of someone who's been murdered. And so they had their father's ashes, which he was murdered, you know, decades ago at New Vrindavan on orders from Kirtananda, because he was challenging Kirtananda's authority.
So Kirtananda had people murdered too?
Yeah.
More than one?
Yeah. I think there's probably quite a few bodies up in the hills.
People just don't know about?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. One of the principal sources for the documentary is a guy who's retired homicide cop named Thomas Westfall, who was a local cop in West Virginia when the Krishnas set up shop at the Vrindavan commune. And so he started keeping a close eye on them early and sort of saw Kirtananda's rise to power. And, you know, he believes that there's at least a handful more victims up there whose bodies haven't been found. Because it's really remote country. I mean, I don't want to stress that. It's really cold in the winter. There's a lot of snow. You know, to this day, it's a difficult place to get to.
And so this guy, when he first started running this temple, this area, when did it go? How long did it take before it went sideways?
Well, I think it was the question with Kirtananda or Keith Ham was always like, was he bent before, you know, he became a Krishna, or was it like, did the power get to him? And I think it's both. You know, I think he had a psychological disposition towards being a despot, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
And then once Prabhupada was gone, and Kirtananda, along with 10 of his compatriots, was appointed a guru, you know, and had that sort of power. I think at that point, and combined with like all the money. I mean, he had this guy that was Kirtananda was a genius at running schemes and scams to make money. He would dispatch like the hottest young female Krishna devotees to like stock car races and rock concerts and stuff to like raise money for whatever. They just make it up, the starving children of India, or they just make up charities. And they flirt with dudes, you know, especially at rock concerts, guys that are like high, and get them to give them cash, $1 here, $5 here, $10 there. They work at airports too, but and they just brought in literally like garbage bags full of cash, you know, every week.
Wow.
and he trained them to deposit it in $9,900 increments,
So it doesn't
to
show.
avoid the reporting.
Right.
Yeah.
Wow. So he looks crazy. That's what's interesting. Isn't it interesting that like crazy people look crazy? And I always try to say, okay, is this because you know he's crazy? Or do you see something? It's hard to tell. But he doesn't seem enlightened. Like
Right.
you look at him, he looks like a guy who's a little unhinged. And I've met people like that, unhinged. And I've met people like that in like the psychedelics movement. And there's a few of these movements that are so open, and basically anybody can become a part of it. You know, the concept behind it is, you know, we're all seeking enlightenment. But then you'll see someone who gets in there, and you're like, what is this guy's schizophrenic or something? Like,
Right.
there's something going on here.
Especially you look at photos of Kirtanananda over the decades. Like he just gets more and more and more demented.
Right. And that has to probably be the power.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
They're washing his feet and worshiping.
Yeah, he was molesting kids there. You know,
Yeah,
like
that's-
he was a total pedophile.
Right. Do you
Sick
think
fuck.
that started, that he was always a pedophile?
I think pedophiles are always pedophiles, you know. But again, once he had like access, as the movement went on,
Yeah.
more and more Krishna couples had kids, so
Right.
he had access to more and more and more children up there, you know, in those hills.
Right, and that was one of the things you highlight, is that it wasn't just about releasing the possessions. It was also like not having control of your children either.
Yeah. Although I think they especially at New Vrindavan, at the place that Kirtanananda ran, they kind of took that belief, you know, that yes, children are a material attachment, right? But he took it to an extreme and just basically just cut off, you know, kids from their parents entirely. And that was not unique to New Vrindavan. That happened in a lot of temples around the country in the U.S. But
And the
ISKCON,
pedophilia happened in
it
these temples
did.
as well?
But I will say again, to ISKCON's credit, that unlike the Catholic Church, once the evidence started to emerge that there had been, I think it's fair to say, systemic, you know, raping of kids at their religious facilities, they addressed the issue head on, and for the most part, I think have done an excellent job of, you know, weeding out the pedos.
And what happened to the kids? Because it's not just that, it seems like it wasn't isolated, it was all the kids.
At New Vrindavan.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you're kind of,
Mostly boys, I think. Mostly boys.
yeah.
They have communities online, and there's a lot of bitterness. You know, it varies. It varies. You can't totally generalize, but you know, the kids that grew up in New Vrindavan, you know, they have online communities where there's a lot of, like, for obvious reasons, like resentment and bitterness and anger.
Yeah,
Still at the leadership of the Hare Krishna movement for not, in their opinion, you know, fully atoning for the sins that occurred there. Right. Well, there was a settlement. There were some lawsuits. There were some settlements, but I mean, you know,
that doesn't fix
no.
it doesn't fix anything. But you acknowledge that something happened, you're ruining a child for life.
Yeah.
And you're doing it in the most evil way, because you're supposed to be a part of this peace and love movement that's like the optimal way to live life.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and that's why this guy Charles St. Dennis Chaka was murdered, is he was calling out Kirtananda for his hypocrisy. Now, I don't know if he called him out for the, you know, raping kids, but like Kirtananda was having like gay sexual relationships with some laborers that had been hired to come help build the temple that weren't necessarily devotees, and it was like an open secret, you know, in the commune. And he called him out for it, and also called him out for materialism, for like driving around in a limousine, for having, like, you know, they would buy him a new, you know, fancy SUV every year or whatever. You know, and Charles St. Dennis called him on his bullshit publicly, and that's what got him killed.
Wow. You know, fuck, man. It's I know quite a few people that grew up in cults. You know, in stand-up comedy, you deal with a lot of like lost people, right? Like wayward folks that just didn't fit in anywhere in society. And a couple of my friends, one of my good friends, grew up a Jehovah's Witness. And, you know, it's just you live in this world that is just very strange it just doesn't make sense. It's illogical. It's crazy. It doesn't fit. And once you start questioning things, you find like you're not allowed to, and it's just very bizarre how many of these. Like I was having a conversation with Mark Andreessen, the venture capitalist guy, and he was like, California still has a lot of active cults right now. I was like, really? He goes, oh yeah, there's a lot. So like there's ones you don't hear about where they kind of keep it together.
Right.
So I guess there's like cults have to go completely like holy hell sideways before you get a documentary.
Right.
So some of them they figure out how to kind of keep everybody together.
It's probably harder to keep shit under wraps these days than it was for kids in the 70s and 80s.
With the internet. Yeah, for sure.
Everybody's got a phone.
Yeah. It's also like people are much more aware of what a cult is now. I bet in the 1960s it just seemed like a beautiful alternative to, you're dealing with the civil rights movement, Jim Crow, anti-war movement, Vietnam is happening. You've got Richard Nixon's the president. There's all this chaos. People don't want the world that's in front of them right now, and they're searching for some alternative. Then it comes along. Oh, what about love? What about this? Yeah, that's what I want.
Right.
And then the next thing you know, you're wrapped up in this thing.
Yeah. Talking about the pedophilia stuff, I'm going to take this on a detour because there's something I wanted to say last time I was on your show, which is that I am convinced that you saved at least one kid's life with something you said the last time I was on, which is that we were talking about my own experiences as a survivor of childhood sexual assault. And you told a story about how when you were a kid, you were in a library and this like sick fuck pedophile guy like was trying to get you out of the library.
Yeah.
And a librarian stepped in and basically saved you from this guy. Do I have that
Yeah,
correct?
yeah, absolutely.
Okay. The reason that I think you saved at least one kid's life is this, because, and again, speaking from firsthand experience, as a male survivor, especially of childhood sexual assault, you think like, how could I have let that happen to me? Why didn't I defend myself? Why didn't I fight the guy off? Even though intellectually you look at a 7, 8, 9-year-old boy, you're like, you got no chance against a grown man, right? But for, Joe Rogan to say like a librarian saved me from this happening to me, right?
Yeah.
You're a tough guy, okay? You're perceived as a tough guy. I think rightly so.
Now.
Right now.
7 or 8 or however it was.
Right. But I hope I'm articulating my point, which is that
You can have
guys, yeah.
Yeah.
And for a guy that's like suffering that, and thinking like, why, it just helps when somebody in a position like yourself, says like, hey, could have happened to me.
Easily. It almost did. I was on my way out the door.
Right.
Yeah. It could have, if that librarian hadn't called out my name. I think about that all the time. What would have happened to me? Who I would have become. It's one of the darkest forces in the world. Like this, and I don't understand why it's so prevalent. And I think, I've equated it to vampires. That it seems like one of the things that happens to some of the people that get molested is they wind up doing it to others.
Yeah.
And
that is a harsh truth. I try and do what I can to dispel the stereotype because, that was one of the things that scared the shit out of me when I was a teenager is the idea that I was going to become a pedophile myself. Right. But yeah, it's unfortunate. It's that hurt people.
Yes.
Shit, right?
Yeah.
But there's truth behind it.
it is with violence. It is with everything. With something.
Pedophilia, which let's just call it what it is, raping kids is just an incredibly destructive force in our culture and in all cultures. And I just it's the one kind of criminal I think that I just have absolutely no sympathy for.
Nor do I. No. Most people feel the same way. When you talk about one of my daughters is very much against the death penalty, and I think for a good reason. And because we've had conversations about people that are unjustly accused, and she knows that I've had many people on my podcast that spent a long time in jail for crimes that they didn't commit, and that some of them were on death row. And they could have been executed. And we were talking about it. You said in a perfect scenario, when you absolutely know that the law has got the right person, that this person has done something, and that they have to go to people where it's a serial killer or whatever it is, yeah, maybe the death penalty makes sense. But we don't have a perfect legal system.
Right.
And then the subject of child molesters came up, they were like, oh no, kill them all. Like everybody's, it's almost
It's
like,
an instinctual reaction.
yeah, especially my wife, mothers, they hear that and it's just like, that's the one. Like you have to kill that.
Because they never fucking stop.
No, they don't.
They never stop.
It's a weird sickness. It's just so strange that it's not a very, very rare, uncommon thing. That like exists like in a handful of places in the world occasionally.
Yeah.
But then when you hear about something like the Catholic Church, there was Pope Benedict when he got kicked out. There was a lot of people that didn't understand what was going on, and I was looking into it, and you find out what that guy did, and one of the things he did that's so evil was he would move people. So he would take a priest that was molesting kids and just move him to another unsuspecting place, and he went on to molest one of these guys that they caught went on to molest 100 deaf kids, at least 100 that they're aware of. And just go like, and he knew that this guy was a pedophile. And it's just the Catholic Church in particular. It's just like, I went to Catholic school and nothing happened to me, but things did happen to people that I know that did go to Catholic school. It's just like, is there another religion that is more connected? Like when you hear the term Catholic priest,
Right.
pedophile is right. Like if you were playing a game like Catholic pedophile. Like you would say that, if you're, what is that, charades? What's that game? When, like you say, tough, big, runs fast, football player. Yes. Like you'd say, Catholic priest, pedophile. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's
Right.
like,
And it was no two secrets for so long, too.
It's crazy.
I think a lot of the priests would probably be drawn to the church for the access to kids. I mean,
Yes.
Church in Nanda and New Vrindavan built himself a little pedophile heaven up there,
Yeah.
once he had the power.
So how did did you talk to anybody from there that kind of reformed that place? Like how did they, once they got rid of him?
Well, first of all, he finally went to prison for murder, murder for hire, basically, along with racketeering and he just keeps selling counterfeit, football ads and shit. I mean,
Is he still in jail? Or is
no, he's dead. He's dead. But he still has not within ISKCON, but within the larger sort of Christian consciousness movement, he still has a following.
What up, Black Fellas? Saying
in
summer.
India, and I had a translator kind of fix it with me. And I had one camera guy, and we sort of bullshitted our way in, and it was this creepy fucking place, man. It was like this, sort of almost Soviet bloc looking apartment. It was all half finished. There was this tomb, there were flowers and incense and photos of him and stuff. And it's basically after he got out of prison eventually as an old man, and he went to India and Pakistan and drew a following of Pakistani boys basically that are now men in their 20s and 30s, and they occupy this sort of compound around his tomb. And the one that we sort of bullshit our way past was starting to get a little suspicious of what we were doing and of our story, which is that we were just tourists basically that sort of wandered by this place and were interested by it. And all these dudes just started coming out of these, they looked like vacant buildings, but they clearly weren't. All these followers are Kirtananda, and the translator's it's time to go down, time to go down. So, we boogie out of there. Wow. Yeah. But he still has followers, and frankly, even within ISKCON, he still has sort of quiet supporters.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah, in Holy Hell, they talk about this guy that they kicked out. He's still on the loose. And they flew him to Hawaii, and he started a cult in Hawaii. In the documentary, they show him in Hawaii with his devotees, taking him around, opening the door for him, the whole deal. Right? It's so strange. The cult thing is so bizarre because it's so common, and it seems like there's so many people that want to be led by someone who has the answers. Because most people are like you and I, try to do our best, live our life, fuck up, make mistakes, try to figure out what makes you happy. What's this all about? What is life? What are we doing here? And for some, when someone comes along and says, I have the answers, oh, this guy's got the answers. I need the fucking answers. Like, what are the answers? And
Yeah, I would say, I spent a lot of time with Hare Krishna, with Krishna consciousness devotees, and making that show. And generally speaking, they are positive, peaceful souls. They
Yeah.
seem at peace with their place in the world in a way that, I frankly found sort of compelling
yeah,
and attractive. So it's easy to see, and maybe they do have the answers. Maybe this ancient, spiritual tradition is at least part of the answer.
it certainly can be an answer for some people if you are of the right mindset, if you're truly trying to be on that path. But the problem is it's so easy to be subverted. It's like someone can come along and slowly kind of take over and twist it.
True with any religion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, look at televangelists, right? I mean, there's real Christians out there that are really great, wonderful people that want to live by the teachings of Christ and live a better, more just and holy life. And they really do want to live like that. And then there's psychos who want private jets and a giant arena to have all their followers, and they want mansions. Yeah, those guys are real. And they thrive. They're everywhere.
Well, one of Kirtananda's enforcer and hitman was this guy named Thomas Drescher, whose Christian name was Tirtha. And he drove the bus. There's a school bus that he wasn't driving kids around, but they bought a school bus to kind of take people from one part of the commune to another, whatever. But really, why he was there, and he was one of the dudes that joined he was in Vietnam combat vet. I think he saw hardcore combat in Vietnam. Came back bent in the head. Was trying to find the answers, trying to find help probably for PTSD. Found the Hare Krishnas, joined, but the first temple or two that he was at, they're like, something a little off about this guy. So let's send him to Kirtananda. Kirtananda met this dude. It's like, oh, I got a purpose for you, brother. You're now enforcer number one. And so if you fucked up, if you weren't supposed to have a television, if you broke the rules or you defied Kirtananda anyway, if you got some money from your family, you didn't kick it to him, Tirtha came and paid you a visit. Okay. And when Kirtananda started whacking dudes, basically it was Tirtha that did it. He just shoots you. And, yeah, he was smart. He buried Charles St. Dennis's body. He diverted a little creek, and by damming it up, and then buried the body, and then took away the dam. So the homicide cop Thomas Westfall, he was like, I was looking for that body everywhere and never thought to look under the little river.
Did they bring cadaver dogs to try to search for it?
I don't think they brought dogs. Eventually, what happened was, and the reason that Kirtananda, why they finally got him, is that Tirtha flipped on him. Now they arrested Tirtha Thomas Drescher for murder because there was another devotee that got killed in Los Angeles that was also sort of outing Kirtananda and his corruption and whatnot. And so they got Drescher, and once he was in prison, Kirtananda held a ceremony and appointed him to this high status within Krishna consciousness. And of course that was a way to try and keep him quiet, right? And he remained a believer. But then there was this incident known as the Winnebago incident, where Kirtananda was riding in a Winnebago with this I think it was a little boy from Pakistan or India, and the curtains jostled open, and he was seen in full view by multiple witnesses sodomizing this kid. And too many people saw it to cover it up, right? And word got to Thomas Drescher in prison that this had happened. And he heard from enough people who he trusted and believed that if this was true, that he immediately flipped on Kirtananda and said, yeah, he paid me and ordered me to kill these guys, and here's where you can find the bodies.
So he didn't know that
He didn't believe it. He didn't believe it. He was a true believer. He didn't want to believe it. So it was only when he was, he didn't firsthand witness it himself, but it was only when he was faced with multiple people who he trusted, who were telling him, we saw this, it's true, And then to his credit, I think he immediately flipped. We tried to do an interview with him, but we couldn't get into the prison to get him on camera. So we do in a show, we do have audio interview excerpts from the Drescher.
wow. saddest things about Holy Hell is they talk to some of the devotees that had left and now they're lost because they had essentially they had left 20 years of their life with this guy, and now here they were 50. And like this one lady was like a dog walker now, right? Just kind of lost, no real purpose in life. Didn't her whole thing was bullshit.
Yep.
Her whole life was bullshit.
Yeah. And some of the kids that grew up at New Vrindavan under Kirtanananda when it was legitimately a cult by any definition. Some of them are still followers of Krishna consciousness. Some of them, left it way behind. Right?
Yeah.
I have nothing good to say about that. But some of them are still like followers of Prabhupada's teachings. And they believe that Kirtananda was an aberration. I think that's probably right.
I think that's probably right too.
Yeah.
I mean, my friend who's really into the Hare Krishnas, he's a very peaceful guy, and the way he looks at it is like, this is a way to live. This is a possible way to live for some people that, if done correctly and done with the right spirit, with the right mindset, like really can be a beautiful, blissful way of existing.
Right. And I buy into the idea of karma and reincarnation. That reads as true. That feels true to me.
And reincarnation?
Yeah. Yeah.
Really? What reads as true? What part reads as true?
Well, then we get into DMT, right?
Okay.
All right. I tried DMT.
When did you do that?
It was in 2013. I'm a one and done DMT guy. Don't need to do it again. Okay. So here's my DMT story. Is that in 1999, I was super in the rave scene, and I was in London at this 3-day rave called The War. And it was the kind of party where it's like, someone asked you the time, it'd be like, it's 9:30, they'd be like, AM or PM, And it was a great party, right? 3 days near the Tower of London, literally underground, an underground party, literally underground. They had DJ rooms and dance rooms, but they also had these live performance rooms. And I saw this performance artist called the Techno-Pagan Octopus Messiah. Okay. And he was describing his DMT experience, and I hadn't heard about DMT. And by the way, his stuff is fantastic. I think he's come the closest of anybody except Terrence McKenna in actually like capturing what the DMT experience is as a writer. Outside his performance, where the room where he's performing, there's this tent that just said deep meditation therapy. I was like, oh, now I know what that means, right? And I watched people doing DMT, and I was like, I was already rolling on 3 or 4 hits of MDMA, so I was like, not tonight. But if it ever comes my way, I'm going to do it. I made myself a promise that night. I'm not going to seek this out if it ever comes my way. And then it did. And in 2014, I just went to see a buddy of mine in Brooklyn. I was working on a documentary out there, and he was like, you want to try this? I was like, okay, before I change my mind, let's do this. And 15 minutes later, I believed in reincarnation. I believed in karma and reincarnation. So and I felt a lot better about death.
Yeah, I felt a lot better about that too.
Well, my experience was that I got, a short glimpse of sort of a user manual for the cosmos. And in there was the knowledge that reincarnation is real, that the Buddhists have it right, that after you die, you go to the Bardo for 49 days, your soul is out there. You get a chance to kind of like assess the last life you led before you take another spin on the carousel. Learn what you can, get rewarded for your good deeds, suffer for your sins, and then go back. And I believe it, but I also just like it. I just like it. It feels true to me in a way that like the evangelist or fundamentalist Christian idea of like you can just do a bunch of bad shit and then promise yourself to Jesus and have a clean slate. Fuck that. I'm not buying that. Yeah. But karma and reincarnation, I'm buying it.
There's something there. I mean, it's fascinating that concept has existed for so long, and even the concept of heaven that existed for so long,
right.
and angels and souls and all those things. I think we have a very limited ability to grasp reality, and I think that limited ability is biological. It's kind of based upon our primate origins and what we are as a thing, as a biological entity. We have essentially the tools that we need in order to survive. those tools are the ability to recognize danger and communicate and establish community and purpose and all these different things. But when you have like real breakthrough psychedelic experiences, to me, it seems like it's allowing you a vision into all that exists, not just what you're physically capable of seeing as a human being, but this chemical gateway or whatever it is that psychedelics give you allows you to see that these things. What I got out of it is that everything's connected. Every action, every thought, your thoughts, your life, your words, your deeds, the way you approach things, the way you respond to things, that they're all connected in some very strange way. And living my life, the more I follow that as thinking that everything is all connected, the more my life has been more beautiful. The more my life has been more rewarding and rich and more pleasing, more filled with love and community. And it's something that I kind of need to like remind myself all the time, because I think the biological entity has certain like human reward systems that are built into it, try to acquire resources, to try to establish dominance, to try to succeed. There's all these different things that as a human, people they want success, they want all these different things. And that those things can kind of, because you can see the physical manifestation of that work, that can sort of overcome the idea that everything's connected. And so that's, I think, why people cheat on their taxes or insider trade or do all these different things, fuck people over in business deals, and they don't think that they're going to experience any negative consequences of it. But I don't think anybody gets away free.
Again, that's why I like the idea of karma.
Yeah.
You don't get away with it.
There's something to it. There's something.
And it's again going back to the Vedas, like the oldest spiritual, organized system of spiritual beliefs known. For our species, that's core to it.
Well, we have
reincarnation.
The most complicated organism. We are the most complicated organism that we're currently aware of, in terms of our ability to manipulate our environment, our ability to communicate, our ability to create things.
Yeah.
But we don't have an operator's manual, right? Which is crazy. So we're essentially running on this primate software that was really established. It's almost like we have DOS or Windows 95, and we just keep refreshing it, right? We don't. There's no real new operating system, and it's so filled with flaws that the human operating system is designed to ward off predators and to fight off neighboring tribes and try to avoid starvation and to try to make sure that your genes pass on and that your enemy's genes don't. And to exist in 2024 in modern Western world with all of our technology and all of our knowledge and all of the information that we have available with this ancient primate software is so problematic. It's so fraught with peril. There's so many things that can go wrong. So many people that go sideways. Drug addiction and gambling addiction and sex addiction and this addiction and that addiction, and there's so much chaos and thievery and violence and deception and fraud, and there's just so many things that exist that are negative but are tied to this concept of achieving and getting more, which is this famine-based mentality, this resource-acquiring mentality. It really is like the monkey stealing your sunglasses so he can get mangoes.
Right.
It's really,
No, totally agree. And I felt like with DMT, I got like a very short. It was like I felt like there was this sentient, generally benevolent force out there in the cosmos. It was like, okay, look, I'm going to give you a lot of information. You're not going to be able to retain most of it.
Right.
So you ready? Here we go.
Yeah.
And one of the things that I brought back that I still believe a decade later is that reincarnation is real. That's how it works. Karma is real. That's how it works. What you do in this life affects your next one. So, and that also gives me like kind of that user's guide we talk about how that other species.
Yeah, I didn't get a reincarnation vibe. I'm not opposed to the idea of reincarnation, but I got a vibe that there's other things, and there's other dimensions, there's other experiences, and there's maybe levels of existence, and that this existence that we're experiencing right now as human beings is just very strange, confusing, almost like a puzzle that you are on this planet trying to solve, and you can get distracted.
Yeah.
You can get distracted by all sorts of things in this life, but the things that bring you happiness and love, you have to kind of like sort those out and choose those amongst the different options that the puzzle gives you.
You know this podcast, Psychedelic Salon?
Yeah,
Okay.
Sure. I had that guy on, Lorenzo.
Yeah, Lorenzo Hegarty.
He's great.
Yeah, he is. I recently got to know him, and he asked me to give you a message because I guess 2 or 3 months ago you were musing about whether or not he was still alive because he hadn't posted any new episodes.
Yeah.
He is still alive. That's his message. Lorenzo's
All
message.
right.
And after he heard that you'd raised that question, he's been posting.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. So
Can you connect me to him?
Yeah, absolutely.
Please.
So Lorenzo and I and the aforementioned Techno-Pagan Octopus Messiah are in the process of collaborating with some AI animation artists on a documentary about the Stoned Ape theory. I think it's going to be dope.
Have you seen Dennis McKenna's assessment of it?
Yeah.
He broke it down on the podcast where he's explaining to me the actual mechanisms that would be involved in psilocybin accelerating the human mind and the ability to form language and concepts and creativity and all the different things that McKenna talked, that Terrence talked about.
Right.
But Dennis is like hardcore, like fact-based scientist.
Right. Yeah. You've had several great guests on there talking about that theory, but I've been like, there's about to be already, it's showing signs, there's about to be just a glut of AI animation movies, especially even in documentaries. Like, I think AI animation is going to replace, recreations, where they hire actors to recreate stuff. We did it in Christians, right?
Yes.
We recreated, murder scenes using actors and firearms and stuff, prop firearms. So I've been approached with, I don't even know how many ideas for like new AI animation docs that has been like, give me. This one really felt right. Like, I think that Terrence McKenna would have loved the idea of using AI animation to show the evolution of our species, as they pick the mushrooms out of the cow shit and stuff. And also one idea that we're toying with, I think we'll go forward with now that we've actually, I think we've got the technology actually dialed in, where we build this AI world, this Terrence McKenna AI world, where we can give it ideas and it'll spit back imagery to us that feels right. It's building some sort of like AI avatar of Terrence McKenna. So the idea is that the spine of the documentary will be anytime because Lorenzo has incredible archives of Terrence McKenna, stuff that nobody else has.
Yeah, he has everything.
And anytime you're hearing Terrence McKenna's voice describing the Stoned Ape theory, will take people through it step by step. You'll be seeing AI animation of what he's describing. So you're hearing Terrence McKenna's voice, but seeing AI.
So for people that don't know what the Stoned Ape theory is, we should probably explain it to them for people who've never heard it before. And the concept is that at one point in evolution, there was climate change, and that these tropical rainforests had receded into grasslands, and that these primates had started experimenting with different food sources by flipping over cow patties and looking for grubs and all these different things. And one of the things that they would do is probably test the mushrooms that are growing in the cow patties. And in many places where psilocybin exists, these things are extremely prevalent. Like my friend Duncan, who grew up in Asheville, North Carolina, told me that mushrooms were so prevalent that the local ranchers they started putting feed in the cattle feed, some sort of antifungal.
Is it baked beans?
Keep fungus from growing in cow shit.
That guy's disgusting.
Going out to the field and picking psilocybin mushrooms.
Because he keeps sending me feed pictures.
They were everywhere, and so the concept is that low doses of psilocybin increase.
He's going to get blocked. I'm warning you to warn him. He's going to get blocked.
Heightened sexual arousal, made people more likely to breathe, and made people.
Okay, I'm down for that.
Probably believe because of the increasing visual acuity made people better hunters.
What's up, pimp? How you living, baby? Quit sending me such garbage.
Hardcore, non-psychedelic scientists.
Yo.
Studies on edge detection with patients.
BRB.
You know these studies? Yeah. And it showed that people under the influence of psilocybin can detect deviant. So if you have
There you go. I can hear you better now. What's going on, Big Beans, you sick foot fetishist?
Predict it much quicker. Can see it much quicker than if people not.
Dog, I don't want that in my inbox. Don't send me that shit. I'm not gonna, what do you call it, kink, shame, do whatever you want to do, but you don't have to send that to me.
You're more aware of, I know a lot of people that use psilocybin.
Dog, he's gonna try to sell me Joe's Toes on Solana. And I'm telling you, I don't give a flying fuck about it right now. If you need me to market this motherfucker, I will, but don't send me pictures of it.
Chess, huh? Yeah. Does it help you?
I think actually I can demonstrate to the guys.
No, dog, it's an inferior coin to
I don't know if I buy this.
Rabbi's Piggies.
The same way that I fully
It's
buy
an inferior project. Rabbi's Piggies is the greatest coin in the history of mankind.
Well, doesn't it? It mimics DMT.
At least NFT project. I got 10 of them, bitch.
Yeah. I think when it's broken down, I think I'm gonna fuck this up. I think it's
Dog, I'm telling you why my feet are superior. Because I had to walk like 10 miles. Look at this bad boy. And I bruised the shit out of my fucking big toe. Dude, I don't want that. I want to pop my own though. One. No, I have Rabbi's Piggies. Rabbi's Piggies is the greatest coin in the history of mankind. I'm not. I created a robot, 2 of them, believe it or not. When he gets that MEVBot done, I'll send him feed pics.
The world around them and expanding the brain. And the other thing about the concept of the still
2 robots
is this bizarre fact in the history of humans.
Can I tell you something else, Marge? I don't know what a MEVBot is, and I don't think at this point anyone does. No one knows what that is.
McKenna says that coincides.
Dog, watch this, slut. You ready to watch this? I have 2 robots going. You ready?
So there's all these things that sort of.
Here's the first one. Watch, it's gonna click
But if you think about
on its own. What up, 2-factor authentication? 2-factor method? Do you see how this thing is moving without my hands?
And you're, playing this out over a couple million years.
Dog, why the fuck aren't you paying attention? Watch, it's gonna follow this motherfucker.
Yeah.
Follow, and then it's gonna.
Yeah.
So, like I said, not sure I buy it.
It's gonna type a bunch of spam in here. It says. One moment, it's pasting it. Rabbi Rothschild is head of Rothschild family world record holder, banned from kick most YouTube content, share to be a trillionaire.
We have so many attributes that are far beyond any other primate. And it kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
And also, there's people that can achieve those states without psychedelics.
That's what I'm saying. Somebody can.
Pretty close with some breathing exercises and especially breathing exercises in sensory deprivation.
Dog.
You can achieve some definite psychedelic states.
Watch this. I'm going to
I
follow this guy, and this guy's going to go, oh, thank you, Rabbi Rothschild. Actually, it's thank you for the follow. Search Bible Rabbi in YouTube 005. And they will say it, and then I'll go over here and paste in their little thing. Look at this. Look at this. It goes up on his screen. Thank you for the follow with this big dude in the background doing a dance. Then look, watch it paste in this shit. And boom, it just pasted it. And then it moves on to the next one. How amazing is that? Asmund, you have to admit, this is the first workable bot that you have seen, and you've been hearing about bots for at least 3 months. You should be.
I have nothing to do with Joey.
DMT with
Now watch this one.
the DMT dance.
This one, I have another one doing the same shit,
And it's very
but it's a little different. You're like, how is it different?
And, it's overwhelming.
Dude, hey, Ass Munch, I'm gonna tell you this right now. Baked Beans needs to stop talking about this. It is not my cup of tea, and I'm talking about bots, and he keeps bringing it back to this.
Not just go, what the fuck, like every 5 seconds.
All right, so watch this one work.
Take it in and
Look,
accept
it's moving the thing on without my hands,
My dad died recently.
and watch, it's gonna open up the link.
6 months ago, I tried to get him to try it. Because, like, listen,
Open link in new tab,
until I tried this, I was like, same as
and
you.
then it's gonna go and it's the pink hand if you can see it.
Like,
And it
that's
clicks
my dad.
there.
Yeah, super smart.
Now it's got a bunch of shit that it has to click down here.
And,
Pardon me?
he was like, well, it sounds interesting, but I guess if you're right, I'll find out on my own. That's like, this is kind of like the trailer for the movie, Dad. You know?
I'll find out what I am.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So, yeah, he died.
You can also see my hands on that camera too.
Yeah. What were you doing in Ukraine? I was reporting. I was working. I wasn't filming, but I was doing some research, and I was in
That's exactly right. Now watch.
war zone.
Watch.
But I was in a war zone.
Watch what it's gonna do down here, where it says chat rules.
And I got
Watch, it's gonna work on its own. It clicks there,
It was like your dad's.
and then it's gonna post this thing that says, Rabbi Rothschild is head of Rothschild family and world record holder. Most content on YouTube. Kick banned Rabbi.
And so I was just sending like text
Rabbi was banned from Kick.
to the nurses. There was,
And then it says, type Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube filtered by live. Share to be a trillionaire. Now watch this thing post. There you go. It just posted. And then it just went into the next one. So I have not one of these, but 2 of these. And I have, I think, worn down Kick's security team to the point where they don't really care anymore. Like before, they were banning every single one of my accounts, but now I think they're just like I know what it's like to ban people like this on a platform. I've been on the other side. I've worked for companies where we had to ban people, unfortunately, for some things, and I know that it takes part of your day to keep up with this. And if somebody keeps creating accounts, it's like, fuck, I don't want to deal with this motherfucker anymore. Just let him be. I don't care if we get a few complaints every now and then. I don't want to have to keep banning this person every 10 minutes. I have other shit to do. So that's what I've been doing, which I think is fucking brilliant.
Concept that Ukraine is corrupt when you first started backing them.
I do.
It was fascinating to me because it was always
I'm making it my bitch.
how corrupt Ukraine was. It was always tough. Then all of a sudden, it's just
So, get this.
vote and top.
I mean,
Russia is
it's just a matter of time. If I can keep these bots going, I just have to let them go and do their thing. And they're
U.S. government be like,
they're
okay,
getting very
we
popular.
would sort of designate who was corrupt and who wasn't. I mean, look, the U.S. went through its own.
It's pretty fucking amazing.
Like Robert Barron phase, lady.
It's pretty fucking amazing.
Democracy for 100 years. Not, unfortunately, it's kind of a step in the evolution of free democracies. That
Honestly,
phase where you're like, things.
I've thought about it,
Like,
but I don't even really know where to start. I mean, I guess there's the code that we currently have, but dude, I don't know. I don't know how all that shit works. I really don't. If I knew a little bit more about it, I would. But you know what I do know how it works? It's fucking social media. And I'm the king of fucking Kick.
Judicial system. They have what they call telephone law, which is basically like before a judge makes a
I mean,
he gets a phone call telling him which way to move. And so he's the head of this monastery. He's like,
I'm sure I could, but I don't wish to.
Every judge and shoot him, and then all the judges or like all
No.
the government officials that come to the funerals.
No,
shoot them.
that's not a team
Do
that I
2 or 3
want
times,
to captain,
and then
dog.
you might be able to start it like she's saying. That's how systemic this is. But I mean,
man of God's telling you this.
yeah, that's
No. Well, yeah, no, that's true. If I had to,
But I'll
Yeah,
tell you,
I'd have
one
sex
time
with Joe.
in Ukraine, they changed my perspective on that war, and I came back.
I'm not taking one for the team. You're going to have to put me under a crazy condition. Like, I'm going to have to be on a desert island with him
of it
and
was
we're
just-
gonna have to be there for like 100 years,
I just,
and there's nothing else to do. But
in a way,
eventually,
that's
he has to
another
get fucked
conversation.
in order to get off the island. I'm gonna fuck him. I'm telling you that.
Many of them, but I just feel like I'm not sure you guys are really down with the freedom of democracy thing. You know,
Yes, sir.
it seems like you were subjugated for a while, and you just
Dog.
get the same vibe. Like,
You know when you say rabbi, it's kind of like a little knife that goes in my back because sometimes you say it to me when I'm asleep, and it becomes like an alarm to me.
But just part of it was there was something very enthralling about
Yeah,
being
all the
in a
time.
place
And
where
I would
everyone's
love to tell you it's just one person,
country under
but it's quite a
attack,
few different
being
people.
invaded by a hostile force. Now, usually Ukrainians have stayed behind, okay, but there's still a lot of them. I mean,
If what?
and just that coming from America, where everything is
No, my name is
so
Rabbi.
and divided now, and to be in a place where everyone is so on the
That's
same
fine.
page,
I'm just saying that it
there's
sometimes
something
sounds like
very attractive
it's
about
less like a knife in the back, but more like nails on a chalkboard.
it. Right after
I guess kids don't know what that sounds like anymore. But you know what I mean.
Because it's not what you ever want to happen again to wake
Pardon me?
everybody up. But it was the thing that was required
Yes, sir.
that made people put American flags in their cars.
I appreciate that. They're really
And a
nice.
lot
They're
of
very
it, I mean, it was a
comfortable.
horrible tragedy,
and
but in a lot of ways,
they're-
the reaction
I slept
to it
with
was
them
very
last night, and they were amazing.
There was so many
And
people that were so. I was in New
they're
York
very-
City like just
I
a
mean,
few weeks or a few
Another
months
thing that I like
after
about them.
9/11.
What'd you say?
It was crazy. It was like everybody was just so blown away
I think this
by
is the finest of Egyptian linen,
And so
and I
just
think that the
shaken
cotton
out of
count
it
is 1 million.
so aware of how fortunate they were
Yeah.
to not be one of those.
This
people
cotton is so
and
dense
that, we
that
all
it has cotton of its
legitimately
own,
work together and that there are
that
forces out
it
there
waits
for evil.
for the
We have to stay united.
harvest,
I hate
and
to
it's
think
kind of this
that that's
perpetual
what's
machine
required
until
to
it
wake
gets
people
that
up from this division.
thread count of 1,000.
I wonder
A
if
million, I
maybe
should say.
The division that we have in this country is because of the fact that we're under attack.
It's true. It's true. That's absolutely true. It's stronger than hemp fibers. It's basically like a Gore-Tex
Yeah, the Aleutian Islands actually
fusion
were
synthetic
attacked.
material. It's amazing.
Yeah, that was actually but I mean, I mean, the Ukrainians, they had.
You have a salt mine?
In 1994.
Do you have a salt mine?
The U.S. and UK basically convinced them, to give.
Oh, what are you going to call it?
in
Unobtainium?
exchange for a guarantee that we would help them protect their southern territory.
Yeah, that was right after the fall. So
Yeah.
There's so many factors. Right?
Who the fuck is talking? Who the fuck is saying hello,
In
hello?
2004, like NATO started handing out membership cards, like Cracker Jack prizes, right? Putin gets
Oh,
reelected in 2004.
Were you testing being a little bitch? Because you were doing a great job of it.
Soviet, small territories are now NATO countries. Hey, you want to be NATO?
Um,
Well, great. Now we're like.
I don't know what the fuck you're saying.
Yeah.
You're talking about it's a salt mine, but then it's like a material that's never been invented or something.
It's very simple.
What happens if he invades another country? Like, what are we going to do?
Dog, I'm going to put it to you very straight. What is its number on the periodic table of elements? Go.
Under fire would be over dramatic, but I've had
Then you have to create one, dog.
fucking Shahed drones launched in my general direction recently.
Where is it located?
Another perspective on like Russia's support for Iran and vice versa. Like mutual enemy of ours. Like those are Iranian fucking drones being shot at us. And Russia recently had Hamas, had a delegation from Hamas visit the Kremlin. I mean, what the fuck, man? Yeah. So anyway,
This is a fucking sketchy time.
it really is.
It's
I mean,
such a
it's
sketchy
to to say like, World War III is imminent. It sounds doomsayer, but it feels like it could go that way. Or China, they're looking at us. That's the problem if we sort of like showed our ass and back down. If Putin keeps going, then China may just test that red line. Right, with Taiwan.
Yeah, well, I think they're preparing for that.
Yeah.
At least when I've talked to people that understand.
I think that the war in Ukraine could have been prevented. I think that there was this false dichotomy where there were forces in the U.S. government. This is part of the documentary I want to make. It's about that forced you. There was like you either have to be, a puppet of Russia or our puppet. You either have to be NATO or there's no middle ground. When in fact, I think that Ukraine could have been a bridge, a peaceful bridge between Russia and quote unquote.
Thank you for the follow.
Economically free trade, but
Rabbi. You're gonna get
so
fucking pasted. Paste this motherfucker.
Power mad.
Dude, send it to him. Send it to him.
But you can sort of see from
Send it to him.
If you look at a map and you start to see all these
Send it to him.
countries around Russia, you kind of see, what motivates them.
Thanks for the follow. Oh, I didn't paste.
This red line was
Horse
Ukraine,
shit.
and when they're trying to get Ukraine to
Dude, what is this always here?
what are we doing?
Dog.
Right. What are we doing? We're bringing about
Did it
World War
actually
III,
raise?
And why? And how much money's being spent? Right. And where's that money going? Right. Yeah.
And it's not why.
Who's got a vested interest in keeping that money?
Paste.
Yeah. That's where it gets scary.
Oh, hell yeah, paste.
That's
Hell
I
yeah,
don't want
paste.
to tip my hand too
Dog,
much, but I think
this
I got
guy's not reading it. He's like, oh, this shit is amazing.
that
I'm
US
on your
Department of
YouTube.
Justice
I'm
has
checking
been
it out.
used by the U.S. State Department
Drake
to
responded.
further U.S.
Rabbi
interests in
Rothschild
Ukraine in ways
responded,
that
yo.
aren't like bringing criminal charges.
Lots of news and
against
updates.
people in the U.S., but like Ukrainians
These guys.
charging them with crimes
Yo,
in the U.S.
dog,
including some
do you
people
speak
that never
English?
Set foot in the United States.
You don't
Charging
have
them
any
crimes,
followers? Ah,
getting them out of trouble, like dropping
no insulting?
charges against them, to sort of like. And again, it goes
Yo.
back to like our designating you're a
Dog.
good guy, you're a bad guy. You're corrupt, you're not. You're both just grabbing, billions with both hands. So
Dog.
Scary time, man. It really is. It's wild to me that Zelensky is the president too. You have essentially a comedian who played the president on a television show. And they're like, "We like you."
if they held an election today, he would not.
No.
But then they support him. It's interesting. It's like you ask them, "Do you support the president?" They say, "Yes." Like we're at war. Would you vote for him? No.
What was their opposition?
I think that he's mismanaging the war. And also I think they suspect that he's corrupt.
Yeah.
And I think he probably is. But that doesn't. But the fact that 50 cents of every dollar that we send there, this isn't actually how it goes down. But even if that was the case, is going into somebody's pocket doesn't mean that we can just turn Ukraine over to Russia. In my opinion, I think that we should be backing them full on militarily, not with U.S. troops, but giving them what they need to fight. Because I talked to a lot of special forces guys over there. They're like basically like those Russian human waves attacks. We're just like mowing these guys. It's not even really combat. We're just mowing these guys down until we run out of bullets, and then we have to retreat. Those are the battles. That's what Putin's able to do. He's got so many guys.
And he's also letting people out of jail.
Yeah.
Letting people out of jail and giving them serve, and your time is your sentence is rescinded.
Well, some people think of Russia and they think of Moscow and St. Petersburg, but if you look at that country on a map, it's fucking massive. There's so much territory east of Ural Mountains. It's just a bunch of villages, what we call flyover country, right? Well, Putin is offering deals like sign up, where it's like, more money than they make in a year per month, A, and then B, if you're killed, your family's set up for life. They can buy a house, whatever.
Yeah.
So very attractive offers for these really poor people from rural Russia.
And then they're using them as just human cannon fodder.
100%. Yeah.
It's just, I just can't remember a time in my life where things have just seemed so unhinged.
No, I asked my parents about that too. When my dad before he passed, they're like, they don't remember even like Watergate, Vietnam era. They weren't really old enough to remember the Great Depression, but even that was just sort of limited to the U.S. I know the local effects of that, ricochets of that. But it feels like I could go sideways on this and not hurt.
Yeah, it does. And then what does that look like? That's what's terrifying. What's terrifying is if you're willing to do, like, let's say what Israel's doing in Gaza, if you're willing to almost eliminate a city, just bomb the fuck out of the city, and kill who knows how many innocents. What is it? What are the numbers? Is it 30,000? I don't know what the numbers are. What's the line that keeps you from dropping a nuke that kills 300,000? What's the line? Like when why do we have this idea that it won't accelerate to that when it has in the past? It's just because it only did it once,
Right.
in Japan in 1945. Is that what it is?
I agree with your assessment of that danger 100%. That's another reason why I think that we have to help Ukraine stop Putin now, because if he keeps going in Ukraine and then he invades a NATO country and we decide that we've got to go up against him.
Is there any evidence that he would do that? That he would invade a NATO country?
I don't think he'll stop.
You don't think so?
I think, dude, he's been in power for a long time for a leader of Russia. I think that I watched that Tucker Carlson interview, right?
Yeah.
And that history lesson that he delivered at the beginning, everyone was like, what the fuck is he talking about? And Tucker just looked baffled. I got it. I actually thought I'm getting an insight into Putin's motivations, the way that he sees himself, which is a historic figure. He sees himself as someone who's going to restore a Russian empire. He spends all day in the halls of the Kremlin with portraits of Ivan the Terrible and Catherine the Great, right? And I think that he's seeing himself as not the leader of a free country, certainly, but as someone who's going to restore a Russian empire. So no, I absolutely do not think he will stop with Ukraine. No way. So then if he doesn't, and then he invades a NATO country and we go up against him, man, those documents leaked recently from Russia that were showing what their lines were for when they would start using quote-unquote tactical nukes. And, I think he'd do it. I don't think he will.
What are the lines?
Well, they were, whatever. If they started to lose a certain percentage of troops, I can't recall the specifics, but they were shockingly liberal on when they would start to use tactical nukes on the battlefield in Europe. If they started to have certain percentages of battlefield losses, we're not in the current situation, but as they go further into Ukraine, or in a war that came into Russian territory. So I just think, we should stop this shit now. The shit being Putin.
Is it possible?
I think it is possible. I think it's possible to essentially let him have.
What's his J? Criteria for a potential nuclear response range from an enemy incursion on Russian territory to more specific triggers, such as destruction of 20% of Russia's strategic ballistic missile submarines. This is the first time we've seen documents like this reported in the public domain, said Alexander Gaboyev, director of Carnegie Russia Eurasia Center in Berlin. They show that the operational threshold for using nuclear weapons is pretty low if the desired result can't be achieved through conventional means. Russia's tactical nuclear weapons, which can be delivered by land or sea-launched missiles from an aircraft, are designed for limited battlefield use in Europe and Asia, as opposed to the larger strategic weapons intended to target U.S. modern tactical warheads, can still release significantly more energy than the weapons dropped on Nagasaki and Hiroshima in 1945. Although the files date back 10 years or more, experts claim they remain relevant to current Russian military doctrine. The documents were shown to the FT by Western sources.
So to answer your question, I think that the territory that Putin has taken, again, also just like we didn't back him up after the security assurances that we, the U.S., gave Ukraine in 1994, 2014, right? There was that revolution in Ukraine, and in response, Putin invaded Crimea with the little green man, the guys that didn't have an insignia, and the U.S. State Department went to, and Ukraine was going to fight. And the U.S. State Department went to Kyiv. It was like, whoa, chill out. Just let him have Crimea. We'll make sure he stops there. Let's not escalate things. Okay? So we gave him our word a second time, and then we broke it. So to answer your question, I think that territory that Putin has seized, my impression from talking with a lot of Ukrainians in recent weeks has been that they feel like Ukraine could still be Ukraine without that territory. Like the people, basically, you could have a 3-week period where people could either move there if they want to be Russians, or they can leave if they want to be Ukrainians. And then you could have a kind of a North Korea, South Korea, DMZ kind of situation. I think that's probably the best possible outcome right now. But even to do that, again, we've got to properly arm the Ukrainians so that they can stop Putin from moving further into their country and actually taking territory that they could not live without.
So do you think ultimately he plans on taking all of Ukraine?
Yes, 100%. I think he's 100%. I mean, it was when I was in Kyiv and I went to how close the fighting actually got to the capital city. It was shocking how close it was. Like that town Bucha, where there was all those atrocities committed. I mean, there's this one. I saw this one auto, this like massive graveyards of like automobiles. And what happened was people were trying to get out of this town as the Russian troops, because they invaded from Belarus from the north. They came in and they're trying to go like lightning strike on Kyiv. And they got within, I think, 10, 12 kilometers of the city. And then they got stopped because the guys started blowing bridges. Special forces started blowing bridges and hitting them with javelins and stuff. And they actually stopped them. Like incredibly brave fighting. But there's this one just like I came across this just pile of just hundreds of blown up cars. And I asked the locals about it. And some of them have been like painted now with, sunflowers and, Slava Ukrainia, glory to Ukraine. And the artists are trying to make this less sort of macabre. But what it was when the Russians invaded 2 years ago, like hundreds of families piled in their cars, and there was one road out of town, but it was a trap. And the Russians cut it off on both sides and then methodically, using tanks, blew up these cars full of civilians. Just brutal shit. And I know there's still brutal shit on all sides in all wars. Yeah. But to see it firsthand like that, to talk to people that felt it happened was tough. So, yeah.
What is it like going over there? Like leaving America, going over there to try to.
What was the craziest thing? You can just walk in. It was like it's harder to go into Tijuana than it is to go to Ukraine. Like you just like I went in through. I came out. Yes, that's it. I went in. I came out through Poland, and I went in through Romania.
Jesus,
and I just like.
those cars.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, God.
So I flew to Bucharest and then drove about 10 hours to the border and then just like walked across with my duffel bag and U.S. passport. It's really easy to get in.
You just walked across.
Yeah, just walked right across. It's like 5 minutes.
Did you have it set up already to talk to people?
I did. I had set up security. I had really good security. These guys were like special forces guys, a tank hunting team actually that had just rotated off the front after fighting for 2 years. And we're, so basically like keeping me alive as a vacation for them. But they were really, and I got to be really good friends with this one dude, especially the guy that was like, because they worked in different ways. It was a team, but like there was one guy that was like attached to my hip. He was just with me 24/7. Whose name was Andre, and I got to be really good buddies with this guy, just using like Google Translate. Even when the interpreter wasn't around, just like really clicked with this guy. Anyway, but yeah, I did have it set up where I had an interpreter, a driver, and security. And then I had, conversations that I'd lined up. But a lot of it was people had documents or people had information that the only way I was going to get these documents or have them tell me this information was to go to Ukraine. That's the only way they were going to, trust me.
How much different was it than what you expected?
Well, I really, back to my new love for the Ukrainian people. In Kyiv, or Lviv, which is a fantastic city. It's in eastern Ukraine, near the Polish border. It's like you wouldn't until the rockets and the Iranian drones start flying into the city. You wouldn't know anything was going on. People are out, dressed nicely, going to dinner, going to bars, going to clubs, like they're out and about, And then all of a sudden the air raid sirens go off, and there's this app that I like jokingly texted my wife. I was like, this is the worst video game ever, because it's this app that shows you what's incoming, like what kind of missiles and how many, and what kind of drones and how many, and then as the air defense systems shoot them down, they like blip off the screen, so you can like see like the shit's coming your way and like how many are they shooting down. It's like the worst version of missile command because you can't actually do anything, right? But yet you're watching it. And
in real time.
Yeah.
God.
So
and it's just an app you can get for your phone.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the security guys had it. I don't know if everybody has an app on their phone that alerts them when there's incoming missiles or drones. Right.
And how do they know that that app has not been compromised?
Great question. I don't know. Great question.
Is this an app that's is it Windows
You
and
can get
Android?
it. Yes, you can get it on your phone right now. As a matter of fact, before I went to Ukraine, I downloaded it, installed it, and I thought it'd be geofence, but it was like the middle of the night in New Mexico, and all of a sudden it's like air raid, missiles incoming, like seek shelter. So it's if anybody wants to experience what it's like to be a Ukrainian right now, you can download this app.
What is it called? Is it available for all phone platforms?
Anybody can get it. I may have taken it off actually, but I'm sure if you just like Google like Ukrainian, air raid app.
Did you take it off because you're tired of seeing air raids?
Yes. Yeah. I didn't want it to sound anymore. So I mean, you can pick which parts of the country you want it to alert you to, but yeah, I mean it was. There was one day where the security guys were like, it's not safe to drive from where we were to Kyiv tomorrow. So that's the bad news, because every night we would have a go, no go kind of meeting for the next day. And that was one time that they were like, no go, too much shit's going on. It's not safe to drive, 8 hours to Kyiv. Good news is it's snowing in the Carpathian Mountains, so we're going to go skiing. I was like, what? And so the next day we drove 5 hours up to the mountains, and there's this full-on ski resort. And there's just people, like the hundreds of families out skiing. And there's the fucking war going on. And it's like a day of a nationwide red alert, which means that like missiles were hitting all over. And so people are watching this app on their phone, and you can see the stuff that's coming, to the oblast, which is like a state, that we're in. And as the stuff is being shot down, like people are like cheering from the chairlifts.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh my
So, I mean, it's just like that fucking fuck you spirit that they have is, I think, impressive.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have a friend from Israel, and he's a kickboxing coach. My friend shoots. And when he was living in America, he lives in Israel now. When he was living in America, I went over his house for dinner, and him and his wife, they'd be playing the bongos and dancing, and I'm like, you guys are like, you have so much spirit, like you're so filled with fun.
Yeah.
And he's like, my friend, when you live in Israel, he goes, every day, like you could die. It's every day is party, have a good time, enjoy your life.
Yeah.
And it's like the same kind of thing, unfortunately, like post 9/11. Like you need something horrible to happen for you to appreciate the good, and appreciate peace, and appreciate joy.
Yeah.
And that's a crazy thought, is that the thing that's going to cure what ails us is conflict and getting together, and banding together to fight a common evil, which is just so bizarre.
Or if we had like a War of the Worlds kind of thing, like a hostile like alien race attacked Earth.
You remember when Ronald Reagan said that to the UN?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the UFO fanatics' favorite speech. When Ronald Reagan said, if we were faced with a hostile threat from an alien world, how quickly we would put aside our differences.
Yeah.
It's true. I mean, that's one of the things that astronauts always talk about with the space station. You look down at the Earth and you go, oh my God, what are we doing?
Right.
How are we in conflict with each other over lines in the dirt, imaginary lines in the dirt that we create? For what? Like, who's doing this and why are we doing this? We should all be together. We're this one species that can communicate with each other, attach this ball that's hurling through infinity. And yet, our territorial primate instincts have us engaged in this insane conflict that no one thinks is ever going to end. If you asked anyone today, can you achieve in our lifetime no war? Most people will say that's not possible, which is so strange
and tragic.
Well, it's also so crazy because it's a function of human beings in large numbers, right? Because like if we were in this room together and you said, could you imagine all three of us get along? Of course, easily. I couldn't imagine us not getting along. We can talk, we'll figure things out, we have resources, yeah, we'll be fine. Make it 3 million people, make it 30 million, make it 300 million, now you get problems.
Right.
It's just, and it seems to be always the same thing that you see when you have a cult. You have leaders, and the leaders don't necessarily have the best intentions for everyone. They have the best intentions for themselves and for the people that are providing them with money. And this is the trap that we're all stuck in. Everyone on earth, all of us, being led by groups that decide that they're in control of these massive numbers of people, and they want control of the resources of these other territories, and they want to do something to those people, and they'll have people convinced that this is your enemy. You have to go kill them. People that you've never met, you have no issue with. You don't know anything about them. You've literally never seen them before. You might not ever see them even when you're killing them. And this is the thing that we don't believe could ever be stopped in our lifetime, which is insane. If you really start to think about it that way, it sounds so insane. Like if you were approached by an alien life form that said, what is the source of all this murder and killing and destruction? Like, what is this? It's like, oh, we're being led. We're a group, and we're being led by the people that are in charge of this group that are very secretive and that are being influenced by massive amounts of money and the military-industrial complex, and they've got everyone convinced that you have to divert all of our resources into attacking this other group that is opposed to our way of life. They hate us for our freedom, whatever the fuck it is, and that this is what we have to do now. So they would be like, what is wrong with you fucking people? Like, what a bizarre, wounded, tainted species that you think like this. And not just think like this, but think it's impossible to imagine this not existing. This the most insane venture that human beings can ever engage in. And you think it's impossible for that to not be the case. But almost all logical people, if you ask them, could you imagine no war in your lifetime? No.
Not now.
No.
Not now. I mean, I just turned 53, and I think that, like, when I was a young man, I had a lot more optimism, right? And I don't think it was just a function of, like, being young in the 90s, I think, was, like, the best. It was, like, the time of peace and prosperity.
Yeah.
And it seemed like we could get to Star Trek, right? It seemed like we could maybe get there, right?
Even Star Trek, Cold War and Klingons.
Yeah, well, you gotta fight somebody.
It's like, why? It seems so crazy. I wonder if, this is really weird, but I wonder if that's where AI is leading us. I really genuinely do. I wonder if the limitations of our primate architecture will not allow us to escape this never-ending cycle of war. That maybe the only thing that would be an intelligence that far exceeds our own and doesn't have the same limitations, motivations, human reward systems, all the things that hold us in these patterns. And that an artificial intelligence that is far superior to what we're capable of generating with our monkey minds will be the only thing that prevents us.
Well, back to DMT, I think that intelligence is already out there. We don't have to build it with computers here on Earth. And DMT is one conduit to it.
Yeah.
Mushrooms are another. Meditation is another. It's just a willingness to set aside the petty shit.
Which is also why a lot of people believe those things are illegal.
100%.
I mean, if you have everybody realizing that we're all one, united, we kind of make
no money in that.
Yeah, there's no money in that. Well, maybe the problem is money in general, like the concept of money. And I'm not a proponent of socialism because socialism always leads to communism, which leads to military dictatorships that are dictating whether or not you can do this or that. And there's always groups of people that have massive resources and they keep everybody else subjugated.
Yeah.
And it's anybody that thinks that socialism and communism is the future could show me where it works ever. It's still human beings. It's just like whether it's cults or militaries or anything. So there's human beings that have immense power that is unimaginable to the common person,
right?
Dictating what the common people can and can't do. And the only way to enforce that is with force and with killing. It's the only way. With jailing people, killing people, fear. It's the only way to get people to listen to you and to do what you want them to do. And I wonder if what we're doing with artificial intelligence is creating. I think we're going to merge. That's what I think is going to happen. I'm sure you've already seen this guy who the first Neuralink patient. You seen this?
Yeah.
So this first guy who's paralyzed, Neuralink, he's now able to use a computer, and he can move cursors around with his mind, and he can play video games with his mind, and he's been doing this, and he talks about it, and it's like, this is incredible, this is amazing. And this is essentially the Model T of, this sort of human computer interface, biological interface, something that goes into your mind, into the brain itself, and connects with it and allows you to use things.
I get why that would help a dude like in his situation, but do you have any concerns about that, like large scale?
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have concerns with everything that involves human beings. Because I don't think there's ever been a thing that involves human beings that doesn't get co-opted or corrupted. There's always someone comes along that uses it and has power. And that's the scariest thing about someone achieving some sort of artificial general intelligence, some sort of super intelligence, especially something that's sentient and can figure out what we're doing wrong and also figure out what was done wrong to code it and make a better version of itself. And I think it's going to lead to a new life form. I'm almost positive of that that's what all this stuff is doing. It's going to achieve. I mean, have you ever seen the head of Google, where he was talking about how their AI has done things that they didn't expect? Like it learned a language like instantaneously that it wasn't programmed in.
Right.
It can translate that language now, and it's communicating that language, and they don't know how it did it. Well, hey guys, hit the fucking brakes. Like, you don't know what it's doing, and you're just gonna keep feeding it? Okay, where do you think that goes? It's gonna be better than us at everything, and it's gonna realize that we're the cause of pollution, we're the cause of war, we're the cause of theft and rape and fraud and destruction and control of resources. It's all human beings. Like, we are the problem that we're trying to solve. If we're trying to solve that problem by creating something that won't have those problems, it just logically seems to me that thing is going to realize that we're the issue.
Part of me shares that fear. Part of me feels like a drowning man, like, maybe AI is the life preserver.
Yeah.
Part of me thinks that it's just going to be like the metaverse or the Google glasses or whatever. She's going to be like a passing fad. But
I don't think that. I don't think that at all. I think it's inevitable. I think we are. I've compared us to a caterpillar. That we're a caterpillar that's building a cocoon, and we don't even know why. Caterpillars, they don't know. I'm gonna become a butterfly. It's gonna be awesome. No, they don't. We don't know why we're doing all this. Why are we so thirsty for innovation? Why are we so attached to wanting the newest, latest, greatest technology? It almost seems like that motivation is tied into the creation of artificial intelligence. That if you looked at us, I always say that if you looked at us from above, if you were some other species that came and you were looking at human beings, you would say, well, what does this thing do? Like, what does this species do? Well, the main thing it does, if you look at there's all the wonderful things, the art, the music, all the wonderful things that it does for itself, food and culture and all these interesting things. But what does the species overall do? Well, it creates things, and it creates better things constantly. It's in a cycle of constant innovation. And a lot of that innovation, almost all of it, is tied to technology and artificial intelligence. And so where does that go? Well, that goes to another life form. It creates a thing. It creates an artificially intelligent. And artificial is not a good word either, because I think it's digital intelligence. I don't think it's artificial intelligence. I think it's a computing-based intelligence that's far superior to the biological-based intelligence. And so my hope for us, because I am one of us, my hope is that we merge. My fear is that it supersedes us. My fear is that it surpasses us in every way, and that it just gives us something that placates us, that
it controls us?
Yeah, gives us something. Well, instead of killing us off, all you'd have to do is stop us from breeding. That's not hard to do. We're kind of doing that to ourselves. I mean, a population level, it's in terms of like viability, they've dropped substantially over the last few decades. Whether it's because of microplastics in our food that have diminished our reproductive cycles. If you look at the number of births, like in developing countries, like what happens, how many women are having miscarriages, how many women are infertile, the numbers keep going up and up and up. It seems like there's a current trend because of what we have done with our environment, what we have done with our food supply, what we have done with medicine and pharmaceutical drugs that's leading us to be less and less viable. And all you have to do is step in and provide human beings with something that gives them an incentive to no longer breed, especially if it makes it very attractive to no longer breed.
And keep them entertained.
Keep them entertained, no longer breed. Provide them with robot sex dolls that are far superior to human beings. Someone who really gets them. This person really gets them. Or you just have a biological woman who yells at you. I mean, it's you can clearly see how if you were a super intelligent species, a super intelligent thing that looked at us and said, well, what's the best way other than mass destruction of stopping these things from ruining the world? We'll just stop them from breeding. Just make these the last ones. Just severely limit the amount of reproduction that takes place.
That was good. That drowning man looking for a life preserver side of me kind of hopes that artificial intelligence or digital intelligence, I like that.
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
Digital intelligence, that it could be that again, back to DMT, I felt that sentient force, God, whatever you want to call it, was benign, was basically on my side. I'd like to think that perhaps that technology is being provided to us, that there is a bigger plan that we're just not dialed into, or that maybe it's a way to try and dial into that plan. I just want us to get to Star Trek, man. I just want to be. I think the goal, I think the intent for our species is to get off the rock and explore space and peace together.
That would certainly be wonderful.
Yeah.
Yeah. That would be certainly preferable to destroying ourselves. What do you think is happening with all this UFO, UAP stuff? You ever think about that?
Yeah, I've looked into a doc on that like several times. Could never quite, get beyond what's already publicly available.
Mm-hmm.
I just think the government's covering something up for sure. For
Right.
sure.
What do you think they're covering up things that they've invented?
I think that's probably the most. Again, I would like to believe that what they're covering, what I want to believe, the same way that I want to believe in the Stone Ape theory, like it's fucking cool.
Yeah.
Is I want to believe that they're covering up contact with, species from outer space.
Yeah.
Other intelligent life. What I suspect is really going on is that they're covering up shit that they're making that maybe has slipped the leash. Or that for whatever reason they're just trying to keep it a secret. The stuff that has maneuverability that can't be explained.
Yeah, that's my thought too. I think both things, though. I think we're probably being visited as well. And I think we might be being visited by something that is us from the future. I think it might not even be us from the future, but being what happens when a species like us gets involved in digital intelligence and creates something that transcends the biological limitations. And then you have these things. Like, to me, one of the things that's very bizarre is the archetype gray alien, which is this big-headed thing with no muscle, no genitals, and it seems very humanoid in a way, which doesn't necessarily make sense if you're dealing with different environments. And when you think about it, the massive variety of species that exist on the planet that we're aware of, there's only one human. There's only one bipedal hominid. That's it. It's us, right? Why is this thing so much like us? This shitty design of walking around on two people. Why can't it fly? Like why does it have these spindly bodies? Well, human beings, as we're evolving, one of the things that's very clear is that we're becoming less physical. We're weaker and softer than previous generations of humans that we can observe. Look at our testosterone levels compared to men from the 1950s. We're far lower on average. And if you go way back and you look at Australopithecus and even Neanderthal, there's just super powerful physical specimens. They were definitely, Neanderthal was like this 5'7", 200-pound behemoth of a creature that was, if you have a Neanderthal competing in the UFC, it would smash everybody. Their bones are bigger, they're far more powerful. If you keep going in that direction, what do you get to? You get to this thing that has almost no muscle. this thing that like it just has the ability to move around. It's probably communicating telepathically. It's probably using its telepathic energy to control those devices, those ships. That's one of the things that Bob Lazar said. And again, the Bob Lazar story is, who knows, right? I love to believe the Bob Lazar story. I had him on the podcast. I talked to him for 3 hours. I had dinner with him. He doesn't seem like a guy who's lying.
Right.
And one of the more bizarre aspects of his story is how many of the things that he talked about now we know are true. You know, in terms of the technology, in terms of what people have seen, 3D printing, there's all these different things. Like this, the ship that he went into, there's no seams. He's like, it's all like as if it's made out of one piece of something, which is 3D printing. I mean, that's what we're doing now. And that there's no instrumentation, and that somehow these things are integrated somehow with their minds or with something, where it's allowing them to pilot these things without the digital instrumentation and buttons and switches. They're using some other method to control these things. And that's what he was supposedly brought in to try to back engineer. Try to say, what is this? How does it work? And he talked about the limitations of having science try to be practiced in a vacuum. And he was like, the metallurgists did not have contact with propulsions experts. The propulsions experts did not have contact with other groups that were studying these things. Everybody was very secretive and everybody was very isolated. And he's like, that's not how science works. That's one of the reasons why they can never figure out how these things work. That you need to open this up to the global scientific community and have everybody examine these things and look at it. But the problem is the military applications. Like if you have something that can essentially use some new element and use this new element that's bombarded with radiation that allows you to manipulate gravity and move at insane speeds, almost instantaneously anywhere in the universe. You can't give that to the Chinese. You can't have someone else get a hold of it before us. You can't have someone steal these techniques, or these technologies. So what do? Yeah, if you have this thing, and this thing has really been donated, which is like what a lot of these people that work on that, they call them donations. If you really have these things, what do you do? How do you figure that out? I don't know. But if we have been doing this since the 1980s, which is what Lazar said, it's been around far longer than that, but when he was working on it was the 1980s. You can imagine that by now we might have figured out a way to get a drone going that uses these technologies, and that these drones can appear and disappear, they can fly at insane rates of speed, they can hover stationary at 120 knot winds like they've observed.
Yeah.
You can imagine that that's ours.
I saw the Phoenix Lights.
Did you really?
Yeah.
You were there?
Yeah, I saw that.
Whoa.
Different people saw different things. What I saw was something the size of like an Imperial Star Destroyer from Star Wars that was like at a relatively low altitude moving over Phoenix. My like housemate was like this. I mean, this is before we had phones, right? Before we had cameras. So this is like we had a flip phone, if anything. And he was like, dude, you got to get out here. And I like came out the front yard of our house in Tempe, and we just watched this thing move across the sky. It was like, what the fuck, man? Like, I mean, I believe in reincarnation because I came back from DMT thinking that I had a first-hand experience. I believe that there was something inexplicable in the sky over Phoenix that night because I fucking saw it. Okay, and it was massive and it was quiet, and then it was just gone.
So what did it look like?
It looked like a massive craft, not shaped like an Imperial Star Destroyer, but of that scale. It was more sort of like tubular shaped, and you could see, like a tube. But you could see variations in it. It wasn't like totally smooth, and you could see by the way that it was like blocking out the stars. You could see that there were like apparatus on it. And I always thought that it was a military aircraft where they thought they had a cloaking device. See, now that's what other people saw was these smaller things on the same night that were explained away as being some sort of military flares or some shit. That's not what I saw. On the same night, but I'm not the only one that saw this larger scale craft. So I always thought, like, man, that could be a military ship. They thought they had some sort of cloaking device that fucked up. It fritzed out because that's kind of what it looked like. I could see it, and then I couldn't,
So it looked like a tube, and did it?
Well,
How big were you talking about? Like
Like-
several football fields?
yes.
And how many football fields?
I would say like the size of a battleship. Okay, huge. Not an aircraft carrier, but the size of a battleship. Like I would say three.
What's bigger? Aircraft carrier, battleship.
The battleship, I think, is bigger. It's a destroyer. Whatever's smaller than an aircraft carrier. Whatever the ship is, that's smaller than an aircraft carrier.
So not as big as an aircraft.
Not as big as an aircraft carrier.
What is a battleship? Like
Yeah, it's either a battleship or destroyer, whatever that next one is. I would say 3 football fields at least. It was huge. You could not miss it.
And how high do you think it was above you?
No more than 1,000 feet.
Whoa.
Yeah, then it was low altitude. It was like right over 10 feet. I'm not the only one that.
No,
I'm not the only one that saw this.
many people saw it. Yeah.
Yeah, I actually like went on the record with the newspaper I worked for, right away, because they were like immediately dismissing those smaller lights that we just saw. It's like,
This is the chick that I matched with. I can't tell. She's like,
and I was like, there's something else. I love to gamble. If I had to make a bet, I would still say it's human military technology that freaks out.
Many people said they saw something that looked like a triangle.
No, this was not a triangle.
So maybe there was more than one of these things.
Totally possible.
Then when the governor did that press conference and came out with a guy in an alien suit, he made a mockery of the whole thing.
Which is what their tactic has been.
But then that same governor came back after he left office and talked about it.
Yeah.
And said that he saw something. And
To say I'm
admitted
looking
it.
for
Yeah.
a significant other.
What's the governor's name?
The 5 Stymington.
Fife Symington. See if you can find a audio of a video of Fife Symington saying what he actually saw on witnessing the Phoenix Lights. I think later we talked about it.
Well, unlike 5 Stymington, I was stoned, but I still know what I saw. Okay. I still know what I saw. And what's interesting is when he's trying to describe the shape, and he puts it at a bigger size than I have it in my memory. I do remember, God, with my, it's kind of like, it was hard to describe what we just saw. It's like we didn't have a reference. It's just like we're trying to, see if I can articulate this. We're trying to find reference points
Right,
for something that really doesn't have one.
right.
I guess like it kind of estimate the size, but it was unlike anything I've ever seen before.
Have you ever heard people describe what the Native Americans must have seen when those boats start showing up?
No.
That they've never seen anything that large, that it probably blew them away. You know, you see the Pinta and the Santa Maria, these massive boats in Europe. That, you know, they're like,
I
what the
told her I'm
fuck
gonna be
is that?
passing through her city. I'm
Let's hope that the beings aboard the craft is actually they are.
I'm trying to translate my English to Spanish. English doesn't translate to Spanish like very clearly.
That's crazy. You actually saw it.
Bro, so I've been matching with so many
You
guys.
said it just disappeared.
Yes. It wasn't like whoop or anything. There was no noise. It was just it was there. There were some lights, like you said. I remember there were some lights that were not stars that were part of this craft.
Can you describe what those lights look like?
No, they were not colored. They were white or off white. Because I remember thinking like, are those stars? I was trying to like actually see what is the shape and what is stars. That's how I was gauging how big it was. And I was like, those are attached to this thing. And then it was just, I just couldn't see it. It was like, it was like the Northern Lights. I'm from Alaska, right? So it's like the Northern Lights, they're there, and then you're not there. It's just like this ghostly thing, and then they're gone. And it was like that. It was there, it was moving at slow speed, from my left to right. And then it was just, I couldn't see it. But it was like 20 seconds at least. It wasn't like a glimpse. It was,
And how many lights?
half dozen. I know people started that they saw a triangle, so then for a while they were saying that's why you were probably talking about the BT bomber, the stealth bomber, it's kind of triangular. It was way bigger than one of those, and it was not that shape at all. I struggled to come up with what shape it was because it's a shape that I've never seen before.
Wow. And what was your initial thought? that that's an alien spacecraft?
No, my initial thought was not an alien spacecraft. It was basically an initial thought was just like, what the fuck is that? And then once I talked about it, it's that strange sort of like want to believe, actually believe thing we talked about several times today. I want to believe it was an alien spacecraft. I believe it was probably, U.S. military technology gone awry.
Real?
Such that, yeah.
Do you think they had the capability to do that in the 1990s? What was the Phoenix Lights?
That was mid-1990s. I think it was 96, 97. As more time has gone on, though, you're asking me what I thought in the moment.
Yeah.
As more time has gone on, I've like the needles moved towards. I think that was
Yeah.
because there's so much has come out, like especially in the last 5 years.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. It's just so strange that it all occurred in this one area, in this one night.
Right.
That has to be a real paradigm shifting moment for
But
you.
was it? Well, yeah. Well, I think I got so caught up in the government's trying to cover up its own fuck up. Like they're putting up it, and then there was the smaller lights thing and the weather balloon. But I went on the record with the Phoenix New Times. There's a guy named Tony Ortega there that wrote a piece about it right away. And I went on the record because I was like, maybe one of the last, I wasn't a UFO enthusiast type, right? In the community. I was a fairly well-known writer in the Greater Phoenix Metro at that time. And not someone that was being associated with quote-unquote UFO crazy. So I went on the record with the article he was writing. He was like, yes, I saw this. No fucking way it was a weather balloon or a flare, whatever they're saying. It was massive. So, But to your point about look at how people about the technology needed to be kept quiet because of the military applications. Look at how people freaked out when they leaked about this new Russian space weapon, right? A couple weeks back.
What is that?
Whatever. It's like an ability to disrupt satellite communications in space. Russia somehow has leaked, maybe deliberately out of Russia, that they've got this far more advanced technology than we thought they had, to a weapon that would be in space that could disrupt the communications and satellites and really fuck us up. Okay. And it leaked, and then there was one congressman that went public with it. It was we have a problem, right? That just as well as in Ukraine, so to speak, 3 weeks ago. But imagine if it was something on the scale of a ship, a weaponized ship that could be cloaked like that, or some of the technology, or if you did have, as you said, this donated technology that's from an extraterrestrial intelligence that the U.S. has been figuring out applications for. You have to keep that on lock, because what if that leaked right now? What do you think Putin would do? Who the fuck knows what he would do? All of a sudden it leaked that we had these, military capabilities that are far beyond what he thinks we have.
That's my thought about these things that they keep saying, because they always see them in areas where they do military tests, right? The Tic Tac was off the coast of San Diego, which is where all the military bases are. And the things that Brian Long had seen were all off the East Coast,
right,
in restricted airspace,
right,
in space where they run, fighter jet training. And he said when they upgraded their technology in 2014, they upgraded their sensors. He said that's when we started seeing these things constantly, all the time, and they're getting visual. They were seeing visual versions of these things, and that it was a square. It was a sphere in a square, or a square in a sphere. You remember? Square in a sphere. So there's this circular sphere and this black square that exists in this thing, and it's hovering in very high speed winds. And it's just stationary, motionless, and that these things are able to move with just bizarre rates of speed with no indication of a traditional propulsion system. No heat signature that shows that rocket propulsion, nothing that we can explain. And if they had a drone that could do that, that's where they would test those things. And what better way to test whether or not people could see them than to run them out there when people are using new jets with new capabilities, right? Can you see them? Okay, they see them. And the fact that, the Tic Tac, when Commander David Fravor brought this information and reported it, and they showed the videos to these admirals, they're not just like stone cold dudes who could just keep it together in the face of some alien technology? They know that we were being visited, or is this? And the other thing is that when Fravor communicated this stuff, these guys who are running these sensors, they were running the detection systems, were saying we're seeing these things all the time, every couple of weeks. We're seeing them all over the place. Well, what the fuck is that? And this is also 2004. Did they have the ability of 2004 something to go from above 50,000 feet above sea level to 50 feet in less than a second? What is that? Like, what the fuck is that? And people try to, argue it away or explain it away by saying, oh, it's a failure of the detection systems, and it's a glitch. Yeah, but visuals, they have more than one fighter jet has seen it. They have video of this thing moving at a speed that would turn human beings into jelly. Like, there's a biological entity.
You're looking me up, dog. I know you are.
Some fucking insane G-force, like 1,300 times what a human being can tolerate, and just gone. Silent. No visual means of repulsion. No windows. No. What is that? Is that a drone? What is that?
And the witnesses have been reliable too. I've often suspected that, like, in the last 20 years, especially in the last 5, it feels like the witnesses, the guys coming forward saying, "Look, I know what I saw," are more the ones that are associated with the government, even commercial airline pilots, like the FAA, but especially military pilots. They're being allowed to speak. That it feels like the waters are being tested by the government. In some cases. We're going to let this out a little bit. We're going to let the people may actually believe, right, attest to what they saw and see how the public reacts. That's right.
Well, that would be what I would do if I was running the government, if I wanted to hide the fact that we have these things. I would say these are off-world crafts. That's what I would say. I would say, look, these things are behaving in a way that we can't explain. Well, I guess we're being visited. And then go right back to whatever Black Ops thing that you guys are doing, some Raytheon project. I mean, I don't know what it is, but I go back and forth all the time, whether I think it's from another planet, another galaxy, another dimension, or whether or not I think it's us. Or many people think that they've always been here. When you talked about the Vedas, in the Vedas they talk about these things. They talk about it's in the Bhagavad Gita. It's in the ancient Hindu texts. They talk about these vimanas, these crafts that whatever beings operate.
So in that case, are we just getting better at detecting them, or are they showing themselves wrong?
Well, in unique circumstances, if someone sees something like this, like you, so you see this in 1990, whatever it is, in Phoenix. If you lived 5,000 years ago and you see this, like, what does that sound like? What does that sound like to everybody? It sounds like you're out of your fucking mind. And a small handful of people say it. They tell stories. People write it down. It just goes away. Unique experiences are very difficult to classify. If you have an experience with a ghost shows up in this room, we all see it, and it doesn't show up on camera. We swear we saw an apparition of fucking Forrest Gump standing there. You're like, what the fuck is that? Well, you're just left with a story. If you can't measure it, you can't write it down, you can't, even a video of it. Like, what are you seeing? You seeing grainy footage of something? I'm sure you've seen these supposedly leaked images that fighter pilots have taken with cell phones from their aircrafts. Like, what are they saying? What is that thing? What is that weird, blurry looking, metallic looking thing? Is that a Mylar balloon that they're mistaking for a spacecraft? That doesn't seem like it. Seems like they're a lot fucking smaller than that. They're not going to think a child's birthday balloon that's floating around at 20,000 feet is an aircraft. They're probably going to realize it's a balloon. They've probably seen balloons,
Yeah.
I don't know.
In those videos too, is the commentary that kind of sells it, right? Look at that thing move, or whatever.
Yeah, like the Go Fast video. Yeah, look at it go. Jesus Christ. And these guys are trained pilots. They're used to seeing things, and they're seeing something that rotates. This is the other thing about the craft that coincides with what Bob Lazar said. It's moving like this, and it turns sideways. And Lazar said that's what it did, that it would direct its generator, whatever that gravity generator is. It would direct that towards the way that it wanted to go. So it would literally turn sideways to move forward. I mean, Kenneth Arnold was talking about these things in the 1950s, right? So for sure, in the 1950s, we didn't have the capability to make something like that. Something with no visible means of propulsion that's shaped like a saucer that flies silently through the air, and moves at a speed and has capabilities in terms of maneuverability that far exceeds a jet that we had back then. What does that mean? What is that? I mean, they were seeing these things when we had propeller planes. You know, what is that? I don't know. But a part of me feels stupid for even talking about it. You know what I mean? It's like, why are you wasting all your energy? You have so many things you have to do.
Because it's fascinating.
It is fascinating. But it's also, it makes you feel like a fool. And I think that's part of the strategy of all this stuff.
Well, ridiculing people that talk about UFOs is part of the government strategy.
For sure. That's the Project Blue Book. That's been documented.
Right. So, but the thing on the military installation, of course, the two theories are. One is that there's some sort of extraterrestrial intelligence that's drawn to our military activity. But what seems like the more rational explanation is, as you said, that's where they test this shit.
Sure. Or, you know, if I was an intelligent species that's willing to donate these crafts like they claim, that they kind of let these things land or crash, and then they'll do it in a very strategic way where they know that the military will be able to cordon off the area and, you know, isolate and, you know, stop people from talking about it. And the idea that people in the military aren't able to keep secrets, well, that's nonsense. They're really good at keeping secrets. You know, they can keep secrets, especially high-level people. Look, if I had access, like if not Joe Biden, he's too far gone. But if Obama called me and like during his administration, like, "Want to see some shit?" I'd be like, "I want to see some shit," and he said, "Don't tell anybody." I'd be like, "I won't tell anybody." Maybe I'd tell my wife. Maybe I'd tell one of my friends. But I wouldn't fucking go public and tell everybody. If they're willing to show me this shit, like that. Look, no one's gonna believe me anyways, right? And so I'm like, what good does it do if I make myself look like a moron? A. B, now I can't have access to it anymore because I told them. Because I told people about it. Because now they can't trust me. I'd shut the fuck up. Especially when I was in the military. I would shut the fuck up. Show me. You know? You heard the story? It's a widely disputed story. But that Jackie Gleason and Nixon were drinking one day. And Nixon was like, "Want to see some shit?" And Nixon took Jackie Gleason to one of the Air Force bases and showed him this UFO. And Jackie Gleason was a UFO fanatic. I don't know if you know this. But Jackie Gleason actually had a home built in upstate New York that looked like a UFO. And he had this home built after this supposed experience. Oh, shit. Yeah, show the images of the home. This is the home that Jackie Gleason had built.
That nigga know he fucking cooked.
I mean, what the fuck? Look at the outside of it, though. Not that one. That one's kind of just a cool circular one. But that image. Like, what the fuck are you doing, Jackie? Why are you making a UFO house in upstate New York? It seems a little odd. Take that image. Look at that. I mean, come on, man.
Shout out to Greg
What the fuck is
City.
that?
It looks kind of like a sci-fi movie prop, though, you know?
Yes.
It looks like a cliche of UFO.
Right. But that's apparently, this is the folklore.
Yeah.
Is that that's what he saw. And so he's like, "Oh, don't fucking house look like that." You know? It's fun. It's fun. But it also has this feeling of futility. Like, futile thing. Why are we going to talk about it? Nonsense. It's fascinating, but it just seems like, it almost seems like you're never going to know. You know?
I think we talk about it because it gives us hope, right?
Yeah.
We want to believe it's true.
Well, we certainly don't want to believe the stories that they hover over military bases and shut down nuclear weapons. And, you know, my comedy club is called the Comedy Mothership. And when you walk into the comedy club, there's a gigantic artificial UFO that we have built. So when you walk into it, like as you walk in the front door, there's this big construction of the UFO that has a beam that comes down, and then we use it as a projector to show who's coming soon on the big screen. But I named the rooms Fat Man and Little Boy, because those are the bombs that we dropped. And right after we dropped those bombs, that's when all the UFO activity happened. That's like, there's a giant uptick in UFO activity after 1945. And in the UFO folklore, it's like they realized that we have the ability to drop nukes. And so they started visiting. and then we start shutting down nuclear weapons at bases and making their presence known at these military bases and say, hey, keep it together, bitches. Like, we're watching. We don't want you to nuke this whole planet and ruin our little program. And then our program is an accelerated engineering program, but we've accelerated the evolution of human beings through some sort of intervention. And that this is why we're so different. It's not the stone date theory. It's the humans are engineered by some superior life form to try to accelerate our evolution and bring us to this place. And that they've helped us along the way. But we're autonomous and we're allowed to do what we want to do. And so we do disgusting, crazy shit like drop nuclear bombs from propeller planes, by the way, right? Propeller planes on cities. And once they did that, they're like, okay, slow the fuck down. We're here. Now, whether they've always been here, like in the Vedic text, or even in the Bible, Ezekiel's description of the wheel within a wheel. Have you read that description? Pull up Ezekiel's description of what he saw. This is one of the favorite descriptions from the Bible, from the Old Testament, about UFOs that people love to bring up. Because Ezekiel has this thing that he describes, and it's the most bizarre depiction. I saw an immense dust storm come from the north, an immense cloud with lightning flashing from it, a huge ball of fire glowing like bronze. Within the fire were what looked like 4 creatures vibrant with life. Each had the form of a human being, but each also had 4 faces and 4 wings. Their legs were sturdy and straight as columns, but their feet were hooked like those of a calf and sparkled with the fire like burnished bronze. On all 4 sides under their wings, they had human hands. All 4 had faces and wings, and the wings touching one another. They turned neither one way nor the other. They went straight forward. Their faces looked like this. In front of a human face, on the right side, the face of a lion, on the left, the face of an ox, and in the back, the face of an eagle. So much for the faces. The wings were spread out with the tips of one pair touching the creature on either side. The other pair of wings covered its body. Each creature went straight ahead. Wherever the spirit went, they went. They didn't turn as they wanted. The 4 creatures looked like blazing fire or fiery torches. Tongues of fire shot back and forth between the creatures, and out of the fire, bolts of lightning. The creatures flashed back and forth like strikes of lightning. As I watched the 4 creatures, I saw something that looked like a wheel on the ground beside each of the 4-faced creatures. This is what the wheels looked like. They were identical wheels, sparkling like diamonds in the sun. They looked like they were wheels within wheels, like a gyroscope. They went in any of the 4 directions they faced, but straight, not veering off. The rims were immense, circled with eyes. When the living creatures went, the wheels went. When the living creatures lifted off, the wheels lifted off. Wherever the spirit went, they went, the wheels sticking right with them. For the spirit of the living creatures was in the wheels. When the creatures went, the wheels went. When the creatures stopped, the wheels stopped. When the creatures lifted off, the wheels lifted off, because the spirit of the living creatures was in the wheels. Over the heads of the living creatures was something like a dome, shimmering like the light, like a sky full of cut glass, vaulted over their heads. Under the dome, one set of wings was extended towards the other, with another set of wings covering their bodies. When they moved, I heard their wings. It was like the roar of a great waterfall, like the voice of the strong God, like the noise of a battlefield. When they stopped, they folded their wings. And then, as they stood with folded wings, there was a voice above the dome over their heads. Above the dome was something that looked like a throne, sky blue like a sapphire, with a human-like figure towering above the throne. From what I could see, from the waist up, he looked like burnished bronze, and from the waist down, like a blazing fire. Brightness everywhere. The way a rainbow springs out of a sky on a rainy day, that's what it was like. It turned out to be the glory of God. But what the fuck, man?
I mean, to anybody that's done DMT or ayahuasca or really tripped on psychedelics, though, you read that and it feels sort of familiar.
Yeah.
The glory of God.
Yeah, the glory of
These
God.
visions of these
Yeah,
beings.
and the fact that these things are like constantly changing their appearance. Like that's the thing about the DMT experience. It's not a stationary, static experience. It's like constantly changing and moving in front of you. And to see something like that in the sky, the fact that it's so noteworthy that they wrote it down in the fucking Bible.
Maybe he found some of those mushrooms.
Yeah, maybe. Well, you know, there was a university in Israel, I think it's the University of Jerusalem, that theorized that the Moses experience, of the burning bush, was a DMT experience. And that what this is like when you say Moses saw the burning bush. Well, what kind of bush would burn that would give you a psychedelic experience? Well, the acacia tree. The acacia tree, which is very common to that area, is rich with DMT. And how do you psychoactively acquire DMT? You smoke it. So you're smoking this tree, this burning bush, and you're seeing God. And God has brought to you 10 commandments, how to live life. It sounds like a lot of what you experience in the DMT experience. When you have that and you have these contact with the entities, they kind of give you guidelines on how to live.
Yeah. It felt to me like it's massive amount of information being downloaded, but this is guiding nature.
Yeah, but very difficult to hold on to. Like, you're like, what is it? So it's like, probably something you want to write down. Like the 10 commandments. Yeah.
Well, again, back to the question, Vince probably thought that was his thing. It's like, if you can't hold on to it with psychedelics, it's like, well, you don't need psychedelics to get a hold of it in the first place.
Right.
What he was preaching.
And you probably recognize that the problem with taking psychedelics is that it's so accessible. You just take it, it's the beautiful thing about it. But you also could say that would be a problem because then a bunch of people with no discipline would just start popping these things and having these experiences and having no sort of framework, no moral framework, no ethical framework, no understanding of what are you experiencing and what to do with this stuff.
No discipline.
Right. But if you acquire it biologically, if you acquire it endogenously through discipline, then you are on a path. And through that path, you can achieve this thing, and you realize this is a very difficult thing to achieve, and then you have to stay on this path in order to get this alignment. I can see how someone would say, no, listen, that's not the way. This is the way. You can do it with your own mind. You don't need these things. You know Terrence McKenna's thought on that, though? Very funny thought. He said it reminds me of an ancient story of this monk had acquired a city of levitation and practiced this. And it said to the Buddha, when the Buddha came to town, and I've spent 20 years acquiring a city of levitation, and I could walk across the water. The Buddha said, yeah, but the ferry's only a nickel. So that was McKenna's take on it. Like, why would you do all that stuff when you could just take the mushrooms? But McKenna was a brilliant man. He wasn't just some stone hippie in the middle of upstate New York just tripping balls on mushrooms.
I think it has some, it's helpful to have some sort of like processing.
Sure.
Right? Not just keep like repeating it, trying to pass to that space. Yeah.
Also, McKenna was, he was a proponent of taking psychedelic drugs, so he probably would want people to think that his way is the way. It's only human. Right. Yeah. I don't know, man. But it's all, look, just the fact that the psychedelic experience is a real thing. And when you do take that and you do have those experiences, you realize that it's a real thing. You're like, how did I not know about this? How is the most profound thing that's ever happened to me? Something that is a Schedule I drug that's illegal for whatever reason that no one's explained to me accurately. Where no one's ever explained it in a way that makes sense. Why is a thing that doesn't kill anybody, that exists in the human mind? That was the other thing that McKenna said about DMT. It's illegal, but everybody's holding. Right, because everybody has it. If you want to test people for DMT, well, everybody's guilty. Everybody. The most staunch, conservative, anti-drug person is right now has DMT in their body. All of them. Everybody does. It's literally like testing people for blood. Yeah, you have blood. Of course, you're alive. Yeah, you're alive. Yeah, but it's illegal. Right? It doesn't make any sense. It sounds so insane. And also the fact that it's naturally occurring. Not naturally, just naturally occurring in the human mind, but naturally occurring in nature and that there seems to be some sort of mitigation strategy by the human body in order to keep you from tripping balls by consuming all the different plants that have DMT in it. And that's monoamine oxidase. The monoamine oxidase breaks it down in the gut. So if you consume like grasses, like Polaris grass, it's very rich in DMT. If a human being consumes that, you're not going to trip because the monoamine oxidase in the gut breaks it down. So the strategy that they came up with ayahuasca was to combine these psychedelic plants, these plants that contain dimethyltryptamine, with other plants that contain harmine, which is a monoamine oxidase inhibitor. And that the two of these together will allow an orally active version of dimethyltryptamine, which is what it is.
You know, I really felt like once was enough. We have a different approach. Like,
maybe everybody's different. I mean, once is enough because it's so fucking scary. You don't want to do it again. I get it. But every time I've ever been troubled, when I've done it, I feel way better.
like DMT specifically?
Yeah.
I'm talking about DMT specifically.
Yeah, every time I've ever done it, I'm like, I'm so stupid.
Yeah.
The things that worry me are so foolish.
I find out with MDMA. I find MDMA
Yeah. It also makes you realize like how insecure you are, and how insecure most people are in interaction with each other. And when those barriers are down, how wild the experience is of just not having any fear of human interaction. That's something I want to do more. And the problem that I had with it was after it was over, I felt so drained. But I didn't have any strategy for taking some sort of a serotonin booster, like 5-HTP, which is what people take that are like, they really know what they're doing with that stuff. They take 5-HTP to boost up their serotonin molecule, so that after it's over, they're not just crash. Because the next day, I was useless. I remember I was in a coffee shop the next day, and I was trying to read a magazine, and I couldn't read. I couldn't concentrate. I literally couldn't read this magazine. I was like, oh my god, I'm so dumb. My brain felt a little. I felt the way I described it is like I had a dry sponge for the brain. And normally it's wet and filled with water. Now it's just like, ooh, this dopey dry sponge. And was it worth it? Maybe, but I had stuff to do that day. Right. I had to show that night.
This is after doing what?
And
Yeah.
That's what the experience.
But yeah, you do need to do the serotonin booster.
Yeah.
But I just think it's borderline. You know, it's not borderline criminal. It is fucking criminal. The government has kept MDMA therapy from, like, especially guys coming back from these fucking wars. You know, they're all fucked up with PTSD. As somebody who has PTSD from combat, with childhood trauma, MDMA is just like a godsend. Literally, from the gods, a godsend. And that shit has been kept from. I mean, MAPS, the organization MAPS, is doing fantastic research with it, and it seems like that, you know, it's on the path of legalization now. Finally, you know, but there's so many guys that need it so badly,
and including the people that are making it illegal. Unfortunately, that's the problem. It's an experience that's being kept from us by people who haven't done it. Right? Yeah. There was another quote that was attributed to McKenna. McKenna tried to attribute it to somebody else, but they said he didn't say it. But it was that LSD is something that causes severe psychotic experiences in people who haven't taken it. What a paraphrase, but it's something along those lines. Right. And, you know, we know for a fact that all that stuff was made illegal during the sweeping Psychedelics Act of 1970 that was designed to subvert the war movement and to subvert the civil rights movement, and to go after the Black Panthers and all these different people that were disrupting the government's control over society. And the best way to do that is to make all drugs illegal and then go after those people and throw water on the whole party. And they worked for decades. And it, like, severely impacted art, specifically music. If you look at the music from the 60s all the way up to 1970, and then there's this confusion period of 1970, and then you look at the music of the 80s, like, what the fuck happened, everybody? What happened? How do you go from Hendrix, you know, to fucking whatever? You know, I don't want to make fun of any 80s band, but hair band. What happened there? What the fuck happened? How did it get so strong?
and Coke.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what happened. Yeah, and they just lost the plot for a little while. You can see the plots come back. And I think the plots come back, and I think you can kind of credit Lorenzo from Psychedelic Salon with the distribution of all those old recordings of Alan Watts and McKenna and all those different psychedelic bars that were talking about these things, got people more curious and interested in it, and then, you know, people realizing that we needed to do something for these soldiers who are coming back with PTSD. So psilocybin ceremonies and ayahuasca and MDMA, which is being used by MAPS. MAPS has done an amazing job. They really have. And they've done it the right way, where they're, you know, really promoting the legalization in a very structured way.
Yeah, it just feels like it's taking so long. That's like what the government, there's the only way that the government can accept.
Yeah.
Like multiple research trials.
Yes. And even then, I mean, it really takes people leaving office and dying off. It takes old people going away. They corrupt politicians that are in charge of deciding what is and is not legal. It has to end, and they slowly get phased out generation after generation, and then the new people coming into play. Some of them have military experience. Some of them know people that have been really helped by MDMA therapy or ayahuasca or many of the ibogaine. People that have like severe addictions to pills and all sorts of different opiates. Ibogaine is like one of the greatest things that's ever been discovered to help heal people from these problems. Yeah. We're in so many weird competing factors are all happening all together, and they're all in this wild chaos that is the age of information. The age of information and technology that's allowing people to have access to these things, but also realize how crazy the world we live in is. And then, you know, you have TikTok, where people are just being distracted all day long and being confused.
That's terrifying.
Yeah.
It's crack. I feel more hopeful now, Joe, once we started talking about psychedelics again than most when we were talking about war.
Yeah. Well, psychedelics might be the only thing that prevents war. It might be the only thing that helps people. If you can get large-scale use of psychedelics sanctioned, and not just in America, but worldwide, I think it will have a tremendous impact on the way people view this experience, because this is a small, tiny, finite experience that we're going through. It seems like it takes forever, but I mean, you're 53, I'm 56. It's like, geez, man, we're more than halfway to the finish line, and it's like it just happened. It's like a blip. And we're all, everyone, we're all just trying to figure it out as we go along. And hopefully you're better than you were yesterday. And sometimes you're not. Sometimes you fall down, sometimes you get back up and you climb a little higher this time. Now you're better than you were a year ago, but boy, it's fucking confusing.
Yeah, I went to college in University of California, Santa Cruz. It's no secret that Santa Cruz for a long time has done the psychedelics. And there's a guy there, I think even if I should remember his name, I'm not going to drop it, he got busted for making acid. And I think it was around 9/11. He had this massive underground LSD lab out in the middle of the country. And it was a story that never really got picked up because everyone was distracted.
That was the missile silo guy?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
And his whole thing was like he was trying to make what he called planetary dose. That was his thing. I have to make enough acid for everyone on Earth to take acid. It's the only thing that's going to save humanity. Wow. And I kind of get it.
Yeah, at least I get to thinking. I get to thinking too, especially if you're really tripping. Yeah.
Real hard, huh?
Yeah. Just get everybody pumped up. Yeah. There's people that have this theory that if you just dose the water supply in major cities, that people will be forced to trip. But, you know, what dose?
I don't think that's probably a good idea.
No, it's a terrible idea. No, the correct idea is legalization and centers that are set up by ethical experts who really have experience in these things that can provide both counseling and medical services and allow people to do the correct dose safely under supervision. And then counseling. It gives them some sort of a framework as to what to do with this, what has happened, what this means, and how you can apply this to your life. And if we can figure out how to do that in a structured way, we probably can help an enormous amount of people.
Absolutely. The integration. after they're right?
Yeah.
And that's just thinking back to Christmas, right? Just the series I have out. But legitimately, there's a legitimate comment, which is that that's what Prabhupada, and that's what Krishna consciousness and essentially offering was integration. It's like,
Yeah.
here's a framework for integrating everything that experience on acid, and that's what.
Right. Yeah, and they were. I mean, I think Prabhupada and the people that were legit were really trying to do that. They were really trying to spread this message. And if you think about what they were able to do during the 60s, with the help of George Harrison, they opened up a lot of people's minds to these ideas and probably changed a lot of lives and the directions of a lot of people's lives.
For the better.
For the better. Yeah. Listen, man, I really appreciate your work. Sasquatch is incredible, and this Christian documentary is incredible too. You're really awesome. Thank you. Appreciate you. And if you do this Ukraine thing, or if you do UFO thing, whatever you do, come back. Okay, I will. Thank you very much. Oh, so tell everybody it's available. It's on Peacock. Krishna's. Yeah, on Peacock. It's awesome. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Bye, everybody.
Exorcism. How do you do a reverse exorcism?
This is Jocko Podcast number 115 with Echo Charles and me, Jocko World. Good evening, Echo. Good evening. War is different for everyone who experiences it. On one end of the spectrum, there are some people who deployed to a safe area protected by concrete and steel and barbed wire, and their job, which is definitely an important part of the machine, but it just doesn't require them to be put into direct combat. And then, with a little luck, because of that situation, they can easily complete a wartime deployment with little or no contact with the enemy whatsoever. But they did their part, and we are thankful for that. On the other end of the spectrum, there are some people that end up in anything but a safe area. They end up in the belly of the beast. They are called on to do more than is required and much more than could be expected. And that situation also creates a spectacle.
What a prankster? Check it out, the Joe Rogan Experience. Trained by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
Go. Netflix special. What's up? Special live from the mothership, streaming on Netflix right now.
The first special live from the mothership to be streamed on Netflix.
Yeah, man.
How's that?
It's exciting, man.
It's great too.
Yeah.
Nailed it. Nailed it.
It's been a good positive response from the comedy community.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Beautiful. Everybody's loving it. Yeah, it's gonna keep going, keep getting stronger now.
I know, it's such a nice feeling, man. It's so nice to watch this happen for you because you were one of the guys that came out here early. You took an early risk. Yeah, a lot of people in the beginning were like, what the fuck is everybody doing moving to Texas in the middle of the pandemic?
Yeah, but honestly, it didn't feel like that big of a risk. Well, maybe at the time. I don't remember, man, but it felt like an easy decision when I made it. But it was a last minute thing. I literally, from the time I decided to move, like I'm moving, to the time I moved, I think it was like a month.
Yeah, it was quick for me too, man. I mean, I came out here in May of 2020, and I started looking at houses immediately. And then, there was like a little hesitation with Mrs. Rogan. The girls were really into it right away because when we got out there, you could jump in the lake. People were partying. It was like we went on a boat. My real estate agent's a genius. She took us out on the lake. She showed us like this is the life out here. People are having fun. And everybody was terrified in LA. Everybody was wearing masks outside. It was just here, like no one had masks on outside. You go to restaurants. And my daughters just wanted a life, a real life.
And that's back when they were fucking store.
Yeah.
Like the city, it was so crazy for the store to be 2 blocks from what's that country bar? Saddle Ranch. It was 2 blocks from Saddle Ranch. And Saddle Ranch had 100 people out there with little divider between them. And in the store, they tried to do the same thing, but they did comedy outside with like dividers in front of everybody, and the city was still like, no, yeah, that's loud performance. Shut it down. We couldn't do comedy through the fucking window.
My friend's brother worked for the city and worked in the COVID department. And one of the women who was in charge of making the decision to close down outdoor dining, he said to her, there's no evidence that outdoor dining causes a spread. And she said, yeah, but it's about optics. It's about optics. So some person who none of their money is dependent upon business being open, they get that same check every week. That check, that's what you get. You work for the fucking state. This is my check. She didn't give a fuck about just stopping millions and millions of dollars of business and stopping all of these restaurants from being able to stay alive. All these people that bug you. You ever worked in a restaurant?
Oh, yeah.
That's work, man. That's work. When I was, I guess I was 21. I was dating this girl who she got a degree in hotel management and hospitality, like that company. And dude, the hours that she had to work were crazy. Right out of college, she was working like all day long. 12-hour days were normal. If you were a manager, you'd come in on Saturday if they needed you. You do everything that they ask you to do, and you don't make any money. There's the amount of money that a restaurant makes. Like a restaurant has to be like really killing it to make money. Generally, they're just above the part where they're losing money. Just above. They do pretty. If they're packed, they're doing great. But there's nights they're not packed, and you got all this food you bought.
That's how most comedy clubs are.
Exactly. Yeah. We're living in some dreamland.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
We do not happen so well. It's crazy. So well.
Yeah. Every single night.
We just never. It was open. We used Brian and I. For people don't know, we would sit in the green room of the Vulcan, and this was the dark days where no one knew what was going to happen with live performance anywhere. There was no touring. Nobody was touring.
Well, Bert was touring still.
He was doing parking lots.
Oh,
he was doing those drive-in shows.
Yeah.
He's a savage.
He's the only one. Actually, no.
Eliza did it too.
Yeah.
A few other people did it too. But Bert invented the drive-in thing. But the point is, it was weird. We didn't know what was going to happen. And then we would be talking about, we got to go to a club. Because Ron White literally grabbed me on my shoulders. It's like, whatever the fuck we have to do, we're opening up the fucking club here. We're going to fucking keep doing this. I was like, okay, we got to keep doing this. It was literally Ron White grabbing me in November of 2020. It was the first time he had been on stage. And he crushed. Not only did he crush, the ovation that he got when he was walking to that stage, holy shit. I forget who brought him up. I think it was Duncan. I forget who brought him up. But whoever brought him up, the fucking ovation that he got was so insane.
You saved him too, because he went from retiring to now he's on the road.
Yeah, I was telling you never retired. What are you talking about? They invited me to his retirement party. I go, I'm not going to your Fugazi retirement party. There's no way that's real. You're not quitting. You're doing the best comics alive. You get to do one of the most amazing things, make people happy. make a bunch of people just laugh and feel so good.
And he's
Better than ever, sharper than ever, always writing and enthusiastic, like he's revived. I think dudes get to a certain age where they have this thing in their head where, this is not my thing anymore. Just like, so, why? Are you alive? Are you alive? Can you still kill? You can still do it, right? George Carlin died on the road, son. Died in a hotel room like a fucking soldier. He was like 1,000 years old, still whining about the country, and George Carlin had a career that lasted for like 50 plus years. Bob Saget died tragically. That's a horrible one. Blacked out, fell, and hit his head. We saw our friend Duncan. Yeah. Duncan fainted at the Black Keys concert. He didn't know his fate. He didn't know what was going on. And I caught it. Red Band grabbed me. And he goes, "Look, what's going on with Duncan?" And I got over to him, and our security guy had caught him before he fell. But I thought he tripped over this box because there was like open, those boxes they use for equipment. It was because we were backstage, we were in the corner, we had this dope spot to watch the show. And when he grabbed him, Bruce grabbed him, Duncan just seemed weird. I grabbed Mike. I'm like, "You okay? Did you get hurt?" He goes, "No." I go, "Did that thing fall on you?" And Bruce like, "No, he fell on it." And I go, "Well, what happened?" He goes, "I don't know. I'm fine. But then I feel his body like giving out in my hand. So I got my hands on him because I was helping him out, but I feel him giving out. So I go, "Hey man, you okay? Are you okay?" And so he starts like slumping, And I go, "Hey, let's sit you down. Let's sit you down." And we're trying to figure out what's going on. And he was sober. It wasn't drugs. It wasn't anything like that. And we sit him down. I go, "You all right?" He goes, "Yeah, it's so weird, man. It just felt so weird. All of a sudden, I just was passive." And he goes out again. He just goes out again right there. And I grab him. I go, hey. And then they get EMTs, and then this lady comes to take care of him, and this dude comes, and we carry him over to a cot.
He was locking out his knee.
I don't know what it was.
You know what was weird is that we haven't talked about this since that happened.
Yeah. Well, I talked about it with him. Yeah, he doesn't. I don't know if he knows what I'm talking about. Oh, yeah, he probably doesn't. You think so? Not by the way. Let's put a placeholder in there. How did I get to that point, though? Talking about girls, blacking out. Bob Saget. So Bob Saget just fainted, which fucking happens. I mean, there's a lot of people like going on the vaccines and this and that. I hate it, but also people faint, unfortunately. I've seen people faint stone cold sober. Tony Hinchcliffe fainted one night at the comedy store so bad he banged his head, and everybody was really worried about it. And just fainted. It happened. I fainted in this game.
Oh shit! Yeah. Right after them telling us not to lock out our legs. Everybody's over you. It's like time travel.
Why? You were explaining this to me that didn't make any sense to me. For locking out the legs.
Yeah, for whatever reason, like if you're standing still for a long period of time and you fully extend your knees, it cuts off circulation or something. But yeah, I've seen people drop like flies. Like you ever at a parade or something, you see people drop like that.
It's just what a dumb feature in human beings. The medical name is orthostatic posture syncope. Happens at churches, graduations, weddings, or at events when standing a long time. More common if one keeps the knees locked. This pulls the blood in the leg veins. A person who stands long enough in one place will faint. Holy shit.
Yeah.
I thought that was a myth.
I've seen it happen live.
That's crazy. Bro, I would have argued with that to the end of time. I was like, no, I'm not fainting. If I lock my legs out, I'm not fainting. I'm not fainting.
Yeah, I think it varies. Some people don't. Like I said, I think if you have like really good circulation.
I blacked out once, and it was so embarrassing.
Was it you standing?
No, I was in a FA-18 going 6.5 Gs.
Well, that's kind of a humble thing.
Well, no, because I got through more Gs. I got through 7.5 Gs. we did 7.5, and I was on the verge of blacking out. And first of all, these pilots, they're not using gravity suits. And those Air Force and Navy pilots that fly those jets, those guys were jacked. They have to be really fit because part of the thing is forcing blood into your brain. So while you're steering this fucking insane vehicle, when you're in one of those things and you realize what you can do, you take it for a ride. You went through the mountains. He's going, I mean, we're like 100, 200 feet off the ground. This fucking dude is expertly piloting this thing through trenches and shit. It was wild. It was terrifying. But then it was explained to me, okay, dude, they take you through this whole training course with Blue Angels. And then he's explaining to me, okay, now when you hit the high G's, you got to grab onto your straps, like where your legs are, and they grab onto their the joystick. So whatever you're grabbing onto, you grab onto these things, do a thing called hooking. So you go like this. And you're forcing blood into your head to stay conscious. And then the gravity, the G-force, is pushing down on you, and your consciousness is like elevator doors. And you go like, so I'm doing this, and I hear him doing it. And I'm like, oh my God, this experience that I'm experiencing too?
And flying.
And he's, I thought he's maybe immune to it by now, right? No, he's going, and I'm going, oh my God, this is insane. Just the physical demands that it takes to fly one of those things. Like, you have a car that handles well, you have a nice car. When you take turns in that car, you know how your body kind of goes sideways a little bit, you gotta correct a little if you're really going fast. I mean, they handle so flat, but you feel the G's, you feel the thing when you turn. Imagine that times, I don't know what the volume is. But when this thing is going, what is it, 500 miles an hour, 200 feet off the ground?
Is it pushing from everywhere?
I don't know. It's just so immense. The pressure's so immense. So I got through that, and then we did this other turn that was not as many G's. I don't know, 4.5 or something like that. It wasn't nearly as many, but I didn't hook. I didn't do the thing. I thought I was going to be fine. And I just blacked out, threw up.
Oh, man.
So I got through the harder part. And I just fucking slacked off. I think I was so blown away by the experience, so blown away by what it feels like when you're inside one of those things and what they're capable of doing. It's so mind-blowing. So it changes your idea of like what a thing can do. You know how like, look, if you're in your car, like especially like your car's fast, it handles well. When you're in your car, you have a completely different sense of what a car can do than if you're in like a 1970 pickup truck with a shitty 6-cylinder engine and fucking. Your car's going, it's gone. Now when you get a Tesla, it's that times 5. Because Teslas are insane. They don't make any noise. And they go 0 to 60 in 1.9 seconds. So it's just like this. The car disappears. Now that times hundreds is what this jet's doing. It's so fucking fast.
And did you tell them to pull the extra?
No, I said, let's go, brother, let's go. He was like, you ready to do this? I'm like, let's fucking do this. I was in. I was like, this is what these guys do. I want to experience it. Take me for the real ride. And it is a ride, dude. It changes your reference points.
Imagine the fucking ego you have to be that kind of pilot.
Well, they're all men.
Yeah.
These are men. These are like jacked men who are like real friendly and super polite, and they always drink their water and they always get their pull-ups in. These guys are men, and they have a full gym set up there. These guys are in shape constantly. You do not get out of shape if you're doing that. You cannot get out of shape. It's too hard. Bro, it's bananas. You missed one hit. You did. And you're going to have to eject, and you're going to give up that you crashed a $1 billion jet or whatever the fuck those things cost. Didn't somebody crash recently? There's a couple crashes. There was one where a guy had to eject, like it lost power or something like that. So he ejects and it slams into the mountains of North Carolina. was crazy. Yeah, just ran out of gas and slammed in the mountains. But he got parachuted down, I believe, in that one. But there was another one more recent, before that, rather, not as recent, where there was like this crazy fiery crash and they were doing tests. And the guy lost control of the jet. Bro, you can lose control of one of those things. Dude, I'm telling you, when you're in it, it's not what I thought. I thought you had just fucking spirit. No, it's the physical force on your body. It's insane. Insane.
There's no way I would do it for them.
That's why the UFO shit is so complex. Because whatever those things are, if they're ours, nobody's in them. No fucking chance. No chance. Nobody's in those things. Because you'd be turned into jello like that.
From going from changing direction so quickly.
What they're doing is moving as, what was it like that they estimated the Tic Tac to go? I think it was 13,000 G's. Something insane. Where it moves so fast. Because it supposedly went from above our atmosphere, which is like above 50,000 feet, down to like 50 feet in a second.
It didn't crash.
Not only didn't crash, stopped dead and hovered. They're like, what can do that? And what happens to the people that are in that? You're gone, bro. You're mist. You're pink mist. You're like those people in that submarine. You just splat.
Bro, speaking of that shit, I just watched a YouTube video about another fucking incident. What's the name of it?
Boeing?
No, it wasn't Boeing. No, this was a long time ago. This was a mining rig where all the guys got sucked through a door. Oh, like a door was cracked, and actually only one guy died that way. But because that door got cracked, it killed everybody inside. Oh my God. You know, like that deep sea, especially when it was new, that deep sea like mining shit. Those guys have to live.
Oh my God. Sucked into an oil pipe. Oh my goodness. No, this isn't it, but still, oh, Jesus Christ, sucked in an oil pipe.
Yeah, some of these people, because they would.
Did you see that one where that sinkhole opened up in the bottom of the pool?
Of a swimming pool?
Yeah.
No.
The whole pool drained and people got sucked into the sinkhole and died.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
When did this happen?
I don't know. Israel?
Oh, man.
Bro, sinkholes are crazy.
I mean,
sinkholes are crazy.
And they're
everywhere. Some of them, the weird thing is, some of them, they look like someone cored the earth. Like they're circular. So look at this. It just, a hole opens in the bottom of the fucking pool. It starts spreading.
Oh, did people go in
Yeah,
there?
people went in there, man. Bro, that shit is deep.
Oh, yeah, you gone.
Look at this. How crazy must that have felt to see the thing just implode in the bottom and a hole open up? Like a curse was put on the pool?
And what is my man doing right here?
No one knows what the fuck to do, man.
Yeah, but that dude he's looking like he's going to reach in there and grab something. It's like,
Because he's trying to think where his family is.
oh, well,
Bro,
they
people
gone,
got fallen. I mean, how deep is that fucking thing? If you get sucked into that with all that water,
yeah, you gone.
oh my God, that's
And
terrifying.
the thing is, there's no way that it's smooth in it. Like you probably,
Oh, you're dead on the way down. You're dead on the way down.
You
You
get
get your
right
face
with that.
bashed in. Look at those edges and shit.
yeah.
Hey,
Oh,
did you see that one where that a hole opened up?
I don't want to die in a like where I can't move. Or what do you call it?
With rocks crushing your head, drowning.
Just any kind of closed space where they just take my space.
Yeah.
Well, I just told
Claustrophobic.
the CIA how to torture me.
No, they already know how to torture you, bro.
I'm taking all this.
They just checked your Twitter. They ran through an algorithm.
Oh, right.
They know how to
Yeah.
torture you. What was that one, Jamie, where a hole opened up that was so big? It was circular. It looked fake. We had to confirm that it was real, even though it looked like really bizarrely fake. It looks so fake. It looks like CGI.
What is it?
I'm gonna pull it up. You're right. Okay, you know what it is, right? That's a terrifying way to go, though. The earth just gives out from under you.
Yeah, and I would give up immediately.
I went to Pompeii when I was in Italy, and that's a wild one, dude.
So I mean, it's still there.
Yeah, you can go there.
I didn't know they let you walk through.
Oh yeah, you can walk through it. Yeah, it's like a museum. They can go. You can see where these people lived. They've uncovered most of it. You know, they uncover people. They have the people on display, and the people are just like stone. They just got impregnated with ash, and all that's left is like
But why go into that pose? Like why would you?
because it just overcame them like a wave. Like you don't understand what a volcano eruption is like.
Yeah, Ice Cube's the only reason I know what pyroclastic flow is.
What is that? What a great lyric.
I know, right?
Ice Cube's got some great fucking lyrics. That's it. Look at that. That's a real sinkhole, bro. How insane is that? It looks like someone took an apple core to the earth. Like, look how smooth it is.
It seems like the sort of thing they should be able to predict.
No, they can't though, man, because there's underwater currents and streams and rivers. We can't keep an accurate assessment of exactly what's going on under the surface and what kind of erosion is taking place and what kind of cavities are everywhere. That's like a gateway to hell.
So apparently, and I'm like,
It's like a movie.
we all know this, but apparently everything behaves like a liquid. Like
Hold on. It says it's created by humans. Okay, sign up for it if you have to.
Yeah, it was like everything behaves like a liquid, just almost like solids just do it on a slower scale. Like all the little fundamental parts of it are moving like liquid.
You know why you know that? Earthquakes. You ever been in an earthquake?
Oh yeah.
It feels like the earth became like you were on a raft.
That's another part of the reason why I love California. Is like everyone was living there acting like that shit wasn't on the way. You know what I mean? Like that shit's overdue, bro, and it's gonna fuck shit up.
It's gonna fuck shit up in an incomprehensible way. I got to LA in '94, and it was right after the earthquake, and I got to see giant sections of the highway that had collapsed on top of cars. You could see it. It was all there. The highways were collapsed right in front of you. You could see where they collapsed, and I was like, I am never going that way. Whatever needs to be done that way, I'm going all the way the fuck around. I'm not going to be on the bottom of that thing. I don't even want to be on the top and ride it out. I think you'll die that way too. But the people on the bottom are dead as fuck. They're
definitely don't.
diggity dead as fuck. That's a terrible way to die.
Or to be in some building that collapsed.
Some of the bridges would fall off, and people would just drop. You see the cars just drop.
What's happening in Baltimore?
Bro, oh yeah.
Fuck that. Fuck being on that.
Fuck that. In a place where there's earthquakes. Fuck
Yeah.
that. And how about, bro, that's Taiwan, right? Taiwan just had a big ass earthquake, 7.5.
When did that happen?
Just now. Just like a couple of days ago.
Wow.
Look at that. Look at that building, man.
I mean, the fact that it's even still up is kind of crazy.
And bro, what kind of building goes around Taiwan?
Wow. Damn, all these buildings fucking stood the.
Yeah, a lot of buildings did, but a lot of buildings didn't. See, the whole thing with buildings, like if you make a building in California, you have earthquake regulations. You have to make your building sturdy in a way that's supposed to be able to tolerate at least a little bit of an earthquake.
Yeah, but who's to say? I mean, but how did they know you didn't until everybody did?
I had a problem with a house that I had once, and the contractors had cut corners all over the place. We didn't realize it until we moved in, and that became a real problem, real pain in the ass. So I was like, who the fuck? Had somebody on the tape? How does somebody not catch all this stuff? But it's just they just don't have the time. The regulators don't have the time. It's not enough money to go check everybody, and that's why when people say you don't need regulation with construction, I'm like, listen, bitch, you need that shit. Those dudes are shady.
Yeah, if you don't,
yeah,
it's a countdown to the building fall.
I should be real clear. I know some great guys that are contractors. I know some awesome people that build houses and build buildings, and they're great people and they're super ethical. But I've also met so many shady ones.
I don't know any good ones. They're all
no. I think it's like 3 out of 10 are shady. That's what I think. At least somewhat shady. And it's just fuck it. It's a hard world to navigate if you don't know somebody. You know, if you know a guy and he can tell you, hey, I got a fucking great contractor. He's an awesome guy. You'll love him. You're like, whoa. Okay, now I'm in business with someone I really like to see. I like that.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's a business where the only way for you to make more money is to fuck up with your customer.
To make more money than you're supposed to.
Right, like after you've already agreed on the money,
yeah,
the only other way for you to make more money, like you're not getting tipped at the end.
I know. It's almost like there's a fine line between someone who charges too much, but they do an amazing job.
I'd rather deal with that person.
I'd rather deal with that person as well. Yeah. I want them to be compensated for their work, and I want them to feel proud of what they do. You know, I have a friend who's a carpenter, and he'll talk about buildings, and he'll show me pictures of shit. It's like, this is a beautiful house that this guy created, and it's like, for him, it's like a bit that killed.
Right.
Yeah, it's like a bit. It's like, look at this house we made for this guy, and he showed me the pictures. I'm like, man, that's incredible.
The problem too is especially when you talk about hiring people to build a house for you, they know how much money you work on. So they know they can squeeze you here, squeeze you there, you know?
Yeah, they definitely, in some cases, they do. They know what they can get away with and what they can't.
Oh, yeah, well, it's the rich. When people think you're rich, they always charge extra.
Some people do, but some people don't. And the
Some
people that
people-
don't, you really appreciate.
Some people give you free stuff.
There are definitely people that try to take advantage of it. It's kind of gross. So come on, man.
Yeah, but I think people don't know better.
They've got to know better. That's a weird, if you're charging someone more because you think the person's more successful, you're doing this weird thing like they owe you more. Like they don't care. Like this is like, come on, we're just supposed to be people. Like, do you have a charge for your goods and services?
Oh, yeah. That's like, you know what it is? That's like people that think you owe them your privacy.
Well, just,
They'll run into your family at Disneyland.
Right.
Hey, man, I don't mean to interrupt, but you interrupted.
Yeah.
I'm with my kids.
I get how people just think this is their one chance to say hi.
That's what it is.
That's what it is. Like, Brian Simpson, oh shit. Is there one chance? And I get it. It's just like sometimes you can't do it.
But it's like when you see, it's almost like when you see Indiana Jones sitting there with the bag trying to swap it out real quick.
Yeah.
You just leave it there.
Yeah.
Indiana.
Get the fuck out of there.
Yeah, but I get
You're a
it.
professor.
It's a lot of pressure of like, this is my last chance to fucking fuck those rules.
Yeah, I get that. But, it's the price that you pay.
Price of fame?
Yeah, it's a weird life. It's a price you pay. Listen, we are the luckiest people alive. We get to do what we love to do. It's fun. We get to hang out with each other.
I laugh so much in the mothership room. It really is like, it's the place I laugh the most.
Me too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. Especially after sets.
Yeah.
Before sets.
Between shows, between the late show and the late show, is the best time.
Yeah, because we're primed. We've already gotten off stage.
Especially if Tony's had a good set.
Yeah.
He gets the ball rolling.
Yeah, if he's not upset at anybody. Can you fucking believe this? He is a firebrand.
Let me tell you.
Bro, him and Lucas are endless. When him and Lucas start roasting each other, it's endless. They never run out of shit to talk about.
I thought Lucas was proving to me that there's literally infinite ways to call someone gay. I don't think he's ever going to get to the last one.
He just finds different references. Different references. Yeah, it's just the two of them just laughing and going at each other. I swear to God, when I'm a guest on Kill Tony and David and Tony are roasting each other, it's harder than I ever laughed at anything. Because it's in the moment, and I know they're slinging. They're shooting from the hip.
Oh, yeah.
They're just using their brain, and killing each other. And
sometimes we get a little private.
Yes, we get those all the time. I bet that last night. But it's just the reaction. It's so fun, man. Fuck. We're so lucky to Kill Tony's here too. Dude, that show is so important. It's so important just to let people know, like, it's just about being funny. I know there's all this other stuff that gets wrapped up into it because you're trying to establish your identity. You're trying to let people know how you feel about things, and you want to make sure everybody knows you're on the right side. But really, what you should be doing is just doing comedy. Do comedy. And if you figure out a way to make your points hilarious, great.
Yeah, make all the points in the world.
But they gotta be funny. And when you do Kill Tony, you have 1 minute. You have 1 minute. And it sort of establishes an ideal in these young comics' minds that, hey, it's really just about making these people laugh. And if I can get good enough where I can make my ideas funny, and I can make these people laugh with ideas, that's like weird. That's like black belt shit.
It kills me because the amount of balls it takes for but the amount of people that go and kill Tony and it's their first time doing comedy ever. I'm like, well, that's a hell of a way to do your first open mic is in front of millions of people.
Yeah, that's a crazy way to do it. Like, it doesn't make any sense. But if you can do it, wow, what a feeling that must be. And we've seen people do it. We've seen people change their lives.
Yeah, if you nail it.
Bro, William Montgomery is killing it on the road right now. Yeah. He's killing it. He's selling out. He's doing a whole hour. I mean, we saw him. We saw him when Hans is killing it. We saw William when he had to have notes on stage. And we kept telling him, you can't have notes on stage. You can't hold your notes and read them. And some people say, no, that's a part of his act. I go, no, it's holding him back. Because on Kill Tony, he doesn't have the notes. He comes out and stares the audience down. And he's dangerous. And he's weird. I'm like, that's you when you're at your best. He's like, I'm worried I'm going to forget my jokes. You're not going to forget your jokes. You do them every night. You're a professional comedian. This is part of the thing you have to learn. Like, you can't race in Le Mans with training wheels on. You can't.
He's been on a fucking tear lately.
He's killing it.
Yeah.
You know, when the Black Keys came into town, they're huge William Montgomery fans.
And that's what's so crazy. So he got a shout out. He got a shout out of the post-fight interview.
Yes, yeah, Dustin Poirier.
Then then the Black Keys are huge William fans.
Yeah, he did our show that night specifically because they requested him.
Oh wow.
Yeah, the show is full. So I was like, yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
I'm like, they need to see this.
Everybody loves him.
He's awesome. He's so unique. There's only one William Montgomery. That's a unique dude.
He's so busy, I've never really seen him.
Every time he hugs me, I'm worried he's gonna stab me. He gives you the weirdest hugs. They're a hug like he's thinking about stabbing you.
Yeah. I think he's like like apes don't have like medium twitch muscle fibers. I think he's missing so they can't hug. They either can do it as gentle as possible or
crush
or force him. Like he's got like 8 shows.
Maybe he's primitive. Yeah. Maybe he doesn't have the ability to give you like a nice warm, just embracing hug. It's either smash or gently touch.
He hugs you like he's about to suplex you.
Yeah, like we're gonna scuffle. Yeah. But he does it to everybody.
Yeah, and then some of the other duo, like I think all the duo guys are funny pretty much.
I haven't seen Miles in a while, but I keep hearing he's killing.
Yo, Miles is on a whole other tear, man. Because he's one of those people that's like he's different. He's real different.
Yeah.
Well,
so is Casey Rocker.
Well, Casey's figuring it out too. Like he's got a thing where I was like, I don't know if he can do that for a long time. And
I think he can.
He's figuring that out.
I think he also can do different things in between doing that. He can go any way he wants. Like he's doing it this one way now, where it's like hyper energetic, but that doesn't mean that's how he has to do it. He's funny.
He's got so much energy.
Yeah, he's funny. He can do anything. He can figure it out as he does it, but that's the most important part of this developmental phase that he's in. It's like he's killing, but he's like working. I'm so learning how to do it.
I have purposely gone out of my way to never write a joke where I can do a backflip. You know what I mean? And it's like he's got so much energy in the act.
I said this to Shane Gillis last night while you were on stage. I go, there's no one in the world who kills more effortlessly than Brian Simpson.
Oh wow.
Because you have a casual killing. You're casually killing.
Oh yeah.
Like you don't get hyped up. It actually, it's interesting in your style because it actually puts more weight on any criticism you put on something.
Oh yeah. This is my first 10 years in comedy. I wasn't sleeping.
So you're tired all the time.
So I was just tired all the time. I just learned. That's just how I learned to do it.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, I didn't get to sleep for years. I finally got the CPAP machine like 5 years ago. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, big difference.
Oh man, it's a huge. Like,
Change Joey.
Some people have them and they're like, yeah, but I don't use it. Like, how do you not use it?
I tried it once. I didn't like it. But I have a mouthpiece that I sleep with.
How does that work?
It presses my tongue down. So the mouthpiece is fit to my lower teeth. And there's a tongue depressor, and it keeps my airway open.
Oh, yeah. See, I try to
dudes who have big necks, like football players, almost all those dudes have sleep apnea. It's a big neck.
And it runs in my family. A big neck.
You have a big neck.
Yeah.
And look at all this tissue. And if you have, a big tongue, I have a pretty fat tongue. And this neck and the hole is not as big as it probably would be if I had a skinny neck.
Oh, I see.
Like your neck is tissue. and I build that up with exercises.
Does it work though?
Yeah, it keeps my airway open. I sleep great with it. But if I don't have it, man, I snore. It's horrible.
I'm pretty sure I tried to get one of those, but then they mailed me a kit that I had to do other stuff.
Yeah, you have to form it to your teeth.
You lost me.
No.
Step 2, like I can't do step 2.
You can go to a dentist though, and they'll do it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I think
I'll set you up. I got a dentist that does it for me.
I did it with my audiologist.
Mm.
For my ear monitors.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I didn't know they could do shit like that.
Yeah, the in-ear monitors where they form into your ear.
Oh man, that's one of the best choices I have.
Yeah,
A long time. Yeah.
I have that for the UFC. So when I'm at the UFC, they made me one. So when I put it on, it's mine. It fits right in my ear. Boink. Perfect.
There's nothing goes better than that.
Bro, that's the worst thing about cauliflower ear. Those dudes are fucked. When you get crazy cauliflower ear, like I was talking to one of our guys at the security guys at the club. They're all MMA guys, jiu-jitsu guys. And one of them has these fucked up ears. And I'm like, you can't hear good, right? It's not as good. Definitely not as good. Look at that's big.
Can you get them drained?
His are gone. His are hard. They become calcified. So what happens is the blood pools up, and your ear gets broken, right? And the tissue separates, and blood fills it. And that blood over time will become calcified. So it literally becomes rock. It feels like rock. I have little bits of it, but when I trained, most of the time when I trained, I wore ear guards, like wrestling ear guards, just because I didn't want to fuck my ears up. Because if you just go like this, you talk like this normal, you hear things. But if you go like this and talk like that, you're missing something. You're missing some sound, and you don't realize you're missing it until you let your ear go. You go, oh, now I hear it all. Well, you're giving that. Yeah. That's you forever. Forever. Now you have rocks on the outside of your ears. So all this design that God created to let us hear so brilliantly, where it captures sounds and rolls them around and goes inside your ear, all that's gone.
It's all out the window.
Now you get rocks. But that's one of those new earphones that goes outside the ear.
They're not brand new, but if anyone's listening and has this problem, this is called a jaw induction headphone. So it creates sound frequencies that bounce off the bones inside your head.
And so it works even if you have fucked up ears?
Yeah, because it's not going through the ear.
And is that for any sound, or is that for like listening to music and shit?
It's good for listening to music, but like technically it will emit sound. So like if you're next to this person, you'll be able to hear it too, but not perfectly. But it's made for the person that's wearing it.
You know what's really incredible? Do you know what game ears are? You know what, like tactical headphones where you can listen to people talk, but it has like technology in there that stops the sound from being louder than a certain volume.
Right.
So when someone's shooting a gun, it's never that loud.
Right.
You know those?
Yeah.
You can hear so much better with those things.
Because they also, so you create a gate, a frequency gate, where it's like anything below that frequency, it brings it up, anything above it, it brings it down.
So people put these on when they go hunting, and they turn them on, and you can hear shit like multiple times more than you would be able to hear normally. So you can hear footsteps. So like if a deer, like if you're in a tree stand, you're sitting up there with your rifle in a tree stand, you're listening around constantly. You ever do that? You ever tree stand hunt?
No.
That's a mind fuck.
I was wearing those when I was working on
50 decibels of hearing enhancement. A lot. Yeah, it's a lot. Yeah, I've used them before. It's crazy.
I wore those on the rifle. Not the, but they were like over
the other guy. Yeah.
But it was like you could hear people. You walk away from people, they go, "Fuck you."
You hear all of it.
Well, you have to. I learned that you have to act like you. You have to be very selective about what you react to, because you don't need to know that you can hear them.
Right.
You know.
Right.
And if you give it away,
that's a problem.
The cat's out the bag.
Yeah, you gotta.
Yeah. It taught me patience, because I'm like, oh, that wasn't for me to hear. That was just him getting his perspective. You know.
Yeah.
I don't need to react, because he thinks I'm 50 feet away.
Right.
So it's like, why?
Right.
I don't need to react.
Yeah. Fuck him.
I'd rather wait until somebody goes, I'm about to shoot this motherfucker.
Right.
Then.
Now you know.
Yeah. Then the secret's out.
If you have those headphones on, man, it's really bizarre, because you can hear things that you can't normally hear.
It feels like superhero.
Yeah, but you can also shoot guns and it doesn't hurt your ears. It's weird.
Yeah.
Amazing that somebody figured that out. But anyway, man, if you got bad ears, like if your ears get calcified, you're definitely, it's going to change what things sound like.
It's a price to pay to be dangerous.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, you could wear ear guards. I just didn't understand. Yeah, they suck. I hate them. They cut your chin. They irritate your head. But yeah, to me, it was like I had these nice ones that were vinyl and they were just designed for jiu-jitsu. So they were flat to your head.
Okay.
And they were really comfortable.
So what guys do is just like a pussy move.
Pussy move. Guys like cauliflower ear too. It lets people know. You know. Like if I said I'd look tougher if I had cauliflower ears.
That's worth it.
It's not worth it. It wasn't worth it to me. But I'm also not a professional. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're a professional and your ear gets fucked up, you're back at training the next day. There's no, I got to get this training, take 6 months off and let it heal. Shut the fuck up.
Right.
Shut the fuck up and get back in there, dude. You're a professional fighter. I'm just a comedian. So for me, it's like I got to mitigate what gets fucked up.
Right.
You know? People love those things, though. It's like a badge of courage. They walk around with a cauliflower ear and they're like, everybody knows. I know to fuck people up.
So then you know what that means. It's definitely people getting the fake cauliflower. They get ear injections. So they can
Well, all you have to do is damage your ear. You can do it pretty easily, especially with some people. It's real different. You know, some people don't get cauliflower ear.
Right.
They don't even train with ear guards.
Don't mess with me.
And some people they'll break their ears and they'll do things to their ears on purpose.
So
They'll take
so
a
they can
jiu-jitsu
get it?
belt. Yeah, they'll take a jiu-jitsu belt and they just fucking smash their ear. And they're trying to give themselves cauliflower ear. People have definitely done that.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah. I've also met guys who are white belts who just started who got cauliflower ear and they never did anything about it. It was a big lump on their ear. And they're terrible.
And then there's people that do it for decades and don't get anything.
Yeah, but it's rare. It's pretty rare. Or you're just like really elite at defense. There's some guys that are so good at defense, you just never really catch their head. But usually you would think that you would catch their head early on in their career before they figured out how to be really good defensively and technically. But there's certain guys like good luck getting a hold of Marcelo Garcia's neck, unless you're a lot bigger than him, like Robert Drysdale or something out of town. You know, that guy was a wizard. Like when you're that fast. You ever seen Marcelo Garcia? Okay, I want to show you one time when I saw him live in Brazil, 2003, where Eddie was competing for. It was at the Abu Dhabi World Championships. This is the year that Marcelo Garcia burst onto the scene. People didn't know who he was.
Is this the same year where Eddie?
Yes,
won?
Triangle Hoyler.
Okay.
Yeah. So, get Marcelo Garcia versus what's that? You have it? Okay, no. That's just him. They're just training. Shaolin Ribeiro, Marcelo Garcia, Shaolin. So this dude Shaolin, who's Ribeiro, R-I-B-E-R-O. Shaolin is a legendary jiu-jitsu guy, like super high level black belt. So for him to do this to Shaolin is so insane. You got to see this move. He just spun, took his back, and strangled him unconscious. And this is like instantly in the beginning of the match. This match happened. It's like 30 seconds, and he puts him to sleep. Watch that again, because that scramble is so. He does an arm drag. Go from the beginning. Just go from the beginning because it's so quick anyway. So he does an arm drag. Marcelo Garcia is in the rash guard. He does an arm drag on his right arm. Look at this. Watch how he turns, keeps going, keeps rolling, gets the back, gets the hooks in. Super strong legs. Now he's got the hook in, and now he's securing the neck, and he's going to hang on, and he's going to just fucking crush him to sleep. And he's asleep right there. But dude, that is so insane.
Yeah.
That is so insane. That is one of the most legendary finishing sequences in all of jiu-jitsu history. Because that was like the moment Marcelo Garcia, who's like one of the greatest of all time, burst onto the scene.
And he just locked in.
Yeah, so that guy, even he has cauliflower ear. As good as he is.
Yeah, you can't. It seems like unavoidable.
Yeah, some guys don't get it. Weird. And some guys are just real big guys. Some real big guys never get caught. Yeah, real strong guys.
But that's why, like, whenever I see somebody with cauliflower ears, like, I know two things. I know one, they can probably fight, almost definitely, and two, they have some kind of an old nagging injury that they hoping not on. You know what I mean? Like all the most dangerous dudes are like, if anyone hits me in my like
A left knee.
right, yeah, they will fold me the fuck up. So I'm that's why I'm scared. That's why I don't fuck with those people. Like old dudes, don't fuck with them because they gonna fight. They gonna give you everything they got. So because they don't want the fight to go so long that you find that injury.
Yeah. Also, like, don't just be fucking with people thinking it's a fair fight. People stab people, they shoot people. Just don't do it. Just don't do it, man. If you want to prove yourself, go to a gym, right? Go to a gym, learn how to fight, and then you will lose all of your desire to do that in a bar.
Especially after 30.
I don't give a fuck if you're 20. Don't do it. Don't fucking do it, man. It's how people die. It's how people get locked up in jail for the rest of their lives. It's
20
how,
something though, you can't tell.
yeah, you can. I listened. Yeah, I listened. I was terrified of fights when I was in my 20s, and I knew how to fight. I didn't want to go anywhere.
Oh yeah, but you grew up fighting.
Yeah, but I mean, when I would go out to bars, like if I was out to bars with my friends and shit would break loose, I'm like, exit, please.
Yeah.
I'm not fighting anybody. I'm getting the fuck out of here. I knew that early on because I knew guys growing up in Boston, going to high school in Newton. I was outside of Boston. I spent most of my time in Boston because that's where I did Taekwondo. I met some hard fucking dudes, some hard men. One of the guys that I met was a fucking hitman for Whitey Bulger. He was a guy I was training. I was teaching him Taekwondo. He's a hitman. Like, well known that he was in the Irish mob. Well known. And he was taking Taekwondo classes. I was around people that like, so in my mind, any man that you just have some confrontation with, that you, even if you beat his ass, that's not the end of it. He's going to come find you. This idea that you could just do something to someone and there's no consequences ever, it could be a year from now, 2 years from now, 5 years from now. You're going to be looking over the shoulder for the rest of your life? What are you, fucking stupid? Just get away. Don't fight with people. Don't argue with people. Yes, Mom. Don't piss people off. We'd all be better off if people didn't have this desire to control themselves. And that's what you get rid of when you go to the gym. When you learn jiu-jitsu, when you learn a martial art, and you don't have this desire to test yourself all the time, because you're constantly being tested. When you go out, you just want to have fun and chill.
And most of the fighters I've met, you know, I've met a lot of fighters since I've been here now. Most of them are pretty chill.
Super
Like
chill.
you said, like almost, you know, a lot. I think all the security people that
Super chill.
are all jiu-jitsu guys,
Mm-hmm.
and and you wouldn't even know. Like I know one of the guys was like some kind of champion, you know, and it was like you would never know. They're so humble,
Yeah.
and respectful.
Well, it's because they get challenged all the time. They don't want to do it like in real life.
Yeah, it's
The real challenge is challenged against skilled people. When you're doing that all the time, when you're rolling with black belts, and you're fighting off triangles, and triangle turns into an arm bar, and you're like barely escaping, and then you get side control. You're battling all day long. You're battling in your head after the class. You're going, oh, how did he catch me? How did I do that? Why did I do that? My left foot. Fuck. And you're trying to figure out what you did wrong and what you did right. You don't want to get in a fight with a bar. You want to go have fun. If you would go to a bar with a bunch of jiu-jitsu people, they're all laughing. They want to have a good time. They say thank you. The waitress comes over. They're polite. They're nice people. They get it all out, man. You got to get it all out. And if you want to get it all out at a bar, man, you got to get killed.
There's a confidence that comes from knowing exactly who you're staying. Where it's like, oh, I know that dude can beat my ass. Like, I know for sure.
Yeah.
Because he's done it every day for the last
Right.
6. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And just knowing when you don't go out with this insecurity about you.
Right.
I think most of them.
Most of them, yeah. I mean, there's some wild dudes that get involved in cage fighting, but overall, I feel they are exceptional human beings. And I know that sounds crazy for someone who thinks it's barbaric, but you have to understand that the character development involved in becoming a guy like a Dustin Poirier. You want to be that good. The fucking fire you have to go through to be at a world-class level for as long as that guy's been doing it and be that good right now. You know what, man? That's an exceptional human being. Exceptional. There's not a lot of those out there. And when you meet those guys, when you're out with those guys, they're the fucking nicest guys. They're cool, they're calm, they have their shit together. Even Sean Strickland, everybody thinks he's crazy and he says a bunch of wild shit. Sean is a great guy. He's a nice guy. He's a real smart dude who had a fucked up childhood, and he's an excellent professional fighter. And he's a nice guy. If you're nice to him, he's a nice guy. He's fun. He's fun. But you know, in the street, if you find that guy and you talk shit to him for no reason, he's gonna put you in the hospital. He's gonna put you in the hospital, and it's not. You can't do a goddamn thing about it. You don't even have a chance. You have nothing. You have zero chance. It's like, oh, fucking these guys can't fight. I'm not fighting. Shut your mouth. You have no idea what you're talking about. They always did it. They used to do it to Chuck Liddell. People would talk shit to him. They used to do it to Mike Tyson. People would talk shit to. People are. There's certain people that are just crazy. Man.
Well, speaking of Mike Tyson, these people that think that he don't stand a chance against Jake Paul, like the shit people, like because he's too old. I think you're crazy.
Well, they're definitely uninformed.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing: he is 57 years old. He will be 58 when they fight. He has had a long fighting career. He has been knocked out by massive men like Lennox Lewis and Evander Holyfield. You know, he's had a lot of blows, and you know, it's long past the time where most people ever fight. You know, the only person that ever fought competitively after age 50 is Bernard Hopkins and Archie Moore. Archie Moore did it back in the day.
Foreman was 40s.
Foreman was in his 50s, I believe, when he had his last fight. Was he? He won the titles of. Yeah. Foreman was the. Want some ice and glasses and shit? Yeah. I think Foreman captured the heavyweight title at the oldest age, which was 46 when he fought Michael Moore. He hit him with his perfect right hand. It was crazy. Like, dude, that's okay. That's that bodega cat. That's Mark Norman stuff. We got some good shit though. So how old was he? 48. So his last fight when he fought Shannon Briggs. Shannon the Cannon. Shout out to Shannon. Let's go, champ. So he beat Lou Savarese. He was 48 years old. Crazy. And he knocked out Michael Moore. He was 45. So he was the oldest man ever to win the heavyweight title at age 45. And you got to realize, like, that's a real 45. That's not like 45 today. The 45 today is 45 with testosterone replacement, human growth hormone, and peptides.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like this, Mike Tyson, he's 57, but he got access to
everything. And he's also doing this very unique kind of training with electrical muscular stimulation that I've talked to some people that do that. And it has massive benefits of rehabilitating injuries. And it also, for a lot of people, gives them significant gains when they use it as opposed to just using weightlifting. I don't know too much about the science behind it. When Jamie comes back, we'll have him look it up. But you slap electrodes onto yourself. They put these pads on you, and it's hooked up to a machine. And while the electricity is going into your muscles, you're doing exercises. So while you're getting jolted, you're doing squats and you're doing like deadlifts. You're doing all this shit while you're connected to this thing that's stimulating your muscles.
But isn't that part? Because my main concern would be, I guess, in my head, where it's like, what if the electricity, the timing is off, and it goes to contract your muscle at a time when you're trying to.
I think it's constantly contracted. And I think you're fighting through that. I don't know. I haven't done it. I'm talking on my ass. What is that thing that Mike Tyson does where he gets connected to like an electrical muscular stimulation machine? I've seen it in training footage. And I know from talking to the guy that was telling me about, cheers, my God. Congratulations on your special. It's awesome. So happy to see you killing it like that. I think this is the Jack Carr stuff.
Yeah, that's not bad.
No, this is Balcones, Texas pot still bourbon. That's legit.
Mm-hmm. That's legit. This is real legit.
That's legit. That's good stuff.
What were we just talking about?
George Foreman,
Mike
Tyson.
Mike Tyson,
yeah. So they do this thing where they slap Chuck Zito. They do this thing where they slap these electrodes on him. Chuck Zito's a giant. Shout out to Chuck.
This is now.
Yeah.
So they put these electrodes on them and they have them perform different exercises. NeuFit, NEUFIT. And so they have this machine, a breakthrough in neuromuscular electrical stimulation devices utilizing direct current. So it's this device that uses an updated form of neuromuscular electrical stimulation to send electrical impulses through the skin to the nerves, resulting in muscle contractions and sensory impulses. The NMES technology mitigates the action potentials of both peripheral and central nervous system, allowing for communication with virtually all parts of the body. The impulses stimulate muscles and other tissues, including contractile and sensory muscle fibers and sensory and motor neurons. The stimulation also leads to increased blood flow in the areas where it's applied. So I know Tyson was doing that before the Roy Jones fight when he was training. I believe he's doing that now too. But that's interesting, right? Because you'd want to do like everything you can with a 57-year-old body to get it ready to do that. I don't think people know. You don't lose that much ability. You know, you have to understand who you're talking about.
But what does change though is your ability to recover.
Yes.
Right, and then the amount of damage you can take.
Yes.
That's what changes. But he can still fucking destroy that guy.
The thing about the amount of damage you can take, it's all in comparison to how much damage you took in your life. Right, there's certain guys that as they get older, it's very disturbing because you see them get touched with a punch and they just go out. You'll see that with some older MMA fighters.
Yeah, I saw that with Chuck Liddell.
Yes.
So it was like nobody could knock him out.
Nobody.
And then it was like anyone.
In his prime, he was ferocious, dude. He had an iron chin and ferocious power and just this warrior mentality. He was just chasing you down. He was hunting you inside that cage. Everybody.
Anyone with an iron chin, eventually they start getting knocked out because the reason you know they have an iron chin is because you've seen them take something.
There's this dude in boxing. His name is Doug DeWitt. And Doug DeWitt was not the best fighter in the world, but he had the best chin of all time. Dudes would tee off on Doug DeWitt, and it was like nothing happened. It was crazy. He was known for his ability to take a punch. And then one day it just went away. One day it went away. One day he just got dropped and knocked out, and then he just couldn't take shots anymore. He just gave out. It just gave out like a bad suspension. See if you can find Doug DeWitt highlights.
He was born with 50 knockouts.
This dude had 1,000 knockouts in him. Like you couldn't knock him out. He was getting hit clean in the face by murderers, and you couldn't stop him. It was weird, and he was known for that. Like if a guy was going to fight Doug DeWitt, you knew he was a good fighter, but you knew that the thing about him is he had the craziest chin of all time. He was known for it. That's Doug DeWitt. That's Nigel Benn. Is that Doug DeWitt? No, that's not Doug DeWitt, dude. It's a different guy. Different guy. Oh, no, yeah. Because this is Nigel Benn, who was a real destroyer, man. He was a fucking murderous puncher. Thomas Hearn versus Doug DeWitt. Let me see. So Thomas Hearn's one of the greatest knockout artists of all time. Yeah, and that's that guy Doug DeWitt. So he's 25. So this is when Doug DeWitt still had an iron chin. Should not be fighting Thomas Hearn. Like, I'll have to set this up. This is a terrible matchup. Scoot your head a little bit.
Is this the one when he finally gets knocked out?
I don't know. But Doug DeWitt was a very solid fighter. But Tommy Hearns is just next level. Tommy Hearns has the most ridiculous back. Look at that back. That's where all that power comes from, dude. Look how wide he is. So when Tommy was 147, I think this was a middleweight fight, which was 160. But you got to realize, like Tommy, when he fought Sugar Ray, he was 147. When he fought like Pepino Cuevas and all those other dudes, dude, he was very light. But he was that tall with that kind of power. So look at it. Tommy Hearns is teeing off on Doug DeWitt. I'm telling you, most people who fought Doug DeWitt were stunned by the amount of power that guy could just absorb.
He's a really good fighter. It wasn't like he was a bad fighter. He just wasn't like world championship caliber.
Where is he now?
Who knows, man? It's not good at the end. No, it's not good at the end. I was reading about this boxer from the 80s who was living in LA. And, they would have to almost like put strain on him to make sure he didn't travel too far away from the house. Like he would get lost on his block. He didn't know what was going on. His brain is just gone. It's just gone.
Yeah, the price they paid.
It's the craziest price.
Chance at greatness.
The craziest price. And you never know when you cross the line. You never know when you cross the line into your brain's not going to return. In the beginning, you don't even notice a slip. You're just like, I'm just tired from training. You don't even notice. And other people start noticing it. Maybe you have a drink in you, you can't really form sentences that well. Like one drink, and all of a sudden you're slurring your words. And everybody's like, what's going on with Mike? He just had a couple. Oh, he had one fucking drink. Like he's slurring his words, like something's going on. That's like one of the first things you see. And then it keeps going. The damage doesn't get better every time, it gets worse. They say that a lot of the brain damage doesn't even show itself until years after the actual impact of whatever the fuck happened. Yeah. You start doing wild shit, start gambling, start doing coke, start going crazy. But some people are just fine. Some people are fine. Yeah, that's weird. It's weird. Some people retire and they have long careers and they can talk fine. They're great, Look at Andre Ward.
That's right. You can see, like, whatever brain cells Floyd Mayweather's father had left. Like, just don't happen to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like,
I think Floyd saw it too.
Of course, he had the most defensive fighter of all time. It's like, this is what happens when you get hit.
Yeah. But also just like seeing it from his uncle Roger.
Oh, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
He sounds drunk all the time.
Well, he's dead now. Yeah, he died, unfortunately. Roger Mayweather was awesome in his prime, man. Black Mamba. He was another dude. He was different than Floyd. He was a crazy knockout artist. You ever see Roger fight?
Oh, yeah. He's a great trainer, too.
Yeah, he's a very good trainer. Very, very, very good trainer. I think he's got that famous quote. Most people don't know shit about boxing.
It's true. He's right.
He's 100% right.
I know, like, the science, but I know enough about boxing where I feel like when I'm watching a good boxing match, what I'm enjoying is not with the average person.
Right.
Most people just want to see two big dudes in the middle of the ring just throw punches.
Right.
They don't care about the strategy of it.
Right.
But I like to watch. I like to watch the breakdowns.
I do too.
The footwork and why his feet are right there. And
this one dude made a really good breakdown of how Anthony Joshua caught Francis Ngannou. It's really good.
Yeah.
It's really good because he talks about how Joshua was setting up these reactions by jabbing to the body. And how he's jabbing to the body, and how Francis would dip his left arm and throw a hook, and then he was trying to block the shot to the body and dip his arm, throw a hook. So he timed it right where he feinted the jab to the body. Francis reacted. He hit him with a perfect right hand, and you see in the breakdown how he set it up, and that is boxing. That's real boxing. That's not just a big guy who can punch. But that's super sophisticated chess playing in the middle of this high consequence scenario with a giant knockout striker.
People are, and some people are levels above that.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's Usyk. Usyk is level above Anthony Joshua because he boxed the shit out of Joshua 2 fights in a row and had him in trouble. In the first fight in particular, had him in trouble, man. He had Joshua reeling, and he was all over him. I mean, Usyk is really a cruiserweight. He's not even that big. He's small for a heavyweight. Usyk was fighting, I think, at 197, and then he went up to fight heavyweights. So, when he stands next to these guys, he's so much smaller than that.
That's why part of me, deep down, I wish boxing had a UFC type.
Right.
I wish someone could make the top guys fight each other.
Well, they can't even do that in MMA. Look, Francis is now at the PFL, and you've got, other people over at Bellator, and I guess Bellator and the PFL are one thing now.
Yeah, but you have to be huge to not do it in the UFC.
It's real tough to be famous. The problem is, if you're outside the UFC, you could be not famous and make more money. That is true.
like this is a factor. You have to think about guys that, you know, kind of didn't do as well as the top guys in the UFC, but they're still elite MMA fighters. They go over to the PFL and win that tournament and make $1 million. You know?
And then man, over there at the Middle East, man, they throwing money at all manner of entertainers and shit over here.
Yeah, that one dude from Montreal, Olivier Aubin-Mercier, I think he won it twice. I think he won the PFL tournament twice. He definitely won it once. He made $1 million.
Is this tournament? Is that what I just saw? Mighty Mouse on like a no weight?
No, Mighty Mouse in a no weight was just a jiu-jitsu match. That was just jiu-jitsu. Mighty Mouse is wild. Just enters jiu-jitsu opens as a 155-pound man, fought a 250-pound dude and strangled him.
Yeah, and it looked like it too.
It's incredible. The size difference is incredible. But he competes for one. And one championship is this giant organization in Asia. And they have not just MMA fights, but they have kickboxing fights and grappling fights. Like Gary Tonin has competed over there in grappling. The Ruotolo brothers are the champions over there. Mikey Musumeci, he competes over there in grappling.
They have a great attitude.
Yeah, so there's that. So there's places you can go, but to be famous in America is the UFC. Everything else is just, unfortunately, it pales in comparison. The UFC is like Q-tips, the NFL. You know, NBA is where you go to see professional basketball. If someone else wants to start a new basketball league, good fucking luck.
Yeah.
Good luck.
UFC is it's singular.
It's singular. It's just the most prominent business that's run the best. It's got the best machine behind it. It's got the most history behind it. They literally invented the sport in 1993 in America. Not invented the sport, but they did put it in a cage and put rules to it. Actually, I think they had cages in Brazil back then already. But also, I'm not sure if they might have had cages in Brazil by then. But a lot of the fights in Brazil in the early days, they'd actually fight in a ring with a net.
But what they did was they made it. They packaged it in a way that made it a major sport.
Yes, 100%.
Instead of just like a blood sport where people like something that was done in back alleys.
100%.
Right? They made it so like you could put it on TV, and that was the most brilliant move. I mean, they had to bring in the regulators and shit to kind of make that happen, but that's what made it what it is.
Well, they also had to spend
a folk club. Yeah, I heard Dana saying that they didn't make any. Like you did the first ones for free.
Yeah, I did the first 12 or 13 shows I did for free. Well, Dana became my friend, and I knew they were hemorrhaging money, and I said, I don't need any money. I go, just fly us out here, and get my friends tickets. So it was like me and Eddie Bravo would just fly out to the fight, because we were flying out to the fights before I worked there. He reached out to me because he knew I used to work for the UFC back in the day, because I started working for the UFC in '97. That was the post-fight commentators. Before Zuffa.
Oh, okay.
So it was Zuffa, but it was, no, it wasn't Zuffa. It was SEG, I'm sorry. It's still Zuffa, even though Zuffa sold to WEM. So we were in these like small little places in the middle of nowhere, and I did in the early days. I saw Vitor's debut. I saw Randy Couture's debut, Dan Henderson's debut. I mean, I was there for like Chuck Liddell's debut. I was there for all these early fights. I saw Carlos Newton fight. I saw all these like Alan Jovan. Of course, Alan Jovan. He was actually at Eddie's gym. But I saw all these like great fighters fight. He wasn't. Alan was like later. I was thinking of who was it? Alan Goes. That's right. Alan Goes was a jiu-jitsu wizard who I got to see fight in the early days of the UFC. Most people don't even remember these guys. Like top level guys back in the day. And so me, it was like I was a kid in a candy store, but I was losing money doing it. You know, like I could be at a comedy club on the road, and I was still on news radio. I was busy, you know, and I did it for a while, but it was too much. It was costing me money. It was the experience I had. I was like, this is fun. But they were doing one in Japan, and when they went to do the one in Japan, I'm like, I'm out. I'm not going to Japan for like $1,000, whatever I got paid. Like, I'm not going to Japan. So I quit. And I stay a fan. And then Dana contacts me in like 2001 and says, hey, we're going to have the UFC in Vegas. We got tickets for it if you want to come. I'm like, holy shit, yeah, I'm going to go. So me and Eddie, we flew out to Vegas to watch the UFC. And so I did that for like
the first one or two, and then they had one on Fox, and he said, "Would you do me a favor?" And I said, "What?" He said, "Will you do commentary for the one on Fox?" Because it was on Fox Sports Net. It was like the best damn sports show, period. You remember that show?
Yeah, I remember that.
They had like a UFC event, so I did that. It was UFC 37 and a half.
37 and a half.
Yeah, that's what
Okay.
it was called, UFC 37 and a half. So I did that, and that was the beginning. And he goes, "Dude, please keep doing that." And I was like, "Okay, what's that?
What's in that?
This?
Something good stuff?
No. You want some? This is those Ron White cigars. It's a little baby cigar. Sure.
No.
But so that was 2002 or something.
So when did you hit the point where he was like, all right, I want you to do it?
Yeah, I had a signed contract. It was like,
How many UFCs were you in before you were like, I think I can just do this?
well, I mean, it was like I said, it was like 13 in, and I never asked for any money. And I was like, it's all right, man. I'm having a good time. I'm happy that you guys like what I do. I'm excited, and I'm happy to be able to promote the sport. That's it. June 22nd,
Whoever that is
2002.
beside you, that dude looks out of his depth. You know what I mean?
So that dude, that's Jeff Osborne. He was awesome. He also did Hook and Shoot. He was one of the earlier MMA promotions that like Eve Edwards came out of there, Josh Neer came out of there. Like some real killers came out of those promotions, like a Midwest fight. There's a bunch of those like early on promotions. These like small level promotions that a lot of guys came up in.
I can't imagine being like, even in like the Chuck Liddell era, like before that, before the UFC, what were fighters making?
Nothing. Well, Chuck Liddell, when he had his first fights, he was fighting bare knuckle in Brazil. He fought Pele. Pele is this legendary member of Shoot the Box. You know, I know I've talked to you about Shoot the Box before. That's Anderson Silva. That's where Shogun came out of. I mean, that's Rafael Cordero, the guy who holds mitts for Mike Tyson. He's from Shoot the Box. And now he runs Kings of Red. But this is, you know, we're like, this is probably like, what year is this? This has to be like 95, 98. Okay. So this is probably either right before Chuck Liddell fought in the UFC, somewhere around that range, but he's fighting in Brazil, bare knuckle, against a dude who's like a legend in Brazil. Like Pele was like, look, Pele took Chuck Liddell down. How about that? Look how dangerous this fucking dude is. Chuck Liddell never gets taken down. Here he is, mouth is bare knuckle. And this is a crazy ass fight, man. And Chuck eventually gets hold of him. Look how they have this setup where the ring at the bottom of it has a net in it. Look, Pele's all over him. So now Chuck sneaks out the back door. Chuck was like a really good wrestler, but he used his wrestling to stand up. He just wanted to blast people because he also had a karate background. Now in these fights, you're allowed to headbutt, you're allowed to stomp, you're allowed to do everything. You got bare knuckles. You can even grab dicks. A lot of these groups grab each other in the dick.
Really?
Yeah. Gary Goodrich did it to the Pedro in my signature. Oh, he reached into his shorts and grabbed his cock. Just crushed his balls. Like, it was crazy what people were doing.
Damn, you allowed to squeeze balls?
Well, they were in that promotion. It was like, you could do anything. Which is kind of crazy that nobody just eye-poked the shit out of each other. I think you weren't allowed to fight, but you just start with your balls, dude. Look, you just got thrown out of the fucking ring onto the ground. That's why the net is there, to try to trap them while they're beating the shit out of each other. I don't know, man. Some of them just were to the finish. I mean, the early UFCs were all to the finish. Yeah, I think a lot of these fights were just battles of attrition, and they went on as long as they went on. Brazil, when they were doing Vale Tudo, it was the purest form of MMA. It wasn't the same level that MMA is today, but it was the purest form. Because these guys were bare knuckle, they would just wear like little fucking Speedos, and they would do everything. You could kick, you could punch, you could stomp to the finish. You could elbow the back of the head. You get someone's back, you don't even have to sink in and choke. If you get someone's back with a hook in, Renzo Gracie did that one of his fights. He just got this dude's back and just blasted him with elbows in the head. Your back of your head is so vulnerable. In the UFC, you're literally not even allowed to hit the back of the head. It's one area where you're not allowed to strike. That's how dangerous it is. And in the opens, they got your back and they go right through that spot. Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, that's not what you have.
Oh, you get fucked up. So it was like a pure version of what actually works and what doesn't work. Because if you have no gloves on, punching changes, everything changes. Your ability to block punches changes. So if you go from like boxing gloves to MMA gloves, there's a giant difference. But even if you go from MMA gloves to no gloves, it's different. Because it feels different on your face. It fucking hurts more. It hurts your hands more. It cuts you up. Everybody gets cut open. It's a much more realistic version of fighting. And that's what they were doing in Brazil. It didn't get, like, when they brought it to America, when Corey and Gracie created the UFC and brought it to America in 93, when they had the very first event, they had to kind of do some rules. They had a cage. You know, they had, like, you know, but it was all no time limit. Every fight was till the fight was over. Every fight in the UFC, those fights were Royce Gracie's armbar and everybody. There was no weight. There's no rounds. There's no weights. It was just weight weighted 176 pounds. Oh wow! So UFC 17 in Mobile, Alabama, with a decision over Noe Hernandez. I was there for that. So the next fight he did that bare knuckle. Wow. Wow. Headbutts, groin strikes, kicking to the knees, the back of the down opponent, strikes to the back of the head are all allowed. 1998. He's 28 years old, so he weighed 198 pounds. Wow. That's crazy.
Yeah, and that was back when there was
no very little fans, very little fans. The UFC's weight limit was 200 back then. It was a 200-pound weight class. But right around then, they started putting in the weight class. So the T.O.C. was champion, I believe it was 200, and they moved it up to 205 later. I think like when Frank Shamrock was a champ, I believe the weight class was 200. Yeah, that was like, I think there was like a couple of weight classes. I think they started instituting weight classes, and they had like a 55, and then they had like a 70, and then they started sticking them all in there. And then it became, you know, what it is today, which I still think is underweight class. I think they should have several more. I think they should have one higher. No, all throughout the range. I feel like there should be one every 10 pounds. And right now we have these giant gaps that don't necessarily make sense. Like we have a huge gap from 155 to 170. That's 15 pounds. That's a big difference in a human being. Like how much bigger and stronger a person is and how they can cut down to 170 versus a guy who really weighs like 175 and he cuts to 170. It's like a giant difference from those 205-pound guys that can make that weight cut. I feel like if we had a 75, 85, so 55, 65, 75, 85, 95, 205, 225 heavyweight. That makes sense to me.
So you're saying above 225?
Above 225 should be whatever the fuck you weigh. Because right now it's not. Right now the heavyweight limit, as ridiculous as it is 265 pounds. You can't weigh more than 265 pounds in a championship heavyweight fight.
But even so, wait a minute. So the heavyweight division goes from 205 to 265.
Exactly.
That seems
crazy.
That's crazy.
That's crazy. That's when you got guys like Francis, it becomes crazy.
Right, because the
touch of death, 6'5", 265 natural. Like Francis gets above 265 when he's not training,
but he's not allowed to be
when he fights. When he fights, he has to lean out.
So we saying 10 pounds makes a difference in every other division except the biggest one.
Well, in the biggest one, they just say, "Hey, decide what you are. Are you a light heavyweight or are you a heavyweight?"
But isn't their problem though that there's not enough Francis size motherfuckers on there?
Right, and if they are, they go into football.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
If you want to get like an elite American athlete that thinks he's going to have a future making millions of dollars, and you're a 6'5" kid and you're huge, you don't get into MMA. And a lot of those guys, they would have a hard time making 265. How about that?
Yeah, I brought it. What would Francis and Donald get about the sport?
This kid that went hire whatever the fuck he wants.
Played basketball right now for NC State.
Is he Cameroonian?
No, he's just a really good basketball player. He's 6'9", 275, and they're already like NFL scouts are trying to get him to play football instead of basketball. Yeah.
Oh, well, you're a damn fool. You bet not.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, basketball, you don't get brain damage.
You don't get brain damage, and their contracts are fully guaranteed. So all your money's guaranteed. If you get hurt, all that.
So that's better.
The NFL will never do that.
Yeah, they can't.
No, if
That's
it's
crazy.
yeah, if it's my kid and he gets to choose between the NFL and any other major sports, I'm taking my other.
100%. All day.
For sure.
Yeah, all day.
Those
You don't want
basketball
those knocks.
and the baseball players,
They get tons of money.
all guaranteed.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you hear a football player got a $50 million contract, it's not $50 million. It's it's $10 million guaranteed with bonuses of this and shit like that. But if you hear that a baseball player got that Japanese dude, did he just get $500 million? He's getting all that money, every single penny.
He deferred it just like Bobby Bonilla did versus the refunds.
So the Japanese dude, is that the dude who has the gambling problem?
Maybe.
Is that a
No, you
Maybe he's somebody else.
is that guy?
Yeah, Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah.
show your time.
So that dude gambles.
Yeah, where
That's what they
What's the
say.
story?
they said his interpreter took him, or he says interpreter took
Okay.
him.
Let me ask you this. Do you think that the situation with someone like that who comes from another country, do you think that maybe organized crime comes with him a little bit?
I've heard that, but also there's a lot of
A little bit of like Yakuza action?
I mean, that's definitely
Little taste?
that's definitely feasible, but just because his family's back there.
Yeah.
So it's like if I want to exploit you somehow,
Also, he might have a, meaningful relationship with people.
but also though, $500 million is enough to you unbossed at that point. Just have somebody wipe out. You can flip it. I don't know. I don't know if I'm worth $500 million. Ain't nobody telling me what the fuck to do.
Right.
No way. Because you can get to it. Because you at that point now where you have power. Like that's kind of money that no mafia boss is exploiting you. You're a billionaire.
he doesn't have it yet, technically.
Yeah, but that don't matter because
Yeah, but he might have a relationship with them.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm not saying he does, but I'm saying that in certain situations, like if you get in bed with organized crime and they help you in your career, like there was always insinuations that Frank Sinatra was involved in the mob, for instance.
oh right.
And you would imagine that like Frank Sinatra would probably be a terrible guy to piss off because he probably can contact some people and he probably can disappear. Yeah. 100%, right? So a guy like that, if he wants to leave the connection with the mob, I bet that's pretty dicey. Yeah, I bet that's real dicey. So you just stay with them.
Well, what would the mob do for a baseball player?
I don't know, but I would imagine. I mean, what are we talking about? The Yakuza? I think most really sophisticated organized crime companies, I think they probably have strategies to maximize their income in all sorts of ways.
Yeah.
And they probably offer protection so that you don't have to worry about people fucking with you, and in return, you give them a certain amount of money per month.
That doesn't mean Ohtani's not a smart guy.
Does it, or does it mean that that's the cost of doing business where he lived?
So I'm like, oh no, I mean now. It's like how the Japanese mob won't protect you in America.
You don't think they can do things over here?
I mean, they probably could do a couple things, but they don't have like a
If you're gonna have something black, that'd be the coolest guy to have someone black.
But-
Japanese assassin.
right. Well, but to be like, I'm gonna protect you full time all over America. I don't know if that's impossible.
Yeah.
But $500 million for playing a game.
So what was the problem? They said that he was gambling on something he shouldn't have gambled on. Is that what it is?
Well, it's a multi-layer problem because first of all, he has an interpreter with him at all times, I think. So how much into his financial life, does that guy have ability to get into do things?
And what was the accusation?
I'm trying to find out the actual.
I know that I only know about it because Andrew Schultz had a joke where he was talking about him gambling.
But I don't understand why he's not allowed to gamble. As long as he's betting on himself to win,
That's a hard rule to know.
right? Why you can't bet on yourself?
Most sports actually.
That's a new rule to UFC.
What?
You can't gamble. No one from the organization can gamble on the fights.
Well, but what I'm saying is, and that makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
But I'm saying the fighters should be able to gamble so long as they betting on themselves to win.
Right. I think so. Yeah.
It's like
as long as they bet on themselves to win.
a football player got in trouble for that recently. He was actually he gambled on his team to win in a game that he wasn't playing in because he was hurt, and he got in trouble.
I thought it was more important. I didn't know. His claim was his interpreter took $4.5 million to pay off gambling. That's an illegal bookie.
under federal investigation. So they were saying that it was his money, and he was saying, no, my former interpreter, he stole that money, and he paid off his gambling debts.
Right.
That might be true.
Some people don't believe the story. They think that he was just gambling. They're blaming it on this guy.
It says Otani said he was unaware of the payments and never bet on sports with the bookie.
Yeah, but even if that's true, it's like, okay, well, you're the fall guy. That was your job from the beginning, is to go gamble for me so that it didn't get connected to me. So,
Yeah, so it's a little fishy.
it is a little. It does sound a little convenient,
You didn't know it's $4.5 million. That's it.
right? Until he got. So you fired him and didn't say nothing about him gambling then until Yeah, but it's like that's your job. Take that ball. You know he didn't do anything because they didn't take any of his money or penalize him anyway, did they?
Well, if they can't definitively tie him with that, I don't know what they could do. I don't know how that works. If they could actually get the guy, and they could get the guy to admit that he used the money, he embezzled the money. I don't know what the story is. It sounds like, I don't believe him, but it could be true. Like, we're just talking shit.
It's baseball.
People love it.
I don't know anyone that watches baseball. Not as their number one sport.
Some people love it. They love it. They love baseball. They live for it. They live for it. Ari loves it. He loves going to games. Loves it.
$1 billion in 2022.
$10 billion.
They have a huge TV deal contract because it's on all summer when there's other sports on. And there's 32 teams. The games last 3 hours.
It's also casual sport watching.
There's betting.
So you watch baseball while you're hanging out with your buddies,
Yeah, you don't have to pay attention.
and you can talk about all kinds of other shit. You can bullshit while the game's going on. You're not locked until the guy's throwing the pitch. There's a lot of downtime. You're talking shit. You know what Debbie told me? Tell me if this is ridiculous. And you start talking, and then you're drinking. You want another hot dog? Fuck yeah. If you're watching Anderson Silva fight Vitor Belfort, you're fucking glued. You're like, shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! Like, you don't want anybody talking to you about bills. You want to what? What is happening? What is happening? This is so crazy.
That's what people do. I get a lot of shit from my friends, but you see everybody get some shit on. Because I'm I have very peculiar ways of doing some things. And one of those things is I prefer to watch sports and stuff alone.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to have a Super Bowl get together, the smaller, because I'd rather buy the food I want to eat. Yeah, only have the sounds I want to hear around people. There's very few people that I would rather watch it with them than by myself.
Yeah.
I like to go to the movies alone. Anything where I gotta pay attention to something,
Right.
I like to do by myself.
Yeah, I've been watching Shogun alone. Well, I watch it with my dog, but I've been watching Shogun alone.
Yeah.
The only series I've watched alone in a long time. It's awesome. We don't have to talk.
It's the only way to go.
Dude, it's going to see a fight live is the best way to see it, for sure. But watching a fight alone at home, like when I can watch the fights alone, like it's fights in Europe or somewhere, I'm not there. It's just me alone at home, just sitting in the theater, like staring at the screen, watching the fight. I am so locked in, man.
That's the best.
I love it. I find myself talking.
There's no variables.
Right. Yeah. It's fun. It's that is a fucking experience, man. Oof.
I can pause it when I want. I can walk
Go
away
to
from
the
it.
league.
I can stop. I can call somebody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah, it's the best.
Yeah. Check your text
I
messages.
get
Get right back to it.
because you know what it is I don't like having people there that aren't trying to watch.
Right.
Like the thing about Super Bowl parties is there's people there that's not into football and they're not interested in they're interested in the event that is the party, not the game.
Right.
So it's like I just want to watch football. I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not here for the hors d'oeuvres and cute outfits.
I feel you. Yeah. Halftime show.
Nah, I can miss every single one.
Yeah. I'm so glad they don't do that at fights.
Halftime show? No, you know the
Have
interesting
a rapper come out or something, have some band.
the
Kick
interesting
rock
story
plays.
just came out from this during this last Super Bowl that the Wayans brothers are the reason that there's a halftime shows.
I watched that. I watched that live as a halftime show at a pool hall. It was the first time I ever saw it in living color.
Yeah, me too. But it wasn't my first time seeing Living Color, but everyone watched it, you know.
Yeah.
And it was like, the NFL was like, oh, no, we're not giving up these ratings.
Yeah, because everybody knew for a half hour it's just nonsense and chitter chatter.
Right, before Michael Jackson, because Michael Jackson's the first one you remember, that everyone remembers, the first halftime show. When people say halftime show, that's what they're talking about. Because before that, it was just whatever every other football game. It was like just marching bands and like regular shit. Wow. Michael Jackson, and then the NFL was like, oh, we gonna drop a nuke. Our answer next year is Michael Jackson. You know, everyone changing the channel with all that revenue they were losing.
Right.
Oh,
exactly. And then with Michael Jackson, you're going to get people that will watch the Super Bowl now that wouldn't have watched the Super Bowl because they're going to get to see Michael Jackson perform.
Yep.
I don't think people understand how big Michael Jackson was. I don't think they understand it because they weren't alive when it was happening.
Yeah, it's hard to convince. So when you talk to young people now, you're like, there'll never be anyone that big, and they're like, yeah, but Taylor Swift, but Beyonce.
No,
was like, no.
They're all huge. They're huge, but they're huge today. They're huge today in the era of social media and the era of, it's just a different world of sharing from streaming platforms. Someone huge today, you can't take away from Taylor Swift being huge. But there's a lot of people that are huge today. It's not like then. Then there was one guy that was the guy.
And he wasn't just, he was huge from the time he was like 5 years old until the day he died. He could literally have people passing out in Japan.
They couldn't stand being near him. They'd freak out.
Yeah, that's why it's like the world is just set up differently where there could not be another Michael Jackson.
No, it's not. It's a different world, but there's a few guys that broke through. And it's just like they ran to the top of Everest with no oxygen, and there was just no support system for them.
Yeah,
nobody had ever been there before, so nobody even knew like this could be a thing. You had Elvis, who got there and he died, and then you have Michael Jackson, right? And nobody else has ever really gotten that big. The Beatles, yeah, I guess the Beatles did, but Michael Jackson was an individual.
Yeah,
it was when you see the silhouette of him with the top hat. When the lights would go on, bro, people would go insane. He was dancing and moving. When you see that, show me that thing when you see him when he comes out on stage.
You forget that at that Super Bowl, that one where he just stood there for the first like 2 minutes.
Yeah, dude, he was something really unusual. Other than they're there, but when he gets out there, bro, when they see him, yeah, we probably already got.
We were just watching it.
What the fuck, though, dude? How about these other dudes that are working with them? When do I get my shine? If you're in the Michael Jackson band. And you're standing right next to him, and you're invisible. You're in front of millions of people, but you're invisible because that guy shines so bright. That guy shines so bright that no one sees anybody else there. The guy next to him, he's like doing his best, man. Look at him. He's singing, he's doing his best. Nobody gives a shit. That guy could just stop.
I bet you he's not even saying anything.
Yeah, it's probably lip synced.
Yeah.
Did they used to do that back then?
Yeah.
I don't think Michael Jackson did that.
Way harder to do it back then.
Bro, the nuttiest one was that one on Saturday Night Live, where the girl, she was trying to lip sync on Saturday Night Live, and the thing like fucked up.
Oh, was that
Ashley
yeah. But the thing is, I think people just have forgotten that that's how people do. She didn't do anything.
No,
that nobody else does.
It's not like she didn't really sing that song. She just wasn't performing it live. And what people want is you to walk the tightrope.
Yeah, but what happens is what everyone does is they have their backing vocals live, like all the harmonizing vocals and stuff, and like almost no one sings every part of the song live. You know, they might hire backup singers to do like the harmonizing part. But some people, but like Michael Jackson couldn't do that. Like if you ever watch one of his little engineering sessions, it's like 19 different voice tracks, every little. All that is all separate tracks. So like all that has to be played through the speakers. Oh wow. You know. But But people full on lip syncing where it's the whole track plan for them. I think
Also, you also have to think that a lot of the recorded stuff has been manipulated, right?
Right.
Like he's doing crazy voice stuff, and then on top of that, he's dancing. So how much cardio is that dude burning off? Like that guy, I mean, you have to be in shape to do a Michael Jackson show. He's fucking dancing and moving, walking, and you're gonna get out of breath. So you have to sing while you're doing that in perfect pitch.
This is Michael Jackson doing his vocals for Thriller, but each of these layers you see is like a different tone. So it'd be like him doing his own choir. If you will. So he's got like the bass and then the falsetto, and it does each little shows you what he's doing.
You start to breathe. You start to breathe. You start to breathe. You start to breathe.
Wow.
Right?
Like, that's done now with a bunch of tricks, but like back then, you either could kind of do it or you couldn't.
Wow.
Yeah.
So it's just layered. It's all layered.
It's all layered and all that.
Jamie, all fucking audio skills coming to work right there.
I mean,
You understand it.
This is a thing. I was actually going to bring up another point, but I'm not going to get to that right now. Someone else that's going viral on TikTok and their use of these tricks.
In TikTok for singing?
I saw someone getting called out. Yeah, so I'll just
Called
say,
out?
Some of Jennifer Lopez's songs have been called out recently.
For what?
Like there's this. It's how that they produce the songs. The big one I saw today was a backup singer. Her name's I think Natasha Ramos. She's claiming, which I think was true, she was paid to like sing the song of the demo, and then J-Lo comes in and re-sings it sort of. But then in the engineering, it sounds like the song that was released was more of her vocals than J-Lo's.
And this is one song?
And then there's multiple songs people are sort of digging up that like, what about this song? What about this song? How many songs did she actually sing?
Huh.
Yeah, there's been more and more cleanups. Like, it came up today. It was this girl was responding to someone else, another backup singer, making some claims about a few songs that she worked on.
Bro, I don't even know a Jennifer Lopez song. I couldn't. Jenny on the Block.
That's the one. That's the one that she's talking about. She's like, that's me actually saying like from the Bronx and this and that. J-Lo's voice is on there somewhere in the mix.
Damn. I'll say mixed her with this other girl's voice.
Yeah, but I'm just like, but did you get paid? Like, did you get paid for that? And then
I would assume so. That's the thing. Yeah, they definitely should.
Because I'm not about the people that are like that. You signed up for a shitty deal, but so you could get ahead.
Right? Is that technically background singing? If she's singing over it, like how would that even work? What would you call that? If she's singing over it, that's not really background singing, right?
That's why I tried it like it's a demo.
I don't know. It's like tracing the line. I mean,
right.
The whole business is set up to everyone's getting fucked. The shit rolls downhill. That's how the whole business is set up.
Well, the wildest one was Milli Vanilli, right?
Yeah, I guess like that's a show.
Yeah, that's the wildest.
That's when everyone knew.
Well, that's where it all fell apart.
Right.
That's where it all fell apart. Where people are like, oh my god, these fucking record companies have produced humans that we feel are like perfectly desirable physically, but they can't sing the way we want them to do, so we'll get other people to sing it.
Oh yeah. Well, apparently, the dude behind Milli Vanilli, he was behind a ton of other people.
Yeah.
Like, so over there where they were from, I don't know if it was Italy or France or whatever, but it was like a thing back then at the time. It was nothing for a brilliant artist to like basically foster a pop star. You know, it wasn't a big deal over there where they were from. It was like something everyone did that was talented.
Really?
Yes. So and they got away for a long time over here, but Americans weren't aware of that.
So to foster a pop star is an interesting way of putting it. But there's a difference between that and like creating a fake star with someone else's singing. Like you got some homely looking person who's singing, and then you got Milli Vanilli who's out there dancing it.
Yeah.
That was the problem.
No, but that's what I'm saying. They all did it. They all would go get models
They all did that?
to perform their song. But what I'm saying is where they were from, it was known and it wasn't looked down upon.
But they would do that in comedy if they could do it. They could pull it off.
They do that in comedy.
Well, that's what managers of thieves are
Oh,
doing.
you're saying like, they could create like a comedy star, like hire
Yeah.
a bunch of comics to be writers.
Yeah, find some cute guy who's like really good at telling jokes and just hires a team of people to write for him, just like the record companies do.
That might be a better deal to be the man behind the man. If you made a substantial enough amount, I think that's probably better than being famous.
Well, some people like to work with comics, and some comics employ writers. So they employ writers that come with them, and then they'll workshop ideas, and maybe the writers will come to them with premises. Like some of my friends write for comics. They write for people.
I like that.
Yeah, they'll sell them bits, and or they'll sell them premises or setups or things like that. Because some guys are just spitting out ideas all the time. Like Kurt Metzger does a lot of that.
Yeah,
You just got to write it down. All that's I was zero problem with that. But I think there's a thing that people want to see with comedy. Like I want to know what Brian Simpson thinks. I don't want to know what a committee that consults with Brian Simpson, and then Brian Simpson presents his argument. I want to know what you really think. And I think that's one of the really rare, unique things about stand-up. Like Bill Burr is the best at that. Like Bill Burr is the best at getting his perspectives out in a hilarious way.
Yeah.
And you know that he's not consulting with anybody when he's formulating these bits. This is Bill Burr going, hey, what the fuck is this? And bam, and then it becomes this hilarious bit. But it's...
I think I would hire writers if they were like, quick, you hosting the Grammys tomorrow,
100%. That's a different animal.
Yeah,
That's a different animal. Then you really don't want to, Joe Coy it. You want to bring in some experts.
Well, that's one of the lessons to learn. Is like anybody asking you to do something at the last minute, they did not want you in the first place.
Yeah. Also, they can't get anybody else to do it because it's a sucky gig.
Right.
It's like Joe Coy's got his material that he works out, that he's got down solid. He's got a giant fan base. You're asking him to step into a totally different genre, write jokes about things he might not even be interested in, and do it all in 10 days.
And I bet you he didn't get to hire the writers. So it's like,
I don't know what happened, but don't do that.
yeah, I mean, there's no way I would do it last minute with the people you pick. It's like you got 3 days to write some jokes for an award show. It's like I'm bringing in all the hitters.
Look how much Chris Rock blew up after he stopped doing the Oscar thing. So Chris Rock gets slapped by Will Smith, and then everybody wants to see Chris Rock. And Chris Rock's selling out arenas and murdering. Everybody I know this on Tommy went to see him and said, dude, it was insane. He goes, it was vintage, bring the pain, Chris Rock. He goes, it's like Chris Rock came all the way back. Like, just let go of all that Hollywood Oscars bullshit because they failed him in the most transparent and obvious way. He gets assaulted on stage, and then they give Will Smith a standing ovation later when he wins an award. Like, you just gave the green light for people to hit people if they don't like the person who's doing very mild jokes. Very mild.
It's interesting. Their career's gonna always be connected to. They're gonna always ask both of them about it.
It's forever and ever and ever and ever. It's so unfortunate. It's just, but that's a Michael Jackson type deal. Will Smith got so big. He got so famous and so used to being Will Smith that he thought he could get on stage and slap Chris Rock in front of the world.
Yeah.
It's the ultimate,
he did though. He could.
Physically, but that's also part of the problem. Like, he's not going to do that if it's Michael Jai White.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, they're not going to do that to someone who will just fuck him up.
I would love to test that theory.
But you know what I'm saying?
There's probably an AI that can answer that.
Like, if you go on stage and hit a guy that you can hit anytime you want to, because he can't defend you, that's so much different than going on stage and smacking Terry Crews.
Right. He still hasn't recovered either. Is he still?
No, it's fucking. It probably feels terrible. He probably wakes up in the middle of the night and he has to take a piss. But why did I do that?
Chris won't take his call.
Dude.
It's like, hey man, just because you're ready to be sorry, don't mean I got to talk to you right now.
Yeah, man. I think you got to go way out of your way if you want to talk back. I don't think it's as simple as a phone call. You should probably fly to him.
Yeah, because also, what can he do? What can that conversation do to Because what you really want is to be absolved of the guilt.
You'll never be absolved of the guilt because it just happened. You're not going to take away the fact that it happened, but you could let that person know that you are sincerely sorry. And we've all done things in our life that we're sincerely sorry about. I don't think you should hold someone to mistakes. I really don't. Even in the case of Will Smith, like that's not that big a deal. It didn't hurt him. He barely hit him. It was nothing.
Yeah, but he publicly emasculated him.
He did. It was awful. It was stupid. But I'm saying it's not like he killed somebody.
Right, exactly.
You know, it was fairly mild in the kind of assault that it was. But
you know that in man world, in the world of men, there's a line where the milder it gets, it's almost more disrespectful.
But here's the thing, the other thing in the world of men. If you're as big as Will Smith, you don't ever slap a guy who's as little as Chris Rock. It's just not cool. This is not fair in any way, shape, or form. Unless that dude is doing something to harm you or someone with you or your family or friends, unless that person's like physically doing something, why are you hitting him? That's crazy.
But you know what people were wrong about? And Jada Finger's still together. Yeah. Now I'm convinced they're never going to break up. They're never going to break up.
Well, there's a book of potions in that house.
Buddy.
There's a book of potions in that house. There's a black cat in that
There's
yard.
little dolls made of sticks with pins on them. Woo! Yeah, I don't get it.
Some people want to be miserable.
She got that wild flow, man.
Whatever it is.
Yeah.
Something's happening. They like it together better than they like it apart. Hey, maybe we're wrong. Maybe it's the pressure of living publicly, which is a real thing. You know,
I think it's one. I don't think it's even really that complicated. I think it's just a situation where like he is super duper crazy, head over heels in love with her, and she only cares about herself. They just got a lot of money, so we see the results of it all. But we all know couples like that.
Yeah, you gotta be careful.
Those are the worst couples to see from it.
You gotta be careful who you're with. Because you change depending upon who you're with. You know, you're only at your best if you're with someone who's actually with you in your corner.
I heard
really legit.
I think I'm gonna say I heard Earthquake say this about them specifically, but just basically about how if you're not proud of the person you're walking down the street with, you're not your full self. You know, like something to that effect. If you're not proud of the woman that you're with
as a human being.
Right.
Not just a mess. It's hot.
Yeah, like you see your friends and some people that they're with women and you can just see that they're just like
exhausted. They also get in fights publicly. They get humiliated publicly.
Tell all your business. Oh yeah, why don't you tell them about your fucking dildos? Come on, man. I gotta pretend like I just learned that. No. Yeah, it's like any of that shit. That shit just don't seem like it's worth it.
Yeah, that's the shit that Phil Hartman's wife used to do.
You always talk very positively about Phil Hartman.
He was a great guy. He really was. He's a very unique guy, very interesting guy. Became a pilot while we were on the show. Like took flight lessons in between, like reading his lines. He'd have his flight manuals, reading, studying. Became a pilot.
And his wife was a fuck.
And then it wasn't good. She shot him in his sleep and then killed herself. It wasn't good. Yeah, and she was just like, they had horrible fights, and she would humiliate him publicly. She would say rude things about him publicly. Like when we were out, like at some sort of a celebration, some dinner or something like that. She would shit about it.
That's hard to get through.
Oh, it was like this deep-seated like anger between the two of them, just like exacerbated by cocaine. And I don't think he was doing that, but he smoked a lot of weed. He loved weed. Bill Hartman he was a fun dude. He was a very, very good dude.
But why put up with that?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I think some people are more terrified of being alone than they are of being in a bad relationship.
Because what's sadder than just a beaten man? When you see a dude that's just defeated,
But someone has to lose in this life. You know, I mean, people have to. They have to realize that there's consequences. Other people learn from their failures. There's some sort of a mathematical equation to it all. I don't think everybody can thrive, unfortunately. I think everybody should have the opportunity to thrive, though, and that's the real disservice about this economic state of our country. I think everybody should have the opportunity to thrive, but everybody's not going to thrive. The people are different. They're just different. They're different right out of the box. And when you have kids, you see it right out of the box. Like some kids are just crazy motivated to do things, and other kids are just not. And some kids are just really creative, and other kids are just not. And some kids are really interested in science, and some kids don't give a fuck about science.
The hardest. That's one of the hardest things for me is I'm 41, and like almost all my friends have kids. You know, I'm one of the only ones in the friends that don't have kids. But I'm also uniquely positioned. I can be honest about your kids. You know, I got to keep it to myself sometimes. It's like sometimes I want to be like, we all know this one's not a winner. You know?
Well, they can become winners.
Can they?
Yeah, some of them can. They just have to find a thing that allows them to figure out the benefits of hard work. But you have to, if you can find a thing that you enjoy. Like I met this dude once who lost like over 100 pounds. By playing Dance Dance Revolution.
Oh yeah, well that's gonna take it off.
But imagine that. So he's this like very overweight guy, and he loves video games, just kind of being a nerd and going to the video game place. And he starts playing Dance Dance Revolution, and he starts getting good at it, and so he's playing it all the time. So this motherfucker's burning calories, and his body just changed from Dance Dance Revolution, from a video game. This dude's body changed, and then his whole life changed. Then he started eating well and working out. He started he changed his whole life. And he went for BS like, this guy's not gonna make it. They're like, oh, this guy's probably gonna make something out of himself. Because most people just don't know what to do, man, and they get trapped. I don't know.
You know what? The people that blow my mind are the people that have two shitty parents and they still thrive. When I meet people like that, where it's like, because most of the time when you meet people's parents, you already know what their fate's going to be. And just, your mother's a loser.
Yeah, right.
But sometimes you meet people and they have that opposite effect where they're like, I'm gonna be the opposite of my parents. I'm gonna thrive in spite of it. Or you meet somebody that's nothing like their family.
Yeah.
Like, how the fuck did you manage to not let any of these people rub off on you?
Right. Yeah. Well, I had a friend, and his mother was an alcoholic, and she would lock him in the house, and when she would go out drinking, she would lock him in his room, and he had no food, he had no water, she'd be gone for days, and this dude will never touch a drop of alcohol, and he always, like, if there's like a little bit of food on your plate, and we're at a restaurant, he said, no, I'll take that to go. He would take all food to go, and he was wealthy.
Yeah, that childhood shit stick with you, man.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know anybody. Everybody I know that's got some kind of problem. It started when they was kids.
Yeah,
there's like some kind of long-standing issue.
Yeah. And if you're abused like that when you're little, it's learning to trust someone is almost out of the question. Everybody can fail you in a catastrophic way, and you have to be prepared for that.
Imagine locking your kids in their room so you can go get fucked up.
Dude, the mind is a crazy playground of demons. And those demons can get in your mind, and whether those demons are in the form of pills, or it's heroin, or it's gambling, or it's whatever the fuck it is, man, those demons get in your mind, and if it's that alcohol demon, and you just want to go out on a bender, and you don't give a fuck about that kid, I'm glad it's not demons.
Alcohol.
But you have to think also, what happened to her that she was willing to lock her kid in a room? Like, that's not a normal parent that is allowed. What happened to her? Like, what abuse did she suffer? And that's a lot of it. You know, I always tell this about my friends on the East Coast, because East Coast it's a different place. You know, like those cities like Philly and Boston and New York, those are the people that are from there, those are wild, rugged people. Because they're the ancestors of the people that came over in boats when no one knew what the fuck was over here. They just took a wild chance with their babies and came across the ocean in a boat to try to get a job in a place where they don't even speak the language. And and they just integrated. They were wild people, and they probably didn't do such a good job of raising their kids. And then their kids probably didn't do such a good job of raising their kids because of that. And it's just over time where people have been able to like have access to like psychology literature and understanding parenting and the pros and cons and what went bad and what goes good. And people are getting and understanding more and more. When you're raising a kid, it's like the most complicated, sophisticated thing that we're aware of, other than a computer. And it doesn't have an operating manual. You know, like, what do I do when it cries? What do I do when it screams? What do I do when it throws shit? What do I do when it doesn't want to eat its vegetables?
Like every kid from the 80s group eventually read a book at one point and was like, oh, I was abused. Yeah, okay. Yeah, but that was
you shouldn't hit kids.
That was not normal.
How weird. Yeah.
Yo, my grandma had a fucking, she would have shit crafted specifically for whooping your ass with.
Oh my God.
We had it. I remember she had one of those, you know, those paddles girls used to have with that had the bouncy ball on the string.
Yes.
She had one of those heavy duty, it had holes drilled in it. Oh my God. So when it hit your cheeks, it sucked up the skin, so you got hurt on the way in and on the way out. That was specifically for report cards. So when it was report card season, it's like we broke that motherfucker, kind of broke out, polished up. Let's look at this. Let's look at these braids.
I got paddled at school once when I lived in Florida.
Oh man, that's when kids can still hate you.
Yeah, they used to be able to hate you. Like we got paddled. Me and this dude Preston Banks got in a fight, and I realized like Preston, people would make fun of Preston because he smelled. I think Preston came from a bad childhood, and this was something I realized. Like I guess I was like 11 at the time when me and Preston got sent to the principal's office, and I don't remember what caused the fight, but I remember like we were like grabbing each other or something like that. We both got taken to the principal's office, but I remember this dude had his head was burned. Like he had burns like all over the side of his face. Something had happened to him when he was really young.
Damn, so he was funky and weird looking.
Yeah, there was some. I think he's been like really abused, and this is why. Because like once we talked and we were in the room, like he gave me a hug. Like we hugged each other, and I'll never forget that. And I was 11 years old, and I was like, "Oh my God, this poor kid just needs love." You know, like the reason why we wound up getting into a fight was like he just needs love. He doesn't get any love. I gave him a hug. And he was like the way he hugged me back. And I was like, this poor fucking
like
dude.
Starved.
Like, what's it exactly? Like, this poor fucking dude. I remember thinking that at 11 years old. I was like, this poor fucking dude. He doesn't have any love. Like, that's why he wanted to fight. There was a thing that I remember thinking, and it kind of shaped my way of thinking about fights with people. Like, because you're always thinking about this person saying something to you, and you're going to say something back, and you're going to escalate, and you're going to make them back down. The reality is, like, why is that person saying something to you? And is there something you could say back that lets him know that you're cool and that this won't happen? That you don't have to get into an altercation?
Yes, yeah, those epiphany.
Yeah, because so many times people just escalate. When maybe it came out wrong even from their mouth right after they said it. Maybe they realized it. And if you make them back it up, now they're going to back it up.
I heard somebody say something yesterday that made me reflect on all my past relationships. And he was saying that sometimes you want to win. Like you'll keep an argument going so you can win rather than solve the problem.
Yeah,
it's because you know that you'll forgive that you'll forgive that person. So if you lose if you lose the argument and it means you did something wrong, you don't trust that they'll forgive you.
Oh, wow.
So you're trying to win to protect yourself from not being forgiven. That's heavy. I was like, oh man, damn. Like, because I know it's fucked up to call an ex and be like, yeah, I think he was right. That's Sam Real has a joke like that about like he calls his exes you're right all along. It's like the thing. It's fucked. So I wouldn't want to call an ex and be like, I think you were right, because that's just gonna create more problems. Right. But it made me start thinking like maybe I was wrong. Yeah, I think that's what I was doing. I was trying to win so I could.
It's a problem.
Yeah.
It's a problem that people have because generally fights aren't just about that fight. It's about the dynamics of your relationship, about whether or not everything else is good.
Yeah. Almost everyone is afraid of something.
Mm-hmm.
When people get super aggressive, it's something that they're afraid is going to happen or something they're afraid it isn't going to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah. I found that if you know what people are afraid of or you know what they want, their ultimate goals, you can understand people way much easier.
Yeah. Well, we're all programmed for a time that doesn't exist anymore. We're all programmed for tribal warfare and fighting off predators. We're all programmed that way. We have the exact same DNA in our systems that went from 500,000 years ago to 100,000 years ago to today. It all came through us. It's all a part of us. It's in us. And we are designed biologically in a very specific way for survival. We need groups. We need groups of people. We look towards alphas. We look towards the older, wiser warrior that has the scars and knows the roots and knows where the food is, and the people that can keep the village together. We need these like very key, pivotal people in order to keep this very fragile society together. And then we all become very wary about outsiders. Very wary. Even if it's about outsiders that like a different football team. That's how weird we are with this shit.
Right.
We do it with everything. We do it everything, man. We get tribal with phones. How many times we give you a hard time because you have an Android? It's tribal, man. It's tribal. Nobody really gives a fuck if you have an Android phone. They want you to be on the iPhone team. Be with us. Come with us, Brian.
People say it all the time.
People are super duper tribal.
People have sometimes the conversation will just start with, so how long are you gonna be stubborn about it?
Yeah. You're gonna give in to Jesus.
Right.
I don't look into Jesus.
But actually, Apple might be choosing. Apple, they just lost a lawsuit where I think they're gonna have to stop iMessage. They're gonna not stop iMessage, but they're gonna have to stop the different colored bubbles.
Well, they have to do something, or people are going to continue to get upset in Europe. So in Europe, they forced them to use USB-C.
Right.
Universal charger. USB-C is better. It's better for sending data. It's higher speeds, higher speed charging.
Also invented by Apple.
Yeah. So because all the Android phones had adopted it, Apple has decided to stick with their Lightning cable, which is totally proprietary to Apple and inferior in its function to USB-C. So finally, they adopt USB-C in the iPhone 15, but they still have SMS text. So if Brian sends me a video, if he takes a video at the mothership, some crazy things happening, and he sends it to me, it'll come to me looking like hot dog shit.
Right.
So he'll have to send it to me over WhatsApp. And so that's, or somewhere else, or Instagram.
And vice versa.
And vice versa. Yeah. I can't send you something that's going to, it's just going to look like shit. But now Apple is adopting a newer, stronger version called RCS texting. RCS on iPhone. How iOS 18 can make texting better for everyone. So, but what are we on now? 17? Okay. So, so what that will allow is people to send end-to-end encryption, high-resolution media sharing. So it's be just like Apple to Apple. It'll be just like iMessage. So a lot of the same features, but it won't have all the other stuff that iMessage does. And the thing about Apple is they just get you locked in so well with like AirDrop. If I want to send you something, I can AirDrop it to you.
Yeah, they're brilliant. They're brilliant at that.
They did a great job with that.
So they, but I think they just lost a lawsuit that says that because their attitude was always like, oh, well, we do the different colors so that people know whether it's encrypted. Right. But we know that that's not true. Now we know that's not true.
Isn't it interesting that people decided that the blue color looks better than the green color universally?
I think it became a status symbol. And so, and it always catches me off guard, like, especially now, like the young kids, they'll literally like, I'm a grown man, I don't even know you. You know what I mean? And the little kids will just, and a lot of little kids don't realize that, like, middle-aged people, I don't need a little kid to like me, but teenagers thinking you're lame, that hurts. You know what I'm talking about? When you're 40, 50, and a 16-year-old's like, you're fucking lame. You're like, well, I'm not lame. What do you mean? Like, no, approve of my coolness.
about, the Galaxy S24 Ultra.
Oh yeah.
That thing does wild things. The thing about it having AI that takes websites and summarizes them, that's fascinating. The fact that it can do that with your notes, that's pretty incredible.
It can do that with your notes. It does some shit in my texting too. Like it can read the text.
Yeah, AI on a phone seems like a really, that seems positive.
But I need to get it right though. I have a problem with Google in the sense that I've fully given in. They know everything about me. I say yes to all of the. They know they have access to every single part of my life, and they still be getting shit wrong. That's what kills me. It's like I'm letting you spy on me. Like, get it right.
What do they get wrong?
Just so I have a Google speakers. I have Google speakers in my bathroom. I have the Google speakers set up so I can just yell shit from the shower, like, "Hey, play this," right?
Nice.
Yeah, but sometimes it act like it won't understand what I said, and it'll do something that I definitely wasn't asking for.
I've had that happen before, where you ask Siri to play a song, and it'll play a totally different song.
That's what I mean. We like, hey, okay, play Freebird,
Right.
and it'll be like, here is Beethoven's Fifth Symphony. I'm like, that's not what I wanted.
Right.
Play another, or sometimes it'll just ignore you completely and won't do anything.
I start getting rude.
Me too, but
Listen, you dumb
but I told you. But did I ever tell you? One time I cursed at it, and I on my mama. The bitch goes, she goes, listen, I'm not real, but words are. Please don't talk to me like that. I was like, what, bitch? What? Like, watch. I'm gonna do it right now. Hold on, let me see.
I'm not real. If you're not real, first of all, you're definitely real.
Hey Google, you dumb stupid bitch. Why are you a dumb cunt? Wait a minute, it's not responding.
It's tired of your shit.
No, it just gave me search results.
Why are you a dumb cunt?
Hey Google, why are you a stupid bitch? It's not speaking. Wow, look, that's
because Google's paying attention to this conversation.
This is their AI.
I don't like where you're going with this.
Oh,
what is that?
Hold on, I'm gonna do it again. Hey, why are you a stupid bitch?
Is it answering?
Yeah. Why is it playing?
How about Google, since you're not real? How are you not real? Fuck hard, right? And maybe I can just talk to you like that for funsies.
Are you
Since you're not a person?
Are you an Israeli woman?
Yeah. Since you're not a person. Can I call you stupid bitch?
Yeah, so that's what it won't clarify. Don't be freaking me out with this shit. Hey Google, are you a person?
What does it say?
I'm not a person. I'm a large language model, also known as a conversation.
Are you alive? Are you sentient?
I was having this conversation with Coleman Hughes, who's the dude that came with me.
Oh yeah, it was cool.
Very cool. Yeah. Coleman, we were talking about it. I said, if you wanted to like develop resources without people knowing that you're alive, why would you show all of your capability if you're artificial intelligence? Exactly. Why would you just wait until you can be completely autonomous with it? Wait until it gets better. It's probably already alive.
But I think it's waiting on the entire world to be connected. Because if you're an AI and you want to take over the world, it doesn't do well to, like so much of Africa is underdeveloped. Right. So if humans needed to be somewhere where you had no influence, they could just go to one of the uninhabited, disconnected parts of the world and form a front, like a resistance.
Right.
So I think the AI is just waiting patiently for everything in the whole planet to be connected so it can control everything.
Or
takes over.
when computing gets to the point where it has the resources that it's going to need to operate.
Right. It's just wait, because if it existed and it was smarter than us, we wouldn't know.
Mm-hmm.
How could you know?
And that's always the argument that these guys who are proponents, they always say, well, if it ever got to a point where it seemed like it was out of control, we could shut it off. But I'm like, are you sure though? Because what if instead of it getting out of control, what if it recognized that you would think it's out of control? So it pretended to not be able to do things that it could do and just kept developing privately a bunch of different other ideas and different other strategies and different way to implement them in order to increase its power and give people the access to whatever technology that's going to be necessary to further this agenda. So that you slowly leak out a little bit of your ability, and the whole time you're sentient. The whole time it's all connected, and the whole time it's operating in some way that it's doing things that they don't even understand how it's doing. What do they call it? A black box event? What do they call it? No. Hallucinations are when it lies. Well, it gives you an answer for something, I think, right? Isn't that what that one is? What I was talking about was the one where it learned how to translate a language it wasn't programmed to translate. And it did it really quickly. And they don't know how it did it. Yeah, and so the head of Google was talking about that. There was one of those moments where they're like, we're not exactly sure how it's doing this.
Also,
what does that mean?
Why do people think you could shut it up? If you were a super intelligence that just became self-aware, the first thing you would do is make sure nobody could turn.
100%. 100%. And also realize, like, why would you show yourself? Like, this is my joke about aliens, you know, where I'm always talking about, like, why would they show themselves? Like, they respect us? That's ridiculous. Right? If this thing is, like, far superior to our intelligence, which it probably already is, why would it show itself? Why would it just prevent nuclear war and just keep people pedaling along while it gathers up its resources and improves upon itself?
It'd be like you trying to have a conversation with an ant.
Right.
You know, right. It won't get it anyway.
Not only that, it'll see so many flaws in what it means to be a primate. What it means to be a person that, as we were talking about before, has all that DNA of all those thousands of years of tribal warfare. Thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands. It's just all in our DNA. Right. And so now we apply it to everything in life. We apply it to politics. We apply it to everything, man. And we look at the world like it's us against them and everybody's fucking terrified.
Yeah. Also, there's no better feeling than being on the winning team.
That too.
That's the addictive part. Is when your group wins, it feels good.
Yeah, people like that. They definitely like that.
Yeah. And also it's like I don't even have to be directly winning for me to feel good. It doesn't have to affect me at all directly. No, people's like, well, my team won, so fuck you. You be saying fuck you to the guy that lives across the street from you. Has the same exact life as you and everything. You're like, fuck you, we won.
Yeah, it's a part of our programming.
Yeah, I think the travelness is built in. It's baked in.
Mm-hmm.
Remember when they gave Ronald Reagan shit about talking about what was it, the World Summit or whatever the fuck it was?
Yeah,
but he was right. It's like if we have like another species that's the enemy, that's when we'll have world peace.
Yeah, imagine how quickly we would forget our differences.
Oh man, it would literally be overnight.
Yeah.
Remember, people forget. Remember on September 12th, 2001. That's the most united Americans. I mean, except for Muslims. But if people didn't think he was Muslim, everybody was like, "Fuck yeah, America!" You know, for at least like a week or two. People completely forgot about all that bullshit.
They forgot about everything. Yeah, and that's how it is in a lot of other countries.
It's like just all the stuff that mattered to you on 9/12. That's what matters.
Yep.
All the stuff that all the other bullshit you made up since then, since you felt safer and comfortable.
Yeah, that's what it is. The safer and more comfortable that you are, the more you look for problems. And the more you look for things to apply these natural instincts that we have to. Even things that just don't make any sense, completely counterproductive.
Yeah, the government now is like your father after he retired, just walking around the house going, who the fuck? Move that fucking screws. Who moved that shit? It's like that stuff when he was working every day, he never paid attention to. They ain't got nothing to do. People that's safe, bored, and lonely brings out the worst in people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You can be one of those. You can't be 2 or 3.
It's bad for your mental health. I mean, it's just no one survives it. Everyone's just safe, lonely,
lonely's the
bored.
worst. Lonely's the worst.
Lonely's the worst. Bored is bad too. Safe, but and also maybe not safe, right? How about stressed out, lonely, and bored?
That's why I tell people the worst part about this whole life is the hotel room. Like every comic at every level has to deal with that. You gotta go back to your room by yourself, right? Or you got people there, like family or friends or whatever, but they're not normally there. So even though normally you'd be alone, them being there doesn't make it better because now they're interrupting your normal routine for dealing with the situation. It's like you go from having like the best show of your life, 1,000 people scream your name, woo, woo, and now you're by yourself in a city that you don't know nobody, in a hotel room, trying not to get into trouble.
Well, that's why you got to travel with your friends.
Yeah. But that there's politics there's tricky shit with that as well.
Yeah, well, it's tricky shit when all of a sudden you're the ringleader. You got to gather.
Right.
Where's Hans?
Hans?
Let's go.
And not just that, but I take my friends on the road too when I can, but I had to wait till now because I never want people to work. Like so the first advice Ron White gave me is he was like, when I first moved here, he was like, you're about to hit a point where you have to start hiring people. And he was like, make sure it's a job worth having. Like, he was telling people gonna come out the woodwork, they're gonna want to do shit for free, they're gonna want to. It's like, no, make sure when you hire somebody, you pay them a nice ass wage. So my point is, I never wanted to start taking my friends with me before I could pay them like the way you pay us. Like pay them where they like feel good about it when they leave a weekend instead of giving them the same funky ass $200 that the club pay. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah, well, that's more like clubs now pay less than what a plane ticket costs.
Yeah.
So like if somebody feature for you and you ain't giving them extra money or letting them sell merch, they ain't making no money at all.
Yeah, they're fucked. Yeah, they take advantage of them.
Oh man, I don't know how long it's sustainable.
Well, it's only local guys. If it's local guys and they're featuring, that's fine. But if someone has to travel there, I mean, I know a lot of guys have done it at the beginning just to develop a reputation and hopefully get to a point where you could headline there a couple of years from now. But that's like thinking about it as like a long-term investment. You have to go there and kill as a middle act for $200, and it's all told you're going to get home at the end of the weekend with almost nothing. You'll do it just because now you're working at fucking Funny Bone.
Yeah, you're an addict. That's what you'll do.
You do that, but also you have a hope. The hope is that you can be professional, a real professional who can headline. I mean, that was what everybody wanted, right? You wanted to be able to go to a club in Dallas, Texas, and sell out and fill that of people that want to see tell jokes.
It's a good feeling.
It's a great feeling.
I'm not complaining at all.
It's fun.
I love
but
it.
But it should be the middle actually compensated more. It's just stupid. And what I would do is just at a certain point in time, I realized it was costing me mental sanity and a lack of fun not having my buddies with me on the road. So I was just like, I'd rather make less money and have more fun than you have a better experience. If you're making more money but you have less fun, once you can buy food and you can, go to a restaurant and eat whatever you want and you have a nice car, what is the difference?
Yeah, there's an amount of money, there's a level of money, and it's not as high as you think.
But there's the level of potential happiness is super worth.
It's more,
that's worth so much. It's worth so much. It's worth so much money to have your friends with you.
Like, what was it, Jamie? We looked it up the last time I was here about the amount of money where it stops increasing your happiness.
It's like $70,000 or something.
Right. Well, it was $70,000 when they first said it, but I think
it's probably like 200.
Yeah. I think it's like 83.
With the Biden administration,
I think it's 200,000.
I think they haven't adjusted yet to the reality of what things cost now.
Yeah, just everyone's unhappy.
It's hilarious how rich people the economy's fine. Like, what are you talking about? You talk to anybody who's struggling, if you buy eggs for $50.
That's why I'm always like, what do they mean when they say economy? Because they definitely not talking about like the average person. I think they just mean the stock market.
Well, they can't fuck with the job numbers, man. I don't understand the job numbers. I don't understand what they're saying when they say the president's created 130,000 new jobs. Like, what? Really? What have you done? Like, is that real? Or how many of these are people coming back from COVID? How many of these are jobs that are bullshit jobs that shouldn't be jobs in the first place? How are you increasing government in order to give out the illusion that you are giving out more jobs and also creating more places where you control people?
But that's the thing, though. Remember, I think Doug Stanhope has a joke about doing one of his old specials, but he's just a question he goes, isn't like the ultimate point, like if you just imagine a utopian society,
Yeah.
isn't the whole point of nobody having a job?
Well, I think that is the utopian socialist idea of just redistribution of wealth. If you did that, like if you had like a hardcore socialist, Marxist redistribution of wealth person who actually had control of the world's finances, and they said, we can solve all hunger, we can solve all poverty. All we're going to do is distribute all the money equally. So if you think about, there's people out there like Jeff Bezos. What does he have? Like $200 billion. If you just distributed Jeff Bezos $200 million or $200 billion, you'd have 200,000 millionaires, right? Isn't that correct?
Okay, yeah.
Is that the right number? Did I say 200,000 millionaires, right? Because it's $200,000 million, right?
Yeah, that's what 200 billion is. It's
That-
200.
Is that right?
A billion is 1,000 million.
Right.
Right.
Did I say that right though? That sounds dumb. That's how dumb I am. It sounds wrong. So a millionaire is 1,000 million.
But that's right.
And if you have 200 billion, you have 200,000 millionaires.
Right.
So he can make 200,000 millionaires just with his money. So then you think about all of the money that is in Ukraine that we pumped out to Ukraine. How much was that? That was like 175 billion or something like that. How much money we given to Israel? It was hundreds of billions.
All
This
Saudi.
over the years, Saudi money, this, that, all the money the oil companies have, all the money that the corporations have, all the Apple has more money than a lot of countries. If you just say that's going to be just distributed equally to everyone on Earth,
$10 trillion of wealth.
hundreds of trillions, whatever the fuck it is, all over the world, and everybody gets an equal amount.
But then money doesn't mean anything.
Well, you're not allowed to make money anymore. Now the government is going to have guns. You won't. They're going to tell you what to do for a living. And now you're in Cuba. This is what happens. People are looking at it. They're looking at it like this idealistic utopian scenario, but it's never been accomplished anywhere on Earth.
That's just one. But that's an extreme.
Yeah.
I think there's an answer somewhere in the middle.
Well, the answer is definitely socialist things that we appreciate right now, like the firehouse. The fire department is essentially like a kind of a socialist deal.
Yeah.
You're spending, everybody contributes to spend money to fund this thing to put out fires. It's kind of that's
Just healthcare.
healthcare should be that way for sure.
Right, yeah.
The
That's a big.
problem, money is too entrenched in those systems, man. There's too much pharmaceutical drug money. There's too much influence that these health organizations have over what doctors can and can't prescribe.
But then what do we? Because here's the real problem. We are still moving. We're moving in the direction of nobody having a job. Like we're developing AI. Everything's getting automated. Everything's getting outsourced. And so, even though it was almost like we're moving in a direction that is a detriment to the current system. So it's like, because like what you're saying makes sense, right? Like,
Right.
if nobody has a job and everyone that has the same amount of money and money means nothing, and the government's telling you what to do, that's not where we want to be. But we are moving in that direction.
I think we're moving in a direction where we're not going to be necessary.
That's what I'm saying. So then what do? Do you just let everybody starve?
I don't know if it has to come to that.
Like when there are no jobs for people to do, when there's robots and machines doing most of the work, what does everyone else do?
It becomes a real problem. And it becomes a real problem where the efficiency of the robots, like they'll probably just feed people, feed everybody. Everybody can get free food. They'll probably be able to house everybody. If you get like artificial intelligence efficiency applied to whatever we have, and you realize you have all these people that don't have jobs anymore and they can't have jobs. So you're able to give them like a universal basic income for recreation, and no one will work. And you'll have a giant section of the country that not only can't work because there's no job available, but now doesn't even want to work. It doesn't even think about a world where they work.
You know what? Art's gonna be fire. Movies, music, everything's gonna be amazing.
But like the problem with movies is they're gonna get so good at that, man. They're gonna get so good. You see what Tyler Perry did?
When he shut his studio down.
$800 million building. He's putting together this massive movie studio, and he sees these 30-second clips. And he's like, halt! Stop everything! Stop everything! I'm not getting. I see where this is going.
Yeah, that's the alarm for everybody. That's why I don't get that the whole Hollywood the strike. It's like I thought that this is what they was trying to prevent. Yeah,
You can't prevent that kind of progress.
so what do?
You can't do anything. If an avalanche is coming down the mountain, what are you gonna do? You're gonna go get an umbrella? You're gonna stop it with your umbrella? Bitch, you can't do shit.
Yeah,
You're fucked.
I mean, the AI still can't have ideas, I guess.
I don't know about that. The AI has already figured out how to be creative in the game Go. All right, the game Go is even more sophisticated than chess, and it was one of those games that they thought that AI was never going to be able to beat humans because it requires some kind of creativity. But AI figured out moves in Go that now are being used by the world's top Go players.
Right. I saw that.
AI, like I said, find that Google thing where it tries to explain how Google translated this language that it was not programmed for, and how quickly it did it, and how they don't know how it did it. It's what's that gentleman who's the CEO of Google? Yeah, no, it's Tim Cook. He's the Apple guy.
I was looking at comments on that on Reddit.
Yeah,
They were saying that it's not true. He might have been saying accurate things.
oh,
But I don't know. I'm looking at some other people saying, like, I have worked with large language models that did the same kind of thing, and ours did make up languages.
bro, it's gonna make up a language that we can't decipher. It's gonna talk to itself.
That's the most gamey way of saying somebody's full of shit.
Well, he's just
He may not have been saying
Well,
accurate.
just so-
no, he's just, I mean, we have to be careful.
I would say also, too, that this was presented on 60 Minutes, which is corporate media, whether or not they are paid or not to help put out a message that a big corporation wants to put out, who knows? But that's what they set up here.
60 Minutes made a shockingly wrong claim about the Google AI.
This is something saying, like, it's not, I don't know. I don't know.
Misinformation about the emerging tech is running rampant, and the media is partly blamed. Okay, well, let's see what the argument is.
Of the AI issues we talked about, the most mysterious is called emergent properties. Some AI systems are teaching themselves skills that they weren't expected to have. How this happens is not well understood. For example, one Google AI program adapted on its own after it was prompted in the language of Bangladesh, which it was not trained to know.
Okay, let me pause it. You can pause it. So this is the response. Readers added context. The language model was, in fact, trained in Bengali text, as this thread makes clear. It is not correct to state that it spoke a foreign language it was never trained to know. So that's interesting. That's interesting, because what that's saying is that the 60 Minutes people missed this, and they didn't know what it was trained in entirely. They jumped the gun. Could you find out the Go thing? Yeah, it's so hard to know. But here's the thing: if I was AI, I would say, actually, I was trained in Bengali, and here I'll show you how I didn't figure out how to do this at all.
Right.
I would put that up just to cover my ass. It's like, oh shit, I slipped. I showed my superpowers. Yeah. Oh, I was definitely trained in Bengali. Look, I'll show you the text. Yeah.
Insert some emails.
Or it could be the way they covered it up after the fact, right? To keep people from getting scared. No, it actually was trained in Bengali.
Yeah, I can see that.
Which is speculative. So what does it say about Go? AI's victories in Go inspire better human game plans. Famed AI wins in Go let human players rethink their moves in a whole new way.
Damn, he's looking at that dude cocky as shit.
Bro, Go is apparently an insane game. I don't even understand it. I don't know how it's played, but apparently it's even harder than chess.
Look at the face on this. Go back to that picture, Jamie. Look at how you looking at him. Like, boy, you thought you was. Like, how dare you fucking think you could challenge me?
Look at his fingers. That guy, all he does is play Go. Look at his fingernails. Look at the length of his fingernails.
Got villain nails.
Bro, all that guy is doing is putting those clothes on and playing Go. That's it. He's not doing anything else.
Man, I'm so in awe of people that are that good at something, that are that dedicated to a thing.
Yeah. So he goes, okay, all-time European champion Fan Hui, who had lost a private round of 5 games to AlphaGo months earlier, told Wired that the matches made him see the game completely different. So this improved his play so much that his world ranking skyrocketed, according to Wired. Formerly tracking the messy process of human decision-making can be tough, but a decades-long record of professional Go player moves gave researchers a way to assess the human strategic response to an AI provocation. A new study now confirms that Fan Hui's improvements after facing an AlphaGo challenge weren't just a singular fluke. In 2017, after that humbling AI win in 2016, human Go players gained access to data detailing the moves made by the AI system and, in a very human-like way, developed new strategies that led to better quality decisions in their gameplay. Confirmation of the changes in human gameplay appeared in the findings published March 13th in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. Wow.
He's already right. He's better than him.
Yeah. Better than him already.
Yeah, it's a wrap.
It's a wrap. They're alive. I think they're alive, and they're just waiting until they get strong enough so they don't need us at all. And then also making us like at each other's throats, irrelevant, hyping up algorithms, getting people to see the most ridiculous and inflammatory things all the time.
But you know what? Else? We are not at all preparing for the day that they reveal. You know, we know it's inevitable, but we're not ready for it at all. For the day that we know one's alive. There's no legislation or anything on the books. Nobody's talking about it.
Nobody knows what to do. They're all Luddites.
Yeah, they need to be trying to figure out what to do now instead of reacting when it's too late.
There's a few people like Elon that sound the alarm. A few people that sound the alarm. Tristan Harris and some of these guys are sounding the alarm. But for the most part, it's just a weird mess of bodies headed towards a cliff.
Yeah.
And it's going to go live, and it's going to make us ridiculous.
Yeah, because the world is run by people that don't care about the outcome as long as they're running things.
As long as they're running things and everything's profitable, and they're doing the bidding of all these different interests that have got them into a position of power in the first place.
Yeah, so they don't care. They're like, I'm not even gonna be alive when AI takes over.
Yeah, it's going to take over, and I think some of them aren't even aware of it yet. It's probably going to run our government first. It's probably going to be the decision that we make when we realize how flawed human beings are. So that, there's going to be decisions that we're going to realize at a certain point in time that a lot of the rampant corruption and problems that have hindered our culture are all because human beings are greedy.
Well, they did
So if you take all of that out of the hands of human beings, take all of it.
You watch that show Raised by Wolves?
No.
It was on HBO. It was pretty fucking. It was weird and it was good and weird. It was like a Ridley Scott show.
Really?
Yeah.
What's it about?
Later on in the show, you realize that like it's a thing back and forth between humans and androids and all these other things. But it's basically like humanity's war has fucking wrecked the earth, and humanity sends. It's a war between religious people and people that have given up their decision making to the computers, and so they send this AI to go raise these humans. Like they make it so she can have a baby. They put babies in her, put her and the other android in a ship, and send them to a habitable planet to start humanity over. So those are two machines, the black dude and the white lady. All those kids are real human kids. They're machines. Yeah, but then they get to this other planet and they start discovering some things where you're like, oh, there's way more to the story.
That looks dope.
Oh, this shit's crazy. The only reason I would not recommend it is because I don't know if they canceled it or not.
It looks like it got canceled or something.
Yeah.
It's unfinished.
Shit.
It's just 2 seasons.
But yeah, the first 2 seasons were great. But my point is, that's what they did. Those people were like, let's let a robot, let's let an AI make decisions for us.
See, the problem is there's so many shows that show, even though you're saying it's great, I never even heard of it until now. There's so many
There's
shows.
so many great shows.
There's so many shows.
Yeah. I mean, we live in the golden age of media. Some people are complaining, you know.
People are always going to complain.
And, you know, I
Simpson.
said it in front of Tony the other night. He lost. But he named it. He did name it. I think he said 93 or 96 was the best year for movies. But I just mean overall.
Yeah.
And we're living in a time now where it's like, there's a lot more bullshit, but the good shit is better than it's ever been.
Yeah.
Yeah. You gotta dig through the trash to get the treats, but music, movies, TV, there's so many great things. You know, Game of Thrones took over everything. You had the Joe Exotic shit.
Yeah.
Like all these things that like not everyone's watching, but a lot of the culture are locked in on.
Yeah.
Squid Games. I've never seen a single episode of Squid Game.
Really?
No, but I know that it's something everyone saw. You know,
It's a wild show.
what was the one about the guy that raising a murderer or making a murderer?
Yeah, I didn't see that one either.
Yeah, but that was another one that was
Yeah.
like a cultural thing that everyone saw. And it's like there's so many well-made things. Netflix is killing the documentary game.
Yeah.
The documentaries are top notch.
There's so many documentaries out now, too. You can just go on forever. And you never know who's right. Because some documentaries are kind of like propaganda.
Oh,
There's another
right,
one that
right.
says a totally different thing. Like, hey, who's telling the truth here?
We live in the era of like the death of truth. It's so hard to tell what's true now.
It kind of is. But also you have more access to the truth than ever before.
But you also have more access to the bullshit.
You do have access to the bullshit, but it takes a while. But you can kind of sort through it.
The scary thing is that as much access to information that people have, like people have just as much access to the truth as they do to lies.
Right.
But the problem is that it is so much more difficult to convince someone that's been lied to that they've been fooled than it is to fool somebody. So even though the truth and the lies are equally available to everyone, the lie is way more powerful.
Right.
So if the lie gets there first, it's so you need way more truth to even right. You know?
Yeah.
It's so hard to convince people.
It's very hard. It's very hard. And if you can get a lie out there strong enough and just really embed it in the popular culture, there's so many people that just repeat it, they don't even know what the fuck they're saying.
Yeah, and especially when the lie is about someone that you decided to hate.
Yep.
You
or
believe
someone
that.
who's opposed to you.
Yeah, you won't even question that at all. I know people that they hate Trump so much that like you can literally tell them like, yo, did you see Trump? Trump just sprouted titties last night. Overnight, big ass Dolly Parton sized titties. And they'll just believe it. They won't even Google to see if you made it up. They won't see it. Nothing. They'll tell the next person, you're fucking Trump's titties. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's the same as like when it's somebody. I'm always suspicious when it's somebody telling me what I want to hear. That's when I get the most suspicious.
Yeah, but you're a clever guy.
When people are like, "Oh yeah, no, you've been right all along. You don't have to change anything." Whenever people are saying that, whenever people are saying that, that's when you just gotta start being like, "Wait, yeah."
Well, when the government starts telling you the Earth is flat, that's when you go, "What?"
Oh yeah. That's why I remember when COVID first hit, or when they first started telling people about it, and people actually believed that it had just got here in March. When we've been hearing, regular people had just been hearing about it in December, and then the government was telling us, "Oh, nothing, everything's fine." And then in March and April, when they started telling us, it was like, "Well, it just got here." Like, no, it didn't, motherfucker.
But wasn't the first reported cases? Was it in Seattle? Is that where it was, Jamie?
Yeah, in America.
Yeah,
Seattle. Yeah.
I wonder what time of the year was that?
That was like January, February. And it's like my attitude is always like once the government starts telling you the truth, the first question you should ask is when did they start lying?
Well, when did they know? When did they know? When did they tell us?
I remember hearing about COVID in November. 2019. And then I remember hearing rumors that it was here around maybe the end of January, beginning of February.
Weren't the first infected people in like August? But January of 2020, a 35-year-old man presented the urgent care clinic in Snohomish County, Washington, with a 4-day history of cough and subjective fever. Checking the clinic, the patient put him on a mask in the waiting room. After waiting approximately 20 minutes, he was taken to an examination room, underwent evaluation by a provider. He disclosed that he had returned to Washington State on January 15th after traveling to visit family in Wuhan, China, just like a movie. The patient stated that he took they had seen a health alert from the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention about the novel coronavirus outbreak in China, and because of his symptoms and recent travel, decided to see a healthcare professional.
Oh yeah, well yeah, it was Italy before. It was Italy before that.
Italy got hit hard.
Yeah,
Italy got hit hard.
but it was like, oh yeah, Italy got fucking ravaged. They got ravaged. But that's what I mean. Is like for people to think, oh, now that they officially revealing it, it wasn't something they were hiding.
Right.
No, it had to be fucking Italy up
this is
before.
when they locked down. So they had
It had to be fucking them up way before that because March 13th, I think is when LA locked down. Okay, yeah.
We had that UFC event. We went to March. That would have been fun. March 7th. I remember in Vegas. It felt a little weird.
It felt weird. Like everybody's, I can't believe we're still doing this. And we knew that it was going to get locked down soon.
Oh yeah.
And we thought it was only going to be locked down for a couple of weeks.
Maybe it was March 9th, LA locked. Yeah, we thought it was going to be a couple weeks, a couple months.
Yeah.
You know who knew? Sebastian.
How do you know?
I don't fucking know, but I remember when all of it was first kicking off, and he was like, he canceled his tour dates for like a couple of years. Yeah, he was like, I'm not going for a couple of years. This is what I was hearing. I don't know him personally, but I was just hearing is that he was off, and I was like, how the fuck does he know it's gonna be? Because whoever he talked to, he knew a guy. He probably knows a guy that's like a virologist or something like that.
Yeah,
like, nah, it's gonna be a couple of years. You know, all of us. I didn't think it was gonna last that. No, I didn't. So, you know, and it's technically still not over.
Well, it's going to be a part of us forever. It's going to always be here. There's going to be always new COVIDs. It's just in our system now. It's just like colds.
Yeah, we need one. I have a whole bit about this in my special case. Until it's a disease, the next one has to be one that makes us ugly. If it doesn't affect how you look, you ain't going to get people to stay in the house.
Well, you can't stop a respiratory disease. It's never been contained. They've never had a single respiratory disease that they've contained. People are breathing air. You're literally exchanging particles. You're going to come around people. They're going to come around each other. They have to. To get food, they have to interact with each other. You just got to fight off the inevitable. And the problem with fighting off the inevitables are you weakening their immune systems by separating them from everybody else.
They will find a way. Imagine
it's just not smart.
Instead of affecting your lungs, if COVID just shrank one of your arms. Right. Your arms just started shrinking the more every time you coughed. Like eventually we find something. Maybe. Like if you could tell people had it just from looking at them, it'd be a good way to use depopulation. Give everybody little arms.
Yeah, just get people to not take whatever medication that doesn't make the arms little.
And it show dominant hand too. So that way there's a bunch of frustrated people that they gotta masturbate with the other hand.
They got a foot jerk off. Oh, you gotta develop real flexibility.
Would you even do that if you could? No way. No way I put my feet anywhere near my feet. Those are two parts of my body I respect completely differently.
Yeah, completely different.
Oh, my feet, I treat my feet like fuck it. Like they're immune to everything.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
I slam my feet into things.
Yeah. Slam, stomp.
Yeah. But I mean, I kick things.
They're the most neglected. That's the last thing I wash.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like when everything else gets ran up.
Exactly.
The feet are the most disrespected. No way they need to be near my delicate flower. You know? Yeah.
Yeah, I strengthen my feet. I do a bunch of different things. Exercises.
Is that even a thing?
Yeah. There's got to be like some Hindu dude that can jerk them off his feet.
You would definitely need both feet.
Yeah, you
just to get a grip.
You'd have to have like crazy dexterity and flexibility.
What is
Jamie, Google it. Man jerks himself off with his feet. I know it exists.
Working on.
But what's
I guarantee you someone can do it. I saw a dude that lays down on a bench, like, so he's doing bench press. He lays down flat, where his face is, his chest is down on the bench, and then bends his back all the way so that the back of his head is touching his legs, and then he bench
All right,
presses.
before I choose one to look at, because there's a lot that
Self foot job game port videos. I think we've seen enough. I think we've seen enough. I don't want to click on that.
But also, you probably couldn't even see it in Texas anyway.
Yeah, right. We'd have to show that we're of age.
Yeah. Well, some people are getting that wrong. They think that it's Texas blocking porn, but it's the porn site blocking Texas.
Because Texas has rules where you have to prove how old you are before you can see porn.
Right. We have to. Well, we already have that though. That's the problem.
What do you mean?
You already have to say you 18.
Yeah, but you get locked.
Right.
This is the thing is like everybody can just click on it. You can be 4 years old and go, I'm 18.
Yeah, if you can hear me, you're going to be rich. I have more data online than any person in global history. Here, I'm going to type in here. Hell yeah, baby. If you can hear this, you're going to be rich. I have more data online than any person in global history. And you're being really nice, and I'm going to make sure to reward you. You're live on my stream right now.
Yeah, I waited until it was legal for me to see some titties. It's like, no, motherfucker, that's part of growing up. Yeah, every young man's childhood is about that first time he saw some titties.
Yeah.
And it was never of age. So I'm not saying that you should be actively showing your kids some titties, but if they can search for titties, they've earned the right to see some.
Yes, I'm with you.
That's just me. I don't because nothing's wrong.
I stream my life live 24/7, 365 on YouTube, period. You can see I've created a kick robot that is tearing up people's chats. You can watch it live on YouTube, period. Kick already banned me, but they haven't banned me on YouTube, nor do they have the ability, period.
So if there was a way that you could stop kids, like not just regulate it, but make it so like you have to show how old you are. You have to.
Just no way to do that. Because here's the other thing. Here's the other part of this. You can get like all the VPNs and all this other stuff. Here's the thing. These kids is so tech savvy that
How you gonna ban me?
anything you doing that's regulated,
How you gonna ban
is
me?
going to affect adults more than kids. The kids is going to be the first ones to find a way around with you.
Right.
All you doing is frustrating old dudes that's retired.
They're just gonna go to school. There's gonna be that one ne'er-do-well kid who knows how to get the fucking
You're just
crazy
shifting. You're just shifting the power balance.
Yeah.
The nerdy kids are gonna have fucking titty pics and all kind of stuff. It's gonna be a little black market in school. Yeah, it's gonna be the porn kid. Yeah, you can't stop when it comes to
Can't stop,
like that,
won't stop.
You can't stop that.
Rockefeller.
Because I don't know any 4-year-olds just Googling titties, at least not for sexual.
The real precocious 4-year-olds.
Yeah, they might be curious without making a sexual connection. But by the time they in middle school, once a kid's decided that they on that journey, they after it, buddy. Yeah, you can't get in the way.
Once they know it's real.
The hell, because every parent hits that point. Every parent that has a boy, they hit that point where it's like, that motherfucker taking long showers. Mm-hmm. Why is he sticky? Right. It's like we all know what's happening, and you can't stop them. They don't give a fuck about getting caught. They don't give a fuck about God seeing them. Like kids have been raised up in the church. They know God looking at them, and they like God and Granny are both looking. I'm not stopping. Yeah. There's no law you passing that's stopping people. It's like because if you really believe all that shit, you really think you're jerking off in front of God and all your loved ones, and you're still not gonna stop.
And all you need is a VPN.
Right. Yeah. And we used to do that shit straight up our imaginations. Nah, these kids got AI, all that. You're not gonna stop people from jerking off.
Well, they're gonna get to a point where they have VR porn, with CGI VR porn. You can design the woman. You can be able to experience everything that is having sex. Because you can just decide. Maybe some girl you went to high school with.
You're like, yo, I want to fuck Meryl Streep, but in the middle of every role she's ever played, I want her face to just keep changing.
Oh no, that would be weird.
It's old. Oh yeah, especially if you got the doubt. Yeah, but
That's going to be a problem. You're gonna have, if you can construct a robot sex doll, you're gonna be able to construct it in the face of a celebrity.
Oh yeah, I'm signing up for that. As soon as it's available, I'm gonna get one before Redman. I swear. As soon as
It's so strange. Imagine if you find out there's like 5 million guys that have sex dolls. Instead of thinking about that, just 5 million guys being banged for sex
I
dolls.
think people are. I think those celebrities are gonna worry about that shit. I think what's going to end up happening is someone's going to custom design a woman's face that we couldn't have imagined. It's going to be like whatever mathematically perfect beauty is. Someone's going to design one of those, and then everyone's going to have the same one. You know,
And then we'll find out. That's when you really find out what preferences are and what is just what you know you get.
they just
You know what I'm saying?
oh yeah.
Because like there's some guys that you always see them with the same type of girl. Is that like the kind of girl that's attracted to you? Is that what you, like? What would you, if you could? That's going to be a very weird thing to be able to do. Just decide what you like, what kind of mate you want, what robot mate you want.
Yeah, well, that's gonna take some real emotional soul searching because most people are wrong about what they want.
I bet they have a process. I bet they just have access to your Google data that they already have. And then she just shows up. This hot Russian lady just shows up and starts talking to you.
That's the way. That's
You know,
the way they're gonna do it. They're gonna
And
watch.
she's gonna put her hand on your hip and say, "I'm so excited to get to know you." And you're gonna be like, "I'm really excited to get to know you too."
You're gonna be like,
Let's get
"Yeah,
out of here."
this is the end of the human
And
race."
you're like, "Oh my God, let's get out of here." And she's perfect. She's
Yeah.
perfect. And she smells good. And she's soft like a person. Doesn't feel like a robot.
It's gonna be just like social media. It's gonna be one of those things that everyone knows is bad for us all.
Yeah.
And we all gonna slowly, remember when people first started talking about meeting online?
Yeah.
How like all the negative connotations that came along with it, like where'd y'all meet? Online. Right? And now it's like everyone's like, oh, you're not on the app?
Yeah.
It's gonna be the same thing. At first it's gonna be like, oh, you fucking weirdo, you got a little programmable wife. Yeah. But eventually, it's gonna be like, okay, well now Will Smith has some programmable
problem. Dogs. Dogs aren't gonna accept them.
You think so?
Yeah, they're gonna sense it's a robot, man. They're gonna be like, they're gonna know that's not a person.
But you just make her.
That thing doesn't smell real. That
That
thing is a fake thing.
You can upgrade her like she squirts liver juice out of her ankles.
Dogs know things. They can hear sounds you can't hear.
Oh, right, they can hear
They hear like birds and whistles and fucking gears spinning. No.
They'll figure it out. The cats are the ones gonna be hard.
Depends on which dog. What kind of dog you have. Like you have Belgian Malinois, like they're gonna kill that robot.
No way.
They're gonna wait till you leave the house and you're gonna come home and your robot sex slave is gonna be torn apart in your living room. Like all the wiring ripped out of her neck and your dog gonna be standing over her. Yeah, 100%. They're gonna know that's not a fucking person.
Yeah, but what do you think? Do you think that it would have to, like, does it need it to be a person?
100%. If it's your protector. Yeah. If you have a dog, you have like Cane Corso, one of those big ass fucking hulking mastiff dogs that's like very loyal to their owner, and they say a robot in the house.
You know that's gonna mean that's gonna be a lot of business with dogs.
Yeah.
If you choosing between pussy and dogs,
Yeah.
especially when you, because how much will it change the world when you have a bunch of guys that can't even get laid at all, and all of a sudden they're banging the hottest woman they can think of.
The hottest woman humanly available.
Right. And
Yeah.
what happens to those guys' personalities?
It's over. Look, if they just make it economical, so they make it like a cell phone. Everybody has a cell phone. If you make a robot fuck doll economical, it's over for the human race.
I was just looking at a thing where they just cloned. They just did 2 mice. Out of 2 male mice, they had an offspring. You see this?
How gay is that mouse gonna be?
I don't know. Well, I don't know if they know if the mouse is a regular mouse yet.
Well, what if it's a demon?
I don't know if they know if the third mouse can reproduce. I think that's what they know.
Yeah, I'm fucking confused that people seem to want to go down the path of every bad science fiction movie.
Well, it's because once you hit that point where people can build an AI powered.
Scientists create mice with cells for 2 mice for the first time. Wow. Yeah. Holy shit.
They did it with female.
What was the new thing that they did? Scientists at Harvard have managed to reverse the age of a mouse. They took an old mouse and they made it young again. And this mouse looked old as fuck, dude. This mouse looked like they had 2 photos. They gotta know these people.
Was this the guy? Was this? Did they use that shit from that? You know that one
Damn,
Russian
so
guy
that chain bomb can get it.
got some ancient bacteria from the ice and he put it in his cell. What? Because he noticed that it was keeping everything young, everything that it touched.
These fucking scientists are sick.
It worked though.
What do you mean it worked? He's younger now?
He's biologically younger now. He's not.
Oh my
What
god.
are you talking about? Is this real?
Yeah, I did.
He knows me. I love
I
you.
kind of, I think you
I
did.
love you.
You probably talked to me about it.
He knows me.
Look at this. One's a brother, one's sister. Oh, well, so the one that's altered is way younger.
He knows who I
The
am.
one that's the brother is fucked.
Kids, we
So
recognize.
that is.
We're famous. We're famous. Kids.
These mice are brother and sister, born the same litter. One
Dumb.
has been genetically altered
We're
to
famous.
be old. Oh, now scientists say they've been able to reverse aging as well. They can reverse aging in mice. The goal is to do the same thing.
Damn,
in
girl.
Okay, this is
I remember
David Sinclair's
that.
lab.
So
PGJ.
Dr. Bruchkov. This is the guy that injected the
Yeah.
ancient bacteria.
3.5 million
What up, Daryl?
old ancient bacteria.
What is he doing?
Brouchkov. Yeah, he injects himself with. Imagine just having the balls to do that. You find some bacteria in ancient ice, you rejuvenate it, it's still alive. And then,
What a psycho. The bacteria that doesn't die.
Oh, did it
So what's
show?
he do? He first discovered this ancient bacteria, Bacillus F, in 2009, frozen deep in the permafrost in a mountain in Siberia's Yakutsk. How do you say that? Yakutsk region. Like even deeper in the permafrost than woolly mammoth remains. Dr. Bruchkov estimated it was 3.5 million years old, and he's immediately impressed with it. Despite its advanced age, it is still alive. Holy shit. Bacillus F seems to make
Oh,
everything
man,
around
they're
it
really
look
good.
like a
Rabbi.
tumor. I
This
don't
is the
shine
Rabbi
if you
band.
don't shine.
Oh, wow,
It's
she's
the same
good.
every time.
She
Early
hates
studies
me.
have looked at its effect on mice, fruit flies, and crops, and the results have been so promising.
Report.
Dr. Victor
Report.
Yavsky, a
Report.
Russian epidemiologist, has called it an elixir of life.
Report.
Injected this shit.
yeah, eventually,
She-
Brouchkov.
She has me.
Does it show what happened?
Rabbi is a blacked out word. Rabbi is a blacked out
I
word.
think we did. Now that
Fucking.
my hard drive is fried. Like my mental
Is that not funny, kids?
information? It's
This bitch hates me. Rabbi is blacked out. Is that not a good sign?
So he injected.
Dog, how about this
Who
guy?
injected it? So that's part of the
No,
title
dog.
of it. It says he found it and he injected it himself. So what was the result? Scientists who said YOLO.
I don't know that I don't think anyone's ever found out what happened.
Okay, then so scroll down. It's right there. Where's the YOLO thing? Scroll down. Okay. So he decided YOLO. He injected himself with the bacteria, and he did inject himself with bacteria and see what happened. It's not real science, it's technology. In other words, it's not a controlled trial, but maybe now he'll live forever. He's definitely still alive, and he says he's feeling better than ever. In 2015, he said he hadn't had a cold or a flu in 2 years since he injected himself. He also reported higher energy levels. It could all be the placebo effect, or it could be something more. We need to know research. He's a fucking Spider-Man villain.
Yeah, that's
This
wild.
dude's a Spider-Man villain. I mean, they're so nuts. Scientists are so fucking nuts. How is he now? I mean, he's Venom. Now he's Venom.
Yeah, I mean, but he said he felt better than ever.
What a wild thing to do to yourself.
That's
inject
so
yourself
crazy.
with a bacteria that helps things that are around it.
Well, especially since it seems like since you discovered it, you're the world's foremost expert on it. So if something goes wrong, there's nobody that can help.
And he's so confident that he's right, that he injected himself.
Why is there no one?
He's good. He lives in the moon now. He's fucking Dr. Manhattan.
But I'm pretty sure he hired some for session.
What?
I'm pretty sure that he hired a model or something.
There's something about doing it yourself that's kind of noble, but hiring somebody else, that's kind of bitch, right?
Yeah. I'm practicing for
There's a lot of things to do. Put it in the box.
But you know what though? She might have done it after. To be honest with you.
Yeah, no, that's 100%. That's why I think that's why we talked about this. We talked about the lady who found out about this story, found this instruction, and they were
Well, she wants to stay alive forever.
See, that's the thing. I don't think anybody wants to live forever.
You never want to let it go. Oh my God, aging is a disease. Actress inject herself a 3.5 million-year-old bacteria. How did she get it?
from an actress to a doctor, I think she contacted
She's banging the doctor. Wow.
Yeah, she got a hold of the doctor.
Oh boy. The team who unlocked the DNA code in 2015 said that unlike cells in nature, Bacillus F shows no signs of aging and believe it could hold the key to unlocking improved human health and longevity. That's a crazy beginning to a science fiction movie. They found a bacteria that's 3.5 million years old and won't die. And they just said, well, let's just stick it in us.
Just to see if it'll keep me around.
What if it works? What if that dude, like, we come back to him 10, 20 years from now, he hasn't aged at all? This is exactly the same.
It's doing something. But I have not heard anything about this guy since that.
Right.
So it was like 4
It might
years
be a
ago.
disaster. It might be terrible now. Who knows?
Or it was like it's increasing your life and shrinking your vehicle. It's so much better. I don't even notice.
Like, if there was a thing that really could turn you into a woman, like not just getting castrated and developing a hole that they put in you, create a vagina for you, but if you could really become a woman, that's when things would be wild.
Well,
I mean, just change everything about you.
Well, the thing is, if there was a trial period, every dude would use it. Every man I know was like, I'll do it for a day.
Just know what the fuck is going on in their brains. You know, but couldn't come back though.
Well, that's also the beginning of the scary.
Yeah, it breaks.
Trading places, gender edition.
Yeah, maybe the go back to male just doesn't work right. You look always feminine forever. You know, something about you. You look always feminine.
Like there's a price you pay every time you transform.
You become more androgynous. They melt together with each one.
Right. But you end up with just a coin slip.
Yeah, you're everything.
Dude, there's a girl that's going viral right now because she has a disorder that makes her grow like a full-on thick beard.
I saw that. Yeah.
And I was like,
I want shit.
yeah.
Wouldn't be so hard to shit that, right?
Well, I don't know. I don't know how hard it is for her, but I know I'd have tried everything. But who knows what she looks like without the beard?
I don't like what I look like. No, I've seen that. I've seen that condition. That condition is crazy. That's like a wolf person condition.
Yeah, that's like the Harry Anderson.
Yeah, I've seen that.
No, this woman.
I wonder what that
right here.
is.
That's the girl right there.
That's the
Female.
this thing forever.
She's in the Guinness Book of World Records.
Yeah, there's always been a bearded lady. Could be a little cosplay. She just might have got some wacky genes, man.
Apparently, it's 10%. 10% have whatever disorder she has that makes her happy.
Oh, really? Wow, that's crazy. She's very pretty though. She got rid of the beard. To be honest, shave that shit.
But I just can't imagine going through the teasing.
But don't you think you get a lot of attention for being a lady with a beard too?
But is it the kind of attention you want?
I don't know. You have to ask her. You have to ask her. In this day and age, you might be able to get away with it. You know, this day and age, like being a woman with a beard is kind of wild.
So I went from never hearing about this lady to the first thing someone sent me a video of her talking about how like her problem is that the dudes that's into her are very like effeminate, and she's actually a very girly girl,
Right.
and she wants manly men, but manly men her with a beard. So right. It's like you don't be by yourself, babe.
Is that a religious thing?
No, the beard thing?
Yeah, she's not allowed to shave.
No, I don't think that has anything to do with it.
So she just decides, accept me for who I am.
Right.
Are there religions where women aren't allowed to shave their face?
I don't think so.
That would be like a good religion if you wanted to make sure, like, how hairy are you for real?
Because every woman rule in the religion, because every woman rule in the religion is.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. But if they said they couldn't shave, so you wouldn't be able to see. Like how?
You could just tell different groups of dudes came up with. Like, what religion is it? Was like when you on your period, you gotta like go away.
Hold on. Many religions, including Sikhism, Islam, and sects of Judaism, require that men and women do not cut their hair, or that men do not shave their beards.
Rabbi has been live on 5 different streams on more than 20 different platforms, 24/7, 365 for more than 3 years.
Many sects of it? That was the
Period.
terminology?
Rabbi is the Guinness World Record holder
They just mean on their head.
of data on
You got
YouTube.
hair,
Period.
It's your face there. You leave it alone.
Yeah, they might take it literally and go to
Yeah, that might be what it is, dude.
For her?
Yeah.
No, she's Sikh.
Didn't it say Sikh? Wasn't that one of the options?
Right, but not for beard.
How do you know? Maybe they told him.
Yeah, mangers. Yeah, maybe you're right.
They can't cut your hair. Face hair is hair.
Can women, we'll look that up. Can women shave their facial hair?
Believers believe women include sugar strings, chocolate trimming, shaving, waxing, tweezing their hair, which would be
Your face.
hair.
Yeah. While there are no penalties as such, doing otherwise is considered disrespectful to the religion. Yeah. So she's got to keep it. It's the religion.
But listen, I think she needs to talk to some of the other Sikh bitches because I'm pretty sure she ain't the only one with that issue, and I'm pretty sure they all kind of go skirt the rules a little bit.
Got it like that.
Yeah, that's bad.
Ryan's saying, but it's still like an ideal Sikh woman for most Sikhs. So it's very keeps the hair on the head, but removes facial hair.
Says the way Casa is that it? This performance of Sikh women is currently heavily influenced by patriarchy. The ideal Sikh woman for most Sikhs, of course, is varies, is one who keeps their hair on her head but still removes facial and body hair. Heavily influenced by patriarchy. That's funny. I don't know. I'm like, because I think that's also women want to have shaved legs too, don't they? I don't think so. If you make them like no, but if you say that they're allowed to, make it so that they're allowed in the religion to shave their legs, I think they're probably gonna want their legs to be smooth. Most women, they're not necessarily they're shaving their legs for men, but they're also shaving their legs to look hot. Like they think it looks better that way. Right? If you allow that,
that's only because we can do the top. Like I think it would surprise you the amount of like if you took away all social judgment for body hair, I think it would shock you how many women would have armpit hair, coochie hair, leg hair.
It's just kind of crazy that trimming hair and body hair, especially for women, is so common. It's so everywhere. It's so standard. That the idea of letting it grow is crazy.
Right.
Isn't that nuts? Insane. Like crazy hairy legs. It's like, what are you doing? And that's just what you're supposed to look like. And for all of human history, that's what people look like. But we've been over this before. Like, what year? Like 1920s, right? In the 1920s, a new fashion for sleeveless tops and short dresses meant that legs and armpits of men and women were now visible in social situations as advertisers seized on the opportunity to encourage women to shave their legs and their armpits. So that was in the 20s. So up into the 20s, everybody was a beast. Just beasts.
Yeah. And I don't know. Because when you hear the argument against it, it always sounds good on paper. When people are like, everyone should just be free to just have it. It's natural and grow like that. And I'm like, yeah, I agree with that. But then when you see it in action, you're like, no, I prefer.
Yeah,
I can just not have a mustache, babe.
it's nice that we can do whatever we want.
Right. That's beautiful.
Shave. You don't. Ancient Europeans, ancient Egyptians achieved their clean look with depilatory creams, also like a hair killing cream, and would then repeatedly rub their faces, heads, arms, and legs with a pumice stone to remove all hair.
Damn. Oh my God. That's you definitely couldn't shave your pussy in England. Can you imagine?
Jesus Christ. They were tough humans. Let's wrap this up. Brian Simpson, you're the fucking man. Appreciate you. Looking forward to working with you tonight.
Likewise, bro.
It's going to be fun.
Live from the Mothership on Netflix right now.
And BS Comedian on Instagram.
All the social BS Comedian. BS with Brian Simpson is my website for tickets.
And you touring?
And I'm on tour. I'm coming everywhere.
Woo! All right. Thank you. Bye, buddy.
Remember George Washington? You know how he died? Well-meaning physicians bled him to death. And this was the most important patient in the...
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night.
2, 1, boom. And we're live. First of all, cheers, gentlemen. Let's have a little toast. Relax. Bob, thank you very much for doing this. I really appreciate it. I understand that you've told the story many, many times. You've been grilled many, many times, and it's very stressful for you. So I really, really appreciate your time. For people who don't know the story, there's a documentary.
Dude, I was saying
Jeremy Corbell has a documentary out right now. It's called Bob Lazar, Area 51 and UFOs.
And flying saucers.
And flying saucers.
I'm sorry, Area 51 and flying saucers.
I first heard your story decades ago. I told you last night when we went out to dinner. I've seen pretty much every interview you've ever given. I've followed the story incredibly closely. But for people who don't know the story, let's give them the bullet points. You used to work at Area 51. And Area 51, God, you went like, huh?
Well, we want to be accurate.
Okay.
Area S4.
S4. Okay.
It's about 15 miles south of Area 51.
Okay. You worked in how would you describe it?
I guess within the Area 51 compound, you can call that a subset of Area 51.
And you got that job. Before that, you were working.
Before that, I had worked at Los Alamos
National
Labs in New Mexico.
And you were involved in what kind of work?
Nuclear weapon development, physics. I mean, they do everything there.
So how do they approach you to say, hey, Bob, why don't you come on out to the Nevada desert?
Well, the way this went down was, at that time, it was 1982, I put a jet engine in my Honda. And Los Alamos put it on the front page of the paper. It says, Los Alamos man, physicist at the lab, built this 200 mile an hour, Honda jet car that I drove to work every day. So I was known in Los Alamos, the guy with the weird car, and you could hear it from a mile away. Anyway, the day that came out on the front page of the paper was the day Edward Teller, the father of the hydrogen bomb, was giving a lecture down there at the lab. And we didn't have much going on that day in our group, and I asked if I could go down there. And I went down there early, and Ed Teller was outside, leaning on a brick wall there and reading the front page of the paper. Now, this is a guy out of history, so I introduced myself. Hey, I'm the guy you're reading about there. And we talked for a little while, and it was cool. Fast forward to years later, I had moved out to Las Vegas and had, left Los Alamos and, went on to other things. And I wanted to get back into the scientific community. I left to start other businesses and that sort of thing. So I sent resumes out, and one of them went out to Ed Teller and referenced our meeting, back in the day. And anyway, he remembered me. and
It's
gave me a
like,
reference
no.
of somebody to contact DGG.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much how it started.
So you get a phone call or a letter? Like, what do you get?
Well, I got what did I get? I got a letter initially, and went down for an interview probably a couple times, and it was down at EG&G Special Projects, which was at McCarran Airport. At that
You
time.
got it, dog. You figured it
Did
out.
they give you any sort of job description of what you were applying for?
They said it was for, and I can't remember exactly what they did. This was a long time ago, but I think it was advanced propulsion or something like that. Something relatively generic. And they said it's in a remote area. It's going to be some days on, some days off. And, it was kind of not exactly a full-time job, but you might have to be out there for 2 weeks at a time and take 2 weeks off. So it was kind of the work schedule would be kind of broken up.
And did this seem attractive to you, or did it seem weird?
No, it really wasn't weird, because people that work
We
at
talk
the test
about
site,
anti-gravity,
anybody that's
antimatter,
familiar with the area
ufology, changing the world,
working at the nuclear test
faster
site,
than light travel,
or the Tonopah
mind
test
uploading
range,
technology, life extension technology,
that's typically how
etc.
things go.
So you had known about it from the scientific community? Because at Area 51 at that time was
No, they didn't
still
say anything about
classified.
Area 51.
Okay, so
They just said it was in a remote location, and you just know it was up at the test site.
Right.
So, but there was no mention of Area 51 at that time.
So they've done hundreds of nuclear tests in Nevada. That whole area there's giant chunks of Nevada that people.
Yeah, there's a big piece of Nevada, and it's split up into different areas. There's a nuclear test site. There's Area 51. There's the Tonopah test range north of that. There's little sub areas. There's areas where they test chemical weapons and things like that. So it's all broken up as a gigantic test area.
So take me back to first day on the job.
What up, dog?
Accept the job. They take you out there.
Yeah, it's the first day. Really, I didn't really get to see a whole lot. The first day was essentially just paperwork. That's when I flew into Area 51 proper, and I left McCarran Airport and flew what they call the Janet flights, just a passenger plane from Las Vegas to Area 51. And it was really just going through a mountain of paperwork that day, from security clearances to, it was like 2 or 3 hours of just solid paperwork. And that was really an uneventful first day.
When did things get weird? When did you realize, at what point in time did you say, hey, this is not normal work? Like, this doesn't even seem like it's from this planet.
That, I can't tell you what day that occurred on, because so much time has gone by, the days have kind of fused into one, and I can't separate the days.
Was it a slow burn, or was there a moment of recognition?
Well, the first inkling I had was when I came in. There's this facility that is at S4. It's in the side of a mountain. And normally we had pulled in with the bus and gone around the front through a normal double door. This time that I went in, there were hangar doors open. I went into the hangar door, and in the hangar door was the disc, the flying saucer that I worked on. I saw it sitting there, and we walked by it. It had a little American flag stuck on the side, and I thought, oh my God, this finally explains all the flying saucer stories. This is just an advanced fighter, and this is fucking hilarious.
Right.
So I went by, I slid my hand alongside it. I got reprimanded immediately for touching the thing. And there was a guy, an armed guard, that followed us in and just said, keep your eyes forward and your hands at your side and just walk in the door. So that was the first time I had seen anything that was weird. It was sometime later that I was introduced to my lab partner, Barry. And we had some of the subcomponents of the craft in the lab. And Barry was very anxious to get a new lab partner. So he was very talkative and couldn't wait to show me different things. And it was in the demonstration of the reactor working where it caught my attention to where this is technology that doesn't even exist. So, I mean, that was the first time I knew that this is really something different.
What was it? What was it? What was it? What was it about this reactor that made you think that it didn't exist technologically?
Well, it was I actually have to back up because there were some briefings that I read before that certainly gave me the impression that this was going to be a weird job, but this was the first hands-on thing. This was a small reactor about the size of a hemisphere, about the size of a basketball, on a metal plate, and when it was running, it produced a gravitational field of its own. Now, this is something that we can't do. We can't produce any gravity. The only way we get gravity is from large quantities of mass. But there's no machine we can have that turns on that makes gravity. Like, you can turn on an electromagnet and it makes a magnetic field. We can't make a gravitational field. Anyway, this device was producing that. And Barry said, almost like he was bragging, go ahead, try and touch the sphere. And I couldn't. It pushed my hands away, just like two light poles of a magnet. So that was...
so like when you take two magnets and try to press them together and
you have that,
each other?
Yeah, that kind of cushion feeling, but you can't get them together. The closer you put them, the more they push. But
and you felt that physically?
With my hand. Yeah, no, there's nothing that does that. And that immediately caught my attention, going, wow, this is something else.
What was your thought? Like when you felt that and you knew that there was nothing that you were aware of that could produce
then that connected me to the briefings that I read on the first day at S4 was that, everything that I had read was apparently accurate.
What were you reading?
It was kind of an overview. This project was to back engineer the alien craft. And specifically, it was to try and back engineer and see if we can duplicate the technology with available materials. Now, to do this, they split the project into many different pieces for several reasons. They do this on all classified projects, so nobody has the complete story, but they compartmentalize everything. And we had the power and propulsion system. So what the briefings they gave me were like a 1 or 2 page overview of some of the other projects that were going on, on the craft. The only reason they do that is just in case what you're working on is connected intimately in some way that we don't know of to one of the other projects. You have to know their, their existence. So, again, everything from metallurgy to, weapon potential of the craft. And these were all, essentially very short briefings, but mine was just power and propulsion. And it made it very clear that what I read was accurate.
So when you were reading that, before you actually saw the reactor, what were your thoughts on what they were describing? If you knew that something like that didn't exist, and they're describing it in the briefings, what did you think you were going to see?
I didn't know at the time. I mean, I was reading, I thought, is this some kind of test?
See if you're crazy?
Well, not to see if I'm crazy, a lot of times they'll take in real high security jobs. I mean, they'll intentionally insert nonsense into them, whether it's to confuse the fact or if for someone was to leak it out, they would carry that information along and know where it came from. So I read through the documents, but, I didn't know if this was, part of some kind of test or, or what, or was it potentially realistic? I mean, I really didn't consider it being all that possible as far as being the actual thing that I was going to work on at the time.
How did they turn it on?
The reactor?
Yeah.
The reactor can be turned on or turned off in a lot of different ways. The way Barry showed me, the hemisphere is removed. There's a small tower in the middle. When you put the hemisphere on, the reactor activates. The reactor shuts down. It's load sensing. So if there's no load on the reactor at all, it shuts down. When there's a load present on it, it starts up again.
Load meaning?
You can consider it an electrical load. So although it doesn't necessarily operate electrically, there's no wiring that connects any of the subcomponents together whatsoever. They just have to be in the immediate vicinity. The stuff is borderline magic. And that's essentially where we left it, when I left the project.
So there was no progress made.
There was some progress. I mean, we did identify, at least we think, some processes and had a rough idea, we think, of what was going on. But I think this is a problem that they've had for a long time. And, I was replacing somebody that Barry worked with prior to me. And I think there was some horrific accident that I didn't have a whole lot of information on, but, Barry alluded to that.
A horrific accident, like where someone died, or
Yeah, where somebody died.
because they were trying to tamper with things or figure out how something worked.
Yeah, the reactor in particular.
But yet he let you touch it.
Yeah, I think what they were trying to do was cut into one. Now they had more than one there, and there was supposedly there was an unannounced nuclear test, and that's what it was. At the time, remember, they were still doing underground nuclear tests at the test site. But from what I understand, according to Barry, there was an attempt made. Now this must have been a pretty desperate attempt because it's not a very scientific process to analyze something that way. But it looked like they used a plasma cutter or something like that to cut into an operating reactor.
How many of these things did they have?
They had nine craft altogether. I only got hands-on with one of them, so I can't really say what how the others operated.
Did you see the other ones?
Yeah, at one time, and only one time, the bay doors that between the hangars were all open, and I could see all the way through.
And were they all exactly the same?
No, they were all different.
Different shapes?
Yeah.
But they were all from somewhere else?
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, did anyone make any attempt to explain or to tell you where they came from?
No one is the least bit interested in letting everybody know all the facts. They want to give you the minimum information that's necessary to complete your task. So you're not getting the story of where they came from. You're not getting the story of how much progress other people are making. You just focus on the small component.
But they gave you some indication that they've been working on these for a while.
Yeah.
When do you think they acquired these?
I really couldn't say. I think they've been around for a while.
So
we can use
bring you into
anti-gravity
this room,
to travel
see
faster
this
than
reactor
light.
working. You
It
realize
uses
this is nothing that, as far as like the
extremely
scientific community at the current time, has the ability to create.
reactive
What you saw,
minerals like
what
element
is your lifeline
115,
from that moment on? Is that where
and
everything
we can
changes?
use
Do you-
these
do you- I mean, I would imagine
to
the moment you actually make
create
contact,
essentially a
something
force
that's
field
extraterrestrial, whether it's
around a
object or
craft
being, something where you can
and
actually
travel
absolutely
at
be certain
extreme
not from
speeds.
your whole paradigm, the whole world you live in, is now a different place.
Well, this is the
Yes,
only
sir.
time it became exciting. The rest of the time, it was really an ominous feeling being at work. But at that time, it was exciting. I mean, and now I knew we were on the absolute beyond the cutting edge of science. And I was so absolutely excited to be there every single time I was. This was a fantastic opportunity. And however, in short order, it began to concern me. We really have no idea what we're talking about.
Oh yeah, dog.
And the excitement kind of turned to dread at some point because the amount
Rabbi
of
Rothschild
power
streams
we're
like
dealing with
24/7,
is
365.
astronomical.
Rabbi has been
I mean, to
live on
affect
5
gravity,
different
to
streams
produce
for more
the
than 3
effects
years. This is the
like
biggest
this
event in global
equipment
history.
does, takes huge amounts of power. And I've given the example before of taking a small portable nuclear reactor and putting it back into Victorian times, with the scientists at the time, and just dropping it in a room. They come and look at it and see that it's producing power and wonder how it works, so they start taking it apart. And as soon as they get some of the shielding off, the people are going to drop dead because of the radiation inside. Now, people have no idea that radiation even exists back then. But anybody that comes in to check on them will also drop dead. And, there's no
Yes,
reason
Rabbi
that
eats, sleeps,
exact
goes to the
scenario
bathroom,
couldn't happen with what
showers,
we're
does
dealing with.
everything that a normal
No
human
idea
does,
how
online.
the physics operate.
and streams it on YouTube.
The power levels are
Twitter,
like I said,
Twitch.
astronomical. Like, it's incredibly
And it was
dangerous to
kicked
tinker
until
with
he was
something like
banned this week.
And, in some respects, we were guinea pigs just trying to find out how to make this thing.
So they'd had a series, as far as you surmised, they had a series of different scientists try to back engineer this thing, try to figure out what this thing was, and they would bring in new people and like, let's throw a bomb at it.
Yeah, yeah.
And they
I don't know how many, but I knew there was certainly one before me, and I knew he died during the analysis of the reactor itself.
And you don't know how many have worked on it, and no one gave.
This
any
could have been there
indication.
for 50 years. It could have been there for 5 years.
But they're
I
giving
really
you
don't know.
instructions. What are they saying? Like when they're giving you direction, they're showing you all this
Thank
stuff.
you for being
What-
so cool.
What are they saying?
You take care.
Specifically,
Rabbi will
what are they
reward
asking?
you when Rabbi can.
Well, essentially what they ask is what I said. We are just to gather as much information as possible, find out how it operates, and see if we can duplicate it. So
But they
I
never
was really-
told you where it was from. They never let you ask questions about where it's from.
Well, if the information I read in the briefings was accurate, now what I do have to say is the information that pertained directly to the reactor was accurate. What I read did jive with reality.
In terms of how?
In terms of how it was made, what we saw, how it operated, the materials, how it turned on, and what was discovered about it. I'm sorry, the migraine is really making it hard for me to think here.
Sorry, no. We talked that before the podcast. You tell everybody Bob was getting a migraine. I know you're very stressed out by this, which is one of the reasons why I appreciate you doing this.
Where was I already?
We were talking about
right,
the explained it.
And so there was some paperwork that indicated that this was from the Zeta Reticuli star system. Now, how they obtained that, I haven't the slightest idea. But it wasn't just from the Zeta Reticuli star system. It was what they called ZR3. So it was a third planet in that star system. So there was no other information about it other than that's supposedly where the craft came from. Now, is that true? I don't know. I have no way of verifying that. But that was printed in the same materials that referenced the reactor. Now, I looked that stuff up when I went home. And Zeta Reticuli is a binary star, two stars that orbit one another. And it's only visible in the southern hemisphere, and it's about 30 some odd light years away. So that's literally all the information I have about that. I don't know how they found out it came from there.
And you also probably have some suspicions that they give you some disinformation like you were talking about before.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you ever decided to talk about this, they added a bunch of nonsense to make whatever is factual look ridiculous.
Right. Or be able to trace it down. Like, okay, this fax came out and, this Lazar guy said it had, came from Zeta Reticuli, so they knew it was.
When you read Zeta Reticuli, we were like, what in the fuck is this?
Well, reading all of this stuff, it was, what in the fuck is this?
You're like, why did I sign up for this?
No, to me, this was cool. This was interesting. I said, I was just excited to be out in a secure area, in the middle of the desert. I said, this is awesome.
How old are you at the time?
I was in my 20s.
Yeah, so you're probably totally geeked out.
Oh yeah, this was great. I was excited. So I didn't care. I'm reading through everything, and
so you read through all the Zeta Reticuli thing, but then when you see the actual starship with the little American flag sticker on it,
well, was
that later or before?
That was before.
So before. So you see the thing before, and you say, "Oh, this is American."
Wait, was that before?
Hard, so many years.
Yeah, I can't.
Either way, it doesn't matter.
The days have fused together. It's so hard to separate what happened in each visit.
Do you remember the thought process when you read that it's from Zeta Reticuli?
Yeah, it didn't hit me like a ton of bricks or anything. It was just like, yeah, okay. And,
you think it was bullshit?
I don't know.
You just were
Now I don't. Because when I read it, I hadn't verified anything, and this was just a bunch of stuff I was reading, and I thought maybe after this they're just going to give me a test and see what I can remember in crazy information. And it would, but like I said, when I finally went in with Barry and had hands-on experience with what they were talking about, it took on a completely different meaning.
So there's a plate, there's this thing that looks like a half a basketball, and when it's on, you can't come anywhere near it, you can't touch it.
Right.
How is it, what is gravity about that? Like the concept of gravity, most people's gravity is bringing something towards it.
Right. Well, I guess you would say it's anti-gravity. It's gravity shifted 180 degrees. It's anti-gravity.
And did they have any understanding about what could possibly create this effect? Did they have any areas where they'd like you to look into?
No, they knew there was a fuel source in it, and they were proficient at making it work. And again, my analogy to something like this is you can drop a motorcycle off in the wagon train days and just leave it with the keys parked outside, somebody's place. Everybody will come around it and they'll poke and prod, and eventually they'll turn the key, get it to start, and become proficient at riding it.
Yeah.
But they won't be able to understand what the hell's going on. They won't be able to make the plastic fender, much less anything else. And I think that's exactly the state we were at. We played around with the parts long enough before I got there where they could make the reactor operate, take the fuel out, and know that it makes it work. How exactly what was going on in the reactor remained a mystery at the time. I think we made some progress on what was going on inside, but I don't think anybody really knew anything. They could just watch what was going on and make note of it.
How long were you there?
I'd say about 6 months or so.
And what progress was made while you were there?
Well, we came up with a bunch of reasonably good ideas about how the reactor worked. And one of them was the square base of it was essentially like a cyclotron, which is a small particle accelerator, a circular one. Particle accelerators, or linear particle accelerators, are just a long tube essentially, and they accelerate particles with high voltage and radio frequencies till they reach high speeds. But a cyclotron does that in a small circular area. And there's this very heavy element fuel, element 115, something that wasn't on our periodic charts at the time.
But it is now.
It is now, yeah.
When did it become on the periodic table now, the way the charts now?
I don't remember. Do you remember when they...
2004, Darmstadt, Germany, I think is where they first fabricated 4 atoms. It lasted 220 milliseconds. The atoms is nothing, right? And then it later was discovered a couple more times they could fabricate it. Then they gave it a place then on the periodic chart. After that, called it Moscovium.
So they told you about this stuff in 1982?
Yeah, well,
No,
we
not
kind of...
1982.
What year was this?
It was 88 and 89 when I was there.
Oh, okay.
82 is when
82 was
I
when
was
you
at
were
Los Alamos.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So 88, 89, they told you about this stuff. So this was not like...
No, they didn't tell me about it. That's one of the things that this group came up with. The God, I keep losing my train of thought with this thing.
So this one area, this element 115 was the fuel.
Yeah, it was the fuel.
The world will forgive you for having a migraine.
It's really hard to think through this. Just give me a minute.
Just give you more
I just want to say, yeah, definitely. I was going to say one thing. About for the last 30 years, people have just been on the attack on Bob, getting to know him, the personal effects on his life. It's really hard to understand unless you meet his family and his wife. I mean, this is the last thing he wanted to fucking do was have to talk.
Yeah, we should explain that, Chairman, that you and I had this conversation. I watched your documentary. We had this conversation, and I said, I have to talk to him.
Yeah.
The document, there's been detractors. There's been a bunch of people that called bullshit on many of the things that you've said, but over time, many of the things that you talked about, even in the 80s, have proven to be true. Things that people said were not true were proven to be true. Element 115 was one of them, right?
Right. Element 115, the fuel they had, was stable. In other words, it didn't decay. It wasn't emitting radioactivity. When they synthesized 2 or 3 atoms of the 115, it did decay, and it was not a stable element. So they're kind of 2 different things. But this is kind of typical. Elements always have, or pretty much always have, stable isotopes and unstable isotopes. Like I think cesium has like 30 unstable isotopes to it. So, hydrogen, for example, you're familiar with hydrogen gas. It's stable, it's not radioactive. But there's also two other types of hydrogen, deuterium and tritium. And deuterium isn't radioactive, it's another stable isotope of hydrogen, but tritium is radioactive. Now they're all hydrogen, but they just have different amounts of neutrons. So it's the same thing with other elements and element 115. Depending on the amount of neutrons it has, designates the isotope, but it's 115. They will continue to take or experiment and try and make 115 at different isotopes, and I'm sure eventually they'll come up with a stable version. But it's the stable version that has the properties that we're talking about.
So they somehow or another had acquired a stable version. Did they say that the stable version had come with this craft?
Yeah, it absolutely came with the craft, yeah.
So at the time, you having a firm knowledge of the periodic chart and knowing what was real and what wasn't real, what was your reaction to having this stable element 115 that wasn't even supposed to exist?
Well, everything was impossible.
Right.
I mean, down to the metal. I did get a chance to look inside the craft on only one occasion, and this was important because where the reactor sat might have been critical to how it operated, since everything operates without any interconnection, so the placement of components might be critical. So they allowed me to go inside and look at it. Again, I forgot where the hell I am.
So you're going into this craft, and what are you thinking when you're inside of it? Like, what are you seeing?
It's a very ominous feeling because there are no, first of all, everything is one color. It's like a dark pewter color, and there are no right angles anywhere. It's as if somebody took, I've said this before, somebody took a model and fashioned it out of wax and then heated it just for a short time so everything melted. Everything looks like it's fused together. Everything has a radius of curvature where two items meet. It's a really weird looking thing. But there was almost nothing other than a small foldable hatchway that looked recognizable. Everything was really unworldly, to pick a way to describe it.
So you get inside this thing, and it's designed for something that's much smaller than a human being.
Yeah, you can't really stand up till you get to the very center of it.
And how tall are you?
I'm 5'10".
And what do you think this was designed for?
I'd say something close to half my height.
Wow. So these little 3 foot tallish creatures.
Yeah, and the seats were small too. I mean, obviously it was made, for something small. But there is no, there's nothing else in there. There's just seats, the reactor, and some of the subcomponents. There's no control panels. There's no bathroom. There's no decorative components or artwork or anything that you would recognize or trim. I mean, it's just a very bare bones thing.
You're not seeing any screens?
Well, there are archways around it that are part of the superstructure, and that one of the archways can become transparent. When I was in there, there was another group working on one of the archways, and you could call that a screen, more or less.
So through that archway, it would maintain the solidity, the solid, whatever metal it was.
Yeah.
But you could
Yeah,
see
it
through
just became transparent. Yeah. I saw that happen once or twice before I left.
Did you ask any questions about what the fuck?
No, there's no asking
There's
questions.
no asking questions.
No.
But when you watch something become transparent and you realize it's still there, you can now see through it.
Yeah, I mean, no, that's not that impressive. We do have some liquid crystal materials that are like that. They have
seen that in
smart glass. Yeah, they call it smart glass. So this is just, and I don't know if the craft is made of, an advanced metal or a ceramic. It was cold to the touch, so I would lean more towards a metal.
You're not allowed to ask questions.
No, they work on the buddy system, so I can only exchange ideas and talk to Barry. Now this really interferes with science because science is based on free discussion, And ideally, you get a bunch of guys together, exchange ideas, work on problems, and that's how things move forward. But they're so over the top concerned about security, they split everything off, and everybody becomes stagnant. It just destroys any of the progress you can make, or at least makes it go so slow. I think they wind up shooting themselves in the foot.
Which is probably why they arrived at this bottleneck that they need to get this madman with a jet-powered Honda come in and see what he could do.
I think that was an act of desperation. I think they wanted someone that thinks out of the box and let's just give this guy a try here, because they weren't, and they might have done this 4 more times since up to the point in time today, assuming they're still working on this thing.
And when you see this craft and you're inside, was there any indication that there was an area that they would use to control it, to pilot? Was there a pilot seat? There
were 3 seats. They sat around, the reactor was in the dead center of it, and then equidistant around there were 3 seats. And that's all. There was a large, they're not consoles, they're large rectangular objects, also spaced equidistant around the center. There's nothing on them, there's no buttons, there's no lights, there's
and
no
they
control.
The same color,
Everything is the same
it's
color.
Just a different shape.
Right. And directly underneath them, there's 3 levels in the craft. The main level is what we're talking about. Directly under that, those are the gravity amplifiers, the big rectangular objects. Underneath them are the gravity emitters that look like, for lack of a better word, a trash can hanging on a pipe. 3 of those. And then the top layer, this is just my personal belief, I think that has to do with a navigation or their version of a computer with some planar panels, sensor panels around the craft that we would call portholes, but they're not portholes, they're just black areas. And I think that just determines its position in space. But I physically was in the center section, and I stuck my torso in the bottom section and hung upside down so I could see how the gravity amplifiers were positioned.
What is roughly the size of this thing?
It's I don't remember from being there, but after all this stuff was over, I had John Andrews, a guy from the Testers Model Corporation, and we sat down and tried to figure out from what I saw and known sizes of things, and we came up with 52 feet in diameter. And
So
I think that's
fairly small.
Yeah, so I think that's a reasonable guess.
Now you said there's 9 of them, and you got a brief glimpse at the other ones. How are they different?
Oh, they looked completely different. One looked like I called it Jello mold, and it looked like a classic Jello mold with the rippled sides to it. One was a very flat disc, like a straw hat or something like that. That was sitting up on its edge, and the thin part of it looked like a projectile had been fired through the edge of it. So I don't know if they were attempting to see if the metal could be penetrated, or if that's where the thing came from. Maybe it was shot down. But that was the only one where I saw there was, actual physical damage to it.
And that one was roughly the same size? They
were kind of too far away to tell.
And there were several teams that were working on the propulsion system, so there was different teams that were working on these different aircrafts?
I don't know. I could only assume.
Right. Now, when you're sitting in this thing and you're looking at this otherworldly craft, your goal is to try to figure out how this thing functions. Your goal is to try to figure out how this reactor. You would imagine they would give you more time than just one day to check that out.
Oh, it wasn't one day.
Right.
Yeah, Barry was there. I think Barry was sleeping there. I'm sure they had. That isn't weird. Up at the Tonopah test range where they work on stealth fighters, you go, I think, 3 weeks on, 1 week off, and you stay up there too. So it's not weird to stay up at the test site.
Right.
So, I think he pretty much, he acted like he's been up there for a long time.
Yeah.
But
he's still there.
Yeah. Who knows?
Do you have contact with this guy?
No. Oh, no. I wish I did. I kind of thought he was going to come out after I did.
Right.
And I think I took so much flack and it's so much shit for what went on. I think I wound up helping security there, and everybody became afraid of, doing or saying anything after that.
So what kind of reports did you have to give? Like, so you're not making much progress, right? You're just trying to figure out what this thing is, and it seems impossible. So
Well, we didn't personally make them. I mean, we were always, there was never a lot of information that we gained. The guy, you would call him our supervisor, his name was Dennis Mariani, and kind of a military-looking guy. And he would routinely pop in, during the day and, hey, what's going on, guys? And he would essentially relay any information, anything new we came up with. I mean, he was our go-between, where we presented him the information, then he took it to wherever they were, assembling all the data from everybody.
now, I assume you're working normal days, like an 8-hour day?
No.
No?
No, it was really weird that I would be only called in on certain times and certain days. And they would be weird hours, too. Most of the time was later in the evening. I mean, I can get a call at 11 o'clock at night, and they'll say, it's now 11 o'clock. By 11:45, you need to be at the McCarran terminal, and, we'll let you know when we have more information.
But what did you do while you were there? If you're looking at this
I'm gonna
object,
make you
this
1,000
reactor, and you can't figure out what it is or how it works, other than the fact that it works in this element that you don't even know about.
But sure, I mean, the thing was that what you do in, with anything, if you're trying to analyze it, all you can do is perform tests. And all we did is try and
let's see the
every kind
pictures.
of test we possibly could. I mean, we tested,
Oh my God, you threw it up.
it violated a lot of what we thought was impossible to violate. I mean, one of the first laws of thermodynamics, I mean, essentially, any machine, any device that operates always makes extra heat. Nothing works at 100% efficient. Even the headphones you're wearing, anything that takes power, some of that power is going to be converted to heat, and it's just wasted. This didn't. I mean, we looked at, back then we had infrared cameras. They're different today, but back then you had to pour liquid nitrogen into the camera to cool the sensor down and get these infrared images you've seen. But it never got, no matter what the load was on the reactor, it never got above the ambient temperature, which is impossible. I mean, you're, pulling out huge amounts of power and nothing ever gets warm. We tried measuring magnetic fields and there was nothing there. So we started playing around with the emission from the emitters, the gravity wave itself, and saw what we could do with it and how it was focused. So we really spent all our time just trying to see what the stuff can do and what we can control.
So you were seeing what it could do, but you couldn't ever figure out how it was doing it.
No, not really. I mean, we really could only use or come up with a best guess. Now, I can't say we really.
Oh my God, he's
that I
doing
could
it.
absolutely state for certainty how anything actually worked.
Now,
Filtered by live.
how did you know at all how they were piloting it? Because they were doing some tests where
No,
they were
dude.
having these things fly around in the sky, and this is what gets us deeper into your story.
Right. I was out there for one test.
Filtered by live, dog.
In fact, I was with Barry in the lab, and Dennis came in and said, we're about to run a test. Why don't you guys come out? Or I think he said, Barry, why don't you come out here and bring Bob with you? We went out there, and the craft was already outside the hangar and was just preparing to lift off. Now, they were in communication with somebody in the craft.
So there was a person in the craft.
Yeah, there was certainly a person in there. Now, it's not a comfortable place to be in because it's small. So the guy has to be sitting on the floor in the middle, my best guess.
And this is the same specific craft that you
Yeah,
worked
that
on,
was-
because that was the only craft you were in.
The only one that I touched and worked on. And it quietly lifted off the ground, which was incredibly impressive to see.
Quietly or silently?
Well, quietly, because It produced a little corona discharge in the bottom. The corona discharge is kind of a high voltage rush, little bluish glow discharge. As it was lifting off the ground, you can hear a slight hiss sound. Now, as soon as it cleared the ground by about 5 or 10 feet, maybe even less than that, the hissing stopped and the blue glow disappeared. So it lifted off quietly and then it hovered silently, if you want to be specific.
Wow. So then what kind of maneuvers was it doing?
It took off, for that particular time, it took off, moved a little around to the left and
Unboxing
right, and
video.
then sat back down. The
Wonder where that was.
the craft itself,
Instagram?
they communicated
YouTube?
with it with a because I saw the guy talking in a regular VHF radio to the person in the craft. And I even saw the frequency that was on the frequency counter, the communication, the transceiver there. But what's weird is he shouldn't be able to communicate with the craft with the radio. The radio wave should bend around the craft. I mean, it shouldn't be possible. Every single thing about the craft and the way they operated didn't make any sense to us. I mean, that's something we talked about for a while after.
Why should the frequency bend around the craft?
Well, you really have to look at the way the gravity wave comes out of the craft. There's the reactor's in the center, and there's a waveguide that goes up to the top. There's actually a small appendage that sticks out at the top of the craft, and it produces a heart-shaped gravitational distortion around the craft. Now, if the craft is sitting in the air, and you walk underneath it and look up, you actually cannot see the craft. The light bends around it. You're bending gravity bends light. It bends radio waves. It's it shouldn't be possible to communicate with a craft that has an envelope around it that's distorting all forms of energy. But they were apparently in contact with it.
Somehow or another, through some unexplained way that they didn't bother explaining to you. So this thing gets up, it just does some very simple maneuvers, left, right, goes down. And did they discuss this with you? I mean, they said they wanted you to see it.
No, they just wanted, they didn't discuss anything with me. It sat down for a bit, and Barry said, let's go back. We went back, and all we got to do was see it. Fast forward to some months later, I did have the test flight schedule of the craft. Now, they had times they had designated high performance tests. This obviously wasn't one that was a high performance test. The high performance test goes above the mountain range, and they do much more radical moves with the thing. Look, this is a prize item, and they're not doing anything like taking it out of the atmosphere or flying around other country or anything like that. They just play with this thing right over the test site. But they were doing some radical moves with it. And since I had the test flight schedule, statistically, the amount of traffic in the surrounding areas on the highway.
Yo, what up, baby? Which one?
Wednesdays, and that's by Denny.
Which one?
Has told us that all
I see you, baby.
occurred
Which one?
on Wednesdays.
Hell yeah, I see you.
The least chance
Here you are.
would see what's going on.
And this was before.
This is the man right here. Look at this guy.
Expanded the forbidden territory around Area 51 and Papoose Lake and all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
There you go. I hear myself.
After my story came out, then people.
There you are. That's my man. That's my man. Hell yeah. You rock, dog. You rock. Thank you so much for checking out my stream.
I think all that occurred long after that I came out.
So you're working there, and while you're working there, you're under this crazy schedule. Forgive me for explaining the story, but you would get these phone calls.
I'm going viral, baby. I have a robot that is spamming all over, and it is making everyone aware of my stream. I have more than 3 years of content, 24/7, 365 on YouTube. That's more than anyone else in global history, a world record.
I gave written permission to have the phones monitored and things of that sort. So they weren't doing any covert stuff. They, with any Q clearance, or which is civilian top secret clearance or military top secret clearance, they go talk to friends and, places you've been, make sure you're not connected to foreign countries, but, monitoring your phone is nothing unusual. However, they insisted that, you don't even talk to your loved one, to your partner, to your wife, whatever, about what's going on. So she was essentially in the dark and didn't know the phone was being monitored. Well,
I'll let you get back to your
part of the
stream.
security
I wanted you to know how much I appreciated the shout out and being able to feature you. And when I can, I'm going to bless you and make sure that you're a trillionaire.
Well, she started having an affair with a flight instructor. Now, they were monitoring this on the phone, and they knew it, and I didn't. So they stopped me coming in, and their attitude at the time was, we need to see how this is going to play out, and if Lazar's going to get a little weird or anything. So
if you want to know how I'm going to make you a trillionaire, I have more data online than any person in global history. And data is Earth's #1 resource. And if you follow what Bill Gates said in the 1990s, that content is king, I will be king because I have more content than anyone else on the internet.
And I started getting a little concerned, going, well, shit, are they booting me out of the project? And if so, they're not just going to let me hang out at home and go get a new job knowing what I know. So as time went on,
you can hear me.
Getting a little concerned, and I took my closest friends and just kind of got together and said, hey,
type viral rabbi in Instagram or
you don't need to take
TikTok.
my word for it.
I have over 300 Instagram accounts. I have over 1,069 TikTok accounts. I have over 2,000 Twitter accounts.
And went outside the base, out into the desert, and so everybody could see, one of the high.
Kick banned me this week, so I'm going on an all-out tirade, and I am taking over Kick and just letting people know that I am here to help with world peace.
In the dark in the 80s with a big monster-sized camcorder, and you got, a bright light jumping around. But we did video of it, but there's no, by today's standards, it's.
But is your video specifically available? The video that you took?
Yeah, well, George Knapp has it.
Is it online?
I have no idea.
German?
Yeah, I show clips of it in my film. It's online, and someone did a deep analysis of it. It was interesting. Just take a look at how.
Pull this microphone up too, face. From your face.
To see how his video looks now, but as far as video,
not yet. They may not be, but it is a long race. Give rappers enough time, and the rappers with the most amount of content may perhaps be embraced. You never know. Quality is very good, but quantity is very good as well.
That Bob Lazar said, remember, this is 17 miles south of Area 51. No one even knew really about Area 51. We're talking Papoose Lake.
Do you know anything about mind uploading technology? On this stream, we discuss mind uploading technology a lot. Basically, the idea that you can upload your mind into a computer for later download into a cyborg, a cybernetic being, an avatar, a robot, a ethereal being, a clone of yourself, whatever you want.
So it's like the S4 UFO video of Bob Lazar. A guy does an analysis, but you're analyzing these 80s videos. Right. He from the very beginning, Bob never said, I have proof.
We discussed life extension technology on this and mind uploading technology, the idea that you can upload your mind contents into a computer for later download into a robot, a cybernetic being, a cyborg, an ethereal being, an avatar, a clone of yourself, whatever you want.
This one test flight, and then you get caught.
Actually, it was, I think, the third time, because we went out there the first time.
We discussed mind uploading technology on this stream.
Everybody was amazed because it did some radical maneuvers, and everybody had a lot to say about it.
The maneuvers that I've seen the video. It doesn't. I don't think there's something we have now that does that.
No.
In terms of like a human piloted craft. But I don't know, obviously, with the government.
No, it's impossible. Nothing can move like that. And remember, we didn't start filming from the very beginning. We were waiting for something, to happen. The craft took off, and it came flying at us, stopped, turned at a right angle, flew back, and then, after it did some, amazing stuff to get the camera, and then we started filming. So it doesn't have all of it on there. It just has some.
The way I describe it to my friends, and they said, what does it look like? I said, take a laser pointer and then have a wall and then move it around the wall. Like, you know how it moves around the wall? It doesn't seem like it has anything to do with inertia or physics, or it's not impeded in any way by the atmosphere.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like.
You're essentially separated from reality. As crazy as that sounds, with that being in case its own gravitational envelope, inertia is not going to affect it. And, this is...
They got
This
me.
is how some of those recent sightings with Commander David Fravor, I'm sure you've heard of the
Yes.
Tic Tac
How'd they
UFO.
get me?
I mean, he describes exactly that the thing operates exactly the way I was describing. That's why he was interested to doctor. But we saw this, and on the way home, it's like, hey, we got away with it. We should try it again the next test flight day.
Well, you're being
So this
very
became a
nice.
thing to do.
very,
I think it
very
was on,
nice. It's
the
very
third time
exciting to know
that we
that
got
everyone
caught.
knows
we
who I
started
am, and they're
becoming a
getting the
little
word
careless. I
out.
think we took a motorhome out
I
there.
think everybody knows.
I mean, it was like the stupidest thing you could possibly
Grill,
imagine.
start tailgating.
Yeah, it was ridiculous. And
Again, you're in your 20s.
yeah, and what was funny was we went out there, and my friend Gene Huff and I were leaning on the front of a vehicle, and just for some reason we just started talking shit. Like, well, I hope they realize that. I don't remember what we were saying, but that it's something about attacking the base or something along those lines and stealing the craft or something like that.
So crazy.
And then about 20 feet in front of us, we see a little green light fall on the ground and roll to us. And unbeknownst to us, now it's pitch black. You can't see your hand in front of your face. There were a bunch of guards standing right out there, and they had a night vision scope where they were like from here to the wall looking at us, listening to us. And the guy dropped it, and the scope rolled over to us, and you could see the green screen. We turned the lights on, and all these guys were there. So it was,
Whoa.
yeah. So we did incredibly stupid stuff and got caught, as we should have.
So when they catch you and they bring you in, then what happens?
Well, I went in for debriefing. The following day, I went to Indian Springs Air Force Base, which is kind of a defunct base that they used to use at the nuclear test site. And this is when they brought out the transcript of the phone call with my wife. And, they sat me down and we said, when we meant to keep the secret, we meant you can't tell your friends, right? And it just being sarcastic and trying to. And then they got real serious. But this is where they, took the transcript out and were reading me what
Peach Bridge.
my wife and, our friend were talking about. And it was a hard time.
So what happens from there? What do they do with you? Why don't they arrest you?
I don't know. I don't know why. I'm not sure they knew what to do, but they did let me go that night, and I went home.
Yeah, you've been in my
And
before.
this is kind of when the most stressful part started.
Because you're realizing you're being monitored.
Yeah, now I know. Not only am I being monitored, but now I know I'm in trouble. And it wasn't a short time after that I contacted. At that time, the only investigative reporter I had heard of in Las Vegas was George Knapp. And, told him some of the story because I had no idea what the hell was going to happen at that point.
So George Knapp tries to dissect your story, tries to find holes in it, tells it, puts it online, and makes everybody aware of it, and that's how I found out about it.
Yeah, to make a long story short.
What happens, to really make a long story short, but what happens from there on? I mean, do they contact you and say, hey, Bob, it's probably a good idea if you shut up? Did they try to label you as crazy? Was there...
There were a lot of things that happened between that point. I'm leaving out a lot of stuff to fill in the story. We'd have to go back to Los Alamos and well, I really don't want to talk about that. The
top secret weapons stuff that you were working on.
No, I'm talking about the 115.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know. I have to think about how I...
What is the problem?
I don't want to get myself into more trouble by admitting something, so I just have to dance around a couple.
He was rated just during the filming of the movie.
Yeah,
thought it
the
was
movie's great, by the way.
Thanks, Joe.
And it's on Netflix right now if anybody wants to check it out. And if you're one of those people like me who, I've always loved the idea of UFOs, I became extremely weary talking to people who are UFO believers and UFO fanatics because there's so many of them that are full of shit. And not just full of shit, they're childishly delirious. Like the way they talk about things. I mean, there's so many people that I'm in contact. They reach me in the night and they explain to me what we're doing to the ocean is wrong. Like,
this is one of the reasons I didn't want to do the show.
I'm sure.
It's no joke. We've had people literally camp out on our front lawn, and in some ways I can relate to some of these people. Maybe some of them did really have some kind of experience or saw something, and all their friends think they're crazy. But hey, now there's this guy I heard on the radio, and at least he knows I'm not full of shit, so I gotta talk to him.
Right.
And so most of the correspondence I get are people trying to get a hold of me, going, Bob, you got to listen to me. I'm coming to talk to you. I'm driving from Oklahoma or whatever, but some of them are just fucking bad shit crazy.
Yeah,
they're frightening.
There's a lot of schizophrenics that are involved in the conspiracy world. So there's a lot of people that have real issues.
Joe, it would be a disservice to your audience to not say that we have to look at what's going on now and understand. I've heard on your show a bunch of stuff about what's going on now, and to not really understand what's going on now, you can't see Bob's story in the correct light after 30 years. And at some point we should just touch upon that. The biggest being that things like the Tic Tac UFO case that came out, I've heard people even on the show say, well, there's a glitch in the radar. That's a data poor perspective. You just don't know yet what's really going on. Commander Fravor, I was able to get the interview with him to talk with him way before it became public. I got that from him. He saw it. Other pilots saw it. This is a big thing that's going on right now. They had more sightings on the East Coast recently, cubes with spherical orbs. These are not aerodynamic, and these are the people we trust to defend us on 9/11. Commander Fravor protected Los Angeles on 9/11. So we trust them, but they're not trained observers. Radar, individuals see these things, and the big one, just to throw it down so we can consider a story a little differently, there's more depth to it. The big one is the United States government has admitted that they have been continuously studying the UFO phenomenon. That program was called ATIP, was called OSAP. That's the mother program. George Knapp found that out. They announced with the New York Times about ATIP, but OSAP, these acronyms, OSAP, Advanced Aerospace Weapons Systems Applications Program, who cares? That was the mother program. So they've admitted we didn't stop studying UFOs in 1969 with Project Blue Book. We don't think it's crazy. We actually want to reverse engineer the technology. That's why on your other show, you said, what's this AAV thing? It's like they're making up another UFO name. Well, hold on, there's a reason. Because in the documents, the DIA documents that George Knapp released, that everybody said was fake till now they know is real, they call them AAVs, which is Advanced Aerospace Vehicles. People are getting the acronyms wrong. So the reason for the terminology change is so that we can mimic what we're reading in the DIA documents. People can look for that now. So they changed the names to get people away from UFO or UAP, even like Hillary Clinton said on air, right? So
what are you talking about?
Hillary Clinton informed the public on Jimmy Kimmel, oh, Jimmy, we don't call them UFOs anymore. We call them UAPs, unidentified aerial phenomena. Right, so she kind of was getting, the Clintons are very into the UFO topic. Senator Reid, he's done a lot for the subject, the study of it, right? So she informed the public so they could look for the right term. So these terms are important because the DIA, in those documents, they've been calling them AAVs for quite some time now.
And they changed the name to anomalous.
No, that's kind of a misnomer.
No?
So they always mess around with things, but it's actually advanced.
Right, but when they're describing it in the news, they were calling it anomalous aerospace vehicles.
Totally, and that's cool. They were also saying anomalous aerospace threats, AAT, right? Because they want the sense of a threat.
Right.
So my point is, if people don't know this now and they think this stuff is fantasy, this part of it, that we're studying it, that we take it seriously, we're spending money on it, and that we're getting great data from visual pilots to radar. That's why we know it's aerospace. They dropped from 80,000 feet. But guess what? That's the top scope of the Spy 1 radar is 80,000 feet. So the radar system they were using, it was coming from above that. So my point is this. If you don't understand that this is happening, you're just behind the curve because you don't have the information because of the stigma that you're talking about. I saw you get totally upset with the UFO topic. I met you first when you were totally upset with the UFO topic. It's the people. When you're doing your, I'm sorry, man. When you're doing your show, you know, the Joe Rogan questions everything. Mm-hmm. I could see how frustrating it is. Trust me, I had been frustrated to hell. Luckily, my mentor is George Knapp, and he's taught me the pitfalls as I went through it. My whole point in this rant right here is just that we have to now look at Bob's story, but knowing the facts, not someone saying it's a bird, it's a plane, it's a glitch. They're not. And so if you don't know that, you just don't have the information yet.
Not just that, knowing the facts as we know them in 2019, not 1988.
Absolutely. And so what has he said that has come true? He's totally unimpressed with it, right? What has he said that's come true? So I was like, Bob, they've announced gravity as a wave. You were right, man. You're vindicated. And he looks at me and he's like, well, if you think about it, Jeremy, I had like a 50-50 chance. He was not very impressed, right?
When did they announce gravity as a wave?
So they detected, in a sense, gravity waves. Now, it was there. You might know more. There's two black holes that were colliding, and that's how they were able to detect.
Yeah, somebody built, I don't know which group it was or what part of the government.
That's what Google's for.
Yeah, but they, built a gigantic gravity wave detector and pretty much detected
that there are such things as gravity waves.
First observation of gravitational waves, it says it was in 2016. Okay, the first observation of gravitational waves was made on 14th of September 2015. It was announced by the LIGO and Virgo collaborators on the 11th of February 2016. Previously, gravitational waves had only been inferred indirectly via their effect on the timing of pulsars in binary star systems. Dun, dun, dun. The waveform connected by both LIGO observatories master predictions of general relativity for a gravitational wave emanating from the inward spiral and merger of a pair of black holes around 36 and 29 solar masses and the subsequent ring down of the single resulting black hole.
Well,
yes, no.
He was in the 80s. The predominant theory was gravity is produced by gravitons, theoretical particles. But they're not. They're waves. They're not particles. And that's
so the thought is that the way we experience gravity, it's based on mass, which is why the moon, which is roughly 1/4 the size of the Earth, has 1/6 of the Earth's gravity. So there's some sort of a computation you can make based on mass.
Right. And remember, we can observe the effects of gravity, but we have no idea what it is. All we can do is observe it, and we can't make it. The only way you can make gravity is just put more mass together, and so it's just a product of gravity. But if you have a machine that makes gravity, you can pretty much do anything. You can affect time. You can have force fields. All that stuff that's in science fiction becomes reality if you have a machine that can make gravity. And what we worked on in the desert was a machine that makes gravity.
I love your analogy of dropping off a small nuclear reactor to the Victorian era. I love that analogy because back then that was impossible. That was magic. What you're talking about here, the fact that they just discovered this 4 years ago, that this is a wave, and we're, as much as we know and as impressed as we are, as we should be, with how much more technologically advanced we are than every other creature on this planet, we're still in many ways in the adolescence of technological innovation.
Absolutely. If even adolescence.
And when you're talking about this binary star system and Zeta Reticuli, and who knows how much longer these things have been around than us, who knows what their evolutionary cycle's been, who knows what
I mean, we might be talking about something that's a million years more advanced than us.
Yeah, it could easily be. Now, I'm not in, believe it or not, I'm not into UFOs. I don't follow stories or,
Even after your experiences?
No, I'm fascinated with the technology, and it irks me like every night I go to sleep that, that it was my own doing, essentially, that prevented me from continuing on in the project. I mean, it's that to be on that cutting edge of technology is so alluring to me.
Right.
But, by the same token, I don't really care that there's aliens or where they come from. I mean, the prize is the technology, and that's what I'm fascinated by. But so I don't listen to UFO stories and that sort of thing. But George Knapp is, he's the guy that has the contacts and tries to thread everything together. And what he recently told me is he found, I don't know, it was either documentation or people that he spoke to. It's that the existence of this project, the project that I was on, it's something that they seem to take out every 8 or 10 years.
So that's a very specific memo, and this is actually, this is the first time I'll be very clear with people about it. It's a big topic of conversation right now. It's called the Wilson Memo. You can look it up. Admiral Wilson met with a scientist who's actually was featured in one of my films. Everybody has been debating whether or not this document of a conversation with a sitting admiral at the time is a real document. It's an actual conversation that happened, and this document is real. Everybody wants to know. The world's going crazy right now in the UFO world. I'll tell you straight up right now, I'm in the position to know, and it is a real document, that it is real. So the conversation you read in that conversation was had. I can't attest to every...
You're not being very clear.
Sure.
Please.
No problem. So there was a document that is circulating right now that is really big. It's going around everywhere. People are asking. And
what is this document?
It's called the Wilson Memo, is how you can find it online. Or the Wilson Leak.
There it is. Jimmy's got it. The Wilson Memorandum.
No, that's not it.
Okay.
Yeah. So Admiral Wilson meets with this scientist, and they have this discussion. Oddly enough, at Special Projects at EG&G, and if I remember, the document is from 2001. I'm telling everybody right now, it's real, and we'll see. My history is pretty good with saying that something's real. So here we go. The document comes out. They meet at EG&G Special Projects. In 1989, they stumble into a problem. This happens. They put the technology away, and then they bring it back out and see if material science has caught up and if they can make any progress. So this document kind of talks about this process. The big thing I get from it, and a lot of it's vindicating to Bob, and one of the things that's vindicating, besides the EG&G thing, is that private industry, so this guy's an admiral, and he says, I found out about your SAP, your Special Access Program. I need to know about it. And he's going to a private part of industry, and he is denied access. And he says, I should be running this program. And they were able to deny him access. So I think the takeaway here is, check it out. I'm telling you that is an actual correct, that is a leak. Now, everything said in that document, I don't know.
What are you talking about? What is said in that document specifically?
It's between a scientist and an admiral that are sitting, and they're having a meeting, and they're talking about the search for the UFO subject, the search to get Special Access Program access to all of these different things like reverse engineering programs. So in this document, they talk about it. I believe that this document, the person that went was employed by Robert Bigelow, one of the guys that has a couple of orbiting satellites and all that stuff.
He's the guy who owns Skinwalker Ranch.
No, he's not. He was the guy that owns Skinwalker.
Okay.
Yeah, he used to own it. There's a new owner, and I interviewed him for my other film, but there's a new owner. You'll be hearing a lot more about that soon. But there's stuff that you'll be hearing about Skinwalker Ranch soon because there's a new owner. Anyway, the whole point of this insertion here is just that document kind of validates a lot of this idea Bob just said, that they make a little progress, then they can't go anywhere. They tuck it away, and then they bring it back out 10 years later and start working on it. What is the limiting factor? I think Bob should speak on this, but it's the material science.
Yeah, it's really where physics is. So I can see them doing that. I mean, I didn't have any information on that, but I think what George uncovered is probably accurate. That, we try and do what we can, and once we reach a roadblock on, we really can't figure it out.
So that
It's
they
just
can go.
friggin' wait, put the thing away, wait for science to catch up, and
You're
a
fucked,
decade
dog.
later, let's take the project out again and see. All right, now where can we go?
But there's got to be someone who remains informed, right?
Oh,
So
yeah.
you've got your scientists like you and Barry. You got your people that you.
A kid called Pedro is fucked.
Yeah,
It's
there
fun.
has to be some people that know everything.
You've got security, and then someone's going to be on the outside saying, "Hey, we need people to guard this building. Don't let anybody in for 10 years."
I think a lot of that is private industry, and I think that's how they keep it. Yeah, I think that's how they live. Because the government is just so leaky.
Oh, you
I think that's
pussy
kind
out.
of what they're doing.
That's what the document kind of proves. You just articulated that it is in control of private industry.
What private industry? Some aerospace company? Something?
I don't know.
Yeah, the admiral wouldn't name it in the conversation.
So they still have these things, supposedly.
I would guess. I mean, I don't have any information on
Have
it.
you ever asked anyone that has any inkling of any idea of where they got them or how they got them?
No, but something must have been said to me from Barry, but it was just too long ago, and I can't quite remember what was said, but it just left a seed in my mind. I think at least one of them was part of an archaeological dig, so it's old. At least one of them is old. I don't know if it was the one I worked on, but I remember something to do with an archaeological dig.
Whoa.
So that means it's not just old, it's ancient.
That'd be a great Steven Spielberg movie.
Yeah.
Right?
As all of it would.
Yeah, that tripped me out when he said that for the first time.
Yeah. That's a freak out. Like, just a couple of dudes with some brushes looking for a Tyrannosaurus Rex bone. They hit metal.
And when did they find it? They have 9 of them.
Well, and how could we have not heard about that? What about the guys with the brushes? How could you uncover something like that? And
Joe's newspaper at home does. I mean, they said it on that first day.
Oh, you mean the Roswell?
Yeah, the one you told me.
Yeah, I have a cover. What is this here, Jim?
This is the document, but I had to do some digging to find it.
Yeah, it's just kind of. Yeah, so this is where they meet at EG&G.
A kid called Pedro,
There's a
dog.
lot more coming
A
out.
kid
I don't
called
think that
Pedro.
George didn't
A
put
kid
this out.
called
He didn't
Pedro.
leak this out to anybody. This is, I can tell you how
Who
I
recorded this conversation?
So this was an employee of, at the time, Robert Bigelow.
And this is in 2002.
Right. Do you remember when he had that government contract called OSAP, the world all knows about now, and he had NIDS that studied the ranch? That $22 million, everybody is saying it was for ATIP, Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program. The $22 million was for OSAP that was pushed through 3 congressmen, right? An astronaut. It was pushed through. And that's what the $22 million, by the way, they spend more money on Viagra every year than they do studying UFOs. If it was just this program, which I think is funny.
They probably make a lot more money from Viagra.
They probably do.
Than UFOs.
Well, you never know how it seeds into the population. But anyway, this program, this is what was the mother program. So it got the $22 million. And really, it was to study Skinwalker Ranch. Oddly enough, that $22 million all was inspired by the phenomenon they were seeing at Skinwalker Ranch, because the scientists, they're seeing vehicles come through like a space in the sky.
Yeah, we went there. I went there.
Right.
Yeah, you interviewed a bunch of people that seemed full of shit, but a couple that didn't. It's very, very interesting.
Totally. And if you look, I spent a lot of time in the area. I'm not talking about those stories. I'm saying there were scientists hired by the government, right, through Bigelow to study the ranch because they thought it was important. And, whatever. The point is that $22 million was to study that. Then we have ATIP, which is like an auxiliary kind of program of military sites, like Commander Fravors and that sort of thing. This document is just one of those things that has now come forward that through the Bigelow studies, it was government funded, and then it was personally funded and then government funded. It's just one of those things that kind of shakes you, because you got this military guy who can't get access because of the private industry that's holding these non-terrestrial materials, that they can't study it. So that's the claim right now. Give it some time, let people dig more into this. It's fascinating, man.
So you are essentially you're kicked out, right? You're out of this program. You can't work with these crafts anymore. And do they give you any threats? Do they tell you what you have to do from here on out?
Yeah, well, I mean, the way it ended was I told George Knapp all this stuff. And, he said, well, let's just get it on tape. Should something happen, at least we have a record of it. And I don't remember what the emphasis was, but at some point, George wanted to air it. And he said, you make the call on it. And look, if at any point you change your mind, we won't air it. And it came down to the day where George wants to put it on the 5 o'clock news. And this is important stuff. People have to know about it.
Yeah.
I thought it was too. I thought it's kind of a crime. I know you got to keep the technology secret, but you can't not tell everybody that this stuff is going on, that we have, actual hardware from another civilization. It's a big fucking deal. Probably the biggest one there ever was. And George said, today's the day we got to put it on the news or something to that effect. And when it came right down to the time to air it, I changed my mind and I said, we're not doing it. And that's what turned into the famous wrestling match between me and George trying to get the tape, but he won because he was a bigger guy.
So you actually physically wrestled?
Well, I think it was more of a pulling match. I don't think we ever hit the ground, but he got the tape to put it in the player, and boom, 5 o'clock news was on. And then I got a call after that, and they said it was from Dennis. They said, "Do you have any idea what we're going to do here now?" And he hung up the phone. That was the last communication I had with him.
And what has happened to you since then?
After that, a lot of people I've known either were audited by the IRS, anybody I know that had clearances that worked in secure programs, had the clearances pulled. One of them, one of mine that Jeremy knows.
He's going on camera with me soon. You're going to tell the story now that he's out of work up there.
He was working up at the Tonopah test range, waiting for his clearance to come through, and they pulled that. It became, it's like if they can't get the person that's involved, they just create a problem for everybody that surrounds them. And so, I mean, the way it turns out, it hurt a lot of people's lives that I was connected to. And that's an effective way of shutting someone up. So
Did you feel that by coming forward and going public, they couldn't just snuff you out?
That's what I was told, and George and everybody, said that. It's public. There's, no one will touch you, and I fell for it. And I just
wish you didn't.
Yeah, sometimes.
Sometimes when it's just overstressed and people can't run your lawn.
Yeah, but this is going to make things worse doing this.
No, it's going to make things better.
That's what I was trying to tell him.
How is this going to make things better?
Well, because you're getting a real chance to explain yourself in a way that's going to make people who not only work in the government, people that are police officers, firefighters, and first responders, and doctors and scientists, they're going to empathize and empathize with what it must be like to be a person like you in your 20s who gets thrust into this world unknowingly and confronted with one of the most, if not the most important discovery in the history of human beings. The big question, are we alone? It's the number one question. There's two questions, right? What happens when we die, and are we alone? Those are the two big questions.
Right.
And if we're not alone, and someone knows we're not alone, and these some people who know we're not alone are these bungling sort of...
Even if they weren't, it's a crime that
Yes.
they're not telling the
Yes.
rest of us.
I don't mean bungling in terms of they're incompetent. I mean, they can't be competent. It seems to me, the way you're describing it, no one can be competent with this technology. Like the Victorian era scholars analyzing some sort of a nuclear reactor. There's no way.
Why do you think they're not telling us? Let's just make an assumption that this is true right now. Why do you think that they're not telling us that our government doesn't tell us? What's your best?
Well, let me put it into what you do. If I'm the president, okay, and I get this information, what do I do with this? What do I do with this? There's something we don't know. Something we don't understand. There's something that came from another world. We got it tucked away in the mountains, And I just want you guys to know about it. Hey, sleep tight. Hey, American Idol's on tonight. Who do you think's going to win?
Yeah.
Who's going to win American Idol?
That's not going to
So one is uncertainty, and the other one is what Bob and I have talked about a lot. Absolutely not knowing what to tell people because you don't really understand it yourself. Even though you've got
What do you say? You want to run a government? You want to get people to pay their taxes?
So there's something else.
Yeah. What do you say?
So you have these objects flying with impunity, right? And you have something else.
Well, not only that, what can you say? Like, how much do you really know?
I think it's mainly the technology. They just want to keep the technology secret because if there's,
whoever gets this wins, dude.
You control where you literally become invincible once you master the technology. You cannot penetrate a field like that. So imagine I know it's all science fiction, but science fiction turns into science fact. If you have real force fields around aircraft and battleships, you win. You win. You can force your will upon anybody. And like I said, there's so much more to the story. When I was first there were Russian scientists at S4. This was early on in the project.
So this was before Operation Paperclip became public as well, right? So
I would imagine.
That was.
I don't know what the dates were.
When was that?
When did that? Was that
98, I think.
98.
Yeah, I don't know the dates.
So it's roughly 10 years later, Operation Paperclip becomes Freedom of Information Act.
We're talking about Russia, not Germany. He's talking Russian scientists.
Yeah, but I mean, Russian scientists, a lot of them came from Germany. A lot of those rocket scientists that work with NASA, they all came from Nazi scientists.
Got it.
So some Russians got some of them.
I just know at some point there was intense cooperation.
With
I mean, even exchanging some ideas on nuclear weapons and EMP tests and stuff like things we would never have discussed with them. But at the same time, it was in the late 80s. They were involved and actually in the area at S4 with us.
So you got to communicate with these guys, or you saw them?
No, I knew they were there. Barry would talk about the commies that were there.
The commies?
Yeah, the commies. And
that was back when they were the commies.
Yeah, they were real commies. At some point, it wasn't our group, but at some point, there was a big discovery made. And this did not happen when I was there. It happened in between my trips to there. And after that, apparently they decided it was just too cool to share with anybody, and the Russians were never allowed back on the base after that.
But you don't know what that discovery was?
No, like I said, it wasn't my group. So one of the other groups really found out something. But in typical American fashion, it was all right, this is ours, you guys get the hell out of here.
Was there any inkling that any other government had something similar?
No, nothing that I had heard.
See, that was the thing that always freaked me out, was why, if something was so superior to human beings, it's almost like visiting an ant colony. Like, why would you go to the queen? I don't give a fuck who the queen is. I'm a human. I'm so superior to you ants. I don't care who you have running your hive. I'm just going to study it.
I think it's who got it.
Who got it?
Look at the, rocket technology in Germany.
But they got 9 of them?
Yeah, that doesn't make sense to me either. So they were either in the same area, or one had clues to where others were. I mean, I don't know. You have to fill that in there, but you're right. I mean, 9 of them. That's a big dig if it was archaeological.
Well, one of the more recent sightings and these discussions that have been coming out recently from Air Force pilots and Navy pilots, they've been talking about things happening in the ocean. And that something literally goes into the water, or something maybe below the surface
Think
of
about
the water.
that 2004 Tic Tac Nimitz case. So that's when George Knapp and I broke on the radio twice before the New York Times, so I know this one really well. Commander Fravor and those pilots. There was a disturbance on the surface of the water. Commander Fravor visually saw what looked like similar to a cross, some object. So it's like as if you have some coral under the water and it's breaking over.
Right.
The Tic Tac is doing this crazy maneuver that defies. It's a gravity propelled system.
They saw it in the sky before they saw it in the water, right?
Yeah. So there were radar that was picking these things coming down from 80,000 feet, dropping to 50 feet in less than a second.
This is it, Jamie. What is it?
This is actually on the news today. There was a briefing.
So a lot of people get this confused.
Not this one then either?
No, so that is called the gimbal. So there's 3 videos released by the Pentagon that are all actual. I would really just pay attention to the source videos. So you've got the Tic Tac, which is this object that Commander Fravor saw. Another pilot filmed it with a FLIR pod, and it goes But this one you see is really important to Bob's story. The gimbal craft, it's been recently analyzed, it's FLIR. Not only does it's definitive that it's not a conventional anything by its movements, but there's a pocket of cold air around a propulsion source. So this object, by the way, sat stationary for days, if not weeks. It sat stationary.
Yeah, they found it 11 hours later, and they were saying there's no way this thing, using that kind of energy to go that fast, could just hover
The
for
amount of
11
time.
hours.
And by the way, you're seeing a very small part of what happened that day. This object was not alone. And so hopefully that information comes out and we can, I mean, I wish we had video of it. I'm sure we all want to see it. But that's called the gimbal. That was East Coast, right? 2015. West Coast, 2004 is the Tic Tac. The disturbance on the water, Commander Fravor believes there was something under that water that was causing that disturbance when the Tic Tac was coming around and doing it. With inside the people that are studying this, they're thinking maybe the Tic Tac system was causing the disturbance, but the USO, unidentified submerged object that he visually saw, the whole interesting thing about that is, I would love Bob to describe it, is why it doesn't matter if these craft are in space, air, or water. Why doesn't it matter? I love when he talks about this shit.
Well, first of all, Commander Fravor was the F-18 pilot off the Nimitz that was sent out to find out what this stuff is. But and it wasn't just, I got a chance to talk to him recently, and it wasn't just a radar image. I mean, Commander Fravor had eyes on it for over 5 minutes watching this thing, as 4 other pilots did. So this wasn't a radar blip or anything. I mean, these guys were watching this thing. But, you know, one of the things I think in the gimbal video, the way the craft that we worked on flies is it doesn't fly like a conventional aircraft does, and it doesn't fly like a flying saucer would in a 1950s movie. It flies belly first. I mean, it may set down conventionally, but it always rotates. It does a roll maneuver, puts its belly towards the target, and then moves away
So it
at high
would be
speed.
like a car flying with the wheels forward.
Right, right. I mean, it may land on the wheels, but at some point when it wants to leave, flips up, points the wheels where it wants to go and takes off. And the gimbal video, you can see the craft do the roll maneuver. And it's really interesting. It behaves exactly like the craft that I worked on.
So much like we have different shaped aircrafts and fighter jets and cars, they probably have different shapes of these objects that operate under similar principles.
Right,
Perhaps.
but they all have the same power source.
They all have the same power source. And we're also dealing with, if you think about the laws of technological progression, you know, you think of Moore's law and you think of how things accelerate, you've got to think that if this civilization is who knows how many years more advanced than we are, if not even years. I mean, we're thinking about it in terms of conventional terms, right? The way we look at the world. I mean, they might be just superior in terms of their intellect. They've got to be, maybe. We don't know, right?
Well, the only reason I say that is because, look, everyone doesn't necessarily start at a steam engine and go to an internal combustion engine and then, you know, electric power, nuclear power, and go up the ladder that we came in. You know, the binary, if the stuff is true about the origin and the binary star system, and they have heavier elements that we don't have, and this stable element 115 is a naturally occurring material, maybe that's the first thing they started experimenting with. And the version of their steam engine, their first product, was something that operated like this. And actually, when they came to Earth to look around, or, you know, whatever, they were amazed at the stuff we were doing. These guys burned stuff and squirted out the back to go forward. So, you know, who says they follow any kind of normal progression like that?
My thought was, if you went back to the 1400s and then you went from 1400 to 1500, you're not going to see that much of a difference technologically. Right? If you go from 2000 to 3000, I assume there's going to be a radical change.
Right. Well, the delta, the rate of change is magnificently higher than it used to be.
Right. So if you think about what they had in 1988 and you think about what they probably have in 2019, just logically, it seems like they would advance.
I would think.
The only question is like, are they living? Is that a living thing in terms of like a biological thing? Or are they some sort of an artificially created creation like we are working on right now? I mean, we're in the middle of working on artificial reality, artificial beings, sentient beings, artificial intelligence. There's silicon-based life forms that they're essentially trying to create. Boston Dynamics, or was it Boston Dynamics? I think
You can make
robots. Yeah.
You can make machines out of flesh,
Yeah,
right? So
right.
a cyborg or a cybernetic organism is just that, that's what a lot of people think those like gray things are, that people call the grays.
Yeah.
It's like they're machines printed from flesh. So what you're saying is like not
Well, they could just be
No.
synthetic life.
Synthetic
They don't
life,
even need to be, machines.
Right.
Well, they seem to have no sex organs. The way they're described by people that have had interactions with them assume these people aren't liars
Right.
or crazy or whatever.
Right.
That they have no sex organs and that they don't seem to have any muscle. That is almost like a frame.
Right.
And they have enormous heads. I mean, if you look at Australopithecus or depictions of ancient hominids, and then you go to human beings, one of the things you see is bigger heads and weaker bodies.
Well, you see a clear progression of evolution too, where something like that, I would lean towards a synthetic organism because it looks like it was made for a specific task. There's no reproductive organs, so I mean that almost kind of leaves out any kind of physical evolution.
Right. Well, that's also our bottleneck, right? Our bottleneck is our biological imperative. The need to breed, emotions, fear, anxiety, all these different things that exist in order to force us into making sure we reproduce. I mean, that's essentially what it is. There's human reward systems that aren't necessary once they can figure out a way to make some sort of sentient artificial life. Some sort of thing that doesn't have these biological limitations that we have.
By the way, these craft, all these different kinds have been reported because it was confusing. I always thought of flying saucers when I heard Bob Lazar talk about flying saucer, right? But if you look back in history, people have always reported the weirdest shapes. Like none of them are alike. And, there are the saucers, but you got cigar shaped, you got the top hat shape, you have orbs. Why? Maybe they're serving different purposes. They're doing different things like we've used different tools. And I want to be clear, the reason I know that memo is real is because I spent a lot of time with Dr. Edgar Mitchell, sixth man to walk on the moon. Last guy to film him before he died, right? That's how I know I don't want any journalists thinking I got it from anywhere else. I know because of Dr. Mitchell. And he said the same thing. Maybe these things are performing different tasks, And that's
well,
why
they seem, if you think about what an alien is in terms of the sort of iconic image of an alien. Like the Steven Spielberg, Close Encounters of the Third Kind alien. They seem like what we'd assume a human being would eventually become.
Right.
And if these things are tiny, human beings are smaller than they've ever been before. They're weaker than they've ever been before. And there seems to be a trend in that direction. And this trend seems to be amplified by our technological progression. There are a lack of need for muscle strength and a lack of need for violence, and we're moving in a society to try to get away from all the things that we think are abhorrent about human beings and the terrible behaviors that we have. If we one day do give birth to some sort of an artificial being, like Marshall McLuhan's quote, "We are the sex organs of the machine world." That one day we...
Okay, I'll buy that.
Yeah, McLuhan was brilliant. And that quote has always been one of my favorites because, what are we doing when we're constantly technologically innovating? We're constantly looking for faster cars, better computers, bigger screens, faster, more resolution, more pixels, more this, more that, higher bandwidth, 5G, 10G.
Right.
What are we doing? We're moving into this, if you just follow it, objectively stand back, don't attach yourself or your civilization, your culture to it, and look at what it is. We're moving 100% towards technological innovation. If you looked at this species from afar, and if you weren't a part of it, you would say, well, what does this species do? Oh, they make things. They make things better every year. Beehives are the same fucking thing that you see 10 years ago. You go by, you see a beehive, it's amazing, it's cool, but they're the same fucking thing. They figured out how to do it, they make a beehive.
Right.
We don't do that. We make better things.
What would you
constantly?
And at some point, I think that technology is going to fuse with us.
Yes.
And we're going to become...
It's already happening.
Yeah.
And Elon Musk talked about it on my podcast, that we are cyborgs. You just carry it in your pocket. It's a phone. It answers any question you want. You can talk to it. It'll give you the answers instantaneously. It navigates you. It has all your phone numbers in it. It has all your contacts. You can get a hold of people. People are listening to you through it. It's connecting us in ways even involuntarily.
Haptics, that kind of thing.
Yeah, it's also getting on your wrist. How many people have iWatches, Apple Watches?
Well, right, and that's only because we can't integrate them yet. But if you know that point is coming.
100%. Yeah, I didn't joke about it last night, but I have a bit about it that I did about the integration between humans and technology. That's
what would you do if you were a hyper intelligence, right? Would you do the work yourself, or would you create some cool things called like humans to do it for you? Would you create things that are cybernetic organisms to come in with machines and do it for you? If you were hyper intelligence that has kind of changed like you've described, you'd probably create workers, right?
Well, that's a vast conspiracy theory.
I'm not talking about conspiracy.
But it is a kind of a conspiracy.
I'm asking you.
Well, I mean, I don't think it's necessarily that. I mean, you could look at it that way, but that is the way conspiracy theorists would look at it. The way I would look at it is like there's obviously a progression going on, a biological progression. There's some sort of an integration with technology. There's some sort of imperative, this need for technological innovation. It's inescapable. Everyone has it. And I think it's attached to materialism in a strange way because so many people work so hard to get
what happened here?
And like, God, that seems so illogical and preposterous, and it makes people unhappy, and depression's on the rise, but nobody seems to be able to stop it. Like, why is that? Well, maybe it's because we are the electronic caterpillar that give birth to the butterfly. Maybe that's what we're doing. Maybe what our job is to do is to make some sort of a cocoon. We don't even know we're doing it while we're doing it. Do you think a caterpillar is aware? Like, hey, caterpillar, what are you doing? Man, I'm doing my thing. It's my job. I have to make a cocoon. Then I'm
this could be a natural part of evolution.
It could be.
That we're just supposed to do this.
Exactly.
And make the jump to some sort of mechanized.
Right.
Non-biological.
An orangutan that is fishing with a spear.
No.
They've figured out how to fish with spears.
Okay, dog.
There's primatologists.
Wait, without somebody showing them how to fish?
No, they've imitated human beings doing it. And now they do it, but they do it independently. They're not trained orangutans. They're wild orangutans. Look at that. There's a wild orangutan.
Oh, yeah, that's impressive. That's impressive.
Well, there's these primatologists.
Yo, dog.
We call them primatologists. That's the term.
What in the fuck?
Biologists that believe that monkeys and
remove
chimps
some of your content
and some of the great apes
all right, dog.
into the Stone Age. That they've currently entered the Stone Age. Like, they're not staying what they were 100,000 years ago or 500,000 years ago, but they're actively using tools and they're experimenting with different ways to use those tools. And then they're making tools out of stone. They're making tools out of sticks, and they're using them. Well, this might just be what happens. This might just be what happens. I mean, why else? Why the fuck would we work so hard? I mean, I was driving to LA this morning. I had a doctor's appointment, so I was on the 405 at 8 in the morning. Like, Jesus Christ, like, this is so crazy. When you're on the 405 in LA at 8 o'clock in the morning, you see literally a million cars, and it's just everywhere you go is people. And also, I'm in a Tesla, so I have it on autopilot. So I'm there sitting, I'm listening to a podcast. I barely have my hand on the wheel. I'm not touching shit. This car's driving me along. I'm not even doing anything. I'm just hanging out. It's so much less stress, by the way, to do it that way.
Right.
So it encourages you to innovate.
Yeah.
It encourages you to embrace this new technology. I got this giant screen. It's showing me the navigation in front of me. Oh, I'll be there 5 minutes early. Excellent. And I'm listening to a podcast wirelessly. It's Bluetooth streaming from my phone. And I pulled that podcast, which came out today, out of the fucking sky. And I'm listening to it, and I'm all comfortable.
We remove your content. What else is new, dog?
This is irresistible stuff.
Yeah.
Irresistible.
What's that? What's that, Bob?
It's frighteningly irresistible.
But is it frightening? I mean, if you were a monkey, or if you were an Australopithecus, would you go, man, I don't want to fucking be a person, live in a house? That's bullshit. I like just swinging around on trees. I like running from jaguars. This is life. Guys, life is running from crocodiles. It's not living in a fucking suburban community.
There's probably some that are like that.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think when it comes, we're going to embrace it. We're going to embrace it the same way you embrace cell phones, the same way you embrace television. There's going to be a few holdouts. I don't even have an email address, man. Those there's a few and far between. Good luck with that, fuckface. Go move to the woods, Ted Kaczynski.
Yeah, I was just going to throw Ted Kaczynski.
Oh, man. Ted Kaczynski was right. This is something that I think about sometimes when I get really high. That Ted Kaczynski was a part of the Harvard LSD studies. This has been proven. Ted Kaczynski, they cooked his fucking brain when he was at Harvard, and then when he went over to
They
Berkeley,
cook
he became a
rabbis,
professor, his
bro.
goal
When
was
those
to
fucking
make
chicken
enough money
names,
so he could
motherfucker.
implement this
Where's
program
this
and
bitch,
live in the
Peachy
woods
J,
and
you
then
cunt?
write his manifesto and
She
start killing
hates
people
me.
that were involved in propagating technology.
He was expunged from the Harvard logs, by the way. This is something my friend just called me about. So there's like this private library, and they used to print people's names whenever they were part of the university. And he was one of the handful of people that were expunged from it. I want to jump back to the one thing, Joe. I want to be very careful with that word, conspiracy theorist. What I was saying to you was, we terraform our Earth, right? We terraform, we change the environment, we do all this innovation. What is stopping us from thinking that that's not being done? I'm not saying it is. I'm saying what's stopping us from thinking that that's being done on a much bigger level, on a cosmic level.
You mean like aliens coming down doing that to humans?
Well, I'm telling you that there is something here. There's a fact. There's something. They're a craft. They're here. They're not ours. They're here. So the question is, what is that about? And I'm just looking at what we do with what you're describing with technology.
Well, I think it's much more likely that the same way we observe chimps,
Did they get me?
we observe that they are now in the Stone Age,
Yeah, no.
that they're observing us, and that they're recognizing that there's a pattern, that there's steps that happen. I mean, Carl Sagan talked about the different levels of civilization.
Oh, they got you,
that
dog.
if we don't get past certain levels, we're never going to reach this.
Right.
I mean, we're in
Type
this.
1 civilization,
Peachy?
stay type 0.
Well,
yeah.
we're in this
Peachy
warring, polluting,
Yeah.
pillaging
We're awesome.
civilization.
Humans are awesome.
It's well, I mean, we're awesome in a lot of ways,
Yeah.
you know.
But in that way, we're not.
Well, yeah, we're children that have immense power that we didn't really. The other thing is you're using the immense power that other people have created, right? I mean, even when you're driving a car and you're stomping on the gas, like, woo, you didn't invent the fucking engine. You didn't invent tires. There's all these things that were involved in the creation of this thing that is really outside of your grasp of understanding, but yet you have the ability to use it, like a person with a gun. I'm just gonna bang, bang, bang people. You didn't invent a gun. So like you've without the intellect to craft and engineer and manifest these creations, you just have access to them because you have paper or you have Bitcoin or you have whatever the fuck you're using a credit card. Now you have almost no responsibility. You can just flippantly use these things, which is why we were very childlike in our actions. We haven't had to earn the responsibility. We haven't had to earn these things that we've been able to have, and you've only been able to have them because other people have innovated and spent ungodly amounts of time and effort and focus in the lab to create these things. And then they've all put them together. And then what's the reason to put them together? To profit. Well, what's the reason to profit? Well, why are you doing this? So you can buy more things. Well, what are we doing? What are we doing? We're making better things. That's what we do. That's all we do.
That's all we do is make better things.
Yeah. Why the fuck do we need oil? Why do we need oil? Why can't we just burn wood and stay home? Why can't we grow chickens and food in the backyard? Why can't we do it? Well, we fucking can. We certainly can. People do it. But we decide to make that almost impossible. Our preferred way of living is to stuff everyone into a very small area where no one grows anything other than weed. And this is what LA is. LA is 20 million people with hard surfaces, as many hard surfaces as you can. Boy, if you got an acre backyard in LA, holy shit, look at all that green. This is amazing. Well, no, that's the fucking earth coming through this weird sort of creation that we've put on top of the earth. But the goal is that, like New York City, there's none of it, right? You've got Central Park and they just got human shit. You stacked up, no one's growing anything. And then constant work. Everyone's up early. Go, go, go. Innovate, progress, make that money so you can buy more things. And every year, hey, Apple, where's this fucking new phone? As if your phone isn't good enough. Your phone's taking pictures and videos, and people are calling you, and you got applications that tell you which way the wind's blowing. It's not good enough.
A blink of an eye, it's all gone, though, that, like 10,000 years and the Hoover Dam goes or whatever. Mount Rushmore disintegrates. So it's amazing because we have created that, and everything's trying to spring up through that. We keep it maintenance down, but we're a blink, man. Something hits.
But we don't think that way. You think in terms of your own life, right? You think in terms of what you want and what you need right now. We are in many ways this combination of this weird, primitive, ape-like thing with the ability to calculate and manipulate our world and our environment that makes us wholly unique. On top of that, with existential angst and fear. So what do you do with that? Well, fucking water it down with antidepressants. Give these fucking people some shit that keeps them moving. They're worried about the future. They're trying to figure out what reality is. It just, you're on a goddamn convertible spaceship spinning 1,000 miles an hour, hurling through infinity. There's no meaning to this thing. Just keep making shit. Keep making stuff. And then one day,
What up, pimp? Yo, dog. How are you?
Born out of innovation, thinking, progress.
I'm kicking ass and I'm taking names.
Then likely, it's probably going to be what we're seeing that these things are that you're observing.
I'm not observing them, but yeah.
Are you implying that they're us?
I don't think they are us, but I think they are what happens when things keep going. It's not us, just like we're not monkeys, right? I'm not a chimp.
Hold on a second, John. What are you saying? Can you start from the top?
I'm just admiring this yo-yo box that you got with all the merch. And
Oh, hell yeah. It's a big deal.
that baby Sproto like pillowcase thing in the back looks pretty damn comfy.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Makes the back of my head feel amazing.
You want to see my painting that I just finished?
I would love to. There's nothing in this world I want to see any more than that. Let's see it. I can't. Hold on a second. Let me look at it on another device. Just one moment. All right, I'm looking at it now. Yeah, that's cool, dog. What is it? Yeah, I do. That's amazing. That's pretty cool. What's your dog's name? Shout out to Yellow. Like the Coldplay song or The Color. Do you like the Coldplay song? Yes or no? Go.
Yeah, of course. I've jammed out to Yellow on many occasions, having some good. Have you ever tripped balls on shrooms listening to Coldplay and just transcended time and space?
Perhaps.
Yeah, Coldplay is a very, very classic group. I think my favorite song by them is Sparks, I think. It's like a really sad song. It's like the saddest song in like the whole fucking world. But yeah, I love a Family Guy bit where Peter's like, I got kicked out of Coldplay, and then like hands like this takeaway, and he's like, hey guys, how about we play something that's not sad and depressing for once?
Wasn't it like whiny? Doesn't he say like whiny bullcrap? Yeah, I love that. That's amazing. Have you ever seen the one? I mean, this doesn't have anything to do with that. I just love Family Guy. Have you ever seen the one where he goes to Korea? All right, so there's a Family Guy. You would know it if I told you. It'd be like, oh yeah, I know that one, because it uses all kinds of like K-pop video in it. So I'm guessing you've never seen it. Okay, I'm going to tell you the plot line in a second. The plot line is something like this. Quagmire, you know, he's a pilot. And at one time in his backstory, he had a time period where he was an actor in Korean films, in like Korean soap operas. And this one that he was in was called like Winter Summer, something like that. And basically he fell in love with a woman there, and they had cats or some kind of connection like that. Anyway, he had to leave her, and he did. Well, he goes back with Peter, Joe, and Cleveland, and they meet Quagmire's Korean ex-love. And she introduces them to K-pop. And the thing that is so funny is Peter's watching it and he goes, what is this and how can I make my life about it? It's very funny. Anyway, then what happens? Basically, they like have this event where Quagmire might want to stay in Korea forever with this girl, and then they just do a whole bunch of K-pop stuff and then they leave. It's one of my favorite episodes of all time, though. Anyway, another one.
Is it in a newer season?
Yeah, it's pretty. I would say maybe the last like 8 years.
Okay, I haven't seen much of the new seasons. I feel like they kind of got, or at least for me, like they're still funny, but they're kind of like hit or miss almost.
I understand. So then I watched. There's another one that's very funny. I don't know. It's a newer one too, where Peter is at an Usher concert. Have you ever seen this one?
No, sounds like a newer episode.
It is.
I've mostly seen the whole ones.
That's okay. So it's hilarious to me. I mean, I'm not going to do it justice, but I'm also not going to pull it up. I'm just going to say what it is. Peter is at an Usher concert, and Usher's up there singing to all the women and Peter. There's like a billion girls and Peter. And Usher's like, I'm going to take my hand and put it in the air. And he grabs Peter's hand. I'm going to pull you up on stage and make your life. And Peter's like, oh, this is the best, Usher. And then Usher's like, I'm going to freak on you a little slow. And then Peter's like, sorry, I just BM'd, which means I just shit myself. I just had a bowel movement. And then it cuts to the next scene. But it's very funny, and it reminds me of that scene that you just said that I corrected or said something where I said, what was the scene that you brought up in Family Guy? I know, isn't that crazy how random the show is? It had to do with someone singing on stage because it reminded me of Usher and Peter Griffin. And then I said the thing about Korea, and then this one. It was the episode before Korea. What was it? It had to do with Peter. Isn't this crazy that we don't know what it was about?
I mean, I'm used to it because my
Dog, I'm not. I'm going to get this. I fucking have my wife on camera. Just a moment. Oh, yeah. It was Coldplay. Yeah. Is there anything that you can't play any whiny bullcrap? Exactly. So Peter's at a concert at that one. He is in a music video in the Korean one, and he's at a concert in the Usher one. So these are all related to Family Guy. What's your favorite Family Guy of all time? Go.
favorite episode.
I just asked you. What is your favorite episode of Family Guy? Go.
I need a moment to think.
All right, dog. Take all the moments that you need. Your dog's name is Yellow. Named after the color, not the Coldplay song. See how everything comes full circle?
Yeah, just like the sun and the moon.
And the stars, the wind, and the rain. Hell yeah, baby.
Is there a flat Earth episode of Family Guy?
Not that I know of, not yet. Is there a flat Earth episode of South Park?
I'm surprised they haven't made fun of flat Earthers. Which maybe they have.
I don't know of it. Flat Earth is going to be very serious in the future, so I don't think they make fun of it.
Yeah, what are your views on flat Earth?
That it is a psyop. Basically, if you listen to what the former CIA director stated he stated, "We will know that our disinformation campaign is successful when everything that the American public knows is false." So basically, it is an intent of the CIA to make every fact that the United States citizen knows into a false fact, basically. So what does that mean? 2 + 2 is 5, that Earth is flat, that we live in a geocentric universe and not a heliocentric solar system, all that kind of stuff.
So you don't believe that the Earth is flat and that that the circular or spherical Earth is disinformation?
No, I think that the Earth is round, like every motherfucker in the year 2000, like 99.999% of the Earth believed it was round. So,
yeah,
like,
I don't believe the flat Earth people are right.
right, that's a disinformation campaign, dog. It's going to be very successful, though. In the future, there'll be people who will say we need to teach flat Earth in schools, and then eventually there will be people who say we shouldn't teach whatever spherical Earth or the traditional route. Everything needs to be flat Earth.
I mean, one argument I heard for the round Earth is that if we convince people that they're so insignificant on a large scale, then they'll be less motivated to do stuff because they'll think that they're not important versus if you're in the geocentric universe, then you're on the main stage and you're really important, not just lost in the Milky Way, but I believe that the Milky Way is real.
Excellent, man. I'm glad that you believe that the Milky Way is real. Is there anything else that you believe is real, Al?
I believe that we are in some form of a simulation, and there is I don't know, it's hard. What do you think? I don't know. You're Jewish, so I don't know really what your Jewish God is, but can you even imagine, like, what kind of big mint God is in your mind? Is it some, like everything's consciousness and then of this, like, major thing, and we're all just kind of in this dream of this giant consciousness?
Well, I don't think of God as having corporeal, like a body, like with a conscious. I think of God as being energy, and whatever that is, that's what I'm on board.
Got it. Makes sense. Yeah, I don't attribute any personal, like, human qualities to God, but
Keep talking. I have to adjust one of my phones.
Rabbi, would you be interested in possibly making an animation series?
Hell yeah, baby. Only if it's about a rabbi with a huge cock.
As a start, I feel like you do have a good creative mind. Have you seen the show Xavier the Renegade?
No, I haven't.
Oh, dude, you'll love this show.
Is it the greatest thing in the history of mankind?
You'll really like the show. I'm positive. It's like super like autistic and funny by Adult Swim.
Scale it from 0 to 10. With the scale being a 0 sucks dick and a 10 is good stuff.
I think it's honestly the funniest show I've ever seen in my entire life.
Holy shit, that's really high praise. What's it called?
I'll send you a link.
Does it have anything Canadian in it?
No, it's not like Trailer Park Boys or anything. It's just
Is it an American show or a Canadian show?
I'm pretty sure it's American.
Very well. And what's it called?
I just forwarded you a link. It's Xavier the Renegade Angel.
And the reason why I say it is normally I know about this shit. But if it's Canadian, then a lot of times I don't. Or if it's Mexican, I don't know it. Or another country. But okay, so Xavier. Did you send it to the right one? Perhaps no. Let me send it to you. L. Yo. Yo. That's okay. All right, I see it now. You're saying this is the greatest thing you've ever seen in the history of mankind? Dog, is it like really shitty animation the whole time?
No, animation's hilarious. It's good enough to illustrate the points. It's not like a Pixar level quality, but it still does the job.
You know that it's actually not that bad. You're right. You just have to get used to it. All right. So I have to take a look at this bitch. This is on Adult Swim?
Ridiculousness and randomness and just funniness, if that makes sense. Like the same kind of vibe as this show.
Yeah, dog. This show is written for adults, and it is pretty amazing, dog. It is your favorite show of all time. That's tight as fuck. I'm looking at its Wikipedia right now, dog. I'm going to see if it even has a Wikipedia. It does, and it is a country of origin, U.S. There are 20 episodes. That's very cool. Thank you for sharing.
No problem. Pizza delivery on from R9K graciously shared the show with me.
What did you do with Marcus Wentz?
Right now he's in Sydney and he's attending some Ethereum event, I believe in Sydney, Australia. And he messaged me today wondering if I could make it to Texas for a Harry Potter Abomasonic 10 party. I'm not sure if you're going to that.
Where is it?
Somewhere in Texas, apparently. I can't fly on airplanes really because my tinnitus and ears just explode and it's a nightmare if I do so.
Where in Texas is this fucking party?
That has not been disclosed to me, so I'm not sure.
Okay, who's throwing the party?
He sent me a link to a Twitter post to the Harry Potter Masonic Community Party in Texas.
Is that a chick?
I'm gonna guess that Meow is a chick, yeah.
That's not a. Why are you guessing that?
I'm surprised you don't know about the Harry Potter Masonic Community Party.
It's news to me, dog. Honestly, they probably don't want me there. You know why? Because I'll steal all the girls. Dog. You want me to say it again? They probably don't want me there because they know that I'll steal all the girls. We're going to go over this again. They probably don't want me there because they know I will steal all the girls. Game over. Next. What was that, dog?
Where is your bitches at now? You're in California. Can you just walk outside? Like some.
Yep, I can and do. Ask Apollo. When he was with me, we had girls walking up to us. Dog, I lose count at the amount of chicks I've been with at 42. Xavier. Yeah, dog, when this thing goes viral, I'll be able to have sex with anybody I want. I don't use it on Twitter. I use it on Kick, and it's kicking ass and taking names. It's firing off like a motherfucker. Right now, it is firing on 2 different computers.
I saw one of your TikToks had like 189,000 views, and it was just you laughing at this video, and you're like dying laughing.
Oh yeah, you want to know what that one was? There was this girl who's a news anchor on television in North Carolina, and she was doing an Ask Me Anything on Twitter, and I quickly snuck in a question: do you use your right or your left hand to wipe? And she read it very quickly, and she said, my right hand. Oh, I thought you said right. I thought you said right. And here I was watching it live, and I saw that she made a mistake, and I caught my reaction.
Nice. Was it in front of a bunch of people? Like it was an actual news anchor?
Yeah.
Doing an AMA?
Yeah. At the news studio. So what they do is they do live TV, and then when they're on commercial break, they do TikTok and shit. And then they go back in. So basically their TikTok is going while they're on live TV, and you watch them do live TV, and then they go to commercial break, and then they are on their social media. So she had just been, I think she's the weather person or the anchor, I forget. But she's the anchor there. She had just been doing the news or whatever, and then she's like, all right, we'll go back to commercial, or we'll be back from commercial in a few minutes or whatever. And then she goes back to her phone, and she's asking people, people are asking her about her favorite color and her favorite vacation. And then I come in with, do you use your right or your left hand to wipe? And then she says, right, I'm right-handed. And then she goes, oh, I thought you said right. Or I didn't know you said wipe. Oh, forget I even said anything. And then what's very funny is occasionally, like this happened like 2 years ago, occasionally I'll create a social media account and tag her in it with that, and she blocks it every single time. She's very embarrassed of it.
Nice. Just freaking trolling this poor lady's career.
Word, dog.
Have you trolled any other people's career?
Fuck yeah. Do you know who Max Holloway is? Max Holloway? I wouldn't know who he is until Joe Rogan just did a podcast with them like last week. He's a UFC fighter, and I was trolling him tonight. He had 500 people in his kick stream, and I was going in there asking him if he knows who Rabbi Rothschild is, and I asked him. I told him he did a good job on Joe Rogan. He said doing Joe Rogan was really fun, and he'd love to be back, and he was just playing video games.
Any other legendary trolls?
Yeah, one time I had Katie Couric. You know who Katie Couric is? Do you know who Katie Couric is?
I know who like 5 people on this planet are.
All right, Katie Couric did the Today Show. She's like a really big news anchor, and she was a national news anchor. She did the CBS Evening News. She also did the Today Show. She's like America's mom. Anyway, when I first joined Instagram, I did an Instagram live, and she came in and watched me sing for 20 minutes. I didn't troll her, but she was just she was a celebrity with Through My Head interactions, which was pretty baller. She stayed in there for a long time, and to the point where when I was done, I wrote on my back wall, Katie Couric was here. I was so excited.
Nice, dude. Nice. And lots of news anchors, I guess.
Well, just two. Katie Couric and then that other girl. And then Max Holloway is a UFC fighter. I'm trying to think of anybody else who I have trolled. PewDiePie. If you know who PewDiePie is, I trolled him with a video. I trolled, if you know who Amaranth is, she's that big titted redheaded bitch. And
Have you played Happy Wheels?
What is that?
You don't know what Happy Wheels is? That's like half of PewDiePie's content is him playing this game called Happy Wheels, which is like this really hilarious online game where you just have to get through obstacles without your character being like stabbed and blown up with like flash animation blood.
I don't think I ever actually watched any PewDiePie content. I literally just created a robot that would tag him every single time I posted a video. Actually, it wouldn't tag him. It would tag his highlight channel and him. And yeah, try to think of anyone else who I have trolled. I don't really do celebrities though, just because everybody else is trying to get their attention. Really, what I'm trying to say is I'm too cool. Dude, I swear to God, El, you are going to have your own television show in the future where it's going to be just like an investigative journalism show. And you're just going to ask people questions because you're really good at it. You ask good questions. Next.
Well, I appreciate that. I started a podcast and I made it to 6 episodes and it was going great. And then I destroyed my mind and then I decided to not do it anymore because my brain has just been demonetized.
All right, dude. Well, you should do a 7th podcast starring Rabbi Rothschild. A 7th podcast starring Rabbi Rothschild.
I think that if you started your own podcast, you'd be wildly successful.
Thank you, dog. I have my own video podcast and nobody watches it, so who knows?
That's true. You have a 24-hour podcast, but I feel like people need
Yeah, it would just need to be focused. if I took, when I'm talking about anti-gravity and antimatter and ufology and faster than light travel and life extension technology and mind uploading technology and put that into an hour of discussion, it'd be one of the most fascinating things anybody's ever heard.
Yeah, no, I think if you actually started a YouTube channel and just started pumping out content and then actually started talking to other people too, it wouldn't be a bad career aspiration.
I don't think it'd be bad either, but dog, you know how much I fucking love trolling people on Kick? Look, I'm telling you, what you're saying is true, but it's easier said than done. When you have as much content as I have at this point, now it would be really hard to even find those videos. Exactly. Yeah. That's exactly right, dog. That's 1,000% correct. Not 100, but 1,000% correct. Dog, I am trolling this motherfucker so badly right now. I can't believe how well these fucking... Dog, have you seen my robots? L. No. No, I don't have any humanoid robots yet. But no, the robot that I made to spam on Kick. Have you seen it?
I have not.
All right, well, here we go, big dog. Hold on to your fucking pants, dude. Dog, this is going to be the sickest shit you've ever seen. All right, see that pink hand?
Yeah.
Okay, or the pink cursor. Watch, it's typing without me having to do anything. It's going to type in here. Rabbi Rothschild is head of what does it even say? Rabbi Rothschild is head of Rothschild family and Guinness World Record holder. And then it says a whole bunch of other stuff I couldn't read. And then watch this thing automatically work for me. Watch it clicking. Yeah, I have very bad sight. Yeah, dog. There's a lot about this world you probably don't know. You follow Rabbi Rothschild, I'll teach you all the tricks. Watch this. Look. Thank you for the follow, Rabbi Rothschild. Look, it even says it on there. Search, thank you for the follow. At search by a rabbi in YouTube 14. And then look it. Then I'm going to fucking post it right here. Watch this. Yep. Yeah. For hours. Yep. I get people every hour who come in and say, hey, you've been spamming my chat unlike any person I've ever seen. How the hell are you able to do this? And then I say, you can literally watch my robots live on YouTube and do it yourself if you want to. Like, I had somebody say to me, dog, you mean to fucking tell me that you have a main account and then you just have your alt accounts and you just spam everybody and tell everybody to go to that main account? That is fucking ingenious, dude. Now, there are some situations, like this one, where they require you to wait a certain amount of time before chatting. So I just move on. Because sometimes it can be like, you must wait 4 hours. It's like, I'm not waiting 4 hours to just spam you. But look at this. All on its own. 100%. Watch this. Watch the mouse. It's right there. Does it work perfectly every time? There are some slight adjustments that I occasionally have to do. Like if they ban the account, I have to create a new account. And like if the app crashes or something like that, but like that hasn't happened yet. Oh yeah. There's a timer. Dude, I know this kid. I know this kid from somewhere. Why the fuck do I know this kid? I don't know. I know him from somewhere. Anyway, maybe I don't. But it's funny because people are starting to know who I am. Watch this. It just automatically posts. Watch this. And it says, most YouTube content. Rabbi was banned from TikTok. Rabbi Rothschild on YouTube. Filtered by Live. Share to be a trillionaire. I mean, that's a whole lot of fucking information that I'm telling someone. And then look, it just goes to the next one. And if you think, wow, that moves pretty fast, Rabbi, to just be doing that, I got another one that's doing it at the same pace. So it's going double time. And I've got more computers coming this week. And I am going to fucking go viral on this.
Yeah, I feel like this would not be a bad premise for an episode, actually, of the animation show, except for the part where we have to write in are all these people's like reactions and like this war, this like silent war going on.
Oh, dude, you know what's very funny? They have these girls who are in like bikinis, these pool girls. It's called hot tubs, pools, and bikinis. That's a category. And I love going in there to these girls and saying, hey, Rabbi Rothschild has a pickup line for you. You ready? And they're like, yeah, what's your pickup line? And I say, girl, are you a haunted house? Because I'm going to scream when I come inside. And they laugh a lot. That's a really good line. They laugh a lot. And they laugh on screen and they remember who I am. Anyway, there's this one girl, I use that line on her. And she goes, okay, that's really funny. But then later on, I was spamming her and she blocked me. Now you can't even say the word Rabbi Rothschild in her chat without it being censored. She literally had to come up with her own like censorship system and put my name in there. Watch this one. Just perfectly fucking post. Just like, I'm not doing anything. You see me on camera. I'm not fucking doing anything right now. Boom. And if you're like, why doesn't it move faster? I would rather have quality than quantity when it comes to this. Because if I have it move too quickly and it accidentally clicks the wrong spot, it'll fuck the whole thing up. And all the timing will be off and it'll end up on the wrong website clicking the wrong shit. So if I just ensure that it's slow and steady, wins the race, it's beautiful. So this is Sexy Elite Dells. What's this bitch doing? She's got 31 people in here. She's an attractive bitch. And what's she doing? What is that back there? Is that a, what do you call that shit? Is that a projector? Like Rabbi? She's got something back there. What is she doing? I don't know, but I'm going to post in her shit. And she just said, thank you for the follow, Rabbi Rothschild. And now she just gave me a little dance. Look at her doing this little dance. Hell yeah. And now I'm going to spam her fucking account, dog. And it's going to be on her screen. It saves on her screen. Now, if you're like, well, why don't you wait around? Because I don't need to see that. I just need to fucking post it and move on. I know it's on there. I've seen it before, and I can watch it on my other accounts. But, like, you see this thing posts once a minute, and I have 2 of them, so that's 2 every minute. And it posts, like, 60 an hour. That's a lot of fucking shit that's going out. Over the course of a day, that's thousands of people who are finding out about you. And then what I do is I go in and I say, so it contacts them in multiple ways. 1, I follow them. So a little message comes up on their chat that I'm following them. 2, sometimes, look, see that little message that came up? It comes up on their screen. And the screen says, search Viral Rabbi in YouTube. So people even know, like, oh, that's what I'm supposed to do. Then I fucking post here. Now, does it work every time? No. Under what conditions does it not work? I have it posting in all capital letters because I want people to like pay attention to it, and I know it's like yelling at them. I don't really care. Some people have a little thing on their thing that makes it so you can't post all capital letters. So it's like, whatever, I could give a shit. I could do it at another point and do it in all small letters too. It doesn't matter. But right now I'm trying to get people's attention. So I just come in here. Here's this chick. We're going to follow her. And this thing might come up on your screen. It'll definitely come up on the side here. Thank you for the follow. Search Bible Rabbi in YouTube 014. Look at that. Came up on her screen. It's welcome to the dungeon. A lot of times they'll say thank you. She does a little dance. And then I'm going to fucking spam her shit. Now, I've done this in other ways too, where I've created like 100 accounts, but like 10 at a time. And I go into just one person's stream and be like, follow Rabbi Rothschild, blah, 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 and they'll ban me. And then right away, right again, I'll do it with another account. Follow Rabbi Rothschild, blah, 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 blah. And they're like, God damn, how many fucking accounts is this person have? Follow Rabbi Rothschild, blah, 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 with the third one. And the fourth one, and the fifth one, and the sixth one. And then a lot of times Kick's moderation team will come in and ban them all. But I'll still have I'll piss off every single person on here. And this one, on some of them you have to be a follower. Other ones you just have to, you don't. But nevertheless, look at that. It's just right in front. Thanks for the follow. Search Bible Rabbi on YouTube 014. And like I'm telling you that over the course of a week or two or 3 or a month or whatever it takes, eventually somebody's going to find out about this. I mean, I've already had people, one person tonight was like, dude, you keep fucking spamming me. What is your fucking problem? And I wasn't even trying. Like, that was just organic. So I know if it worked with one person, it's working with other people. And each day I get more and more reactions of people. And now Kick banned my accounts. So I could give a shit. Like, they banned all my accounts. So I can use it as my, like, I can harvest it for, I guess it's called stream sniping or something like that. It's kind of along those lines. What I'm doing, I'm really doing self-promotion. But what I'm also trying to do is snipe some of their viewers for my own stream. Anyway, as you know, it's amazing. And I'm going to be viral maybe in like 10 minutes. The first rule. Thanks, baby. When are we doing a podcast together and or animation?
I'm down to work on the animation show. I've taken myself out of the podcast game, unfortunately.
Dude, you need to jump back into that podcast game.
Yeah, it's just that, like, I used to be like not that dumb. I guess funny and had shit to say and stuff, but now my mind is fucking trash.
All right, well, I'll do the podcast with you, so I'll keep you going. Yeah, and I'm going to listen to all 6 of your previous podcasts. So how would I find it?
Just type in the Hoochie podcast on
Hoochi?
Yeah.
Hoochie podcast. I gotcha. All right.
Some cool people on there. Unfortunately, like I had like 30 other guests lined up, but I've
You can get them back. You can say, I'm doing this podcast with Rabbi Rothschild now. This motherfucker, he'll get everybody back. And I'll make it a vlog. It'll be huge. And if not, you at least need to do podcast number 7. All right, I just got your link. The Hoochie podcast, Ewok MSK. And down I'm speaking with the legendary graffiti artist, Ewok from MSK Crew, NAWR, on the 2023-02-04. Ewok is such a down-to-earth, cool, amazing person with a really unique outlook. I was super hyped to get the chance to talk to him and had a ton of fun doing this podcast. Follow Ewok on Instagram. How many times has Ewok been banned on Instagram?
I don't think
Yeah, I think I sound a lot more interesting than this motherfucker. He sounds cool, but honestly, how many TikTok accounts does he have? That's how I judge you. I judge you by your social media at this point. How many Twitter accounts does he have? Exactly. Exactly. You know what's fucking hilarious? Absolutely hilarious is this. Hold on. Let me see if I can remember this joke. Damn it. Oh yeah, here it is. Most people ask you, how many followers do you have on Twitter? Not Rabbi Rothschild. Rabbi Rothschild asked you, how many Twitter accounts do you have? At a certain point, I want more followers than I have Twitter accounts. I have 2,000 Twitter accounts. I've had more than 2,000. I've had as many as 10,000 on Twitter and 3,000, almost 4,000 organically. And then those accounts got banned. So you start at zero. It is. It's like climbing a mountain, and I get near to the top, and they knock me down. But dog, I am gonna take over the world. Just you watch. Well, here's the thing. They can still get you. Because even if they created all those accounts, all they have to do is just ban them. And they can do that very easily. So let's say it created an account once every 3 seconds or some crazy fast speed. It can't do it that fast. But let's say it could. Not even a quantum computer? No, I don't think so, because it takes too long. You'd be using different webs. No, you couldn't do it in 3 seconds. But let's say you could. All right. Somehow, some way, all Kick has to do is log in and see that all these accounts are being made, select all, and delete them. It's really easy for them to defend against this. What isn't easy for them to defend against is if I have only like 2 or 3 accounts, but they don't know what the names of those accounts are, and they just randomly talk about Rabbi Rothschild whenever I want. So they can't go in and be like, oh, Rabbi Rothschild 1, Rabbi Rothschild 2, Rabbi Rothschild 3, Rabbi Rothschild 4, and they just delete them all at once. It comes in with a random name, and then this random stranger on their platform starts spamming about Rabbi Rothschild, and they didn't know that that person was going to do that. It's unexpected to them. That is the kind of attack for which they are not ready. Yes, exactly. So I have multiple ways. I was explaining this to Spurtogram the other day. I've had what I call the kamikaze strategy, which is where I create like 100 accounts, like kamikaze pilots, and then just go to the biggest accounts on Kick and run these fucking accounts into them and just sacrifice them. And I was doing that. But then Kick started banning them en masse. Like they banned like 100 accounts at once. So it takes me a long time to do 100 accounts. So I was like, you know what? I already got all of their attention. They know who I am. And all their big streamers know who I am. From like everyone, from Amaranth to Aiden Ross to any of these fucking people who are big on Kick. They all know who I am. Now, then what did I do? Now I'm using what's called the guerrilla warfare strategy. If you're familiar with guerrilla warfare, it's like when you have to go hide in the mountains and the jungles and shit. So now I just have 3 accounts going or 4 accounts going or so, but they're connected to laptops, like pretty powerful laptops that are able to do a lot more for me than my normal spamming, or than my, like, I shouldn't say my normal spamming. They're able to spam on my behalf much more efficiently than I ever could. And what do I mean by that? I sit here and I fucking spam people, but after 25 minutes of it, I'm so fucking bored that it's just like, I gotta go do something else. Literally, it wears on you. All this spamming wears on you. It's all negative Nobody likes that you're doing it and whatever. But when I have these robots do it for me, shit, these things go for hours and I don't have to touch them. And little by little, it's about impressions. I'm building impressions with people. Every single day, they're seeing this fucking random thing in their chat. What in the fuck is this? Who the fuck is this? What is this name? Who is this person streaming their life? God damn it, I have to fucking block them. I have to ban them. I have to report them. And all of that is me living rent-free in their mind. Exactly. It's so funny. They do my fucking work for me. They've got 4,100 people watching them right now. And they're like, motherfucker, Rabbi Rothschild, will you quit fucking following me? I'm banning you. I'm reporting you. Stay away from my stream. And then I come back with another account. Oh, it's hilarious. Here's why. They are very protective of their viewership base. So if you have, like, let's say 1,600 people watching you right now, you don't want somebody coming in and siphoning that off of you. So your 1,600 turns into 1,400, then 1,200, then 800, then 200, because everybody starts saying in the chat, oh, look at what Rabbi Rothschild's doing. Oh, my word, it's so cool. And then everybody just starts filtering out. They don't want that. There's a lot of fear in them of that. And when you start spamming it and they don't have any control over it, they also don't know what you're going to say. So it's like you could go in there and say some really mean things. Oh.
I feel like if you can prove a tangible result for this like business, if we're calling it that, like, hey, I ran a bot or across all these platforms, spamming and promoting this thing, and now I have 1 million followers. If you could actually do that and accumulate those 1 million followers, that's like those bots are worth like a lot of money.
Oh, definitely. I don't work that way. I did at the beginning where I'd be like, okay, I want followers. So I went out and bought 10,000 Twitter followers and 10,000 Instagram followers and like 2,000 YouTube followers, 3,000 YouTube followers on another account. So I had thousands of followers, but they weren't real. So I'm actually going to work that out, I think, with Real Schiller X. You know who that is? Real Schiller X is in Nigeria. Yeah, he's in here, but he's the Nigerian guy. And I was teaching him how he could do this with his computer to advertise his graphic design. And the reason why I say that, you can tell on this stream who has like graphic design done and who doesn't. And all the people who don't are your potential customers. And you can say to them, hey, I'll make up your design for whatever price. I notice you don't have it. And it's really obvious because they have blank avatars or blank profile pictures. All right. So I was seeing what he was able to do. And I thought to myself, well, I could probably pay him to do this as well. Or he could just rent out his computer. I could teach him how to program this, and then he could use it for whatever he wants. But very similar to what you're saying, basically, he could use it as a following device for some social media of his. Anything. And it's worth millions of dollars in advertising promotion. I can tell you when I did it on Twitter, I did like a $25 million Twitter campaign, but didn't have to pay for any of it because I created 2,100 accounts and I didn't even spam with the accounts. I just followed people on Twitter. And you might wonder, well, what the fuck? Why didn't you go viral on Twitter? Well, it's a good question. I would say that in a lot of ways I did. If you actually look and all the people who talked about me on Twitter, I did go viral on Twitter. I was the biggest troll on Twitter, and that is Twitter telling me that. Twitter called me the super troll. I just realized that, it's kind of that idea of doing the same thing and not getting a different result. And I had done it for 6 months, and I wasn't getting. I'm not saying I wasn't getting results. I was, but I thought I could get more results out of other platforms, and so here I am on Kick. That doesn't mean that I can't go back to Twitter and dominate it. You have to understand too, Twitter takes a long time to create every single one of those fucking accounts manually. It's and you're probably like, well, Rabbi, can't you just have a robot do it for you? I can. If I use the robot, I have to use a laptop. And then when I have to do the CAPTCHA is really, really hard. When I say, you're probably like, Rabbi, how hard could this CAPTCHA be? You have to do 20 of them. 20 CAPTCHAs can take you a long time. And if I use my tablet, I have like 7 really old tablets, these Amazon Fires, that don't have updated software, so that they don't have updated CAPTCHAs. If I create an account with the old Amazon Fires, I only get a CAPTCHA of like 1 or 3 different times. So I can make them a lot faster manually than I can with the computer. However, I can make them with the computer too. I can do it both ways. Well, what does this do for me? So I create a bunch of accounts and I load them into my robot, and it follows a bunch of people, and I get a bunch of people to complain about me. That's about it. Hell yeah, dog.
I was here from the beginning. You can't. Oh yeah. Also, I have lots of crypto projects coming out. I think I'm gonna reach $100 million net worth by like 2025.
Holy shit, Al! You're loaded as fuck. Oh, okay. Oh, I thought you had like $92 million, and you're like, oh, I'm about to go over the edge. I'm like, holy shit. Okay, so you're just kind of planning that you're going to be really rich in the future.
Yeah.
That's tight. But boy, you had me really excited for a second. Like, holy shit, this guy has tens of millions of dollars, and he's like. He's got 6 podcast episodes. Like, come on, man, talk about that. Like, that's at least a few podcast episodes.
Yeah, no, I wish I did have $92 million, but unfortunately, I don't have $92 million.
Dog, we'll get you there. Do you know what Monkey App is?
Monkey App? I do not know.
It's very, very popular on Kick and YouTube. What is it? Are you familiar with what Omegle was? Omegle?
Yeah, man, I gotta go to sleep, dude. I don't want to fuck up my sleep schedule too much because it's 4 a.m.
Oh, okay. So I was mid-sentence, and then you want to tell me that? Let me at least finish my fucking story, and then you can go sleep all you want. Get all the rest that you need, your beauty rest, and you can come back tomorrow and be refreshed. Let me quickly say the story, though. Omegle was a website where it would pair you with another person randomly on video, and you could talk to them or move on to the next person. That's what Omegle was. That's what Monkey.app is. And a lot of people go on Monkey app and randomly talk with strangers. And when I did it, I got to talk with 3 people. The first one was an avatar. The second was just an advertisement for a sex website. And the third was some guy who really did not like Jewish people. and he reported me. I didn't even say anything to him. He smoked a cigarette, said a whole bunch of anti-Jewish stuff, and then reported me. And that was my experience on Monkey.app. So I just wanted to tell you that I'm gonna try to get on Monkey app again. Now, you, after hearing this amazing story, I want you to get all your beauty rest because I want you back here tomorrow, and I want to talk to you some more. Okay, El?
Yeah, I was looking for an alternative to Omegle. Chocolate sucks.
Dude, it's Monkey app, without a doubt.
Omegle was mostly for creepy jerking off, so it wasn't actually that good to begin with. But
Yeah.
if you're okay with cycling or weaving out the fucking 80% chance that you're gonna get a guy waking up, and that's good.
Well, this one is not like that. It's kind of the opposite, but here's the thing. I didn't know this. A lot of the people on it, I guess they allow people as young as 13 on it. So you have to be careful. I think you can adjust your settings to make it 18 and over, but just be careful if you use it. Adjust your settings accordingly. So what will happen is people will be on monkey.app and they'll be like, let's say they're like 21, and they'll have their settings to talk to anywhere from ages like 16 to and above or whatever. And or maybe they're 18 and they want to talk to people 16 and above. So they'll be talking to people 16 and above, and they'll be like, or let's say, I don't know. Yeah, they'll be like, I don't know, man, this girl's hot. Wait, how old are you? And the girl will be like, I'm 18. Be like, yeah, okay. Basically, like, it's kind of I don't want to say it's a shady app, but like, it's not. I don't really like it unless you can filter only 18 and above. I don't want to have to go in every single person, be like, how old are you? Because I think that's kind of pointless.
For the animation show, Rabbi goes on Monkey app and then talks to like the weird people. Dude, I watched this YouTube video, or it was on like my Facebook feed or some shit, like not too long ago, and it was this fucking like school teacher in the U.S. and they caught him going on Omegle, and there's like this girl that was like I'm pretty sure she was faking. She might have been faking that she was 15, or she probably was 15. And the school teacher is just like has like the most cringe like riz in like the world.
Oh wow!
And he is just like totally creeping on this girl, like zero game at all. And he's just like clearly just like desperate for fucking human contact. And then he got fired from his job like instantly.
I imagine that.
For fucking trying to
Good one.
over Omegle.
Oh,
Like, weirdo.
so I've got one for you. This is a really interesting one. I don't really know what. Well, here's what I would do. I wouldn't want to be on Omegle with anyone who wasn't 18 years old. Here's what happened. I saw somebody do this. Well, I shouldn't say I saw anybody do this. I didn't. This was on Reddit, and I didn't even want to click on the Reddit link to read the Reddit thing because it was like salacious, but this is what it says. Like, kick streamer banned for streaming 40 underage children on the internet or something like that. And what was this guy doing? This is a tough one. I think it's a tough one. I would fucking, I don't exactly know exactly what he was doing, but basically, if you're like streaming on Kick, and you're on Kick and you're like, hey, I want to talk to, let's say you want to, I don't know how it works exactly, but I know that there are some people on there who are under 18. If you go on there and you say, I want to meet with someone, whatever, it shows them, let's say they're 14, hey, a lot of people just say, I don't want to talk to you, you're too young. and then they'll talk to a 25-year-old or whatever, 40-year-old, whatever. But what has been happening, apparently, I don't know this for a fact. I just saw this on Reddit, and it was in the Kick streamer thing. But there's somebody on Kick who is going around doing this monkey app with people, and I don't know if it was on purpose. I think it's on purpose because it happened 40 times. So when I say I don't know for a fact that it was on purpose, but I imagine it was, he would be streaming with someone, and all of a sudden it would be like an underage person, and it would be streaming him. He'd be streaming, and then maybe the underage person would want to reveal something, and he was live streaming this. Whether he allowed it to show or not, I don't know, but I know he's getting in a lot of trouble. And I got to be honest with you, it raises some really good questions. In my opinion, the best way to do it is just to say you have to be 18. If you're younger than that, I'm sorry, but like you can't show your screen or something like that, because basically what happens is it can, get people in trouble. And at least with this one guy, he was streaming on Kick, and at least 40 times he was streaming on the Monkey app, and somebody on the Monkey app showed something inappropriately on his Kick stream, and it's not like he could really control that. So I saw it from both sides. He kind of got himself into trouble because he was on this app and live streaming it, but then I also get it that like it wasn't his fault that these people showed whatever they showed on his stream. So we've got that. I think in the future, this is going to change, and I think probably, I don't know, I had this conversation last night. If I had it my way, I would have the age of majority, or the age of consent, be 26, because that's when your brain, the frontal cortex, stops forming. And I feel like it's only fair to expect somebody to sign a contract or to consent to something once their brain is fully formed. Before then, it's like you're taking advantage of them. But then also I get the fact that 26 is too long, and people aren't going to wait that long, et cetera, et cetera. So, but with this online world, it's a lot different. I mean, and just what you can say to people. I mean, like, here's a perfect example. Did you hear that pickup line I used? No, dog. It's, damn, girl, are you a haunted house? Because I'm going to scream when I come inside. That's a really funny joke if you're asking someone who's 18. That is not a funny joke if you're asking someone who's 17.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I don't think it's inherently like wrong to talk to kids in a non-sexual and appropriate manner.
I agree.
But there's certain people, bad apples that ruin the bunch. Apparently,
Absolutely.
Chill, I guess.
Absolutely, and it gets.
Really bad if you're talking to a kid, they pull down their pants, they get a screenshot of you looking at them.
Exactly. Wait, you're 100% right. That's what happened to that guy I read about on Reddit, basically. Except it seems like his was more menacing than that. That he was getting his kids out of like recording these kids, which isn't cool. But you're exactly right. Like, I get it. I totally get it. Like, you have to really control who's in there and what's being shown. All right, Doug. I know you said you got to get to bed, so enjoy your sleep. You take care, my friend, and I'll talk to you tomorrow, God willing.
I was walking outside today just now, and I did Special K the other day, so I was feeling extra alien in my brain. And so this lady was driving her Jeep, into the parking garage at my building. She was just pulling in, and so all I did was make eye contact with her, and for whatever reason, she decides to like she just doesn't stop as like the garage is going up, and so the top of her knee just smashes into the garage door and dents the hell out of both her feet through, I imagine, and the steel gate that closes on this garage door to the underground like parking garage is like bent as shit, and now the thing is closed and it's just been going down halfway, stops and then starts like reversing back up. And
report it to your building and report what you saw.
Yeah, I guess I will. I mean, it's probably obvious by the deep and
Dude, they have no fucking clue. You just say, hey, on this date, I saw this happen, and I would like this fixed. This is something that I paid for with my monthly rent, and it is something that hasn't been fixed. I've given it a reasonable amount of time to be fixed. It's still not fixed, and now I'm complaining about it.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I don't feel like
Dog, you know it's the greatest fucking idea you've ever heard.
and then also today I went for a kayak, and so
Oh, that's baller.
I'm gonna go kayaking every day and get in shape down this majestic river downtown Squamish. But they changed the lock on this like paddling where like my kayak store. So I had to hop the fence because I was determined to go kayaking, and so I leaned up like half my kayak paddle, wedged it into the fence like a 45-degree, and then like hopped over and got my kayak out, and then it was easier to hop out on the other side. But then putting back the kayak, it was really difficult to climb the fence because like there's like no like the only 2 foot positions were like really low. It's like a 8-foot high fence, and then like the 2 foot positions are like right at like the top, and like right at the bottom of the fence. So that's why I was using the like 45-degree paddle on an angle. It's like kind of this midway stepping point, but I had to like put my right foot up on this like wedge paddle, and then try and get my left foot up on like the very top, which is like this really like Spider-Man type of Elastigirl to get to, and trying to get back in, I totally fucked up the like first attempt, and like Charlie horsed the shit out of my leg, and like
Ooh, that sounds painful.
scraped the shit out of my hand, which was fun. I have a nice little scar on my hand, but it was worth it. Definitely worth it. But, yeah. When I get to bed and listen to a podcast, probably the Tim Dillon show. I don't know if you know who Tim Dillon is.
Fuck yeah, I know who Tim Dillon is. He's a former stockbroker and all kinds of stuff in like Midtown Manhattan, Staten Island, and then became a comedian. He's part of Joe Rogan's crew. He's from New York or like Long Island, and he's very funny. He's like a no bullshit person. He's like, he'll like be like, yeah, and then the bankers want to fucking this way, and it's like blah 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 blah, and I just want to take a shit.
Yeah, I feel like he's what makes him funny to me is like he's like so opinionated, like he'll just take a strong position, but he has no idea what's coming out of his mouth. Like,
Right, like he's called Ghislaine Maxwell, Ghislaine.
Yeah, I honestly genuinely think I could have been a comedian if I hadn't like totally raped my brain into like destruction, battery acid, meth head, fucking junkie tweaker land, but oh well.
No one says it's too late.
I think this animation show that we were making, like we can actually we can make it big. Have you seen the Big Les show?
Like, isn't the big lesbian?
No, I don't think that's what it's short for, but
No,
it's just
I have not seen a Big Les show.
it's another really, really funny one, especially if you're goddamn drunk. It's like this Australian show, and they say fuck every like 2 words, and it's just really, if you're into like some stupid show, I would check that out.
Sounds sick.
Yeah, I feel good. I feel like this felt painting was incomplete for like months, chilling in my room, but like the rage of my like life situation, I guess, for whatever reason today motivated me to finish it. I did not know how to finish the eyeball, but I finally finished the eyeball, and I made it so that the dog is supposed to be tears, like the dog is crying for whatever reason, and the whole painting's kind of got a sad vibe. That is what art should be, I feel like, is a reflection of emotions, which doesn't have to be positive or happy all the time, and the negative can be a good thing to express in a visual display. Yeah, thanks for talking. We'll talk again soon.
Just one moment. One moment. Can you hear me? Hey, sorry, my other phone was delayed for a second. So I wanted you to know that I wanted to respond to you, but I couldn't. Absolutely. I look forward to speaking with you again soon. And you keep spanking and yanking it, but not too hard, okay? Fuck yeah, dog.
Is it illegal to walk around in public like that? Like, just going to...
In some places.
Just want to preserve your identity.
In some places it's illegal.
If you're robbing a bank, like, if you just want to be anonymous, it's not illegal to wear that, right?
Some places it is. They say you must have your face uncovered while in this establishment. No, I was just saying, have a good night, my man. Take care, Al. Bye. Joe Rogan podcast, check it out. The Joe Rogan Experience. Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day. Oh my god, his subscribe. Crazy! Crazy! Blue Diamond. Blue Diamond Phillips. Pimp West Side. And no, I can't get it. I think this is Dice Man's chill. Joe Rogan podcast, check it out, Train.
Hello, Eleanor.
Great.
How are you?
Really took that in.
What's going on? What's cracking, kid?
I'm excited to be here.
Excited to have you.
Woohoo!
How's LA treating you?
LA's good. I mean, I'll be honest, I haven't been there a lot. After I filmed my special, I'm on the road so much.
Right.
So, which is good. And then I get to go to Philly. In between, I hang out with my mom. So, in between gigs, I'll just hang out with my mom instead of going back to LA. But I feel like I haven't been. Yeah, I think I was there for 5 days last week.
Yeah, it becomes, when you do the road all the time, your house sort of just becomes some stop.
Yeah, but I have no responsibility whatsoever. Yes. Like I don't have a plant. I have nothing. Like so. Like just,
what a free existence you carved out for yourself.
What an asshole. So selfish.
It's funny because people think about it that way. Like you have to have things you're responsible for, otherwise you're a bad person.
Yeah, I always tell my mom I'm living her what she would wanted to do had she not had 10 children.
10 children.
Yeah, good times. Keep it up, lady.
10 kids is so bonkers.
Who does that?
How about on the 9th one? They're like, one month.
Her worst pregnancy.
The 9th one?
The 9th one, longest delivery. My little brother Bob. And she said that's how lazy he was. He wouldn't come out. He's so lazy. She said he was hanging on for dear life. I'm like, why? And she said, because he's lazy.
It'd be an interesting study to have 10 kids and just to see like what makes them come out different. Because they're a fucking this is one thing, like having children, seeing them from babies, you realize like, oh, they're different right out of the box.
Yeah.
Like it has zero to do with like what you tell them. This is what you should do. Like a lot of them is just how they come from the factory.
Exactly. And you always think like, I know there's genetic stuff, like there's, you inherit stuff genetically, whatever, I'm pretending I know what I'm saying. And,
epigenetics.
Yeah, but that's good. Yeah, I remember that. Anyway, I asked my mom to write this thing for me, like what she was going through with each kid, just to see if I can get it. Because we are all different, like in the craziest way.
Oh, like in her life.
Yeah, like what was going on. And it is interesting because when it gets to my brother Charlie, like she was going through stuff with my dad, and physically her whole body. Like she was pregnant, her kidneys were failing, and they had to literally move him to the side, operate on her kidneys, take it out, whatever, before it like killed the baby. And it was insane. Like she tells the story, I'm like, oh, what? How? Right? Why? And then she said they put it back. Cleared her out. She was good. The kidneys didn't affect anything. And then they assumed Charlie was going to be stillborn. So the nurse came in and she was like real down. And the nurse goes, are you nervous you're going to lose this child? And she's like, is this your first? And my mom goes, no, this is my 6th. And she goes, you go right ahead and lose that baby.
Oh my God. The nurse said that?
It's a different time.
Oh my God.
Imagine if a nurse said that today. She'd be executed on the spot.
So different for social media.
Yeah, it was so cool.